S&P 500 hanging out here near pre-market highs. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ doing the same nice move to the upside here for the Qs. Dow looking even better. This is a big gap up here for the DIAs, the Dow Jones ETF, even more so than what we're seeing with that strength in both the NASDAQ and the SPY. And of course, we also have to talk about oil because big move down here in oil. Looks like roughly 5 to 10 minutes ago, Bloomberg reports that Qatar, one of the mediators, or one of the countries that's been viewing itself as one of the mediators here, is signaling progress between a potential short-term deal with the U.S. and Iran. So that would be, as you guys can see here, not a great look here for U.S., so potentially a good look here for the market and for overall peace in the region. We'll have to wait and see how all of that shakes out. Now, in terms of economic data, we do have a pretty big print coming out here at 10 a.m. That's going to be JOLTS job openings. Forecast here for that's going to be 7.45 million. So we're expecting a little bit of a drop compared to last print here of 7.59 million. So yeah, a little bit of a decline here for that JOLTS job openings print. Factory orders also coming out at 10. At 8:30, you'll get the trade balance. We'll give that to you, but that's not going to be usually as market moving of a number as what we're going to see here with JOLTS. But we have tons of earnings to discuss today and all week here. Palantir reported a blowout, a knockout quarter. There was very little, if anything, negative to see about this report. It was pretty much all positive. Tons of growth here for both overall revenue and specific segment revenue. We've also got some massive reports after the bell, including AMD, one of the biggest chip names around, and they're gapping sharply to the upside today. We've also got SpaceX. They're going to be reporting their first ever quarter as a public company, and they're gapping up after honestly pretty strong session yesterday. So SPCX, AMD, and watch. We had a whole bunch of other names, though, that reported before the bell today. You had some interesting analyst notes and the likes of Walmart and SK Hynix. Once again, Sharif, we find ourselves in a morning with a lot to discuss. Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Absolutely. Palantir with some otherworldly earnings. Beautiful look there. Gapping up pretty aggressively. But guys, keep your eyes on the optics names. I'm talking about Lumentum. I'm talking about AAOI. They're gapping up pretty aggressively here to start the morning on the back of reports that the Trump administration could be looking to ban Chinese data center components. Are already very up just to start here. So let's talk about some other headlines as well. USO we covered on semi reported. They were up about 7%, not a bad look. AMD after the bell today gapping up. Apple, several different headlines today. One, they're looking to file an injunction to prevent OpenAI from releasing their, I guess, AI device, whatever is going to come out from that. Also, they've got some about $10 billion in revenue from India. That's a first there, but they're also facing an uphill battle in England where the English regulator is trying to get data that is secured behind Apple's encryption. Snap reporting as well, and then Caterpillar already up double digits here, 10.25 on a stellar report. Spotify not so much, Adair down almost 5, and then we have a mixed bag here with McDonald's and Pfizer. Merck as well reported, and Nike. You don't want to catch a JPM downgrade today, but that's what they did.
Yeah, Nike, it feels like this one is often, running its way into various downgrades. With McDonald's, and maybe we'll get to talk about it after, but the CapEx on McDonald's was quite surprising to me, and I think maybe one of the few red marks in that report, a little bit higher CapEx than what the street was expecting. And again, not a name that you'd normally associate with CapEx either, McDonald's, but there's obviously going to be a lot to discuss. But let's get right into the trading side of things by saying a good morning to both Sean and Neil. Happy Palantir Day to both of you.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you. Palantir Day. I got the hat on there, so we got the Palantir hat on. But yeah, what a good report.
Need like a cat suit too.
Caterpillar. Yeah, that was a good one. I'm finally into Caterpillar. I think we're finally back to flat on that name. So that was a good report. I actually wanted to find out what that poll was there yesterday, because I think the number one, the thing that won was greater than 12% down. So once again, the poll once again. Yeah, what were the results?
So here we go. Palantir after the bell. It was really tight.
Was it? Okay, good.
So barely winning was down more than 12%, 27%.
What was the up?
Up less than 12% was 26%.
Yeah, that was a pretty.
But the up over 12%, which is obviously what happened, 23.5%.
Okay, so it was really close.
It was super close.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so it's really super close. So, whenever we were saying that before, sometimes you think one way and it's the other. But the IGV has been pretty hot, right? We've seen the NASDAQ really start to take off a little bit there today. But yeah, there goes Caterpillar. You had Caterpillar up there. There goes Palantir.
I'm just reminded of the other poll we had last week.
What was the other poll that we had?
So we had a who did it best. They put up pictures of Dr. Evil, Joe, Pitbull, and Mr. Clean.
Joe would always.
And Joe cleaned up.
Yeah, Joe
cleaned up. Mr. Clean put up a fight, but Joe.
Where is Joe?
Joe held it down.
I saw Joe today, didn't I?
He's
Yeah,
here.
He's here somewhere.
Yeah, probably grabbing a coffee.
But yeah, better than expected, as we sort of thought we would get better commercial. And we talked about that yesterday. Like, what's the next step for Palantir? And it looks like it's going to be that commercial revenue coming in. And the government also, like 90% higher revenue, and then 149% on the commercial side. So, and then with a better than expected look forward as well. All right, what is BTDR? Oh, this is another Anthropic thing here.
A little small.
Probably signed a $10 billion compute deal with NVIDIA, backed by security capacity for Norway. That's in a partnership with BitDeer.
Yeah, I mean, it's running. It just went 20% up here.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you get these deals.
Decent size float, 148, but 38% short float on BTDR. Well, that puts it on the radar right there. Yeah, float's decent, but if it's that much short, 38% short, and it's really just coming off the low. So watch out for that one. And get another small capper in here. Well, another gapper, I should say. And 13 looks like a pretty good level if it can hold up. It's less. These news just hit, and it's less than 1 million shares already. But that just hit like a minute or two ago. But yeah, it's a great start to the day. And the other thing about it is, forget about, you're not going to forget about Palantir. You're not going to forget about Caterpillar. You're not going to forget about the earnings. But USO, oil down 3%. And that certainly does not hurt the rally that we're seeing right now. I mean, Bitcoin's slightly up here. So far, really good start to the
Yeah, I mean, you're also getting, all the markets are at all-time highs. I mean, NASDAQ's now 3% away. The ES is at the all-time high. And the Dow Jones yesterday, after gaining 700 points, is also at your all-time highs. With the diamonds is how we can express our interest in the Dow Jones. And I mean, just look at this. This is absolutely rip right now. Taking out that high yesterday, and see you later goes the Dow. I mean, cash is king unless you're sitting on it, right? I mean, right now you want to be in this market, it seems like, as a lot of sort of easy plays over the last couple weeks, but it was tough in certain sectors, right? Like AMD, and, having to try to bottom pick, we had that huge sell-off there that apparently, we found out was fueled by the hedge fund. A little bit of over exposure to the space really crushed so many names and got us all thinking like, oh my gosh, this whole AI trade is unwinding. It just shows you what leverage can do and how dangerous that kind of stuff is. But the smart people that can figure it all out, know that the earnings are strong, right? This is now 2 or 3 quarters in a row that the S&P 500 has outpaced its earnings expectation. And I mean, we all thought that a lot of these software names, we could just look at the IGV individually as well, but Microsoft being up 25% in 4 days is definitely pause for concern today, down 2%. And I just think it's just a relief rally that's coming to an end a little bit here. That Azure number, the Copilot coming profitable, everything. Now you're going to get a little bit of a pullback in some of these names, and then I think it's time to ramp them up one more time here. So, here's the IGV by itself, and it's just been, off to the races as software names are back, hoping that CRM and, Adobe and, led by Palantir. Palantir's a big spot in the IGV, so we'll see if that can get going today with Microsoft.
Softy's down today.
Microsoft's being the top stuff there. It's Sean, see you later, alligator. Yeah.
In a while?
That is crocodile. Yeah, my grandfather used to say the alligator comment there. All right, so Marvell. Yeah, I mean, as Sharif had mentioned, a lot of these names today, and this is not a photonic name or anything like that, but they just recently did buy, I forget the name there, but a photonics name as well, and invested some money in there. So, that's up nicely, 7, 8, 9%. And part of that move down, again, was part of the big sell-off that we had seen, and it's still down a lot from its highs. I mean, I think Marvell needs a lot of work, but it's nice to be up where it is, and looking to break through. Where's the 200 period? I was going to say, I don't think we crossed that, so we came pretty close to that. Wow, you could have just had 3 days ago Marvell at 160. The portfolio, that could have been had just 4 or 5 days ago to the long side, man, to have those days back. But I'm not sitting on that much cash anyways, so it's not like there's nothing that we could do about it. And one name that I thought that's been beat up a lot has been Corning, and I thought I liked this name, and it's battling back. This was 120. What the hell? Now up to 160. These are moves that don't happen in 3 or 4 days.
There was some insanity.
But I think we also have to remember how much the moves were down.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
like,
it's easy to say.
Small amount from the lows.
You had some days where these names were down 10, 12%, you know? So.
Yeah, well, and think about them, like just the memory names as a group there. I'm just going to quickly show you the quote board, just because on my quote board anyways, obviously oil and nat gas are going to be down, but Amazon too, Meta, Microsoft, both down a couple, Alphabet down 1.5, Netflix down 1. Like Apple's flat, but the interesting thing today is you don't really have the mags going with, and come on, man, that's after like great quarters across the board. So the gap down, I mean, the gap down in these, some of it, say the NASDAQ just got to the highs potentially, or you just had a breakout, you want to confirm. So they're taking a little bit of a step back. But just going back to the chips, one thing to keep in mind, we're talking about for like Micron and the like, I mean, SanDisk as well. I'm telling you, that CMXT, that Chinese company, like, there's all this tit for tat about block lists and yada, yada, yada. If CMXT ends up on some kind of a block list, then that just furthers the glut for memory, because right now you already have American, you have Apple and you have American companies that are looking to deal with them because prices are high, or just to even to be able to get some inventory. And that's the thing. If there's any constraint on them, it's only going to be good for the rest of these memory names. But you do have to remember how far they did pull back, like $5 off the top from Micron. That was a 40% drawback, plus over 40% drawback. So when it bounces, when you bounce 17, 18% and you were 40 off the top, you realize that you didn't do that much damage. Like, it's just how the math works, right? Like, it's the percentage gains are much more impressive relative to off at the top, and that becomes the tricky thing. But yeah, that's the Mag 7 lack of participation that gets a little bit interesting this morning for sure. But Sharif, usually we'll throw to you right now and be like, oh, let's talk about some small cappers. But it was that you mentioned quickly that AOI, and we got light moving around a little bit. So that's a big story. I think AOI is in play today.
And it has a lot of leveraged ETFs, Neil, and that's been bugging me a little bit on the midday because they gap up so aggressively and they crowd my scanner, and I don't want to trade them, right? I'm looking for pure plays, but anybody who's interested, you have AAOG gapping up here about 40%, likewise, I should say, with AAOX. AOX actually has a bit more volume, actually almost 4 times more volume, but up the same percentage, a bit more expensive though, 1937, trading right into that $20 area, pulling back a little bit here. So there's going to be a lot of these leveraged ETFs for these names that are gapping up here, Daryl. A lot of diversity for anybody who wants to trade them.
And AAOI also reports earnings, I think, Thursday after the bell, around 4:10 p.m. So you're going to get more AAOI coverage. We're going to talk about this story as well here on the rundown with all of these, China component potential ban here and how that impacts these names. But let's start here with PLTR, another name that we will be covering multiple times this morning, not to fear in case you miss it here. So PLTR, massive earnings report. You had a big revenue beat, big EPS beat, and all different categories of revenue for PLTR very well received here in addition to raising their guidance.
Yeah, let's get into the nitty-gritty here. So, surging AI sovereignty demand, but that AI sovereignty demand is coming from one country and one country only, and that's a big problem here because you have a lot of concentration risk. We'll get to that in a second. But their EPS was boosted here artificially about 3 pennies because they were early investors in SpaceX and they cleaned up big when that made it to market. So good luck for them. But as I mentioned, extreme concentration in the United States. Total percentage of revenue, 81% coming from one country. And that, remembering is a domestic story. And the U.S. revenue did surge about 115% year to date, with the government segment coming in barely above 50 now. 51.2% of their money is coming from the government. 48.8 coming from commercial, so that's a good diversification there. It wasn't always this way. They also expand their ARPU, so U.S. commercial service revenue jumped 149%. U.S. customer count grew more modestly, though. So what we're seeing here is that you're not growing your customer count, but you're making more money per customer. So kind of good and bad, especially if you want to diversify a little bit. Something to think about there. And then they're debt-free, man. They have $9.2 billion in cash and 0 debt. It's a good company to be in right now. I know all the polarization with our audience about Palantir, but from a fundamental side, this is yelling buy.
Yeah, I think that the whole government angle is interesting too. We heard recently as well, there were some different, MPs, I believe in Britain, in the UK, that had some concerns about government involvement with PLTR. So I think that whole area of different expansion beyond this heavy US government concentration, that'll be an interesting look for PLTR going forward. In the meantime, what are your guys' looks here, Sean and Neil, on Palantir today?
Well, it's the fact that it beat that 12% is a huge deal. You can't just continue to have revenue growth at the rate that they're having and not get, eventually you're going to get a bounce with the stock price as well. If you look at it from a weekly standpoint, though, with Palantir, as great as the numbers are, there is like the little nitpick you could make with customers going down, but you're making more money off of them, and that's going to be a big deal. You're growing on both sides of the business, ultimately, and you do think a lot of like the new, hate to say it, but a lot of the new warfare, just the realities that we're in, will keep demand high for them, and that just is what it is. It hasn't really broken this compression on the weekly chart, which can be a good thing. So we're gapping into we're at 145 right now. So on a weekly chart, like, you're gapping into some new territory, which is ideal because there's room to $160 on that weekly. On the daily, you're really running into today the 200-period moving average, which deserves some respect because it's been a bit of a brick wall. Unfortunately, or I could say it's been an iron dome over the stock recently. But you can see it. Like, there's the dome. It's 3 tests, and you have yet to break out. So without it breaking here above 150 today, I think you're looking dips on it. 37 and 40 are the places I'm looking into. But yeah, it just needs to take out that 200-period moving average, which is close to, it's like 148 and a half ish. And it's already tested that and pulled back a little bit. So I would think there's going to be some dips today in Palantir just because of that resistance. But there's also huge breakup potential over the 150. I just don't think that's on a 930 play necessarily.
Yeah, yesterday when I was mentioning that all we had to do was sort of get over this 200-period moving average, I feel like it was a crazy thought. And then now today, it's right in line. And, we can all not like it because of the government contracts, but the commercial side of it is going to blow past the government side of it, right? And it's not all war-based kind of stuff that Palantir does, right? Obviously, when Alex Karp is talking, especially when this company first started going, in the last couple of years, their government contracts were, the part and parcel of what they were showing as revenues. And now all of a sudden, you have your total commercial revenue, $764 million, while government is $809, and one is growing extremely. I mean, one's growing at 150, one's growing at 90%, with the commercial one leading the way. So the next quarter, their commercial revenues will be higher, and that's because, and it's exactly what Alex Karp was saying, is that they're keeping the information private with your customers, and it's not a matter of spitting information into an AI. Like, the minute we take our CRM and we upload it into Claude, then Claude has all the information and is learning based on our processes, and then giving our processes to our competitors who are also using Claude, and so the next thing you know, everybody is just sort of in their same world. Well, Palantir keeps all that AI information in-house for the clients themselves, which is why, the government contracts are still going to stay there, and they're extremely sticky, right? And why the more adoption that there is for this whole AI sort of cloud and what exhaust comes from it all, the more people realize how they can implement some of the processes in their business, the more business comes to Palantir. And I mean, it's kind of, the cash is huge. Like that's the other thing. No debt or anything. Like, these guys, there's no fear of raising. There's no, even Google raised, right? I mean, they're doing their own thing, and it's nice that it is a software, so they don't have like huge capex or anything as far as all that is concerned either. So it's been a struggle bus, this year. I mean, there's no doubt that Palantir on the year is still red. Like, we started the year up here at 170 to 180. It's only at 145. There's been much better places to put your money. And honestly, like, I think this is a nice move up to 150. Depending on, how heavy your portfolio is in this name, it may be that. This is why I was saying 160. Like, if we can grow and, just like Microsoft, Microsoft came out, put a big middle finger to the shorts on their first day, and then continued to gain another, I think it was 30 or 40% on top of that move. So, Microsoft was up, I think it was, 15 or something like that percent on their earnings, and same as Amazon. And then we started to continue to push a little higher. That's kind of what I'm looking for in Palantir. And if we can get a 160, I think that's not a horrible area to think about trimming some out, on this play, because it has been a worry. This was just 110 not too long ago. So, yeah, Palantir, I mean, shout out to some of my friends there in the chat that had messaged and talked about Palantir and wanted to know if they should buy some. And I said, nothing wrong with buying a little bit there. We had to go through some ups and downs over the last little while, but Palantir is still a super strong stock that I think, will probably be bought into today. But for today's trade, you never know what's happening on earnings, so I would just say you want to look for pre-market breakdowns, so 143 break low probably creates this to tumble all over itself, because, and it's not to equate like Mitch did SoFi with Palantir, but SoFi's earnings, if we all remember, were this, whoosh to the downside, found it, and then just after the analysts were able to sit back and look at what the quarter was, and this spoke to Anthony Noto and so on and so forth, then the stock started to rebound upside, and so I just think that with Palantir, it's almost could be the opposite. You have a huge move up right here. We could come back in, settle somewhere, and then start to take off again. So yeah, the first initial move is higher. I hope it lasts. The expected move was 12%, and generally speaking, when we get a move higher than the expectation, the continuation does go forward there. But there we go, another TikTok, I guess.
Shout out to Danger Carlene. Thank you for the gift up on TikTok. Good morning to you as well, all our viewers, but especially thankful to the gifts that we got there and any of the messages. I also saw, of course, we had Volcanic as well with the super chat earlier. So we appreciate you. It's a good morning so far with that all-time high that we just sort of tagged into in the future, and we'll see. I mean, Besson was able to talk oil down, but it is rebound. I was just looking at it rebounding a little bit there, but you got to keep your ear to the ground all day long. It was a pretty good drop. It was like $7 on USO, but there was just a pretty decent rebound spike into some prior lows that we got to pay attention to. Well, around this time, or usually around this time, I believe we also have a certain someone who is heading up to the desk looking fresh and clean for some options action.
All right, guys, good morning and welcome. We're going to be taking a look at some options activity, a name that's reporting after the bell, the much anticipated AMD alongside SPCX. We'll get into that momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. But first things first, we're going to be looking at this $500 marker. I just want to point out the fact that now that this underlying is a little bit more expensive, the options activity has drastically cooled down. And so with the following as well. So, all right, guys, we're going to be looking at this $500 marker here, open interest, 2,200 contracts with volume around 3,900 open and closed on yesterday's session. All right, so this is interesting. We used to see tens of thousands of contracts traded within this specific name. That's not the case, so let's keep an eye out on this $500 marker. That's going to be expiring on Friday. Now, as for the spread, we're sitting on a $45 spread, and our Greeks here, Delta, sitting at that 43-cent metric. Our Gamma exposure, relatively cool, and our Vega down here sitting at 19. So we often talk about implied volatility, and we did a little shift. So I like what some of the individuals were bringing to me yesterday, and I thought that this would be more ideal for this specific segment. So what is our Vega? And I'll give a brief explanation here, is that so for every one, think of it as your delta. So for every $1 change in your underlying, your delta will change. Well, with your Vega, it's 1% in implied volatility. So when you have drastic upticks, you can see how your Vega can really increase the value of your contract. And then when it starts to cool down, the same thing as theta decay almost here, guys. All right, so let's focus on the contract itself. A solid session yesterday, guys, within this specific call contract. Once again, $500 expiring on Friday, 85% return right here. A little bit more, you'll get about 100% at the highs of the day. Once again, we are going to be reporting after the bell. Hence, you will see an increase in implied volatility. Moving forward, SpaceX, Sharif, we have this $120 marker on the call side of things. Now, as for the open interest and volume, things really cooled down. Now, right out of the gate, after the IPO, this name was in the top 3 and 4 of complete volume through all strikes out of all options and derivative activity, but it's since cooled down drastically, okay, guys? So 6,800 contracts, I don't believe that's enough to hold it up here. So if we do decide to go on a little bit of a rally in SpaceX, I do believe that this supply can be absorbed and the hedgies will unfortunately be underwater at this point. Now, as for our bid in the ask, guys, we're sitting on a $20 spread. Delta looking at 46 cents and our gamma exposure relatively cool. You can see our implied volatility at this point is a little bit cooler, slightly out of the money contract. Now, nothing crazy within the specific contract itself, guys. 81% from yesterday's open, but the majority of this contract has lost its value just due to theta decay. If you zoom out on this specific name, you'll see about 65 to 70% of the value is lost. So it's more or less a scalp that Travman, Ozan, and other participants in our chat will be looking for. Moving forward, we're going to be looking at a potential floor on SpaceX. So we found a supply zone at this $100 marker, guys. Open interest at 24,000 with volume at 18,900, all right? $10 spread, so the liquidity is there. Delta, always keep an eye out on that. It's always going to be negative in regards to put contracts, 22 cents. Your gamma exposure light, and then you can see our Vega also relatively cool, but as we get upticks in implied volatility, don't forget that is going to increase, especially if we exceed our expected move. You'll see an increase within your Vega, and then that will be reflected upon your options contracting. Now, as for this specific name itself, from this peak to the local low, it did lose about 50% of its value, but considering SpaceX was on a slide for the past couple of weeks, you can see the appreciation within this specific contract itself. SpaceX, $100 floor, 120 potentially for some supply, and then also AMD, $500 marker. Let's keep an eye out on it. Send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe. And man, it's a great day going into the earnings already for AMD. Almost 5%. The upside, kind of getting the bounce with the rest of the market. They're going to be, I mean, it would be hard pressed for them not to have a strong quarter when Intel already showed you how that GPU is doing for everybody. So, you know, we kind of got the indications that things should be pretty rosy for AMD in the report tonight. It's just a matter of sort of exceeding the price action, because even with yesterday's rally, today's gap up, AMD's actually right back to where it was Friday morning. And that's, you know, yesterday it had a very sizable bounce. Like, it was sitting down at 455 at one point. It was able to get up like $35. So, you know, just keeping in mind that we haven't even broken away from Friday's levels on AMD gives it some actual room to continue to go. But the thing about it, if it was post earnings and it was gapped into this, you'd be thinking breakout. But before the print, I think you take a little bit more of a cautious tone. And then regarding, you know, the name that might have given us an indication of how things might go for AMD, it's a very similar story for Intel. Like, Intel rally yesterday, gap up, and it's also still beneath where we were Friday morning when it just dump fested off like $98. So like, there's still another leg that has to get taken for both these names, and they're kind of related as competitors here. But if you're not really breaking this today, that was a heavy sell zone there on Intel. So the markets are back at the highs, but there's a few names that have to clear out from some of those Friday levels, and it is worth watching them at the open, because if you get a topping tail like you did on the 15, well, you know, respect the fact that it might be up 5%, but you know, if they sell the same 97, 98 zone on Intel in the first 15 minutes, it makes it difficult for them to participate.
I'm already writing down some NVIDIA here. Like, you know, you're up 1.6%, 1.7%. You know, any kind of a pullback into the 200 period or something like that could be bought. So I've written down 207. That was yesterday's sort of closing area. I don't think we dipped down into that, but you never know. Right off the jump there, if we do come back in, this 20, 208, 209 sort of top that we've taken out right here is definitely something that we can look at in the spot. So 208.50, 207, an area for NVIDIA. I like it. We have numbers at 8:30, and Adara's going to give them to you right about now.
It's 10 a.m. here, bigger numbers of the day with the JOLTS job openings, but here at 8:30, goods trades balance for the month of June. So it's going to be coming in here, forecast negative $73 billion, prior negative $77.6 billion. So we're expecting a slight decrease here, I guess, on a month-over-month basis. Coming in here at negative $73.3 billion, again, estimates of $73 billion. So pretty much in line here with estimates. Again, prior print here, negative $77.6 billion. Not much of a market reaction here on the SPY. While we're here, though, let's talk about Snapchat, SNAP. This was an earnings name, actually pretty good reaction of earnings, still poised to open slightly higher. And aspects of this report were good. Other aspects, including, maybe stagnant DAU growth, not so much, Sharif.
Yeah, and the upcoming lawsuits, Adara, it's all the social media companies are going to have to deal with this at some point. So let's go through the earnings report. So $1.6 billion in revenue, EPS, a negative 10 pennies, but that was better than the negative 12. Let's talk about their subscription and direct revenue, though. So their advertising revenue, which they're known for, grew at a modest amount. We're talking about 9% year over year. That's not bad, right? But when we look at their direct revenue, this is what caught my attention. Direct revenue includes things like Snapchat Plus, memory storage, Lens Plus, more on that in a second. That ripped up 85% year over year. Now it's bringing in $316 million of that top line. And guess what? With that 20% now, accounting for 20%, only 3% penetration of users is now accounting for 20% of the revenue. That's a good combination to have, because if they can grow that 3% number, that top line number can grow substantially. Let's talk about their efficiencies, though, because they were one of the companies that talked about how they're going to use AI to kind of improve efficiencies. They're already doing that. They've saved about 30,000 engineering hours using Gen AI, and that's reduced the total customer support ticket volume by about 62% year to date. Not a bad look at all. Infrastructure and AI CapEx. They're going to spend about $1.65 to $1.7 billion. And the reason why is they have a September 16th Specs AR glasses event where they're expected, of course, to release their latest version of the AR and smart glasses, which is taking on with Meta. So look out for that. But this is what I was showing Joey when it was up here. There's a marked shift in the demographic of who's using Snapchat. I always associate this with like high school students and stuff like that. But their fastest growing segment is 35 years of age and older is the fastest growing category here. And then, as I mentioned, Adara, the explicit management warning about the contingent liability with respect to lawsuits. Evan Spiegel saying, look, there's going to be several upcoming U.S. court trials where youth and safety regulatory scrutiny as well will be in focus later this year. He says that could require fundamental product changes as well as regulatory compliance costs. So some possible money they might have to dish out.
Well, the one interesting thing here, Sharif, and again, I'm not going to ever say the lawsuits are a good thing, but if you've got, apparently a lot of older users, do you think maybe if there are already lawsuits that go against them, it's not going to be as big of a hit as to their user base as it would be for, say, an Instagram where you do have a lot of young
Going forward, sure, but the damage that's been done has been done, right, for the users who are bringing the suit, and those changes weren't around. So I see your point going forward. It limits liability, but it doesn't limit liability for the past history.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about SNAP today, guys?
A couple of thoughts, but before that, just quickly, Wayfair did report and it was up like 18% on a top and bottom, like EPS beat and then a sales beat as well. So, they've got just what you need apparently with Wayfair. I don't know if Snapchat does. The thing about Snapchat, like that last line about, well, it wasn't maybe the last thing that was said, but 35 plus is the fastest growing segment. I don't necessarily see how that's a badge of honor. Realistically, and if it's coming down to the word is that they're not spending crazily and showing some discipline when it comes to this, when it comes to the wearable. But at the same time, if that's what we're leaning on here, okay, so what do we like about this that over Meta? The 8% short float? It's not 20. It's not even 15. I think that would be a little bit more exciting. Don't get me wrong. Like it's a pretty decent bounce. It found a bit of a level of support, but notice a pattern here with Snapchat. when it's made a low and then tried to bounce. Like, look what the sellers are doing every single time it makes a bottom and tries to bounce. They're like, oh, yeah, that's as far as we're going, and we're not going any further. It failed. You just go back to 2020, late 2024 and 2025. It failed the 200-period moving average. It then made a new base at $8. Failed the 200-period moving average. It then made a base and held $7. Failed the 200-period moving average again at $9. Then it made a base at $4. Hasn't even gotten to the 200 this time, and is starting to reject. Well, showed rejection in around $6. So I look at that and say, well, I don't know. It's telling you sell 6 if it gets there. If it doesn't get there today or post earnings, I mean, it's already gapped down. So it also has the look for a potential like pre-market high fail break as well on Snapchat. It's not a hate or anything. I didn't see anything that got me all that excited about Snapchat whatsoever. So yeah, I'll be looking for an opportunity short. I don't think it gets that's 6 on the daily chart. You're going to need to rally 10% to get to the resistance on the daily. So I think for today, you're looking at something like false break of the pre-market high or like downtrend continuation. But yeah, I'm not bullish on Snapchat at all.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's 9% short float. So you also have, that as part of the story here where, initially takes off because of the numbers and the report and, people caught short. So that's the punch out. It has come back in. I'd say you just want to look to see if we can break through yesterday's high there. Snapchat's really, like I said, in my experience, and it's nothing to do with the 35 plus age, it's to do with like the, 12 years old age. And that is that Snapchat is heavily, heavily used in the schools and everything around here, whether or not you like it or not, that is what's happening. So, you just got to be careful with all of that momentum possibly moving forward. Like if those kids continue to use Snapchat through, their years, then yeah, the platform will continue to be strong and they will have some support from the ad revenue business. And I don't know, they were one of the first ones to start about the glasses. That didn't really work out very well either. So we'll have to wait to see if Snapchat can get going. I'd like to see it obviously break above that $6 mark. But yeah, I don't know. We don't really trade it too heavily on this show, but I think today with 3 million shares, it's probably worth a look. And whenever there's a gap, we say play back to VWAP. Well, it's going to do that anyways right there. This is pretty much, I think, what the expected move was. It's underneath it. I would say it was 6%. But yeah, I think the quarter justifies a beat and a raise. So I think that's nice. So down into $5 to me would be the stopping spot. So if you somehow break below that and the quarter all of a sudden is no longer loved, then we can go short. But for now, I think you go long until you break in and around these areas that we had seen yesterday where it finally caught a bid. So 490 or so on Snapchat. But yeah, it's still up 6%. I like the stock down here if you can get it around that $5 mark. And then you just sort of use some of these lows as you're out. So let it come back in a little bit. NASDAQ's still super strong here today. And, we've seen a battle back in many names off of, negativity. Like Meta was just $520 or $530 not too long ago, up to $580 again. It was $680 not too long ago. So, some of these social media names, catches tailwinds and headwinds. So let's see what Snapchat story is here today. Up 6%. And yeah, I think the 9% short float is something interesting to look out for as well. But yeah, interesting day today. Meta down, Snapchat up. Some of those Mag 7s, we already looked at those. Like a lot of them are down today.
Yeah, Apple's flat, but the rest are down.
Yeah, the focus is, and that was different yesterday, right? Yesterday, Apple was the only red name in the Mag 7. What about Tesla? I guess that's down as well. Like I can't
actually,
feel,
maybe not Tesla.
Today I can't feel my arms or my.
I think Tesla's actually up.
So it's all good here today. Tesla's up.
Tesla's up.
So Tesla's one of the up names.
I keep not including Tesla when I'm thinking about the mags anymore, which is wrong. But in some ways, it does kind of do its own thing. Like it almost feels like it would be better to throw Broadcom in there somehow. Like if we're really, yeah, it doesn't. Not that it makes a difference, but I tend to not think of Tesla in the mags anymore. But I actually like Tesla today. It's got deliveries aren't a big deal, but that 25 level got broken out. And that can be a big one there. I see TNMG as a small capper that's, excuse me, on the radar of some. It just caught, Well, there was somebody trying to buy it through the volume-weighted average price a second ago, so that's usually a pretty big level. Lost to VWAP, now it's trying to break back above, but might be failing again. Over 100 million shares on this penny stock, so this one has a really good chance to get to that quarter billion mark, maybe even a little bit more than that. So yeah, good look over here on TNMG. Sorry, say again, Sharif. Which one?
VE.
So he's also saying that's Sharif is also mentioning MOVE. Of course, I don't even type the E. Is moving. Well, there's a penny stock if you like it. Above VWAP, you've got move up 100%. So there's always something for everybody. Corvex. I want to see what's the float on this sucker. What do we got? 27 million float. Decent. Not a lot short here on move. And they signed a multi-year agreement. That's the NVIDIA one for MOVE. So yeah, you got penny stocks. You got this one with an NVIDIA tie-up here. So you got to pick your poison. Above VWAP and trending higher. And the other thing too, but anytime you look at these, sometimes you just have the ones that aren't as abjectly disastrous on the daily chart. Like they still have their pump and dumps, but like they're making a solid base. So that can be interesting. I just always want to double check to see if there aren't just a bunch of reverse splits here skewing things. So I'm gonna go to eSignal. Yeah, you got a couple in there. You got a 1 for 10 and another one. So this is a name that while upward trending, it has done like the gap reverse. It has done the split story as well. So you got to be careful when you're holding on to ones that are going to be able to do that to you. But yeah, so far so good. And the market just chilling out at the highs. Chilling being the key word, Randy, as we go back to the desk.
We're going to take a look here at Apple, AAPL, a name that I know Sean and Neil just mentioned here. But there are some more updates, Sharif, with this trial. I know you've been watching closely the OpenAI Apple trial here when it comes to, I guess, trade secrets, right? This has been a whole thing now. There's been a preliminary injunction being asked for by Apple as this lawsuit continues.
Yeah, more details today, Derek, coming out from when last we spoke. So let's get right down to what we're looking at here. Apple seeking a preliminary injunction against OpenAI, its hardware subsidiary, IO Products, more on that in a second, as well as former Apple execs. We're talking about Tang Yu Tan and Chang Liu over alleged trade secret theft. So it's not just one entity or one person, it's a plethora of people and entities here. Just to give you guys some background information, this individual, VP Tang Can, he was telling interview applicants to bring in Apple products as a sort of pseudo show and tell during their interviews with the OpenAI. And he specifically instructed them to do so. And that's what the filing here alleges. There's also active post-departure network access. We know that Chang Liu, he exploited an authentication flaw to access internal servers after leaving. He downloaded over 1,000 pages of data, a proprietary technical data that they can prove, by the way. And then he kind of stupidly, to be honest with you, messaged a cohort of his. He says, LOL, I found I can access the network storage. So funny. I mean, talk about not covering your tracks. But Johnny Ive here, he's not implicated personally, but his IO Products company is. And that's what we're talking about here. So the preliminary injunction and the expedited discovery process that Apple is actually asking the court for here specifically targets IO Products, the hardware venture founded, of course, by Johnny Ive and acquired by OpenAI for $6.5 billion. They're demanding immediate depositions from its corporate representatives. Just from my experience, when you do something like this, you're worried about the destruction or the loss of evidence, right? And that's the point here. We got to get it quickly before there's any sort of foul play. And then there's also the systemic gutting of the core iPhone design groups. So OpenAI specifically targeted Apple employees in the Apple Watch and the iPhone division to the tune of 400 individuals. About 10% of those 400 are under investigation by Apple, by the way. So in isolation, it's not illegal to do that. But when viewed as a whole with the Tang Yu Tan, the what's his name? Chang Liu and his actions over there, and then you view, sort of OpenAI's gutting of Apple's teams all under one umbrella, it builds a pretty interesting picture. But in isolation, it's not illegal to hire from your competitors.
Now that we've gone into this case here against OpenAI, what's the case for or against trading Apple today, Sean?
I don't know if there is a case against trading Apple. I mean, the only thing about Apple that I'm worried about is this $300 level, because I think it's a buy. Like, I'm worried obviously about, the China risk there. Their guide forward wasn't the greatest. We are worried about the cost of the iPhone. And if they're pushing forward some of the, extended, pieces here, including the memory, including their screens, like they've talked about how, things are going to get a little more expensive. And then we worry about the supply side of it too. Like, what if the demand is there for the iPhone 18 and they can't build enough of them? And then, that's a little bit of an issue as far as that is concerned. But I do like the lack of CapEx spend there. I do like the fact that they have this huge moat with as many install base users that they have there in Apple. I think it's a buy, and I don't really see, honestly, a reason not to buy it. I mean, yesterday it was one of the names that was down, and so it's causing a little bit of concern, the fact that the selling pressure is not necessarily off of Apple yet. But, for all those reasons I just talked about, they missed on their services, which is not great. And they did warn of, potential slowdown there in the supply side. So we'll have to wait to see if the demand can match and exceed current demand. And if so, then do they have enough phones to go around? And we didn't really hear anything about that Fold, I don't think. And I thought that new Apple, I think that's a whole other segment that could be something strong for Apple. And that is, that whole foldable phone getting more like a mini iPad there, and see how that winds up working. I think there will be a lot of adoption to that, but that will take a couple go arounds, right? I'm not sure everybody will hop right in there and buy that. But as far as stock is looking, you're underneath the 200 period moving average. I'd love to get above that and sort of say, you know what, let's run this 303.50 and then hit it to the long side. Yesterday was my number one stock to trade, but it was only because we had waited for these dip down opportunities and then found this little bottom right into there. And we hit it once, and then we hit it twice, and then that third time it didn't work. And I believe in the afternoon, it was an okay idea to go short there off VWAP. So yeah, right now it's kind of just bundling down here. I think a key price is going to be 300. I mean, that's natural. And I just don't think we get there today. So for me, it's like a rip higher through this 303.50 kind of closing area, and then Apple joins the party. I mean, the Nasdaq's up 1% today, so Apple should join that, and the ES also up 0.3. So yeah, I like Apple. I just think that day 3 here, is this day 3 or maybe day 4 off of their earnings report? So we had it on, it was Thursday night or Wednesday night, and you had Thursday, Friday, Monday. So today, so today being Tuesday, we're starting to think about potentially coming in and buying Apple. But we do keep seeing in the chat, and if the reads are right, we have the right setups, but of course we have the wrong size, okay? So here's the truth. You've all got the skills. Your account size is just too small. Trade Funder has changed that. 100K for stocks, 25K for options, and that's today. You get to keep 80% paid every single Friday. Never risk your own money. $99 to start, and it's refunded if you're good enough to have a first qualifying payout. So it's free, guys. You can start in an hour, no evaluation, no background checks, just you and the size that you are looking for. Scan that QR code on your screen. It's tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options on that platform. And again, get involved in the next hour with those guys. Scan it, let us know what you think of it. Put some comments there in the chat. But again, there it is right there. Scan that QR code. Let us know about Trade Funder. We want to thank them for sponsoring the first hour of the show. We also want to thank Joe for always running down a great market overview with the upgrades and downgrades, and it's going to happen now. And I like the new look. I mean, we're really starting to step it up there.
Level up.
And see how it's market downgrades, and notice the colors are red, so it's very,
it should be.
It's a very elite level, kind of next level stuff happening over there. So let's go to the back and find out what the handsome man wants to talk about.
Thank you, guys. All right, yeah, I figured we'd keep it correlated here with the downgrade and red, guys. At the top of our list, let's take a look at some of our analyst actions. Yes, surprisingly so, Walmart with the downgrade here today, guys. by Oppenheimer. So we're getting an outperform rating to perform. Now, with no specific target here, but the firm stating some headwinds here in the U.S. pharmacy business, which could drive a comp shortfall. Now, we're negative 1.5% here this morning. The firm also stating that it sees a less compelling outperformance case for the company in the near term. Now, moving forward, we'll take a look at another downgrade. Nike on the list once again here, guys. A couple of issues with this company. Once again, we're down 3.4%, but JP Morgan giving them the downgrade, also lowering its price target to $47, going from a neutral weight to an underweight. But I believe the major issue here is China, guys, facing a $1 billion revenue headwind in China based of online retail terminating all sales. So that's a big issue. We've already seen the decline in sales within China as well too. So not a good look for the athleisure wear giant. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some more positive things, Katina, man. Palantir at the top of our upgrades list, up a staggering 14% in the pre-market. Fantastic report and a lot to talk about, which we will throughout the whole intraday session. Now, a $245 price target, that is up from $200. Citi giving them the nod. We're holding on to that buy rating as well too. So the company had revenue growth to 93% in Q2, and its profitability set new records, also raising current quarter guidance. That's most definitely going to help you with the double-digit gain here this morning. Now, moving forward, we'll take a look at Snapchat. Snapchat getting the approval with a neutral weight rating, a $6 price target. Wells Fargo giving them the nod. You're up 6% here this morning. Although a buoyant digital ad market, we're not saying that the turnaround is complete just yet, but they're clearly on the right trajectory. The firm also citing a beat and a raise quarterly, but notes it is unclear how much of it is outperformance is structurally based or just temporary. World Cup helping the flow within Snapchat as well too. So there is your market upgrades and downgrades, guys.
Thank you there, Joe. And I see Nike got that I'm calling it like the Freddy Krueger or the bleeding swoosh logo continuously. I suppose until it breaks out of this malaise, that's just how it's going to be. But yeah, not looking very good. I guess I can show the PA chart here for Nike. I mean, the good news is Nike has not lost the fresh 52-week low underneath $40. And the bad news, of course, is that it seems like it's destined to do it almost any time. So yeah, lower highs just keep getting put in. It can't hold above the 50-period moving average. It's close enough that I think you're starting to get there, that you're looking for that flat bottom break on Nike. And $40 is just a stone's throw away for this stock. Yeah, not looking too good whatsoever for them. It shouldn't be too big of a surprise, I don't think. And it doesn't help when the AI trade goes back on, because I feel like there's a better chance for some bottom feeders or names of different sectors, like in this case retail, to go when people are selling things that have been running. On a better note, and I'm not saying this is like the greatest thing of all time, but one of these team names is, I'm talking about Lululemon, is actually above the 50. Don't look now, but it's above the 50-period moving average, and very subtly trying to make a bit of a breakout. So one of these two beleaguered names is actually doing a little something off the lows, and it's not Nike. Sorry, Nike shareholders, of which I'm not one. But I don't own Lulu either. I've traded it a couple times, but at least it's doing something. There's a there on the chart as opposed to Nike.
Yeah, on that Lulu earnings report, we thought that it was a little bit of a kitchen sink, and that went down to 104, and now it's at 120. So there you go, 20% increase there in Lululemon. So that's been a nice one there. I have on my sticky note today the Walmart short there. You know, I like that downgrade. I think it makes sense the way the stock is moving. And I think this is going to be good buy zones here, like around 100 flat or so. But that's still 9% lower from here. And this is the area that I'm looking at, 111. So if we can short Walmart, I'm just putting the sticky note together right now. Underneath 111, I have it on there today. So we'll see if it gets that potential bounce zone as well, right? And that's kind of what I want to look at. I don't know if we want to smash this 108 short. I don't think there's enough in, like, it's just a downgrade. It's not, the end of the world here for Walmart, but definitely not performing like some of those other retail names. We looked at Target, Urban Outfitters, some different names like that. I mean, Walmart's just a completely different beast. They're just huge. And it's just right now, not much love for WMT as the focus has been put back on, high beta names that will move with the market and give you a little bit of alpha as we talk some college there, alpha, beta, so on and so forth. The U.S. adjusts tariffs on products such as welding machines.
Welding machines and
all right, so the industrial revolution is paused or continuing there as we have now tariffs on such products. And yeah, I mean, look, I think people, especially in the United States, you want those heavy machineries to be built there. And so I would think that would make a lot of sense to tariff, machines and machine parts coming in from other countries. So I think that's good. If I knew what DOCN was, I could have a thought on it. So let me just have a look here. Digital Ocean Holdings. Yeah, I mean, this seems like a decent stock, DOCN. I don't know if
they reported this.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if they reported again there.
The call's happening right now on Digital Ocean.
Maybe take it easy until you get some of that call in.
But they did, so they beat on EPS. Looks like 45 cents versus 26 is a pretty good beat. And then their sales was a slight beat, 281 versus 279. They raised their guidance, so that looks good. So a beat and a raise here, but with the call going on now on a stock that's done 500,000 shares, that's about as, be a little bit cautious here because I don't know. I'm looking at beats and guidance raises, and you're seeing DigitalOcean down 9.5%. So you're going to try to digest what's going on in the call. Like, what are they hating about this?
Yeah.
For it to be down 9%, because at the first glance. And it's not always about beating expectations, but like how many other names we've seen this exact profile pull back off the highs, and then they're ramping on their beats on earnings. So for whatever is holding this down, you're probably going to want to find out in the call what's dragging on it, because down 9 points is not what you want to see. Not in a relief rally environment, not with the market up. And it's a bad look. Like usually we'll say when cohorts are all going upside, you pay close attention to who's getting the reversal, and it looks like, unfortunately, they are one of them. But yeah, the call's on now, so it's probably going to be done by the time of the open. Usually you would think so, and then you can get a better read on what's causing the move downside here.
Let's talk about Pfizer here. A quick injection of PFE earnings ahead of the rundown, which will start imminently here. Pfizer, this report itself was not bad. Guidance, if I recall, was a little bit tepid going forward here for Pfizer, and their revenue has been kind of stagnating, more or less in a range over the last couple quarters here, Sharif.
Not much of a product pipeline, Adair, and even when they acquire their way into new products, it's growing okay, 18% for this new PAD7 Nurtec, which is not bad, but it's not really being offset by the loss of the exclusivity, their patent expirations, which of course have a life duration. Look, 2020 Q2 earnings report here, $15.03 billion ahead of the $14.4, 77 pennies EPS ahead of the 68 expected, but that's adjusted. So when we look at GAAP, as we typically do, they lost money. They lost about 4 pennies per share when we're looking at GAAP EPS here. That was due to a $4.3 billion non-cash intangible asset impairment charge. Don't know what it's for. COVID-19 also factoring in here. They cut their COVID-19 Paxlovid guidance from $5 billion to $4 billion, but that's being raised by non-COVID-19 products, which they think is going to offset by $1.5 billion. And they're going to save money, Adair, $2.5 billion cost reduction plan there through 27 to 29.
How are you guys feeling about PFE here?
I don't know. I spent the time looking at the Merck chart because it's just better. It's true. I don't know what to tell you. Like, everyone's got a patent cliff. Everyone's got those concerns going forward and is finding a way to function and be better. This has been, they're just a dog right now, Pfizer. So like I don't know, you're not dividend chasing with this. Sometimes it catches a long enough consolidation that you get a bounce and then it goes like 10, 15% to the upside. Or, and this is a crazy thought because sometimes you have to think outside, or just buy something which turned into an uptrend. Like there's plenty of names that have been fantastic. I don't want to get into. We talk about all the strongest names in the group all the time, but like you remember that Merck was in just as bad of a malaise as well, and then since the beginning of this year, or late last year, has been breaking out. And you can buy dips in this. It's been trending higher, and Pfizer just continues to go sideways. So I don't know. I mean, what do they say? Like insanity is the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting a different result. So expecting a bounce on Pfizer at some point becomes insanity, especially when other names have been doing just fine. So yeah, take Merck. Adam James Abroad, thank you for the super chat here. NUWE, small float, big short percentage, and news. New Ellis, didn't this go the other day? I feel like we have a lot of like repeat. Maybe it was a different name.
What was it?
Yeah, I felt like this one made a move recently.
They did move recently. You're correct, Neil. It was last week.
Dara knows. So they reported 9 days, but Nuvelis expanding capabilities of Aquadex smart flow system into broader extracorporeal therapy platform. The float is 90,000. Huh? The float is 90,000 shares. Wow. Okay. Well, it's probably like reverse splits. So, probably reverse splits. And if it's really that small, those are probably reverse splits. You kind of know the drill with these. Have fun in them because I'm willing to bet these guys will probably want to reverse split or do some kind of an offering so that it can resume its usual. But yeah, it looks like they do have a catalyst. It's a tiny float. It is breaking out the highs. Just be careful. Be careful. That's a habitual line stepper. That bad boy over there.
We put up, I asked everybody what they're trying to trade today. We're looking at Palantir and Caterpillar. Not one person mentioned Caterpillar, and we haven't really touched too much on that. But there you go. Dane Generous is saying Palantir is your guy. We like that. ONDS, Ondas, getting a lot of love on the feed as well. Dave Clark, the same kind of thing there. UMAC, Microsoft, there in ONDS. And then our guy Dustin is loving gold, everything gold. I responded to that one as well. Palantir, I like Amazon there, so that's a good one there, Keith. We can look at Amazon. Staying on the Google trade, I never think there's anything wrong with getting in and out of Alphabet. I think that could be a really great trade there. And Cater on the news as well, very much where I am on the sticky notes now out. Pretty much, I have everything as a long, and then I have Walmart as a short. So I forgot about USO actually. That's probably going to be a decent short now today as it's starting to go. And then here we go. I missed this one. You mentioned Caterpillar there, Northwest Sasquatch. I also like the Nvidia trade. Gavin likes Intel. I said watch out for Intel at $100 break. That could be something interesting. NVDL. So there's a levered name there, 2 times long for Adri trades. They're also looking at Palantir. What my thing about Palantir is, so here's ONDS, by the way. A lot of people loving some Ondas. That's a NASDAQ name. So let's go over and have a quick look at that one. But thanks for everybody for participating in that little lookout there. But yeah, good name from yesterday. I was saying this is getting a lot of love on the feed. Nice strong name there yesterday and a nice pull today again for ONDS up 2.5% and interesting levels breaking out through. Would love to see a 9 break. I think if we can get a 9 break on Ondas, we could actually push that through and potentially get up into this 1150, which would be that next sort of area. And then on a good upgrade, downgrade, whatever. I'm not sure if they've reported yet. That's a nice move through into 1350. So that would be huge to go from 8 to 1350. But first take here, this $9 break, like get all this garbage out of here over the last month, get above. It's actually like 875. We can actually get exact 880 there, I think, on that little break. And then, supported by these bottom candles as well. So yeah, 880, 870. We're getting really close to that right now for Ondas. And no surprise there that we dropped off of that 870. So good spot there for ONDS. We'll see if it can get going back up to the upside as well. All right, it's 9:02, running a little late on our rundown. So let's go back over the desk. We have a new watch list. Let us know in the chat there what you guys think of the new formatted watch list. We'd like to get some feedback on that. And yeah, pretty clean, pretty easy to read, I think, but different, right? And when things are different, it takes a minute. So, get a quick look at that and let us know what you think of the new watch list. Yeah, I should be buying the QQQs today as well. So good look on the futures. We'll be doing that. Ricardo Senior Trader there in the chat. But 9:03, back over the desk and let's get this started.
757 and 2/3, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY, but we just wicked into all-time highs, not by a lot, but by a little here. 760.93 is the all-time high on the SPY. We're right back into those late May, early June 760 highs, so that's going to be, of course, R1. We're going to look to clear and hold. We're above it right now, 760, but we got to hold it at the open or to kind of use it as support. So we're going to say 760 is going to be R1. If we clear that, you know, it's a blue sky setup. We've never been up here before. If we start selling off, who knows what happens? 755 is support.
As we said, guys, we have a brand new watch list. Please, sincerely, let us know what you think about it. And you can always sign up for this watch list for free. You can go right to your inbox. You can either use the URL that's going to be on your screen in just a second here. There it is. Or you can use the link in the description. This will give you info on earnings that reported or have yet to come that are going to be on tap. It'll give you a look at any economic data that's going to be in play today. For example, the JOLTS job openings at 10 a.m. So there's lots to look at here in the watch list. And at the top of the watch list, the top of everybody's minds today is Alex Karp and his AI giant Palantir. Massive growth, strong guidance. There's really not a lot of any negativity in this report beyond, as you mentioned earlier, Sharif, maybe shrinking regional dominance here.
Yeah, that's the problem, Madera. I mean, we talked about this on the midday show yesterday. Palantir is now starting to be viewed a little unfavorably by certain parts of, you know, the public, right? And you're seeing it on both sides of the political spectrum. That's what caught my attention. But let's talk about the earnings. That's what we're talking about right now. 1.94 billion in revenue, way ahead of the 1.8 billion expected, with EPS coming in. This is adjusted EPS coming in at 41 pennies instead of 34. That EPS was boosted by about 3 pennies per share as a result of their investment into SpaceX. Early investors they were, and they cleaned up pretty nice. But there is extreme concentration in the United States. U.S. revenue accounts for 81% of all their revenue. Now, it is broken up pretty nicely, about a 50-50 split when you look at government revenue versus commercial revenue. And that's something we've aspired for because they've been typically reliant more on government revenue. But listen to this, guys. I mean, their U.S. commercial revenue, almost 150% year-over-year bump. But when you look at their customer growth, 35% year-over-year increase in customer growth. So what they're doing is they're extracting more money per customer rather than growing their customer base. Something to think about. And then they're going to say they've got $9.2 billion in debt-free cash there. They got zero debt on their balance sheet.
Yeah, I think the zero debt is a good look for Palantir. Sean, I know you love this name. For both you and Neil, what are your thoughts on this from a trading perspective, as it's now apparently up 16% pre-market?
I don't like, yeah, no, I mean, it's a good name. I don't want to say, I mean, I thank you, Adair. I mean, I'm wearing the hat here, but I don't necessarily love this name as much as obviously we did when it was just getting going. I mean, now this is a pretty, it's hard to say it's a mature company as far as the stock market's concerned, but, you know, there's still 23 years. This is not like a brand new company here, although we only hit the market, I think, 4 years ago. But Palantir right now, like I had been saying, I still think it's worth trimming a little bit up here near 160. It does have some downside pressures to it, but now we've sort of justified, you know, there's no spend happening. They're sitting on, what was it, a couple $1 billion there in cash. So they're really liquid. The rule of 40 is crushing it for these guys here with Palantir. And it's just a matter of taking out this 200 period moving average, which is that's that next step. Like yesterday when we were down here and I said, you know, what we'll look for is the 200 period moving average. I did think that was a little unreasonable, but there we are, up 16%. I mean, we love the fact, and I sat here yesterday when we talked about Palantir pretty much at the same time, and it was like, okay, they need to come up with something a little different and not just so reliant on these government contracts. And it looks like they've done that with 149% increase now in their commercial side. And that's going to overtake. That's at 770 billion. The sticky and ever-growing government contracts are 800 million. So the next quarter, the commercial side will overtake it. And then you'll start to get a little bit of a reweighting on that, because not only now are they like, you know, B to G, like business to government, now they're like, you know, B to C, and they're starting to now definitely increase their presence on the safety and the security side of things as far as data is concerned. So I really like all of that. You know, compute's not going to be a problem. They're a software company. So as long as they just keep on, you know, pumping out, you know, that sort of back end that businesses need, and, you know, sort of their AIP continues to sort of drill higher in companies' needs and necessities. Once you're locked in, you're locked in. It's like NVIDIA. Like once you're using their software, you know, the GPUs are just another thing. Like, you need to have the software that combines the whole program together. And I think that Palantir now justifies that and has that. And ever growing now commercial can be sticky as well. So, you know, I think Palantir, as long as their prices remain affordable, they will continue to climb in this environment. And it's been nice to see Microsoft. So I would just give this, we saw Amazon and Microsoft have like a 3-day rally on good earnings. So let's just see. A little nervous, right? And so I think if we get back up to 160, that would be a spot that we could trim a little bit more of Palantir and just, you know, get into some different names again. But yeah, we really like the stock. And for today's trade, going to be tough. I'm always looking at the 200 period moving average whenever there's earnings, but the expected move was 12%. Now you're at 16. So there is a potential for a pullback here of a couple percentage points, which gets us into that low 140 mark. So yeah, I think first look is a look at VWAP, and then the next look is right here at 140 for now. So I like Palantir, and I think a big thing that's going to help this off the open would be whatever we wind up seeing right here. And right now we don't have NASDAQ names. They come at 925. So I just feel that in this space right now, this could come with a sell. And if it does, let it base, and then we can rip this thing a little bit higher. My best trades have still come like after 945. I think it's just the more calm down approach here to trading earnings names is the best way to go about it. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Palantir.
And it wouldn't be the first time with Palantir if it were in, it hasn't been as bullish as before, but certainly post earnings, when it has gapped in the past, we've seen the situation where it tries to pull the dip in. You throw in the fact that it got pretty darn close to the 200 period, which has been rejected. So I can see some profit takers. Prior highs set you up with the 140. That's why I'm looking at the same level. And it also, if it's going to have a confluence with, you know, aftermarket resistance and the 200 period, then all for it. At the time when he sat down, it was under VWAP and trending down at the moment, which made it much more likely that you would get a dip buy. But now that it's running, I don't want to be in. I'm not looking at this as a break because of that 200 period that's sitting there on the daily. But it is a good setup for PLTR. I just want to bring up a weekly chart if I can on Palantir very quickly, because on the weekly, if you confirm, because again, give it the 3-day rule, and that'll mean by the end of the week, we're going to be confirming that we're closing above this $140 level, and then that takes you into the 160. I just feel like the run to 160, don't want to try that breakout today. You're going to look for dips into it and inventory into the 160 level. It's a massive, massive level up there on the weekly chart. So I do think it might be a later in the week or possibly next week rally into that, or to test that 160 at a bare minimum.
We're going to talk here about Caterpillar, a name that I don't think is really often here on this rundown or on this watch list, but we have to talk about CAT. They had strong year-over-year revenue growth of at least 10% in each of its revenue categories. Overall revenue strong, EPS strong. They really didn't miss much here.
A record quarter, Adara. Record quarter, $20.54 billion in revenue. Sorry, the fly is around. Ahead of the 19.24 expected, with adjusted EPS crushing the expectations, 8.17 versus the 6.19 that is adjusted, though. There was a one-off impairment charge of about $140 million that brought that down, but still very positive. But look, AAPL factored in here. They got some money back, a little bit less than $400 million in tariff refunds, which of course are a one-line item. They did lift operating margins to about 20.9%. But the growth here really shifted from just simply price hikes, which Caterpillar has relied on in the past, to actually volume growth. And the volume growth accounted for $3.1 billion in increases, while the price hikes a little bit less than $600 million. So a lot of good volume increases, not just increasing the price on your current customers. And then their power and their energy segment. Goodness gracious, we've been talking about this a lot. You need all this power to power data centers, gas turbines, diesel turbines. And they are, well, at least a few months ago, they were in a 2-year backlog to get your hands on these things so they could basically ask whatever price they wanted. That ripped up 30% year over year and accounted for about $2 billion in their revenue. Last but not least, Adara, with all these price increases, all these volume increases, there's a lot of cash on hand. In fact, $4.4 billion, of which they put 2.2 back in the shareholders' hand vis-a-vis share buybacks as well as dividends, Adara. They have got $6.7 billion in cash, operating cash flow, free cash flow combined. It's a lot of money to have, especially when you need to grow.
Yeah, interesting look here for Caterpillar. I want to mention no moves on this, but just be aware here. NVIDIA just made an announcement with regards to AI guidelines. They said they're working with Cisco and CrowdStrike on drafting safe AI guidelines. If I get any updates on this, I'll keep you posted, but none of these stocks are moving. How do you feel about Caterpillar, guys?
I mean, they just confirmed the growth story is still there going forward. So, look, I love Caterpillar. It's like the two biggest non-tech holdings for myself are Lilly and Caterpillar. Now, I like GE Vernova to get even bigger, which is why I bought the dip there, not here. Wish I had them both. It is what it is. And that just is what it is. Caterpillar is going to end up bouncing more than Vernova has. With this earnings report is insane. So great numbers for them. Look, you're going to want to see, do we hold both two things? $900 was an obvious resistance spot. Zoom back in. Here was an obvious resistance spot going into the report. And then you get the 50 period. So a hold over that kind of confirms that we're all well and good after this 12% update. It's a massive day for Caterpillar in terms of percentage. So sometimes you will see that profit taking off of the open. So give the 3-day rule, hold 900, and then you're looking like you're all systems go. But what this does do is, I mean, it's giving confirmation everywhere. Like you're getting, it's all the chip names to the upside. You're seeing the memory names to the upside. And yesterday, NVIDIA had that 200 breakout. Now, I know it had broken 200 on Friday, but remember, a lot of that was like that afternoon craziness in the last little bit because of window dressing. But that 200 break was pretty clean. And then for continuation, I like this. I think it's a continuation play for whether it's chips. I don't care where you're looking in the AI play. Like Caterpillar, this is just a massive, massive beat for them. And I think there's going to be a moment where when we have another big drawback and you're reminded that yes, Caterpillar does have another core business and absolutely it is a fantastic company, but it is very much an AI data center play right now. The growth that you are getting and the rally that you are seeing is because of that. So, when we have the hyperscalers report every single quarter, when we have NVIDIA report, you remember where Caterpillar is lying right now, where it shows up on one of your sector boards is all well and good. Where it's actually and what it's actually moving based on is very different from what this stock was in the past. And you keep that in the back of your mind. But today, it's rising all the tides. So we love them.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking back. I mean, when we had our picks that we had made here, I was just looking at them, and it's right into here. And if you just go over here, I just want to show you that these are the picks. Like, and it's all about timing sometimes. Google, this was we made these picks. I don't know. I don't know if it shows it doesn't show the details of the date. But I was looking at it for Caterpillar to be long at 883. We did have that dump down. Just look at the big names on here, right? It's Microsoft's up 27%, and we put these all on. So 883. It was when we did this little game. It must have been in here somewhere, mid-July. Ish, 17th. Okay, so that would make sense. Yeah, that's right where we are right here. So on the 17th. So now you're the 17th over to the 4th. It's only 2 weeks in. Google, 17%. Microsoft, 27%. This Caterpillar number is now going to turn green today, right? So we're long at 883. It's at 931. Just trying to show you that there's like a lot of, and we have J&J and Qualcomm. Those names will be back to where they need to be as well. The idea behind all of this is just what a difference a report can do. It's not that we didn't know that Caterpillar was going to be strong. It just got hit, right? It got sold off. Everything got destroyed in that whole data center play. And we talked about the hedge fund getting blown up, Nebius and CoreWeave. We've seen those guys have 25% moves back up to the upside. So I don't think that necessarily Caterpillar, look, it was a great quarter, but there's still a lot of froth in this name. I mean, to get back to 1100 would be super nice. And, it's a recent, I bought this when I bought it so I'm long here at 880 as well. So that's a nice move to go to the high side. But Caterpillar was a $200 stock a year ago, and it is well cooking for all the reasons that Neil had mentioned there. It's just, when the wheels come off of this sort of build out, then yeah, Caterpillar is going to tank. So it's just a matter of trying to wait to see if we can get back up there. Then we'll probably, sell it and then, put it back into some sort of an index or something, or even the XLI, the industrial ETF. I'm excited about, getting my money back in a little bit more now on Caterpillar. I do still think it's a sell if we do have a little bit of an extension into 1050 new highs. We never like to, get out of everything when it's up to new highs, but I think for Caterpillar, just kind of like what we did with ARM. It went from 200 to 400 in like 2 weeks. That's a double. We're not going to get a double in Caterpillar, but if we can get a big aggressive move right there, I think we should potentially exit out of some of that position. But Caterpillar, very comfortable trade. I don't think it has some downside from here. Looks like it just wants to go higher, CAT.
Now it's time to talk about SPOT, Spotify, hanging out near pre-market lows. Almost the inverse Caterpillar here. Now, not everything about this report was bad, but they did miss on revenue. Some of their guidance was a little bit tepid. Overall, this is not nearly as clean of a report as the other two that we just spoke about here.
Yeah, it's not, but there was some good stuff. So let's talk about that first, and then I'll tell you where, hit the fan. 300 million premium subscribers now. That's about 7 million more than they had last time around, but they did miss on earnings, as Adira mentioned, 261 euros, that is, EPS versus the 280 expected. More on that in a second. But there is some weakness here now in the ad-supported revenue. So overall margins dipped in a little bit there. So while premium subscriptions grew nicely, 16%, no problem there, the ad-supported revenue only grew 3% year over year. And that kind of is bottlenecking a little bit some of the growth. Something to think about there. They did have record gross margins, but that was masked by a non-operational EPS hit. What is that? Well, they took basically a $655 million hit, which they're blaming on what's it called? And Forex headwind, as well as some tax accruals that they couldn't get removed. And also, their North American and their European markets, those are the two most mature that they have, growing a lot slower than their international market, which kind of hurt a little bit their MAUs, their monthly active users. But this is kind of what I liked a little bit here. Not liked, but kind of caught my attention. There's going to be new AI music monetization agreements here. So listen to this. So they finalized a new licensing framework that allows users to legally generate not just AI covers, but remixes, scripts, songs, and it establishes a direct royalty share split between the users, the performing artists, and the songwriters. So AI music coming to Spotify near you.
Yeah, if you guys remember what the stock did on that Universal AI agreement announcement, massive rally. So clearly, the stock likes this, users like this. Do you guys like this as a trade today here for SPOT? Also, this just came in, no move on this, but Ford announcing July 2026 sales. So.
Okay, well, remember it's the beginning of the month, so we get some automotive numbers, obviously. Tesla had their delivery numbers as well, but look, Spotify, yeah, they like that news last time to the same place, and where it's selling off and nothing has really changed here. You can see the lower highs, the 520 rejection. Doesn't matter, it's not going to get there today. So that kind of becomes an irrelevant level for Spotify. There's a lot of competition here. And you'd like to think some innovation. I think that they're trying to pull some levers that will allow them to get back to the type of growth where they can start pulling in more in their core market. But Apple, Amazon, are strong competitors that they have to deal with, who don't necessarily have to worry about those divisions making the money. They're just keeping you in an ecosystem. That's a tough challenge, tough road to hoe. It's not a flat bottom break, unfortunately. It's like 440 would be a much bigger level for it to break down that, and then obviously, it's not 420, it's actually 410. Those are two bigger levels. But if it was underneath 440, I would be thinking that that's like a short continuation. But it's just not quite moving enough yet. I think if we're going off script on an earnings name, Snapchat probably gives you a bit of a better chance to move around. So I'll be looking at that. But Spotify, it's a pass for me. I just feel like what are we getting out of Spotify that you're not already getting by owning Amazon or Apple? And then you get a heck of a lot more with those two names too.
Yeah, I was a Spotify subscriber maybe 20 years ago or something, and haven't really gone back just because we have the Apple, and it's just like it's all wrapped into one little platform there that we use on Apple. But at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of people that like Spotify, so it's been in this range, So I don't think why it can't get back into this $400 bottom, 420 possibly as a middle spot there. But yeah, down 5%. I didn't really look at this one today. Spread is always a little too, thank you, Rob, is always a little bit too spready for me, right? I mean, right now it's $5. We'll see how this name wants to open up. This is a New York name, so we can have a quick little look to see if there is anything on the imbalance locator there for Spotify. No, I don't see anything right now. And if there was, it was nothing super, outrageous or anything like that. So yeah, Spotify down 5%. Yeah, pretty good. I think if you're looking for the bottom, you want to see a 455 break. We just did break it. It held 452. So if you're caught long on this name, you're in a zone where it should hold, I would think. And breaking below this 440 would be a problem. But I don't think that's going to happen today. Down 5% Spotify. Not a name I'm super excited about, to be honest with you. So let's go back over and get another update here on U.S. China, something that will definitely move the markets.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some people in the chat here talking about some of these names. You've got the likes of AAOI, GLW, a name that I know Sean is interested in, LITE. A lot of these optical related names here moving higher on reports that Trump administration drafting a ban on U.S. imports of new Chinese data center hardware. Now, these U.S.-China tensions again heating up ahead of a planned visit of Chinese leader Xi to the U.S. This is going to get pretty interesting for a lot of these stocks and I think for the market as a whole.
Optical transceivers are what's in focus here, guys. COHR added to the list as well. So listen, this is a very interesting kind of attempt or approach by the Trump administration. They're bypassing commerce and they're going directly to FCC. And it's not just bypassing commerce, but they're bypassing the entire legislative branch. So rather than relying on the traditional export controls or, U.S. trade representative tariffs or restrictions being drafted through the FCC, they are being kind of covered by this, what they're called covered lists. It's the same national security mechanism that banned Huawei, that bans ZTE and these Chinese drones as well, and that it enforces an immediate import block without actually requiring congressional approval. So, fast tracking this whole thing. But look, CapEx here and deployment delays for hyperscalers. So what do I mean by that? So even though this buoys some the North American AAOI, LIT, COHR, what it does is it inflates the prices on the hyperscalers, your AWSs, your Azures, your Google Cloud, as they're going to have to pay more for their data construction costs. So something to think about there. It boosts one, but it hurts the other. So what I'd be looking for, possibly an increase in CapEx next time we get earnings from the hyperscalers. But there is a problem here with the North American companies scaling on their own if this Chinese ban goes through. So a domestic pivot is kind of constrained by critical substrate. Specifically, what we're talking about is indium phosphide, which is basically put in these laser chips, and there's a shortage in that's becoming more acute. And the Lumentum CEO, Michael Hurlston, he said that it's becoming more acute than the memory market constraints, meaning that U.S. suppliers can't instantly scale production to absorb the Chinese volume. So one of the Chinese holders here, he has about 27% of the global market share when it comes to optics. So something to think about there. I don't think the North Americans can just, start producing all that quickly.
And just be aware here, guys, I'm seeing a couple reports from Al Arabiya and Al Hadath suggesting that there could be an announcement made regarding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz within a couple hours or tomorrow. Again, keep an eye, potential Strait of Hormuz announcement. This could also be absolutely nothing, so just keep posted. But here's the NASDAQ. USO did actually move a little bit lower when we first started hearing these reports. As I get details, I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, thanks, Adair. That's the key. I mean, USO did actually break the low of the day on that announcement, so I want to thank you for that. Also, very quickly, 925 did hit some imbalances, not much. Snapchat, $500,000 to the buy side. IBIT, 360 sell. SpaceX, 300 buy side. Yeah. Google, 280,000 sell. Nike, that was a downgrade, and 200,000 to the sell side. That looks like, ONDS, I just saw
that
ONDS
sell on
there.
Google brought it down like
50.
$2.
Yeah, Google, 300,000, remember, keep in mind the stock price, right? So Google's a little bit more expensive. You want to see a bigger number. And, I guess people might care about Nokia at 1 million shares to the buy side. I don't think many are going to be trading day trading a coherent, pretty thinly traded stock. AOI could possibly be in play. These are great runs. But I think one thing to keep in mind is, that CMXT, the Chinese memory name, is not on any ban list or anything. But there's a tit for tat goes back and forth. Any expansion there, if they were even remotely considered to get on a list, would be pretty bullish for the SK Hynix and the MUs and the SanDisks of the world. So that's the kind of a headline that I'd be waiting for. If it did, that'd be a great ramp job. But for anything somewhat China related, I guess NVIDIA is not really China related, but hey, it's a good way to segue it into it. They just caught what could have been a buy imbalance. What just spiked NVIDIA up there? No, not really. Amazon, 300,000 sell. Palantir now 270. But NVIDIA just caught a bit and just broke the 211.
Yeah,
so,
wow.
Yeah, don't know if it wants to pull back into the prior day close, Prior day highs sit at 208.5, triple top on NVIDIA. So that can be another place to look. The market seems like it's determined to open at the highs after these imbalances hit.
Yeah, and why not? All right, a minute and a half to go. And yeah, I was just looking here at SpaceX. I don't see it here anymore, but it was on here. So yeah, SpaceX, there it is. What happens when the imbalance is there and then when it comes off. So up $1, down $1. I have it written down here on my note, and it was hopefully it's going to be a decent opportunity today to get involved. I want to thank everyone. I got to change this, man. Almost 600,000 subscribers right now to Trader TV Live. If you are watching, make sure you get involved right now. Say hi to us, and we'll say hi back to you there in the chat. NVIDIA long, SpaceX long, SoFi long, if we get that in a Walmart short. So a couple of ideas to look at right into there. But SpaceX, my long is not going to start till about 113, which was this little level right there. That's 112 into 113 from yesterday. We'll see if that winds up hitting. I'm sitting there with a bid on SpaceX. And then the name that we didn't cover off very much in the pre-market was SoFi. It's just the way this has been moving. I really enjoyed getting long there on SoFi back at $15 on its earnings day, or maybe it was day 2, right into here. That's 16, so it had to have been this day. Right down into there, $15, spiked it long. SoFi does have sort of the characteristics of making moves lower. So if that winds up happening, there's been some dip buy opportunities there, and it's always respected this VWAP. And right now, that VWAP's at $18. So we'll have a look at SoFi. I written down between 1770, just coming right back into here. I don't know if we'll break through right there. So if SoFi does make its way down, this first segment and opening bell is brought to you by VinFast. I want to thank them for sponsoring, ticker VFS. Please scan that QR code on your screen right now and go find out just a little bit more about VinFast. Okay, here we go. SoFi 18.20. We'll have to watch that one. NVIDIA is on a run, that's for sure, up to 212 right there. We like that, man. Past highs for NVIDIA, obviously 240. Looking to take out that 215 right there. And there goes SpaceX as well. Intraday record high right now happening on the ES. First time since June. There's SpaceX touching out again at 118.50. Looks like it wants to go. Yesterday we were thinking what the catalysts are for the long. I don't know if it matters anymore. The long is in off of 110 right now, up about that 8 or 9% there from yesterday's lows. We'll have to wait to see what earnings brings tonight for SpaceX. Should be an exciting look there.
Speaking of earnings,
NVIDIA making a move lower.
Lower, okay. Well,
NVIDIA, yeah.
Yeah, Palantir just blew out 148, so it's making another run at the 200 SMA on the daily. Is right about 148.5. So this is blasting after earnings. 19% now on Palantir. You just mentioned NVIDIA is dipping. Whoops, I almost typed in. It
seems irresponsible to go long up there on NVIDIA, on Palantir being up that much.
VWAP on NVIDIA is at just around 210. Forget about 209.5. It's going to be around 210 there. But Palantir just tagged 150. Huge. Remember, $150 is a big psychological level on Palantir. And if you go out, like we're at the 200 SMA on the daily. Do not want to be punching the top. What is Snapchat doing? Just want to quickly double check that name. That's trying. If this one gets to 6, that's the resistance on the daily, and it's starting to go. So Snapchat actually has a chance to be able to get up to that $6 level for resistance. It's like there's already a small cap or halt. Didn't take long.
Oh, yeah, AMIX, is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, HAUG, so. Another one as well. Okay, so, yeah, just watching out, like we said, their tags a very psychological level there of 150 and coming back in. We thought that Palantir, I was saying this, it has the ability to move, but also has the ability to take these levels and, come right back in. So I still think the long maybe 145 now. We just touched out at 145. I do want to give it a little bit more time just to breathe a little bit and see if Palantir wants to be that stock that we think it should be today. And that's an aggressive one, which it already is. That's its biggest move I just heard, I think, since April or something on Palantir there. I think it might have even been the tariff April. But yeah, Google. Since April 2025, yeah, there it is. So yeah, that is right. There it goes there. Google is ripping as well right here early. Still going to be down, but what a good take on that one. As I remember some traders in the chat there, and especially on my socials on Twitter, were saying they liked Google long. And yeah, staying with that trend has been completely correct, man. Good job on anybody right there with Google. And of course, we had talked about Caterpillar, how we liked it. We got this in our account at 888s, and right now it's been working out. So Caterpillar right now up 12%. And again, pretty choppy there with the spread, right? Oh, there it is. It's now finally open. So there goes Caterpillar. I was going to say something didn't look right there with Caterpillar.
Yeah,
and with
New York stock.
Yeah, New York didn't open yet. So now Caterpillar does have their $5. Look at the spread on Caterpillar, man. The spread on Caterpillar is $8.
Yeah, that's not day trading stock.
Yeah, so it is just, go look at there.
Actually, that's a good point to remind people. On New York stocks specifically, especially if they're in play on earnings, you might get a delayed opening print, and it can be very, very tricky to get in before an opening print. Actually, I think it was on Snapchat. There was one time on Snapchat where it had a bit of a gap. I do believe. And at the actually, I remember it was on open. And, if you shorted it, trying to get the pop on an earnings day a couple of years ago, it ended up like once the market opened up and NYC printed, it then halted up almost right after. Like you got destroyed if you tried to get into it. If you gambled the right direction, you were okay. But Snapchat is pressing into some of these highs. 575, 560. Sorry, $6 could be in play. Palantir doesn't seem to want to re-challenge that 150 again, so. We'll be a bit patient with them. NVIDIA is now looking topping tail candle, so it's really going to have to hold on to VWAP. If you didn't get early into a breakout, then it's about being a little bit patient. All right, here comes Palantir. Size on the 149 on PLTR, and here comes the 150 for a break.
Oh, really?
I guess this is where we're at. Is this one just wants to take this $150 level? 19%. 19.
Yeah, it's a wild one. I'll try the 150 break, but I don't want to get that excited about it. So I'll try it. We'll try to hold it for like $1, maybe $1.50 against us, and just see if it is a stock that wants to work out to the high side. I'm just nervous because it's already up so much. Like up 20% is an absolute monster move there for Palantir. And if it takes 150, look at the size.
It's gone.
Okay, it's gone. So we're long at 150 flat. Right
you
there.
Got filled?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're long there on Palantir. We're long 150 flat right there. So that moved up to the 70s there. So we'll take a little bit out in the 40s. We didn't have that high trade out right there. We'll see if we can get it now on Palantir. There it is. Go, 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 go. Yeah. So first trade so far, so good on that one. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. There was a huge amount of size that took out there on PLTR. And like I said, we were looking at a 160 as maybe the selling zone, but this is a monster move up now 20%. We're long on Palantir on that break. And I think that's the right way to trade it. You know, Neil mentioned there, okay, here we go. Well, now it's $1. So we'll go, yeah, $1 coming right now on that one. But I think that was pretty much the right way. There we go. We'll take the $1. It was a good test, and then a hold of VWAP down there, and then the re-break, right? And so those are the kind of trades that I'm looking for there on Palantir. So I did have that order in, locked in, loaded. We liked SpaceX to the long side, and you know, I was talking about that yesterday, man. There's going to be, like, if everybody knows that lockup is tomorrow, and we're all scared of everybody selling their shares, I mean, it's up 6% today. So this would be a great opportunity for those that are nervous hands. If you've traded off the lows and you're nervous about what earnings potentially could come from SpaceX, this is a great opportunity maybe to trim some. I don't know what the earnings are going to look like. I don't think they're going to look like anything. But SpaceX today.
Well, they're not going to be any earnings.
That's what I mean. I don't think they're going to look like anything. So we'll just wait. As I said yesterday, Neil was looking for some reasons. We gave some, and there's also negative reasons. So I just think this is going to be a real interesting report coming tonight on SpaceX. And but at the end of the day, it's congratulations to anybody right there. And I know, you know, Neil was going for it, missed it. That's what happens sometimes. I don't know how I got 150 flat there, but. We did. I just used that Frex, which is what I always.
No, I think I used the Nasdaq scan for some reason.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you didn't get it, but at the end of the day, whatever.
Frex is a better punch key.
It's a breakout for now, so we'll keep on trading it. But there it is, man. Palantir long 150. We're in it now, almost $2. So.
Oh, good. No, Hood's not at 90. Yes, it is.
Is that a low price for Robinhood?
Oh
no, it's good,
man,
right?
See, this is what OMAG. Is that OME hacks? OME hacks. In the chat just mentioned that breakout actually also happened on Robinhood. But you know what, Palantir, even if I missed it, that was the focus at the open. So you can only have so many level 2s open. But a big break on Robinhood, I'm going to imagine that if that is doing this, then SoFi is doing that and also looking strong. Webull had news. So Webull had some news this morning, so that could be worth a watch. All right, it might end just being, I thought we'd be going some longs first, but Snapchat decides it wants to get right to the top and try to pull in a VWAP or trace. So, yep, this will be the first one, unless NVIDIA decides it wants to test the volume weighted average price, which it doesn't look like it wants to at all. So, yeah, going to be looking at that Robinhood. Palantir's in play because of earnings, so obviously it's going to be a bit of a higher look than Robinhood, which didn't even have a story. But 5 points. It was strong yesterday with SoFi, so the entire fintech space looking pretty good. So I'm going to try and jump into that. Not SoFi, Snapchat to the south side. Just I didn't love their quarter, and if it's going to turn off of the aftermarket highs, then I'm going to take a shot.
All right, yeah. ARM up 10%. I'm seeing someone in the chat there.
It was 4.
What was it? I only saw someone in the chat. Maybe I'll double check. Right there. Yeah, 264 and change. For me, I don't have, maybe I have a quarter left or something. No, not that much. Maybe 10% left of ARM or something like that. So it's not like a huge position for me anymore. But we've done well on ARM. So Palantir is pulling back in. So I'm going to take another out there at 50. But we've got a lot of our outs already. I'm still in 30% of this. So I'm going to take one more out here if we can rip up back into 151. But this is a pretty big trader here today with the volume, man. 24 million shares for Palantir. I was thinking like when moon, but the moon's already happened. So I don't know if we really want to hold on to this for too much longer. We already have a 151.75 out. I think we can, the fact that now we only have 30% left is interesting. So I'm going to get another piece here at 72 if we can do that and just lower the exposure a little bit. Like, I don't necessarily love this if it breaks too much below this 150. I'm going to go 149.75 and get out of the rest of this and just not live to see another day or whatever, because this is the only trade we have, and it's been a great one. But I don't want to hold it all the way back in. And next thing you know, like, I'm wondering if it's going to hold VWAP or not. We can exit out of the trade. And there it is. Now that it's floating back upside, we've already taken some out, so we can be a little bit more conservative now with our ins and our outs. But Palantir, yeah, definitely the winner chicken dinner so far there. We do want to look at Caterpillar again. A good name. I've been, happy to be in it where we're in it. I still think there is a move higher on Caterpillar, but the interesting thing is right into the 50-period moving average there today. So something to look at 920. If we can hold the 920 marker at open, by the time it's closed, then I think we'll have a good little look there. And the other name, NVIDIA. SpaceX has gone for a jaunt upside, now back in a little bit. Oh, Walmart was the short. Maybe we should take advantage. That's okay. Not that I'm not saying that, just it's not there. I thought with the market ripping, we would have a Walmart opportunity short, but there's still downside there. And this is a good long, too, if you like Walmart at 108. But we'll try to play the short there. And AMD.
I tried pulling up a monthly of Walmart, but I couldn't get it to work.
Oh yeah,
That's because it's coming into some interesting levels. Unfortunately, my signal just didn't like that chart in particular. So double tap the top here on Snap. Just want to get it not just VWAP, but in through the pre-market high would be the play. Nvidia is still exactly in the same spot, but it's Intel. See, this is the thing. AMD reports tonight, but Intel already gave you the goods. They want this 98 in a big, big way. Trying to figure out why Intel is so much better than NVIDIA, which is not making new highs along with the market. I don't like to see lower highs on NVIDIA. Somebody's selling this at 211.5, and every time it gets to and just above 211.5, they're starting to reject it to said downside. So it doesn't seem like it's nearly as strong as I would like it to be over here on NVDA. You already mentioned CAT looking very, very good off the bat. And AAOI, Coherent, and some of those other names, they're starting to give it up a little bit. So they're underneath the volume-weighted average price, not really showing the strength that they had gapped up. Remember, these are pretty thinly traded. Like Coherent's not even much of a day trading stock at all. Yeah, NVIDIA is a bit of a disappointment so far. It's above VWAP, which I suppose is good. But I don't like that opening. I don't like that opening candle at all on NVIDIA.
No, I'm just fixing my earpiece over here. I've been just looking at Palantir and trying to massage this position a little bit. We have 25% left. I just held it for a good trade there at a 151.70. So now we're right here right now. I thought it was pulling back in a little bit. I have one more offer at 152, and then I have a 152.75, and we'll see if that wants to go. Is Google continuing its move higher here today? No, a little bit of a pull. Well, yes, but a little bit of a pullback right here on the day trade so far with 373 up to 371. So watch out there for Google and see what that's doing. Just a quick check on the notes again. We didn't look at SoFi. That would be another trade. And I think I'm liking the more calmed out approach that I have now trading. Just very, very laid back, easy, putting on one or two trades, explaining them all to you, showing the outs, showing the ins. and hopefully ringing some registers for everybody and myself, obviously, out there as well. And trade your own book. I mean, we just talked about Snapchat earnings, Palantir earnings. A lot of these plays, sometimes we stay away from them on earnings days, and sometimes the trade is there, right? So you got to be able to parse out what you're looking for. There goes Palantir, hopefully good right there. We just got 152s, so that was a good one. And there it goes now. Now we're $2 in the money on our Apple was the other one at 300. That was another one that I wanted to think about. Nah, I mean, so like this is how we lose early when it's very, very choppy like this, unless you're able to pick up some bottom there. Yesterday we had a great run in Apple, but then that run sort of came to an end there. As Apple kept on going lower into another up market. And there we go, man. The NASDAQ, someone asked me yesterday, will we get to the Qs 725 by 3 weeks? Well, I mean, now you're almost there. You're another couple percentage points away from a NASDAQ blowout here. So there goes the Qs to the upside. Was it Steve-O Tillman that mentioned Dell last time?
Oh.
Yeah, it would be Steve Tillman probably. My Dell call bought that day. 420 strike up 69%. Yeah, there it is, man. So what's up, Dave? Yeah, and I think that, to all due respect to all the short callers and everything out there, it's been such a monster move. I really feel like over the last, since we had Steve on, which would have been Friday, because I wasn't here Friday. So it's been a great run in those names. And so congratulations to be able to pick that up.
Well, not all of them.
I don't know what SMCI, it's probably up since Thursday.
Oh, yeah, if you're not up since Thursday, then, well, you got to...
Then your Apple or...
Serious channel check if you're not up since Thursday, but SMCI is not even that great. No, Dell's just so much better. This name is looking weak, SMCI.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is, wow, okay, false break.
Dell had that huge move down, which is why I think it's a little bit better right now.
Like this actually looks like a short on SMCI more than anything else.
SpaceX coming back.
Yeah, come back to that one in a quick little second. No, that actually does look like a little bit of a short. All right, somebody's finally buying this above the 211.5. Maybe NVIDIA wants to confirm this breakout over the top because it's been way too choppy. But it's got a bit of a trend from the open that can get worked into the volume weighted average price. Now it looks better with 210.50 as kind of a high. So I'm going to pop on the bid. Still really just in Snapchat, and that's the only one. But I do like that SMCI to the south side. Tesla was on the radar. It doesn't end up, it's not going to get to, it might get to 320. So it dipped into VWAP in the afternoon and tagged 320 and bounced. And it's on a jaunt down to that 320 now with the market looking a little bit strong. So I think this one can be a play. Just give it a little more time. The market's blasting. It's relatively weak. I don't think you want to rush into a long on that bad boy. Just looking like a bit of a disappointment. And it was only deliveries, remember. And the other thing about Tesla, SpaceX reports tonight. I know they're not the same thing, but one of the big things on the call is going to be, there's going to be questions about a combination. Whether or not they commented or not, there are going to be serious questions about that. I think that'll be...
Yeah, and as much as I talked about the weird jokey questions people submitted, there were there weren't very many, but there were at least one or two that I noticed about SpaceX and Tesla together. Not all, though, about a potential merger, some with TerraFab, but either way here, the relationship between these companies is kind of sort of on investors' mind in addition to the new mascot and pink spaceships.
Makes sense.
Terra fabulous.
Like how could you not be thinking about it? Terra.
Yeah, we'll see what winds up happening tonight. SpaceX coming through to the downside right now. So as we had just said, take your opportunities that if you wanted to, we just talked about it. It's like if you wanted to sell some SpaceX and you thought that the move was too high heading into earnings, we were I was just mentioning that basically 5-10 minutes ago as we were up here at 121. And maybe people took that to heart. I doubt it. But that's a big move back in on SpaceX. Definitely something to look out for now as we approach 117 on the 200 period moving average. I think that's worth a little bit of a shot there. I'm not sure what the selling is all about. And we did have a little bit of a buy imbalance. That's for sure. That really kicked it off there. We've seen the machines turn on SpaceX before, but they didn't turn off this quickly. So now we kind of got to wait. I don't think there's anything wrong with testing down there. So I think we'll put something at 117. Let's go 117.25. We'll just put a little bit. And if it breaks through 116.50 or so, then we'll get out of that one. So let's go a little bit lower down into 117 again. And then we'll try to give this name about 50 cents. As we had just mentioned. So we'll try to take our first fill at, I'm going to cancel I wrote down 113s. So coming back into here, this is a 2-minute chart, but coming back into some of these levels right into there for SpaceX is really what I was thinking. But we'll try it now. We just got filled. So new trade.
Watch out for SoFi.
Yeah, okay, we'll watch SoFi. I may or may not have bids down there.
Robinhood's tanking. That's
okay. So SpaceX, we're long. We'll both look at SoFi. I see you're on. We've got Robinhood on there. So, all right, here comes SpaceX down into 117. We just took the long. No real expectations. Are out is 116.50. But I guess I got to put that in before it happens. I already have it in. Okay, that's good. So 116.50 will be stopped out of this one. It looks like a little quicker than we had hoped. And then we can wait for our actual level that we wrote down. But it's 9:48 right now. So I'm comfortable sitting into a trade and just seeing what's going on, but catching a falling knife is not part of the new trade plan. So we'll have to watch out for SpaceX here.
Being the falling knives, I mean, I like Robinhood, but it's a falling knife into the prior high right now. Look at that candle just now on Hood. So blasting through 95, breakout at 94. Now it's only up 2%. I don't know if SoFi is making the same pullback into the downside, but just going to quickly check in on IBIT. Ooh, don't flash that to me.
SpaceX.
Look at all that resistance on IBIT. So we are looking at some weakness over in crypto. I did reload Snap. Snap just keeps on holding the high and not doing anything with it. So it effectively is the same top, $5.69, over and over again that just keeps on flashing. It just hasn't done that jaunt back into VWAP. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. So Robinhood, IBIT, both coming in, but Robinhood much, much weaker here than what's going on in crypto.
Oh.
Like way weaker.
Is crypto? Yeah, crypto's not really doing too much.
No,
there,
but it's the patented, if I see this false breakout at resistance, if it's not going to be a breakout to fill the gap, then a scalp short first, because the market's blasting higher. So at this point, if I see relative weakness, I'm going to hop into the short. But this one, I wanted to be long a breakout on this today. If it's not breaking out with the market, then the first look's going to be a short to the high. Market's going, the ES just broke another fresh high. The NASDAQ's literally blasting right now.
Yeah, so we actually, it looks like we are trying to reverse this SpaceX because we did get stopped out. And now we're short here at 117. And it looks like now it wants to make the move higher. So, we may have to just leave this one alone. I thought if we had broken back down below some of these levels, it just turns out that we held the exact pre-market low of 116 right there. So what am I giving this up to? I don't want to be silly with it. Like, I don't want to just get in and out so fast and then, rethink about this. Like, if I get out of this, I might be the last time. And I think it was maybe 118. Like, I kind of want to give this up to 118.50, but I am realizing that it's going to be a little bit of a tricky trade. We're flat on this right now. So in order to hold a little bit longer, let me just take out something here at 116.50 if we're able to, and then again at 30s, and then we'll see if we are able to get something a little bit lower off of SpaceX. And then that way, if we could take a little bit of profit, because we've already got hit on this, if we could take a little bit, there it is, okay. Well, that was nuts. We just got some out there at 116.50s, and then it just spiked up to 117.20s. So it just ripped 70 cents there. As there's someone in here, I guess, buying this right now and didn't want it to go down.
Short covering.
Yeah, it could be short. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, buying it for, I don't know what the reason would be, but they're definitely in there. Right, like it was going down there. I don't know. I was like happy. I was like, okay, here we go. It was a good thing we sat there and took that fill because now SpaceX is right back against us again. So, all right, a little bit of an out there. Looks like that 116.50 got bought up super quick. So that was my stop zone. So maybe we do have something there with 116.50, but yeah, for now 117.50 is the top. Maybe 118.50 is where we cancel this trade. But for right now, SpaceX, yeah, interesting movement there for sure. And by the way, Palantir just is like on one today.
Palantir, hold my beer.
Yeah, Palantir is hold my beer is a good one there. We're $2 in the money now.
I can't think of anything better.
No, that's okay. You did okay. Now 15% upside now for Palantir. So
kind of a grunt.
Sorry, 15% upside. 50% left of this Palantir trade.
21% upside on Palantir. The expected move was actually 11. Was actually 11.5, not 12. I just kind of.
Oh, okay.
The thing about the expected move is it's always changing because it's just based on options. So when I put the poll up yesterday, it wasn't actually right, but it doesn't really matter. Dead shot kit
Ooh.
Ooh, Deadshot. That's like a superhero. Have Intel call.
Deadpool.
No, but there's Deadshot.
Oh, there's Deadshot.
So like, what used to happen is Marvel and DC would copy each other. So like, there'd be it's I don't know. I guess it's like a rivalry thing. So a character looks the same as the other one.
Deadshot's sick. That's all I was gonna say.
Deadshot's pretty legit. You have an Intel call, strike 115 expiration. Now I can't read it. Sorry, I couldn't read it before.
Strike 115.
August 21st.
August 21st.
So Intel, that's a couple of weeks.
I mean, we have enough time for
You have a couple of weeks. 115 is not, you know what? I was going to say, like, that's a bit far away. But it's up $18 from the lows post-earnings. So it's not, like, 2 weeks. The way the stock is moving, yeah, it's entirely possible. That's resistance is at 15, and then the 50 period's at 10. I think the 50 period's the bigger story there. And again, we're not here to tell anybody what you have. You got the winner on. You've got your trade. Technically, the 50's been the resistance spot. Sometimes people can take a little bit of profit off. I don't know how you're rolling. If you don't have that opportunity because you don't have multiple, then it can be a tough road to hoe. But no one ever went broke taking some profit. I do think AMD earnings tonight probably give you a good look at that, right? Because there's some related names. So I would at least consider, get a read on it from AMD earnings and how they react to that. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The Nasdaq's continuously making highs, and there's the break, and IBIT is doing this patented weak relative to the market story, at least for now. NVIDIA's under VWAP. So if it's under VWAP, then we're waiting for it to test the afternoon highs, which was about 208 and a half. So nothing yet on NVIDIA as we try to be patient. And the chain reactor, ooh, that's harsh. RKLB is a garbage stock still. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't been good in a while.
Right.
And I think that's what the entire space has been pretty trash for a while now. So I don't know what to tell you. It's made a nice little bounce from the lows, but everything else about it doesn't look that good. Needs to get through $80. It's an interesting company.
Yeah, no, it's a good look. I mean, the guy's right. It's been a tough go. And
blame SpaceX.
A lot of it is where you're in on the stock, of course, right? And so Rocket Lab's had a huge move up. It's like someone could say Marvell's, garbage because of where it's sitting, but if you're not part of the run, Rocket Labs went hard. It's just it's a hard look right now, I would say. For them. Okay, look, I'm super excited. I mean, it's been an awesome fucking go right now. Let's go, SpaceX. So there it is, man. We are now positive. Where's my guy Easy Peasy? Because we did exactly what we like doing these days, and that is reversing off of trades that potentially do not look so bueno there. And when we get knocked out at key levels, I'm like, okay, well, it's a key level for a reason. Maybe this is the spot where we turn around, and there it goes now. So now we are now clubbing with a big win now on SpaceX, man. I mean, this is going to be a good one. We had multiple fills up there. That was a good one, and now it's all the way back down. My bid is at 115.65. I don't even really know why we're there. It just went to 75. I think we should be definitely at 75. I mean, I should be at a level that I'm going to cancel my 65. I just put an 85 there. We should be at key levels, 75 like optionable levels, right? Like 75s, O's, 50s, things like that. Like that's where I should be. So I should have had another out down there. That is my bad. I'm actually going to, instead of just celebrating, I'm going to actually try to take a bid. So I just bid again at 18s. We'll see if we can get in. We just did, of course. So that's a good one there. So we're just, look, if you're rocking, Neil's on Snapchat. IBIT as well. I don't know if you had something else earlier.
No, just the only
just the only two. So that's what I was going to say. Like, we only have these trades today.
NVIDIA is weak, man.
NVIDIA, I wrote down 207, so I'm going to have a look to see where that is. But right now it's Palantir. That was the only trade for me early, and it was just, again, where's Ramin at? And again, congratulations to Ramin. But we did that last video there on opening range breaks. And this is the only thing that this one didn't have. And we do the videos because, they're good educational tools. Not every single time you're going to have every single metric line up. Like, I don't have the relative volume spike there in Palantir, but the good thing about Palantir, and I remember talking about this when we did the video, is the RVOL was already in the pre-market.
You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, this is already had eyeballs on it, right? That the only reason why you really want to look at volume is for eyeballs. You want to have other traders in the same party with you, right? I mean, it's like, it's just part of the atmosphere. It's part of the momentum that gets stocks going. And
because part of
FOMO.
it is your exit liquidity on a good opening trade is other people joining it. If there's no extra RVOL, then you're not having people join your 9:30 breakout, 9:35 breakout at 9:45 at 10 o'clock. Right? You want people on multiple time frames to get into the trade after you. It's when you don't have that you start to run into some trouble.
Like we're sitting in right now. Yeah, exactly. Good way of putting it. We're sitting in right now. Like this is $4 worth of trades right now. It's a $3.50 winner now. Now it's higher than that, but now it's $3.50 on Palantir and it's $1 on SpaceX. And we just got that, Phil, by the way, at 80s there on SPCX. So it's really been a good move, just doing what we're doing. And we want to look at other names. This is not a matter of looking at the same names every day, because yesterday I didn't trade SpaceX, nor did I trade Palantir. It's about trading the opportunities, right? And I mean, right now, this FCUV, okay, what am I supposed to talk about here? I mean, this was a name that,
nothing to do.
Nothing. So if there was something going on there, we'd love to cover that. Here's another one that's halted, ADGM. So this is an interesting name. This has done 113 million shares. So I could definitely see some interest in ADGM. But again, it's not like my style. I haven't really seen a boatload of money, honestly, made on a lot of these small cap names the way I trade. So, you have to be aware of, halts and what the proper share sizing is and what your game is, right? And then trade your game. That's for sure. I wanted to look at Caterpillar. We're going to go to Adair for numbers, and then we'll come back and talk to Neil. Look what's happening to Caterpillar right now. Bloodbath in Caterpillar. So it's given back half.
Profit taking, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's given back. Yeah, I know, but there's no profit taking in Palantir. Like I thought Caterpillar was a great quarter, and like I had said to you guys, let's go back over. We have Jolts coming up, so let's go back over to Dara, and then Neil and I will talk more about Caterpillar. But that's a surprise to me.
Joel's job openings here coming through, guys, for the month of June. Forecast 7.4535 million. Prior print here, 7.594 million. That's coming in here at 7.359 million. So again, guys, that is going to be below the estimate of 7.4535 million and the prior print of 7.594 million. That is, again, lower than expected Joel's job opening print. Also, lower than expected factory orders print, negative 0.3% versus positive 0.2% expected, and the prior print of negative 1.3%. As we digest these lower than expected Joel's job openings here, let's take a look at the SPY. Consolidating here near highs of the session. NASDAQ, a little bit actually making a slightly lower high here for the session. DIA, also on watch here, the Dow. The Dow's already given up a decent portion of its move, though still obviously up on the session compared to where we closed yesterday. Now, speaking of up on the session, Palantir. This is a blowout quarter. This was a massive beat here. They raised guidance for the fiscal year. They beat guidance for Q3. All of their revenue segments to the upside to the tune of at least, I think, 80% each. So massive growth here for Palantir. But we have more earnings on watch after the bell today. And one of them is certainly going to be on watch here. SpaceX is the first ever report of SPCX following their June 12th, 2026 IPO. We've already had shareholders submit questions, but I think what the analysts are looking for is going to be a little bit different from what these shareholders are seeking. We also have, of course, Jensen Huang's real life cousin, Lisa Su, AMD earnings in focus after the bell too. You're also going to get Amgen, Astera Labs, Arista Networks, Toast, Open Door, Upstart. The list goes on and on. Join us right here live on the show for more earnings updates, and check us out on XITTV Research for all the earnings preview content you need as we send you over to Sean and Neil for more trading action.
Thank you, Adair, and also for an offer that you're probably not getting from your broker, everybody. Markets are active, they're wild, and if you like this environment, it's probably because it creates big opportunities and bigger moves, so you got more setups out there for you, more momentum that you can play into all day long. But you know what? If you're going to take advantage of that, you probably want to have discipline, but you also need access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders get to access the firm's capital. Then you can focus on executing your strategy and just managing risk. Don't have that fear of blowing up your account or moving that stop because you're worried about your own savings. So it's limited risk trading, everybody. That's what it's called, and they're bringing it to you. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in these markets and you don't want to risk your own capital, I want you to visit tradethepool.com, scan the QR code you see out in front of you right now. And the chat's so much fun that
is.
it just boom, it just blew. Mine just died.
Okay.
There.
So yeah.
No, I'm like, yeah, maybe there was so much activity in the chat that it just did that. But quickly, the market's continuously going higher, but like Bitcoin's trying to bid in here. I also just picked up SMCI. So Bitcoin goes VWAP to the afternoon support level. Next gap is down to here at 35.8. I'm essentially giving it the wick off VWAP, so it's about 4 cents worth of risk. So it's worth a reload if it does come back into the volume weighted average price. And SMCE, SMCI, that did a topping tail candle that I missed on the way back down. I'm like, yeah, just let me leave the order at 50, keep the stop at 29.6, and then just play the VWAP consolidation down on this name. As I just noticed, it's like, well, NVIDIA was trending down, Caterpillar was going in the other direction. So I wanted things breaking out above VWAP if they could, but that just wasn't the case with these chip names. Look at NVIDIA, it's still trending down. Snapchat, I don't know, it's like the longest bull flag of all time where it's just holding the high, holding the high, holding the high, doesn't want to break. So I'm not adding to this because there's other names that are trending down a heck of a lot better than that. So SMCI, I said SMCE, but I feel like that's something Adara said. SMCI, if I call it SMCE, it's just a cute little pet name. We're going to go short to the prior day high, which is down around that 29 level. So the market's blasting, and not everything seems to want to participate. But it is blasting enough that, wow. Like I saw ARM of 11%. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Like Palantir I get because Palantir reported earnings. Caterpillar I understand. ARM, this just seems on sympathy to what?
Like everything else.
To everything? Like that's just how it is. And Marvell I know is up 11 or 12% as well. So same thing. They're both up 11 points here. Rising tide's lifting most ships. I think the disappointment would be NVDA right now.
Yeah, it's definitely, for me, it would be a good day to check the old account out there with some of those names running. Thank you, Salvador. Really appreciate it. You're in the Palantir trade as well. Shout out to Scott H, man. Talking about the killer trade on Palantir today. Yeah, I only have now 5% left of that trade. We'll talk about it as we progress. So thank you, guys. And again, get in the chat, right? It's not only here on YouTube. We do have a consolidated chat as well. And we could put that up. It's actually behind us right now on the screen, so we can always check out what's going on. So, shout out to everybody that's here. Your YouTube will be there, the TikTok, everything happening for us all at once. So thank you to Fabian for building that up as well. All right, so we're going to be getting out of SpaceX here. We did get a reload. We did get a little bit out there. We always sit here and talk about like, we want to trade things on earnings day. We don't want to trade things on earnings days. And, it is dangerous to trade it. So if this breaks above 118, I'm only giving this to 118.20s, and then we're out. So, that's where VWAP is. It's been a good short. Well, the long was not good. We got into the long and we're out of that in 30 seconds. The short played, then we re-shorted this. So now this is the problem. So we will still stay red on SpaceX because there's this, if it takes us out, we'll be red. But yeah, for right now, red trade, dead red on SpaceX. It didn't really give us the movements that we were looking for there today. So, we will have to slap to fail if it does rip up through that 1820 marker, which is where VWAP is. And I just don't really want to deal with it. If we're taking a lot of shares on something, we got to put on it at certain spots. So we did take, a decent amount there. We have less than a unit, but right into there at 117.50. So that's where we are. And then I did that on purpose, knowing that this is where my out would be. So comfortable taking, what would be a 70 or 80 cent hit there on slippage. So definitely make sure that you're into something like that. Yeah. So far.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just wanted to give a quick update.
Yeah, go. Yeah.
I'm looking to reload, not Snapchat. What is the difference between this? Goes to the highs, continues to make, I do one reload after we get a scalp out, but then it continues to make higher lows. So no second reloads, just get out when it breaks that top. Very different from what's going on in the other names that are relatively weak. Like IBIT goes into VWAP, pulls in a lower high, so that's what I want to reload. Although I actually didn't get filled on the way back through, so we want it, but we're not getting it. SMCI, that hasn't really given any reloads off 29.5. Wow. So with the market absolutely blasting, like this is the NASDAQ, if it'll ever load up, 2% and just going higher. SPY, again, also ramping. And for the first time, NVIDIA is starting to look a little bit good. It just never pulled into the dip level. Wanted a little closer to 208, but that doesn't matter. If this is where you want to go from, then here over VWAP can be a play for NVDA. Just wanted to give a quick update there. Is if this joins the party, maybe we get 3% on the market if NVIDIA is going to start to go and get back to the high.
I mean, that 3% would put it basically to all-time highs again. So I'm close enough, right? We were about 4% away today.
Yeah,
now you're about 2% away from the NASDAQ. And again, there's that Q's call. Whoever bought those, I mean, if there were 725 options you bought, you are cooking right now with gas. Those must be huge in the money right there, right now. All right, just an update on SpaceX. It did fall back into 50s again, so we took some pressure off of it because this is not looking like it wants to do anything but go upside right now, SpaceX, ahead of earnings. I think it's going to be nervous hands. Traders that potentially are short may not want to be short into that report, but it's only 10:10 and there's a lot of day left. So, that theory may not hold water right now. It's very, very early. Like, I think if we're talking about that at 3 o'clock or, into the closing hours of the stock before earnings, then potentially I could see, an aggressive move one way or the other for positioning. But right now, I feel like it just wants to get bought up. Like, we just went back in to 117.50 again, where we could have got out for flat and we didn't. So yeah, like here it comes, like, look at that. Like, see, now it's going to come right back in. Will it get bought again at 117.50 down here? Just because it's a little early on in the day. Now, you know what? We don't have to take, I was going to say we could take some off, but we've had a good day with Palantir here and we haven't had a bad day with SpaceX. So let's maybe see if we can hold this for a little bit of a winner. My next bid is at 117.10. I don't know. That might be, what are we at? 40s? Yeah, okay. Let's just see if it goes down. I'm trying to get out. Like, I'm a little nervous. No, let's go to 117.20 now. I'd be happy to get it. Like, I know I'm stumbling here as I'm talking because I'm a little nervous about what I'm trying to do. But we'll put that at 117.30 right there. I'm trying to follow these lines. Like, I didn't really want to be short too much underneath, over top, of this 50 period and this 200 period. So right now, just letting it work out a bit. All right, man, there goes Palantir. Palantir is now not a 1, not even a 2, not even a 3. It's not even a 4. It's a $5 winner right now on Palantir as we just extend out. And, yesterday there was some, Snickers in the chat, I feel like, when I was looking back at it, when we talked about this 160 level. And I mean, there it is, right? It's like we're coming up to that. So I'll probably sell a little bit of my Palantir today, honestly, like regardless of if it gets to 160 or not. 23% is quite huge. And I am looking for that extension play right on Palantir, meaning that, like, this is only day 1. So let's see if we can get a day 2 or day 3 play back in for Palantir and maybe capture, 30% or so, like another 6 or 7% from here could happen. I just don't know if it's going to happen today. And you saw Microsoft, and maybe Microsoft.
It was just a question from Jason in the chat about Microsoft.
Okay, it didn't pull back at all. It was pulling back early.
Well, the entirety of the Mag 7, Sans, Tesla, and NVIDIA were all kind of gapped down. Like, Amazon was down, Apple was slightly down, Microsoft was down, Meta was all down in the pre-market, but now they're just like, who cares? Software rally is back in full fold. Like, Microsoft is screaming on a relief rally. And remember, some of that could just be the IGV as well, which I'm going to guess is having a fantastic day. But you know what? The market is way too strong here. There's a decent part of me that says, why am I looking at the low here if there's buyers putting in a higher low on SMCI? Like, it's working and we're continuously making that lower high, but somebody's buying it at 29.2 instead of the low at 29.1. So I think that's where it's prudent to take it out. Still think we can get IBIT, sort of a similar story. This has a better chance. I'm not seeing any buyers until it got to 36. So I'm going to let it retrace down to the even and then press down for that. Here, I'll go to the higher time frame and then press down for that prior high here. You can see it clean on the 15-minute. Yesterday, that's where the only indecision bar was, and then you had some resistance there. So that's a bit of a gap fill play for that bad boy. NVIDIA is still under VWAP. That's disappointing.
Really?
Tesla is now trying to get back above, so this could be a nice secondary breakout for Tesla. I want buyers above. It immediately failed to break out of the high. Like, there's nothing that's going to get you in unless if you had a 27 break, you didn't get it. If you had a 26 break, you got rinsed. But now it's starting to hold VWAP. If it can retake 26, then we can get going here on Tesla, and then it does what NVIDIA was supposed to do.
I'm staring over here at SpaceX. It's like not breaking 50s. So we're just getting more out here. Like I don't know why it's just hanging out. Like right now for the last 10 minutes or more, it's been 118 to 1750. So it's just hovering around. I think traders are trying to make up their minds here. So I'm not part of that. Like, so if we can just keep getting out, we'll do that. We put our bid now at 117.30. We talked about that. So another out would be great down there as we get lighter and lighter on this trade. Still in 70% of it. No, a little bit. Yeah, about 70%, maybe a little bit under. But there, see, like it just ran and came right back. So I think like the longs are getting excited and the shorts are. And at the end of the day, I feel like this wants to go higher. It's going to keep on testing this view up. That's where our out is. I don't want to second guess that out. So if we do get knocked there, then we get knocked, and that's that. So we'll wait for SpaceX. We don't have to talk about Palantir. That's $5 in. All right, PLIB, nope. This Theo stock, nope. PLIB, ADGM, maybe open back up again, hovering around $80 for another halt name there, ADGM. And there's Palantir. I saw someone in the chat say they wanted that $5, and there it is, man. You just got it. It just broke above 155 there, went to 155.08, and we take that fill at 155. So boom shakalaka. There it goes, man. Big one there, $5 on PLTR. Let's see if it wants to continue that move higher. And you made a good point about Robinhood, like because that move came right in and it's kind of still hovering there. So I don't know. It's still hovering near these lows on Robinhood, which was such a great day for them. It just pulled back. I think still up 1% is still a great day for Robinhood.
I think the problem lies in if you zoom out, go to the daily chart on Robinhood.
Yeah.
It tags to the penny basically the 200 SMI. The 200 SMA. I'm in SMCI, that's why. And then look at that 94. This is a false break on the 15. It sucks, but this is actually looking like a short setup here on Robinhood because the breakout was supposed to be hold above 94. Literal opposite of that on Robinhood. I can't call this a long. Bitcoin's holding under VWAP, so that's been reloaded underneath the volume weighted average price, and this is losing the prior low. Robinhood looks like a short to me. With the market blasting higher. So 92 looks like the short, unless it's a flat bottom break here through, it's already broken 91, so can't even call it that. No, this sucker is not a long today. Tesla's giving you a chance, but still no breakout above 326 on that. And if you're looking at USO, it's doing everything it can to hold this rally up. Because as Rubio, Iran, Oman making progress in talks, USO just made another fresh low of the day. Oil futures down at, not oil futures, but USO down at 116 and looking to break the bottoms. Again, if you're not at the highs or at least above VWAP right now, then you have a serious problem. And I think Robinhood's in that category.
Like what a run for the market, man. Just to have bought those indexes, you had such a good look there on the NASDAQ.
You never buy it all as long as you buy something.
Yeah. No, it's all good. I mean, it's just a matter of like, wow, what a good run this market has had recently. I mean, the NASDAQ now up another 2%. Like, just keeps on going and going and going here, this NASDAQ. Like, good bottom take there, like 660, 670, like all the way up to 720 again right now and trying to get going through. So, yeah, big time levels for the NASDAQ. It's still a little ways to go, so we'll see if it can climb back up there. All-time highs 750 or so on the Qs as we look at 715. So still a little bit of time before we get to those highs. We could check in on the Dow Jones and see what that's been doing today. And I did want to have a quick little look at more of a sector watch. I know we do have a segment for this coming up, but right into here, and right into here. What we're going to look at now is all of this. So Apple, AMD, Google, like definitely a big NASDAQ day today, right? When they're all starting to go up, and even Apple joined the party today. We talked about them missing out yesterday and saying, where am I at? Where's my invite? Well, it came in the mail last night. All right, watch this. This down here is Marvell, so that's 11%. Wow. Okay, actually, we talked about Marvell being up. Didn't realize it was 12%, but that's good. Morgan Stanley, 2, Goldman. So the banks are back, right? There's JP Morgan. This might be all-time highs again, 360 for JP Morgan. Do we have an all-time high look on here so I don't have to keep looking back? I don't know where it is on this. But anyways, okay, 320,000 employees. Wow. JP Morgan upside there. That's a big one in the financials. So we're happy to see JPM do its damn thing. SpaceX just gave me that 50, Phil, so we're getting out of a little bit of it. We'll see if it wants to fall back in. And here's the poor trading today. Not poor trading, but the names that are under. We have retail underneath today. Amazon downside. I think we want to buy weakness in Amazon if it does hit the downside. We had Walmart written down at 111 as a bid, and that just didn't, as an offer, that didn't hit there. Carvana up 4%. They reported last week, right? Target happening as well. What's up, Randy? Hope you're doing well over there, my guy. Yeah, everything is up. You're right about that one. Here comes SpaceX falling back down. So now we're 40 cents in on this. I don't know if this is going into the gates of hell. Wow, this coffee could not be better timed. I got to tell Rob, he puts a little bit too much milk in it. So I got to tell Rob that. Oh, the first time. Yeah, you were busy running around. Thank you for...
There's a bit of a difference between a dollop and a glub.
A dollop, yeah. A dollop of sour cream, my young friend. Randy, you are a coffee guy, and what do you take in your coffee? 1 cream? 2 cream, okay, good. Same as the wife. And my wife says hi to you, by the way, because we were talking about your daughter. I'm not going to say where, but she was up there enjoying her summer, and we had passed it a couple times, so we're really excited for her. And I always think that when you're young to do, those summer jobs it's like you get to make the money, you get to hang out with friends. It's a great experience. And, definitely something to spend your time in the summer because we don't get it for long enough.
If you can do at least one summer job that is fun, not just, you can compensate it with other work. That's all I got to say. Because I worked one summer at Wonderland, but I made up for it by working nights, loading trucks, and just making as much as I could per hour. Yeah. I was like, bump that because they pay you extra in the night shift and you pick up an extra half shift in the morning. But then I also worked a couple of months at a theme park, which was so much fun.
And a Weston Bakery as well.
You get to go for free.
I
didn't know you worked at the
in the factory and everything like that. Yeah, nice. Very, very long. I worked there a couple times. But by the way, all of that training that I did, in the bakery and all that kind of stuff, definitely paying off. Not really. With Palantir right there. This is now $6.50. And it wasn't even a hard trade. It was one that made sense. It was a 150 break on an earnings call that was huge. And now I'm glad that I'm still on air with everybody because it stopped me from getting out of Palantir right now. And maybe it does come up into that 160 level all of a sudden. Thank you to some good friends of mine there on the chat that right now believe in this trading. And just believe in yourself. That's the most important thing right there. Not only are we not even writing down Palantir today on our note, we have NVIDIA long at 207. That hasn't hit. We had SpaceX long written down. We're up now on SpaceX, basically going short. SoFi long 1775. That hasn't hit yet. And then the Walmart short at 111. So you have the ideas, but at the end of the day, you got to judge what the market gives you.
Because it might never get to your price.
That's exactly right. We saw Palantir going. It actually set up the way we liked it. We talked about this happening. We literally last Thursday, before I left, we did a video on this exact trade. So there it is happening real time. The breakout long, right? Off of the pre-market levels. There it goes. And we use 150 as a trigger in, but it also does actually match. And the reason why it was such a good trigger is we had already gone up to 150 and pulled back, supported by VWAP, and bang. So yesterday we had a similar thing like that in Palantir. Remember, it was, and we lost on it in the afternoon because it was just doing this. This time the momentum is there in PLTR. So 650 in Palantir and 79 cents now in SpaceX. So we'll get back. We'll talk about some of the trades that we have on and what we're looking at moving forward. But for right now, it's Adara at the big desk.
Lots of small tasks to talk about here, excuse me. We'll kick it off here with Adagio Medical. This is a day 2 catalyst. So this came out yesterday morning, treating the first patient with the V-Class ultra low temperature ablation system under new expanded access authorization from the FDA. ADGM has an $18 million market cap, 21.8 million share float. TNMG, TNL Mediagene, they're in focus here after their Infobond unit partnered with Miro to expand AI-powered services within its digital studio business in Japan. Good look here for TNMG, day 1 catalyst, $1.88 million market cap, 2.18 million share float and short float of 7.4%. Last but not least, the repeat offender. As Neil mentioned earlier, this name did rally last week. It's rallied in the past as well. NUWE, New Welles. Today's catalyst here, they're announcing their next-gen Aquadex platform strategy to expand future critical care applications. And NUWE has a $730,000 market cap. So that is a sub-$1 million market cap. That is a 360,000 share float and a 32% short float. Very notable characteristics here for NUWE. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And the buyer that was sitting on SMCI at 29.2, it just spiked it again. So someone just kind of, every time it gets down, that next 10 pennies is like flashing it back up into the 30s. So I'm going to be out and then waiting for a reload. It's a very, very long bear flag. It's the entirety of the morning that it's held this range. So it does set up for continuing to hold VWAP or maybe even a breakdown underneath 29. Robinhood just hit 90, so I'm glad we didn't try the long in Robinhood. That's sort of the thing. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what you want to happen at a particular price. Like the breakout was good, but after that, it's just been falling all over itself and just dying. So you got to be able to stay away from it. IBIT, we missed the reload at VWAP the first time. The second time. We'll try to get it a third if it does. We've already scalped to the low, and then the breakdown is patience and allow it to get back to that 35.8. So that one's still looking okay. NVIDIA has been a disappointment for me. Hasn't really filled in the gap. Ideally, when you're looking for the bull run, you want to get that bottoming. This is not a real fill at 207. That bottoming tail candle's not real. So you wanted to try to get that at the open and then rally. Now it's just in a downtrend going into that support, which is a very different thing than trying to pick it up off of the open. So it's going to require a little bit more patience on this. The NASDAQ is strong, but showing some signs of slowing down. ES kind of putting in a potential red candle as well. So if I don't get Robinhood short or IBIT or SMCI reloads, it's waiting for NVIDIA to start showing signs of life. No trend break, no support level yet on NVIDIA. It's not giving you any signs. So, I don't want to be rushing into it. It's now 10.25. I'm not going to force it just because I want it to go up.
Yeah, no, nothing to do. I mean, I think we've been sitting here being patient with SpaceX really worked. I mean, we were almost, I just want to show you guys, like, that's VWAP. There's a reason why we always talk about it and why we're using it. I just coulda, woulda, shoulda, hindsight, right? I didn't want to add to this position because I was sitting here telling you guys I thought it was going to break. And, when it didn't, we were able just to basically de-risk on this name, right? So we got a lot out here basically for flats. I mean, we're short at 117.50. These are all 117.50s. And then that's a 117. It looks like they're flats, but that's a 117.20. Here, maybe if I zoom in a little bit, you can see that's 117.20. These are 116.80s, downside 116.70s, one underneath 117 again, and then a 117 out as it breaks. So, getting lighter, I only have a quarter left, and I want to try to hold now to see what this winds up doing, and we're still going to use VWAP as a break. So, 118.20, my break stays there, but now we only have 25% of a position on. As there it is, now people were cheering for Palantir to get to a $5 winner. Well, now it's $7, and now it's $7.50, and now Palantir is saying, "Where are you at, shorts?" I don't know if Alex Karp saw my hat on this morning or not, but someone got in here and really bought this one up. I don't have the Alex Karp phone in, but
we have one?
We do have one. Yeah.
Seriously?
It's misspelt. It says Alex Crap on it. KRAP. If you,
I don't have that.
Yeah, you probably you might have it over there. We have. Maybe Kathy's buying it. I mean, I definitely have her as well, which is also misspelt. So shout out to Kathy Wood there on that. But okay, we are starting to come back in on SpaceX right now, so that's a good look. As far as halting, INTJ, nah. Halted, open back up. That's a nothing burger there. OBX, nah, not doing anything. There's been nothing so far today. Just this ADGM, which seems to be wanting to go a little bit here off of 80 cents. So that's the VWAP level. And again, just because it's a small cap name doesn't mean it won't respect some kind of VWAP action. And it is doing that right now at 75 cents or so. So there it goes. Yeah, you are, to say thank you, Palantir there, Notorious Dinkelberg, is definitely, I'll put you up there. That's definitely something. We definitely want to say thank you to Palantir. And we got the question before I left, was there one special stock that's made a difference. It's been Palantir, and even today, right? I mean, we go back right to the well and trade that. So it's been a good long-term hold, and obviously it's been a great day trading stock as well here live on the show. So ever since Palantir existed, right? I mean, it's gotten the volumes. This was a $10 stock. It's up to $200, and it's just been a really good, well-spotted, well-traded name on our show since its inception, right? And so we'll just continue to watch out for Palantir, just like NVIDIA, like all these names, and just like SpaceX. I don't think there's been a day where we haven't looked at SpaceX, but I didn't think that this would be an $8 winner either. No, I traded SpaceX.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't yesterday. It was last week. But it was the day. It was like Friday. I think it was Friday.
Yeah, the day I wasn't here. But yeah, so SpaceX, and I just think you don't have to trade everything every day. Like we don't look at SK Hynix every day, or but it's definitely been a good one, Palantir. As there it is now, $8. Damn it, to have held more would have been nice. We're gonna get stopped out at SpaceX, by the way, soon, as it's running right back up to VWAP.
Yeah, the market is trying to bounce. This time we're going to try and get the reload on IBIT, but Palantir is blasting. It's not doing the same thing over at NVIDIA, but it is trying to break a trend. But there's your next topping tail into IBIT. I just can't see any reason, if the market continues to blast, if this pattern holds, the slightest of turns is going to get us to the low. But NVIDIA finally is waking up here. So it broke the trend, the downtrend. It double bottomed out. So go there. It's not a huge trend line, but it's got the double bottom in front of the prior low as well. So I'd like it ideally. Sorry, guys. I was fighting the sneeze the whole time. I'm like, I'm not going to get to the mute button. So it broke the trend line here around 09.75. So ideally, I'd like to be long there. I'd be able to give it to like 209.5. But if it closes above 210, I'm willing to jump in and grab it at that particular price. NVIDIA starting to go. SMCI, which we got out of, that's even looking like a reversal as well. Has to hold. Show me that you're not just going to reject that top. I don't mind. I'm not allergic to going long on SMCI, but it had been depressing relative to the rest of the market. It's going to need to close above VWAP, and then I jump into this instead of NVIDIA, or maybe along with NVIDIA. And you're right about the small cappers. They are abject disappointment today.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's nothing. None of the small cappers are popping up on. Nothing popping up on my locator as going crazy. So if they're in there, let us know in the chat, and maybe with the visualizer. Remember, it's $, throw in $ symbols. But I just keep things like, I see Intel, I see ARM, I see Palantir, I see Marvell. That's where the juice is. You don't really need small cappers to go when you have multiple large cap or semi-large cap names going higher. Even there, like IBIT breaks out finally, so we take a reload. And again, a successful short, but you're not going to want to fight these if we start to join the party. Like, that looks more like a reversal. Although I still don't like IBIT unless it's breaking out the top. So I'm going to stick with that. And thank you to Vondell for the gift over on TikTok. And I want to remind everybody, we haven't done a poll yet, but we're going to get a poll up, obviously, for SpaceX and for AMD. I just want to make sure our TikTok viewers it doesn't matter where you're watching us, you can participate when we do these polls, right? All you got to do is type a number in, and you guys get to participate too. So I want to thank you for that gift. Finally, NVIDIA.
Oh, it's finally going?
Well, instead of chasing the move to 10, I waited for it to pull back and give me that the 3/4 mark. So we're in at 209.83, giving it to the half and looking for VWAP on that bad boy. Another gift from Entrepreneur, Backblaze.
Blaze.
Oh, that's that BLZE stock. Okay. I was wondering, that's my bad. You know what? Look, small cappers, you can't know every stock in the market. So when you say the actual name of the company, sorry about that, Entrepreneur. You see the actual name of the company, I might actually realize that we didn't know what it was when we first brought this one up. So Blaze it's a gapper, but again, just doing nothing after that initial gap under VWAP. It's trying to get going. So I think what you want to see is get above that 23. All of these seem to have fallen asleep. And sometimes when the market is so strong and there's so many names running, the small cappers they're not the front of mind because there's runners all over the place, and they don't need to. Traders and momentum doesn't need to hop into the small cappers when you have so much blasting off on a day like today. But it's trying to get above VWAP on that Just Blaze. I just called it
Just Blaze. We We just blazed some out of our long-term accounts on Palantir. I offered it out and got it. I actually just canceled. I could try to tell you what we got. I got it at 15% of my longer-term holdings there on it, and now I have to go find out. I put my acceptance into the trash there. 157.69.1 we got out of 157.69.1. So we run into somebody in a dark pool there on my account. So so that's good. We said that we were going to look at a 160 fill if that was coming through. So I'll take some out right now for 15% out of PLTR and get into a little bit more cash now, as might be wrong, might not be, who knows, at these levels. Just wanted to, it's getting to be obviously a little bit of a big piece again of the account. And last time we had this kind of a move up into this level, we had faded out once. We got faded out here and we hit again. So we're out of a little bit more of our Palantir, and probably wait for the NASDAQ to make another move, or another earnings call like Google, where I just looked back and we're so lucky. Lucky, I don't think is the right word. I'll be buying Apple soon, so I call that lucky when that goes back up. But we got Google at 320 flat there, so that's been a really good move back there to the upside in Google, as the market is really appreciating some of these Mag 7 names. And we went back into, it wasn't Mag 7 time not too long ago. Everyone was worried a little bit about these names, thinking that maybe they were a little bit too oversaturated, overconcentrated. And now we have a big rebound. And, the only name that's really been pretty disappointing to me for sure is Meta. And I would love for this to be the next one to go, right? I mean, Meta's been in a little bit of a rut as of late. So we are a little worried about that one, Meta. But yeah, we're not too worried about much else. I mean, Microsoft's had a huge move higher there. And then Apple, I don't like the price action on Apple, but what are you going to do? I feel like this has been hit. We're only back to where we were in the beginning of July again. So I don't think it's like a huge, oh my God, what am I doing with myself? And there we go. See, so whatever I just sold there on Palantir at 157.69 is now $1 wrong, as you're at 158.50, and I couldn't be happier, man. We still got 85% of the position on. So there it goes upside. We have Brian Shannon coming. Oh, no, we don't. He's on vacay. Remember, he's in Alaska.
Yeah, he said he was going to.
I was going to say, because he's one of the guys
whale
there.
Hunting. No, not whale hunting. Sorry.
No, I don't think he's going hunting.
No, I said whale hunting, but he might do some. Maybe he'll do some whale watching. He's hiking.
Well,
he's definitely hiking.
Yeah, I think it was polar bears. I think what he was.
Yeah.
I remember saying like how much I love polar bears, and then I was like,
which is cool. I've never been up north.
So polar bears will actually. They're one of the most violent bears and one of the strongest as well. So
I mean, they're all pretty strong.
Watch out. Yeah, they're all pretty strong.
I'm not messing with a bear under any circumstances.
When we had, there was a bunch of pandas at the Toronto City Zoo a while ago, and they're from Japan, obviously, and they were the cutest things.
Oh,
the way they eat that bamboo and they walk around and everything like that. That was too much. All right, Adair, what's up?
It's too much.
Excuse me, keep an eye here on Fortinet, guys. FTNT on watch, not making too much of a move here, but Citrini, of course, this is, they do analysis, they do papers, they released a little paper ahead of the SaaSmageddon earlier this year. They're saying that they're bullish on Fortinet. They believe Fortinet could be a beneficiary here of AI-driven security spend, confirming the basket thesis for cybersecurity. So again, Citrini, bullish on Fortinet. Now yesterday, Citrini's bullish call at Oracle actually sent Oracle to the upside. Fortinet, though, not moving too much on this, though. It's still hanging out near session highs. Back to you.
I'm going to get out here. We're just thinking about who has said certain lines in our office back in the day, because someone was
too much.
Something saying that. I think that was maybe that might have been George. All right, so 165. 156. Reverse those numbers. 156.70 is your out. Well, my out right now. So 156.50. Offer that. Put that in right now. We'll see what winds up happening with Palantir. I just have to tell everybody, my initial stop was 149.50. So we give ourselves a lot of room upside for only a 50-cent stop. So far, so good. And I have to, we can't just be, I've only talked about Palantir and SpaceX today, and that ran VWAP only to find 118.50 and now try to turn around. So SpaceX, I don't know if I like to be back in this or not, but it's been a tricky one today, pretty choppy. It got going early. I thought maybe we could have some downside love there. When it came back in, we bought the 200, then it lost it, then we shorted the 200, basically got all of our money back there, and then shorted. This was profitable. Then took another piece there because it was a small hit. We went short at 118 and got out at 118.20. So we will be red right there on SpaceX, but the move in Palantir making up for that one. So it'll be a green day here so far. But hey, man, it's still very, very early. Anything can happen. An interesting name would have been Robinhood, and I still think it's pretty interesting at $90. Like this has fallen down $6 straight line there. So I don't know. Interesting to see if there's a get up here. And then the other name that if I'm going to stick to my playbook today would be SoFi. But that didn't really dip. So
speaking of playbooks, if something has been respecting the volume weighted average price, you're going to see what just happened in NVIDIA. NVIDIA, after that little bit of a pullback into the pre-market low, double top, dipped in. It just did this topping tail candle at VWAP like it did before. So I'm going to jump out, take the scalp trade. Needs to hold above VWAP. This was ideally, this was supposed to be a continuation above VWAP or a test down around like 208. So I want to see it not rejecting this. The market's at highs and it's still technically putting in a lower high in the higher time frame. So you got to take what you can get and not be upset. I'm also intrigued by Robinhood, but it's only now starting to give you, like there's a pullback, it holds 90. So you're getting a bit of a higher low and a trend break. It's one of the weakest names out there, so I'd like to see a little bit more out of the bid. But the volume's good. Like it's keeping up some volume, which is not terrible, and it's still holding up. It's just unfortunate how weak it's been. And IBIT's going, so it's not as if like crypto's not going. IBIT has a chance to be a breakout trade. I know we ended up. I ended up shorting it because the market was blasting off and it wasn't doing anything, so it set up that false high break. But now look at IBIT. Now you've got a potential false break at the bottom and then just a clean breakout trade with a gap. So we can go back to thinking this is a breakout with the market. 36.28 is the breakout price. 7 cents from now on IBIT. We're at 63.9, so almost 64,000 even on Bitcoin as well. Ooh.
Yeah,
well, was that super chat up there?
Yeah, good one. Thanks for the $20 there.
My bad.
We'll wait. Dara's not there right now, but if there is any sort of things happening, and I think the USO talk here is there is no, don't run it, Dara. It's still USO's not doing anything.
There's nothing happening.
Just that there was. Yeah, I know. We are worried a little bit about. Not worried. I think it's good. I've exited out of my oil sort of exposure, and I think that was a good idea. But the talk, I believe, Adair, is just the fact that President Trump right now, reposting some truths about where he thinks the talks with Iran are going, and apparently some positive talks expected this next weekend for Iran is what I'm thinking that is what's happening right now. Yeah, he's reposting our articles, as Adair had mentioned there. So.
Articles from 2 days ago, I might add. So these are not new articles, and I've said this a lot. One thing that President Trump likes to do on Truth is post articles that are anywhere, like sometimes a month, 2 months old. Sometimes they will move stocks. Like this actually did happen with Amazon in particular, where he posted an old story about it and it started moving like months after the fact. But yeah, so with this story here, this is a Breitbart article from Sunday. I'm just saying that reposting Trump's own comments about a deal being imminent, which we know now has not been the case yet.
I love when you say something's imminent and then you repost it again and say that's proof that it's imminent, but it's your own post, right? So shout out to Donald Trump there. It's just trying to get some action, obviously, happening in these talks, and we would all love to see some kind of a resolution to it all. And I think that when that does eventually come through, you will see oil prices rocking back to the downside, because as the world definitely realizes here that the Strait of Hormuz can no longer be that clog, right? It has to be something else. Wow. Palantir's at 160 right now. I don't know. You want to talk about machines turning on. This name on our watch list is up 15 or 16%. So I was like, you know what? I'm
27.
Putting on the hat, with that kind of a move. And then all of a sudden so I sold $2 ago, by the way, at a 15% if you're just joining. But, I appreciate my own honesty there. And then there it goes now, ripping through up to 160. I just didn't want to miss this in case it did fall back in. And, maybe we should have given it. And I've already said that there's an extension coming, right? There's multiple days I thought could happen for Palantir. So we'll take a piece off here. And if we put this back to when I was asked about this at 3:30 yesterday afternoon, I said potential 160 move incoming. Did not actually believe myself that was what was going to happen. And there it goes. Palantir straight up now, up 27%. The best winner of all right now, day one plays for a name that you may be holding. Palantir up 27% right now. And it doesn't look like it wants to stop by any stretch of the imagination. Still looking to see if any of these names are tradable on these halts. I'm just running through the whole halt list. You can see the names up here right now. There's nothing worthy. This ADGM, though, you may want to have a quick look at this. This is now $1 as that's been making moves, right? We first brought to you this name when it was halting around there at 77, 75 cents. So just like Palantir, this name now up 30 or so percent from this VWAP low of 80 cents up into $1 right now. So wow, giddy up, man. This has been awesome to the long
Before
side.
we go to Adara,
go. Yeah.
February 6, 2024, 30.8% is the record that you're shooting for.
On Palantir, 30.8?
30.8, so apparently the largest single-day gain on Palantir. Well,
that might be tough to
obviously,
get to.
Yeah, 30.8 would, that's only... That's
nah,
not that far away.
No, it's another 5%. I mean,
another 5%.
Is it possible? I mean,
it's always possible. It's also possible that we're going to the desk.
Well, that's not possible.
No, apparently it's impossible.
That is definitely happening now.
Hey guys, here's the sector board, and it's really, really split here. So we'll start with what's looking weak, energy minerals, all the way to the downside. We know that we heard earlier today some reports, I believe from Bloomberg, suggesting that Qatar was trying to force a deal here between the U.S. and Iran for peace. Utilities also to the downside, consumer non-durables to the downside, retail trade really weak, and Amazon was up like 5% yesterday, so this is significant. That being said, you've got strength in, of all names, Carvana in the sector up 4%. Health tech weak, you've got Eli Lilly earnings tomorrow morning to think about, and today we had reports from Pfizer and Merck, amongst others. I also have to mention Danaher on watch here, DHR down 1.5%. New CEO by the name of Julie Sawyer Montgomery. She's going to be coming into that head spot at the company. Communications, red. Health services, red. Now, green. This entire second half year of the left half of the board. Producer manufacturing to the upside. Caterpillar still up 4% despite dropping pretty heavily off the open, and still leading AMAT and LRCX to the upside in the sector as well. You've got tech services all looking pretty green, with the exception of Meta. You've got Oracle, Palantir, Palo Alto Networks, CrowdStrike, Datadog, Microsoft, and Google all strong. And again, guys, Palantir up 26.5%, near its record day ever on earnings day one. Finance here to the upside. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, a lot of these classic major banks are doing well today. Electronic tech, you've got tons of strength in as well. It's actually hard to find a name that is weak or flat in this sector, but I'll just mention a couple standouts to the upside. Marvell up 10.5%. Qualcomm here up 5.5%. SanDisk and Micron both up 6 to 7%. So good look here for a lot of these electronic tech semiconductor memory chip plays. Back to you.
Yeah, to say the least, no doubt about it. We'll get to the super chat from David Zed Siamese. Remeta shared this trade here on the July the 30th. You've got September. Oh, that's of next year. Okay. September of next year, up 44%. Spread is Meta. 185. So your only out right now is to sell at the bid and force to not make me chase the bid down, but you're hanging on. So yeah, Meta's been we've kind of been hanging on for dear life. Meta feels like it's hanging on for dear life with the market. Just it's pulling back as the market continues to make highs, and unfortunately, this is another name that didn't really quite break out yesterday. It goes right up to the top, can't break the 600. There's a problem with the 600 level and the 50 period on Meta. If it can get through that, I think it looks fine. And then you got the jaunt to, you know what happens at 680 on that stock. It can't get past it. So IBIT did make the breakout. This is the gap we're looking for, 36. Half to 36.55. So we're into there. Want to be able to try to give it back into the prior, not the prior close, but you see the resistance turning into potential support at 36.2. So we're long at 31. Don't want it to get under the 20 mark at all. NVIDIA is just, this is very disappointing. Since getting, see the topping tail at VWAP, it just continues to defy expectations relative to the market. It just doesn't want to go on NVIDIA. So I guess you got to wait for this double bottom. At 209 is about the only place you can go to. Why? What's up with Tesla?
I just want you to see, look at the same. It's like
it's the same
exact
thing.
same thing.
It's the same thing. Look at it's
exactly
just a choppy mess in both of these names.
What's going on, man?
But you know what? There's still look. I want to be patient. There's a chance these can go. NVIDIA is a focus today because, let's be real, the AI play got validated by Caterpillar, and it makes me wonder, maybe we're not going anywhere until Caterpillar catches a bid. And that's for the second time it's trying to consolidate. If Caterpillar can break back up, maybe that's what you're waiting for to give NVIDIA a bit of a boost and get some life under this stock.
Little bumpy. All right, so yeah, look, I mean, I only called up that Tesla because I was looking at the same thing. I was like, what the heck's going on there with Tesla? Okay, man, here we go. This is now Palantir's world, and we're all just living in it. I think we've already realized that. But there it is right now, up to 160, now at that level that potentially, I mean, the real high now, if we can talk a little crazy now, that's 163, as Neil just identified, sort of that run that we were expecting here for Palantir at some point, and that was 31% or so you mentioned. So
yeah,
that would be 164 is that high right there, and that probably puts us right into that area. Now, that shouldn't matter. I don't know if it does or if it doesn't, but we're going to wait to see if Palantir wants to go and shoot the gold here upside at that 163. And again, it just happened right away for me today at 9:35 on that first pre-market high, or not pre-market high, open market high break right there of PLTR. So, all right, what else you guys want to talk about? And Broadcom, yeah, it is Palantir's world, maybe. Yeah, you're right there in the chat. What's up to conservative movement? I think you might be right. We are living in Palantir's world right now. There's not much anybody can do about it either. SoFi, Alice Karp tried to tell all of you. I mean, it was on CNBC and said the shorts are going to be in a big problem. This is before the earnings report came out there. You know, he's basically channeling his inner Elon, I feel like, with comments like that, you know, sort of calling out some of the dangerous plays that can happen on the short side of things. And Elon was always, you know, playing with his food when he's talking to those short sellers there, back and forth and all over again. My eyes keep coming up, but like, I'm not getting anything on any of these scanners. Like Alibaba's coming up here a little bit, so we can take a quick look to see what Alibaba wants to do. Yeah, upside, so a break higher there, taking out the day's high. So there's the scan there for Alibaba breaking out through 128. So that might be a decent look. Again, really like Alibaba and wish that we had bought some more in our account down there, which we didn't, so that's too bad. Tesla, I just called up for Neil's sake there. This is bouncing around VWAP, I believe. Yeah, so we're just getting that back and forth. Tesla's hit on this a couple times. Coinbase, I guess I'm now seeing now, and I haven't really been looking. Wait till Sharif hears about Palantir. I don't want to tell you, man, it's been a disastrous day for Palantir. Almost up 30%, right there. But yeah, Coinbase now getting a run on IBIT movements now as well. So I have to watch out for Coinbase up 1 and a bit percentage points. Hey, all this means something, but it doesn't mean much. You got to have money. So we're going to figure out if it's talking to you or not today. And it's Money Talks in the back there with Adara.
Yeah, I brought this up a lot lately. The U.S. dollar really respecting technical levels. You had this area, I mean, not exact, but you had resistance around this area in late April 2026, coming in again here May 2026. We bounce off this level, so flip from resistance to support in June of 2026. We bounced off it again yesterday. This level is going to be around 99.4. And yesterday, big green candle. Today, roughly flat, you know, slightly red. We moved up a little bit, moved down a little bit, hanging out here, though, around yesterday's high of that 100 level. We cannot reclaim 100 successfully. We broke above it. We could not hold above it. Currently trading around 99.9 for the DXY. We did have some economic data today. JOLTS job openings coming in a little bit lower than expected. We were expecting about 7.45 million. We got 7.35 million, and the prior print here was 7.59 million. So that was going to be quite a bit below expected and certainly below the previous print there for JOLTS job openings. Let's take a look at the CME Fed Watch tool. Right now, about 60-40, so 60% chance of a hike at the next meeting, 40% chance of rates being held at that September 16, 2026 meeting. This is going to be well over a month away right now. And the probabilities are getting kind of interesting too. So we are going to expect that hike at the September meeting. We're expecting another hike in March. Then we actually could get rates going back down, it looks like, for September and October of 2027 before being raised again in December of 2027. This is fascinating. And I'm very curious to see how this develops and what, I guess, metrics are being used to predict this. But the CME FedWatch tool just keeps getting curiouser and curiouser as we get closer to that September 2026 meeting on the 16th. Back to you.
Otherwise known as more and more curious. By the way, see NVIDIA, it refuses to hold above VWAP. It just rejected it another time, but that's not the chip stock that seems like it wants to go. It's Intel at 99.87 as the current high. So looking to double tap the $100 level. Intel 100 break, there's room, like 100 psychological level, but there's nothing up here at the 100 level that actually looks like it's anything big. So there's room to go on Intel. Remember, AMD reporting tonight is obviously going to be a bit of a sympathy play for Intel. Nick Dubs, you've been looking to get into SMR. Was looking for 6, and it hasn't come in yet. Thoughts on long from here? On our everybody's good friend, SMR. Not many people's good friend lately on SMR. The good news, it's made a rounded bottom on the daily chart easily at the $9 level. Bad news, I hate it if it's not over the 200 period moving average. So personally, I said I want it under my hat size, or I want it above the 50 period moving average. And I'm just above a 7. So I'm looking back at the historic, probably around the 6 like you are as well. Otherwise, I don't like a breakout right under the 50 period moving average unless there's something fundamentally changed here, and there hasn't on SMR. It's just one of those, it's so nasty that you want some real confirmation that it's bottomed out here, not just that it kind of looks like it. That's the thing. If you miss the bid by a little bit, you can start to get that FOMO, and then you start chasing prices on something in a huge downtrend. And this is in a huge downtrend. If it's going to go as a big-time shot play, remember, it could be worth 0. It could also be a 10xer. If it's going to go, having a bad price on the way up never really matters when they start exploding. But catching it too early, that could be the difference between, you stop, you lose 40% or 20%. And in my books, I think you want to make sure you have that right loss limit on the ones that are looking nasty.
I want you guys to hit the like and the subscribe. About 8,000 of you watching right now, 843. If you can, man, do us a favor. Go over here, hit this little thumbs up right there, and let's get this over 1,000. I mean, we should be able to do that. Now, 8,000 of you watching. We're live here every single day. If you like Alex Karp's hair, hit the like button. If you don't like Alex Karp's hair, hit the like button as well. And we'll see, which one winds up winning. But yeah, the Madman has delivered mad returns today for anybody that was trading this name. Now more than double its expected move today. Palantir up 27 and a bit. Let's refresh and see if anybody did hit that like button. We want to say a big shout out on TikTok, man. Hit those hearts. Get those hearts going. Get everything. There it is, 990. Who will be that lucky thousandth like there today on Palantir? So I'm going to refresh. There it is. We got it. So thank you so much to everybody. You guys are all awesome. So thank you so much for the love there on this spot. And there goes Palantir just ripping northbound. Its high of the day is a break of that 160. We already got it, man. 160.41. And we got out there at 157.69 for 15% of our holdings. But, we're long sub $20 on this name, and it just continues to make moves higher. PLTR, there it goes. The other name here was, we only have 4 minutes left, SpaceX. The only other name I traded today. So we lost on SpaceX, won on Palantir, Green Day. But yeah, here's the pullback finally. And I'm just saying finally, but there's really no reason for it to have done that. We did hit around 119.50, which does give us this feel right into there. So potential short incoming now for SpaceX. I do want to say I did put my offer at 158 break. So if we break 158 there, then we're going to get out of Palantir. So as we continue to go back on, then, back over to the midday show, that's going to be my out in case anybody is looking at Palantir and what we're doing there. But yeah, I still do. What's up, Artemis? I do actually think Palantir's best days are behind them, but not from as far as, you know, where the stock, potentially the earnings power that they have and what that means. What I'm saying is I don't know if Palantir has another 1,000% in it to the upside, but definitely working out well. And it's my largest holding, Palantir. So especially after a day like today, yeah, it's been a good one. So let's just chill out. I sold some, so it might be my largest holding is actually the S&P 500. But as far as an individual stock, Palantir and Google are now up near the top there. So, but yeah, so far so good here today as we continue to hold on to this one with only 3 minutes left. You're in the IBIT long. I mean, I think that's been
it's a reversal
treated
play.
really well today, IBIT.
Yeah, just sort of roll the. Someone's like, oh, it's looking a lot better in strength, and we could have got into this at VWAP, but it set up that normal short at the open. But I think this one has a chance to fill in the gap. It really just comes down to the structure of the trade. False break of the low, break out of the top, 36.5. The market's strong. What doesn't look any good right now is NVIDIA. If there's a disappointing name, to me, it's NVIDIA today, because unless you were in it in the pre-market unless you're in the pre-market, the long has given you almost no chance. It's now looking like a trend down trade, unfortunately, for NVIDIA. So it was just like one scalp, and then that's all you could do with NVIDIA. It's Intel in that $100 level that looks like we're going to... Oh, never mind. Jinx. Remember we were saying Intel at $100? As usual, it double topped, and there was the jinx. So sorry about that. If you're looking for a 100 break, we're still looking for a $100 break on Intel. Maybe that'll be an afternoon play. We'll come back to that. It could be lunchtime, but watch out for it. There's nothing outside of the flat, even dollar on Intel. Like it's $100. It's psychological. It's pre-AMD earnings, but there's no level out there outside of it just being the 100. So I think it can be one for sure. So again, like just in a reversal on IBIT for me. SMCI hit the early short to the low, and then look at that one. Like look at the reverse at VWAP on some of these. But I was bearish on the stock, so it put in the whole false break, short VWAP into the low play on SMCI, and I don't feel like chasing them. Not the time of day that you want to chase. I think Intel 100 break is probably the next thing here, and that's presuming it even gets there again.
All right, there it is, man. The money is now secured, and that's it. So there goes Palantir. It broke 158, so we're out of that. We'll take $8 and run away from that. Is again good look at the 160 level. We thought there'd be a psychological level there. Now I did see somebody in the chat say that they probably trapped some of the longs up there, and that's exactly. I agree. Like, you know, there was this little topping tail candle right there that might have, you know, signaled that, hey, the buyers have stopped. And then since then, it's 4 straight red candles, depending on where this next one closes, which looks like it will be red. So, you know, 5 straight now, red candles to the downside for Palantir. So, yeah, I feel like there was been, I mean, that's why when Neil mentioned 30%, I was like, you know, we did get going, and that's for sure. Good day there for Palantir.
And it was also on earnings, too, that other one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, was it? Yeah, that
was an earnings day.
There. So Palantir just continues to put money in traders' pockets, but the short may now be in on PLTR. So I'm not going to go short, nor do I advise doing that. But at the end of the day, there's that 160 wick, and all the way down. Like, it just cracked below 157.50 there right now as it's going a lot lower. It's 11.01 there. So, yeah, I think you're right. Market, there it is again, Hamster, there in the chat. The market loves round numbers, the retail market. And, yeah, that's why I'm always talking about it. And not only that, I think yesterday when I said 160, that could have been an options area that people had traded off of. So, you know, no doubt a pullback there for PLTR.
Did you see this name? I know we're going to go over the midday.
Yeah, it was on my scanner.
But Alibaba.
Yeah, second one.
Day 2 on Alibaba. Let's give some respect to this. It's the first time I think we're actually talking about it today. But the problem with the Chinese names in the middle of the day, it's hard to get a good breakout in the afternoon sometimes on Baba because it's like the morning and then, you know, the Asian traders go to sleep. So I'd worry about an extension on Baba, but what a great looking name here. And it has been fantastic. This one continues to run. It's got plenty of room to rally to the 140. I don't know if Intel gets to its round number at $100, but I think that's what we're looking for next. Still at 99. I think it's got a chance. I think it might break out at lunchtime, but we'll throw you guys to the midday if
The
it
Nasdaq's
does.
at highs. Like, everything is ripping.
The
Everything's
ES
at
and
highs.
the Nasdaq, they're all at highs trying to go.
What a
So as
monster.
long as that keeps on happening, I think we've got a chance. We're going to go to the desk first to Adara, and then we're going to throw you guys to Sharif and Joe. We'll see where it goes. Palantir could still, it's got a chance at it's not
I
a
think the
record.
high of the day will be around that 161. I'll call that
Double
right now.
top?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I hope it's not.
What's
I hope
the high
it
now?
continues to go high. Yeah,
Is it
160
60?
50s.
Okay, so
So I think they're right around that level, I think, for Palantir. But yeah, anyways,
done a poll.
I still don't think it's a short. It's just, well cooked there, Palantir.
Yes.
So again, thank you. The hat is on. We're back to the desk with Adara.
we get some lunch.
Keep an eye here on Moderna. Now, obviously not a massive move, but just be aware here, there was a little bit of a spike in this name. The company's announcing that they're starting new phase 1 clinical trials for one of its treatments, specifically mRNA 1469. This is a new vaccine targeting Bundibugyo Ebola virus. So new Ebola vaccine in the works here for our mRNA. They're making some announcements related to it. Keep an eye on this name. Also, keep an eye on NVIDIA. NVDA in focus here, not too much of a move, but they're collaborating with a group called DDN on GPU-initiated data access for AI. If we get anything else, we'll of course keep you posted as we send you over to the midday. Back to you.
Who? I never heard of him. Boom, 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 boom. Querer asesino. Oh, we're gonna do the flexing today.
Our guy,
Joey.
our boy Edgar Berlanga got the W.
Berlanga, huh?
Yeah, you like Berlanga?
Yeah, he's okay. I know you like him.
I like him.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome
What's
to
up,
the Midday
Jody?
Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif. Let's say hello to everybody, Mr. Options. Who we got in the chat, man? We got Mr. Kevin G. We got Kalua. We got Axa, Travman, Judy, Hamilton, Durant Gordon, other Zinc, Crazy Dirt Weed, Tarik, Hangry, a proper dang paradox. Shout out to Braca and Kalua, Mike PD Ryder, TG Kodak, and Andrew Chow, Juan Padilla in the house. How many eggs did I have today? I had 12, brother.
Oh,
but from
actually?
tomorrow onwards, I'm going to be having an entire carton, 500 grams. I know the metric system is complicated for Americans, but it's fine. 500 grams of egg whites, and then I'm going to throw on another 4 eggs, onto that so we can have the requisite fats. Well, it is what it is, Katina, man. You sit right next to me. If there's gas, you'd know. Blakey Spears in the house. I Grow Fighting. We got Bailey Buttons, Manic R. Shout out to Snowman, Kirk D. Let's go. We got the Hangry Wife. We got Micron Millionaire. Market Navigation. Shout out to Christ Eternal God, Casey Mint. Blicky Spears, Terrible Trades. We got Dixon Ichiro. What's going on, my man? Love the pictures, Ichiro, man. It looks like that concert was a hell of fun. Options in deep.
Man.
Texas Jets fan. Sharif is all yoked up. He knows, man. He saw me have those eggs. We had breakfast together. Shout out to my man. Ruchina Katka probably killed that. Sorry, I do apologize. Don Baka, Tarik. We got, who else, man?
Funny
Becky.
boy.
What's going on, Becky? We got Ricky. We got Rusty, Joey.
Yeah.
We got Ticker Tantrum.
Ticker
Good morning,
Tantrum.
everybody.
Yeah, I mean, what's up, Kevin? What's up, Jody? What's up, everyone in the chat? Hold on, Assassino. Before we do that, once again, we don't want to forget about our friends over there on TikTok, Bravely, always doing us wonders, sending us a list of names for us to give a shout out to. And we're going to do exactly that. Ricky. The Ricky?
Ricky
All right.
Bragan?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I thought it was
Steamboat,
Ricky,
bro.
the Ricky. Anyways, Da Amy 902, Pets in Fun, Maverick Life, T Money, Penthouse, Steven Jackson, Jack Jones, Mac McDougal, Big Dog Cards, all right. And then we go Entrepreneur User Fred 2494. That was my grandfather's name, Freddie. Freddie boy, Blacklist, Brunazin, Bravelti, Bravely, obviously, we got to give a shout out to T.I. Vince, and then we have Colin, Arturo, Finn, and whoa, okay, I almost said that out loud, but bleep, you pay me. Okay, that's not very nice of you, is it? Now, Assassins Fraternity, a couple more. Charles Tolliver, not any relations to Dawn.
Dawn?
Not any there. And John,
so
Kim,
good.
what's going on? Kim, DJ Vinny, and Lando News.
Vinny Jr.?
Yeah, no, senior.
Vinicius.
Senior. All right. Yeah. Anyways, there it is, guys. Fantastic stuff. Let's fire it up here, Assassino, and then we'll get into some stocks. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across growth engines. Fantastic stuff from VFS. Go check them out. VFS Live. Guys, speaking of doing it live, let's figure out what we got going on here today. Now, we've only taken 2 trades. We're nicely green and in the money, but it all depends. It all reflects on how we go and approach each individual trade. Now, I like what the boys had going on to the right of us during the earlier hour session. Listen, Palantir, most definitely the trade of the day and something that I was personally keeping my eye on, and I didn't take advantage of it. You can get frustrated, or you can just be calm, cool, and somewhat tranquil, but that wasn't necessarily the case as I get slightly agitated. But let's get right into what we have right now, okay? So what we had earlier in the just after the open, we had a price compression pattern. And what happened is I'm already involved, right? I feel like I'm almost at the lower end of the range, so I'm positioned. But if we do happen to get that breakout, then I want to add aggressively. But what happened here on my first entry with my ad was, one, it wasn't when I was supposed to, but there's a reason why I was hesitant on the fact that I was adding into this more than doubling my size, is that the volume was never supporting that wedge breakout. And I'm like, oh no, that's not good. But then we had some tape movement and the flow started to come in. But as I'm keeping an eye on my volume indicator, I'm like, uh-oh, this is suspicious, because when we're breaking out, we need the volume to support the breakout. That wasn't the case. Even though I did that aggressively, I got it when I was supposed to, all right? As soon as we had that breakdown, I'm like, you know what? The volume didn't support it. Let's get out of Dodge, sit on our hands for a little bit, and wait for another primetime opportunity. So what do we do? When was our out? 1 second, see ya. When was our out? Around 9:50? We wait until 10:25 to re-engage back in this name, but then we add more to this position, looking for that break through the volume-weighted average price, and the market going absolutely parabolic this morning. I'm like, what's going on with this name? Eventually, I thought that buyers were going to step in. That wasn't necessarily the case. There was no continuation, but I'm fortunate enough to take off the majority of my position here. And then I was like, you know what? Let's just get out break even. So we're green on the day. We go 50% clip rate. We'll eliminate all the losses, and we're going to wait for some more opportunities. But let's send it off to see it right now.
NVIDIA here, not a crazy move, a little bit of an uptick. So it's released its Alpamayo 2 Super. That is an open weight reasoning system built for robo-taxis, trucks, and other autonomous machines. So NVIDIA is saying that it ranked among nearly 40 systems that were evaluated on the Lingo QA autonomous driving reasoning benchmark. And it's built on NVIDIA Cosmos 3 Super Reasoner and further trained through reinforcement learning. Alpamayo 2 Super is 3 times the scale of Alpamayo 1.5. NVIDIA now dropping towards the downside.
Thank you very much. Do you want to continue?
Yeah, no, well, that's it. I mean, what else are we going to really... I mean, we have a lot to talk about throughout the day, but Palantir was up bigly this morning. We got some gifted memberships, but that's what we had our focus on, was looking for some form of a continuation in this beast here. Wasn't necessarily the case.
Well said, Joey. All right, man. First and foremost, Nicole Harris. I know it says that, but we're going to call her Nicole Harris. Shout out to you, Nicole. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. This is more down your alley, Joey. I had 763 and 766 SPY option calls for today. I sold early because I can't believe it keeps moving up. What's the news? The Middle East, maybe, it just feels like it's more driven by sentiment there. Obviously, we did have that headline today for the chips, that President Trump could be banning certain optical as well as other different devices from China for data centers. That obviously helps domestic chip manufacturers. So
I think there could be a couple tailwinds as well too, Sharif. Like we have JP Morgan hitting all-time highs, so you have that rotation into some of these bank names, right, as they continue to climb. And we know with the S&P 500, it's tech, it's the financials, and then it's healthcare. So if the second and third strongest sectors within the S&P are moving relatively well, that's why it's been slightly outperforming what the Nasdaq's been up to. Man. So yeah, I think there's a couple of things that can add a little bit of a fuel to the S&P 500 fire.
All right, and Matt from Tinder.
Ooh, what's up, bro?
I do like that one. Matt from Tinder. All right, man. Well, you know what? He can be from wherever because he just dropped, I should say, 10 Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you very much, Matt. And look, Ellie Musty, I guess. You got one. Tilster, Handyman Georgia, Becky, NG18, Stepper, Hot Stepper, Line Stepper, Michael, Chris Conti, CJ Flu, September Man, Big Boy, Fast Boy. All you guys got free premium Trader TV Live memberships thanks to Matt. So make sure you are in the chat, because if you're not in the chat, you can't get these memberships. But I feel incumbent to tell you guys now that you got the premium membership. Mosey on over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV Live. You'll see a host of tabs at the top. Click posts. And then there she is right there, members only, the Morgan Market Brief. And I put the link for you guys right at the top, so you needn't click read more, because it seemed to be some confusion about that. Click that link right there. There you go, my morning note ready. Always early, like 7:30, something like that, every single morning. All right, let's get right down to work options, man, because we got 2 trades on. There goes AIMX. I'm looking for a flat top break on this monster here. Ascending wedge pattern with a plethora of higher lows, but that is the good news. The bad news is we keep freaking rejecting at $7, even though we've been up to 743. Most, if not all, of the prints are below 7, with just a couple of wicks that do breach that. Here we go into the 90s options, man, and it flashes 7s. It takes out all my orders. 728 limit up. 728 limit up right now. We're showing 13s. Rip City. Rip City. Here we go again. Come on, give me my money, man.
That's crazy.
728 limit up options, man. We're looking for a little bit more. We're going to post some ahead of that limit up, lest the limit price change. Huge seller at 24. They killed him, Joey. Into 20, I think 25s we go there. We have 651 on this. Any part of this goes against me, it's all over. We're holding still a couple of shares here. We're looking for a little bit more. I want to see if this can limit up. The immediate answer is no, and I can't even see where limit up is anymore, because it is removed from the price action here. So we're holding above 7, but I'm not holding my breath here. I've seen this action before. We've wicked above 7, and we failed below 7. That's why I had those resting orders there, to take advantage of the wicks up, because, well, I'm old and slow, and my hands can't hang. I like making fun of myself. So that's what we're looking at right now, options, man. We're looking for that 7 1/3. That's where I'm going to print next. Now, one trade is going well. The other one, we're about a penny out of the money here on ADGM. I don't like what I see. I end the trade here. We took a couple of beak wetters to the long side, but I'm not liking the look of ADM's jib. So we're going to get out of that, and we're going to focus on AIMX. I want to see if this can hold above 7, because, you know, for at least for the moment, it is holding. So I want to see if we can kind of maybe pick up a dip as well. I'm thinking maybe 675, maybe a little bit lower than 675, maybe 660. Traf, man, you know what I mean, brother. I'm thinking 660, because that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. So if it does fail 7, it generally does find some support at said 10 EMA. Let me just make my point here on the big charts. And this is what I'm seeing, guys. And this is what oh boy. I do apologize for the charts temperament today, because they've been temperamental since I sat down. So let's go. Yeah. It's so annoying, Assassino. Watch this, Assassino. It's going to freeze again. Watch this. All right. So here's what I'm seeing, guys. A higher low, ascending wedge pattern. We lovingly call that the flat top break. You needn't be a chartered market technician to see that this has trouble holding above 7. There is only one print on the entire day that closed above $7, and that is the print that I just took right now. And look, it's having trouble still holding above 7. So that is what I'm looking at. But as always, if there are any other small cap gappers that I've neglected to mention or I haven't seen, I'd love to hear about it. But just tag me in the chat so that I do know about it there. My man, Texas Jet fan, slow down on the eggs. You sound like you
Oh, bro, that's crazy.
It's okay, bro. He's a good time. He's a good time, bro. So we're back above here, $7. I'm still waiting at 733. There seems to be a seller of note at the quarter to a fifth of a dollar. So we've rejected now twice on the 5-minute chart at 725. We're accruing here some bids right around 720, and there it goes. Options, man, into the high of the day, 743. Get it?
Who did that one?
I don't know. I think it was Assassino. I have no idea, brother. There it goes. Options, man, into the high of the day, 776. Limit up, guys. Here we go. 770. 776 showing up. Limit up. Here we go. It's not in the halt parameter yet. Now it is. AMIX. Limit up. We need another 5 or 6 seconds in this way. Very pleased with this trade. You know, I added a couple of times, but there was a dip trade there at 6 1/3 that we didn't get. So, you know, it's all good there. Anyway, AMIX. Ripping. Rip city. Happy with this one, Joey. What do you got?
All right, man. Seems like in rise to the top of the AI trade, strong companies will pull through and weak balance sheets are getting broken. Well said, brother. Listen, when you come out, like, I mean, the majority of the big participants, the MEG, I guess the hyperscalers have reported. I mean, we have AMD today, but I have every ounce of confidence in the company that Lisa Su and group are just going to blow it out of the water. So, yeah, man, the numbers are definitely reflecting and showing themselves. So, yeah, good stuff, and I'm liking what we see, and that's why they can also help drive the market a little bit higher as well, too. Are we going to someone? Sorry, did I miss? Okay, we're good. All right, so I get to ramble on here for a couple of minutes. Now, I mean, here it is, right? Gorev's long from 209.50. What I don't like is we have all-time highs in the Dow and in the S&P 500, and we're not really moving here, on NVDA, which I'm like, that's a little odd. So why are we, I mean, I'll obviously trade it a little bit more, but why are we making life so much more difficult on ourselves when you have something that's not necessarily participating in the rally, when you can find something that's strong like Palantir? It was such a nice play, man. It was my number one on the list. Just, it's been overbeaten. It's been beaten up for so long. The numbers were fantastic. You increased the quarterly guide, and it was just a recipe for putting in an absolute monster day. Did any of us think that it was going to go 25%? Most likely not, but even so, holding on to that double-digit gain is just absolutely monstrous, and I'm not surprised by this whatsoever. So Palantir up 26% at this moment. Buy the dip. And so this is where I was looking at this consolidative break, didn't pull the trigger, so it wasn't Hydration Nation, it was Hesitation Nation on that one for whatever reason that may be. 148.64, and then I'm like, oh, all right, what is even happening here? 154 holds, and I'm like, okay, let's see if we're gonna get another move into this supply zone over here at 160. You can see almost to the penny. 160.20 we reject. There is a little bit of open interest there. And I'm like, all right, let's see if we get any form of a pullback. But I don't think the narrative of us pulling back and giving back at 13% of this move is in the works for today. The buy program is fully on. And the way that we can identify this is just looking at how we react every time the stock dips a little bit. It gets bought back up. Keep your eyes on the tape. Sells off, the buyers step right back in, and you can identify that by looking at the ask and above the ask too. So a lot going on. Electric Passions. Let me know what ticker that was again. I was looking and I can't scroll up that far. Grunfeld, ANET, 52-week high breakout here. Earnings tonight. Yeah, I mean, there's a star-studded list tonight. I think a lot of us are looking forward to what's going to happen here in SpaceX. It's honestly a mixed bag.
Give me your prediction here, Joey.
Man, I have no idea. I mean,
it's beat down substantially here to get a
dude, we will. So you and I had this conversation this morning about a name. I hate comparing apples to oranges. Sure. But the public market, in regards to Nike, I'm like, it might be good if they go private, man.
Yeah, that's a good call. You've had a lot of these, outlying calls that ended up being kind of true lately.
I think I have a little bit of that gut and that intuition. But you know what? The public markets can punish you until there's no end, really, and that might happen. But again, the street may like it, and you get that excitement, and the next thing you know, the stock goes from $115 all the way up to $130, $135, right? So you never know. I wouldn't be surprised either way. So I'll put it that way.
Did you allow the orders to trigger in and around that 100 area?
No, I haven't bought any more since the 160 or 150 bill. To be honest,
you're still thinking pure long term.
Dude, this might be a double digit. Yeah, this is if anything, this is Tesla 2.0, but already extremely matured.
Right?
If you ask me, you know what I mean? It's
well,
like,
that's
it's
the
like
thing,
the forward look of what they have going on.
That's actually a good comparison. All right, guys, let's get right back down to work here. AMIX halt time 11:17:41 current time. 11:22:07. We have about 20 seconds before earliest resumptions. The top is ripping into the high side. 8:10 now. The top, the halt price is 776. Top dropping to 805, 802. Looking for a move here. 8:10 as we get a lot closer to opening. Thank you to Adam James Abroad for the super and the boom. Where the hell is Buvin here,
Where
man?
is he?
I mean, Buvin, like, you got to be here, Buvin. You can't be missing these
Too much money, man. He's enjoying his.
He works I think he works as well. So
there you go.
Here we go. It is going to be, sadly, at least a 10-minute halt. Maybe not sadly, right? Because we've seen these 10-minute halts really pump up the top at times. But just as a general observation, having traded these small caps for a while now, sometimes when there's just too much of a prolonged volatility halt, the top is just going to start dropping. But I've been wrong about that lately. Anyway, showing 8:14 right now. So we're going to have earliest open, if you're a newer trader, is going to be 11:27:41. So get your atomic clocks ready or whatever you're doing there on that side. I'm going to stay put here. I'm not really liking anything else. I'll just cut the crap. I don't really like anything. There's this BWEN thing over here, which is okay. It's a little light on vol, right? $5.25, best number combo ever. Up 28.68%, 535 high, 1.37 million shares. A little light, kind of, and then a little bit of a consolidation here. It's not bad. It's just not ripping, right? So I'm going to keep BWEN on watch. It's been on watch since we sat down, but nothing else, though, guys. I stopped out of ADGM. I didn't like the look of this one's jib. We're negative on ADGM, but barely. Anyway, it's a prolonged downtrend. This feels like it could be losing VWAP sooner rather than later. There is Vagas, VGAS. This one broke out in the aftermarket yesterday. Can kind of continue today. We're still below the aftermarket low. I'm not really liking it, though. I just be honest with you. Pay as well. PAY more expensive. 20 up 25%. Looks like an earnings play from yesterday. Day 2 continuation here. Did 0 in the pre, but did react in the aftermarket yesterday. 44.15 high. There's Just Blaze. Oh, baby. BLZE breaking down now below the volume weighted average price. This looks like an unbroken downtrend. This one could be headed here, if you're short inclined, to about 19, maybe 20. But if it really loses the bid, I'm thinking 19. BLZE, BLZE, for my American friends out there. And then there's Snap. It's not a small cap gapper, but it's got a great continuation. Big move in the aftermarket yesterday into 575. We've taken that out by 5 pennies today, 580. And then XGN, like, it's a light bunch today, guys. I mean, it sucks. Look at this. XGN, look at it. Look at this crap. Right, I put this on because it was holding structure. Oh, God, it's died again. It's holding structure in the sense that, the low area of the range, look at that, $6 kind of holding. So there's that. But, guys, it's a light bunch. I do apologize. Goodness. That one got me. Had LOLing, oh, baby. Yeah. Remember the Just Blaze? Oh,
yeah,
baby.
that was it. Is that Cameron?
Yeah. And what was the Cameron's group there? Was it just called Just Blaze?
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. You're asking the wrong dude.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I'm an R&B dude, man.
You're an R&B dude.
Yeah.
Casey, you're delayed as always. It is now an 8:30 tap.
Oh,
Casey, 526.
she said that 10 seconds late.
I know, but I'm trying to aggravate her.
Yeah, she's aggravated.
Like, you're delayed, bro.
Oh.
Get it, Case. 8:20 though. She's right again because it just dropped back down to 8:20. So, BWEN is moving, ladies and gents. It just got into the high of the day, 535 BWEN.
It's a fight.
Ding, ding, ding. Come on, Assassino.
Oh.
There he is. Doesn't miss a beat, bro. Assassino. That's why he's good at what he does, man. He's just good. Anyway, Joey, we're still waiting. We got another minute or so.
Yeah, 823 there on the top, slightly dropping, but nothing crazy. I mean, Palantir still doing Palantir things on the intraday session. Gaurav, nice call on getting out of that NVDA. Let's head over to our watch list, ladies and gentlemen, and see what else we got going on. We'll pull up our NVDL. Got to get PLTU blocked there. Yeah, it's Dipset. Yeah, Dipset.
Love it.
Let's head over to our watch list and see what we have cooking up here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a strong day across the board once again. Whoa! All right, double digit. We're back to the double digits. So I think this is a key inflection point for this name. Are we going to sit on the backside of this trend, Sharif, or not? Listen, anything south of average, I'm buying. I'm buying this stuff as much as I possibly can and going to continue to do so. If it breaks out, I have to be prepared to just go for this all-time high. Man, I ain't playing any games anymore these days.
10 seconds.
Sharif, 10 seconds until this thing's open. Tap 844, so expect an open above where we close, where it halted at. There it is, 833. 833, is it going to come? Let's take a look at the tape. Bang! 870. Look at the tape there, Sharif. Boom. Printing 72s. 80s. I've seen 80s flash. Keep it up. There it is. 87s. Wow, we don't even need price action at this point, Shreve. It's just the time and sales. Ask the old boys on the NYSE floor how they used to read things. Boom, printing 67s. Can it hold up? 80s is back up there once again. Not too bad of a look. Can we breach that 87 marker? As soon as I see we print 90s, it's off to the races. Potentially here, ooh, a big drop right there, Sharif. 40 cents just like this. And then there it is, printed 94s. Printed 94s. Don't even need the candles. We just looking at the tape there. A nice little move here on AMIX. I don't want to. I don't know why I'm commentating when you're in the position.
It's okay.
Yeah, all right.
It gives me time to concentrate.
Gives you time to concentrate. So there it is. A nice little pullback in here, ladies and gentlemen. It's important to be able to read the tape. It's one of the most. If you ask me, price is important, but it's a reflection. And then you have volume, and there it is, printing 84s again, and then you need the time and sales. So yeah, a beautiful, beautiful move here. Let's see if it can continue. Printing 90s now, heading up into 90s, Sharif. Can we get a clear 9-0? 902, not 90210, but just 9-0. Let's just
Katina, man, like that one too, bro.
All right,
it's failing.
It's failing.
Bleeding its own blood.
As it breaks down. Yeah, let's see if it holds up, though. We've seen some buyers step in on oh, whoa, bro. But yeah, broke to 20s. Broke to 20s. That's crazy. Hey, listen, man, I spent a lot of my high school days watching the newer 90210, not the old one.
Katina, man, stop, bro. He's
you like that one? Yeah, you like that one? I like that one. Yeah, I like that one too.
That one sucks.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry, bro. It's not the original, man. Sorry, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's all right. We had our own little version of that here. Headed forward. We're still consolidating, guys. So now I think we can confirm that we've established a range between around a low of 20s all the way to 90s here. If it breaks, there might be a nice little move. Casey, if this hits 9, dinner is on you apparently. So don't worry about that one. $9. Ooh, I pulled up the level 2. $9 dinner's on Casey. We'll fly over to NYC as well, see what we got going on over there. But no, it's printing 70s once again. So we're holding up within this range. What we want to see is the next wave of participants step in, and then boom, we punch through this level. What happened, Katina?
Katina, man. When he hangs back and he starts commenting while we're doing the show, it just makes me chuckle, man. I love when he sits the back
give this man his money, he said. Yeah.
He said it in a different way, though, Joey. We can't say that on the show, but Katina, man, is making me chuckle, bro.
Some obscenities in there, or what? Okay, let's go, man. This is key, Sharif. We need to see if we're going to break. We're focused on the tape, guys. This is tape reading 101 right now, so we don't even need to look at the price. We're going to
Katina, man.
We're not even doing any of that, man. Let's focus on it, and then we can correlate the two. Printing 70s. We're going to head over there momentarily. Can we break 70s? Not quite yet. Let's send it over to Adara.
All right, man.
Yeah, we're going to get into this Euro segment in just a minute here. I quickly, though, want to mention Procter & Gamble. Before we do that, keep an eye on PG here, guys. P&G CEO Shailesh Jadurikar is currently on CNBC, and he's just said that the company's going to be announcing the acquisition of Thorne today. This is going to be a $3.8 billion acquisition of a premium wellness and supplements brand. So acquisition and focus for PG. Not much of a move here. Just keep an eye on this one. Again, this announcement apparently going to happen today. Not sure if it's going to happen before the bell or not. But what's happening right now is a look at the European markets with One. Welcome back, One. What is there to know about what the European markets did during the session?
Thank you so much, Adira. So European markets on the rise as hope for diplomatic talks in the Middle East pushed oil prices lower, boosting sentiment. So take a look at the European markets indexes here right now. Stock 600 up by 0.75%, pushing into uncharted territory as tech beats offset that of a retail drag. In Germany, they are the biggest leaders for today, up by nearly 0.8%. Bayer led gains in Germany, rising over 4% on very strong Q2 results, as well as a steady 2026 outlook. Tech and AI shares also rallied, with Infineon and Siemens Energy both gaining about more than 3% throughout the morning. And Lufthansa lost about 4% after missing their profit beat and expectations, cutting its outlook, while Hugo Boss also fell after reporting declining sales. Over in France, we saw industrial and tech giants advancing, led by Schneider Electric, which were up by nearly 3%. Airbus was also up by nearly 2%, and Safran also up by about 1.5%. Now, in contrast, however, our retails such as Louis Vuitton were down by about 0.8%, L'Oreal down by 1.2%, and Total Energies down by 0.3%. Over in the UK, however, we got some ground being gained, especially in energy, mining, as well as banking beats. That kept the London tape supported. We saw HSBC, they ticked slightly above higher today, despite their beatings earnings, as well as announcing a $1 billion buyback after their Q2 results. Now, BP shares fell. They were the main laggards. They fell by about 5%, even after delivering quarterly results above that of market expectations, most probably because of the easing energy anxieties happening right now. Brent crude oil priced and stabilizing below that of $85 per barrel. That's on, of course, US-Iran ceasefire signals, helping to lower the input costs in Europe, as well as relieving some margin pressure on European manufacturers. So one of the main stories, of course, is big tech and semiconductor relief in that of Europe. We saw a lot of European supply chains or chip supply chains catching a strong bid. BE Semiconductor up over 4% on upgrades. And all those AI adjacent blocks also rising after strong revenue updates, especially from Palantir overnight.
Yeah, lots to look at there in Europe. We'll have even more to look at in Asia and the Asian markets with One at 3:30 p.m. So guys, don't go anywhere. There's exciting content all day. Back to you.
Let's go. There it is.
Great information, Juan. Thank you so much. All right, I'm out of AMIX. I did get very close to the high day print. I got 15s, and then I stopped out at 65s because I did see a 75 buyer. Watch out. Oh, wow. There's a break of 9. It has to hold 860. There is an 860 buyer multiple times, 1130, 1132, 45. So that 860. I thought I was saying 1860. 860 buyer has shown up multiple times. We are putting in higher lows, but we also have lower highs. I'm keeping my eye on the 5-second chart to spot areas of support and resistance. $9 resistance, prior area high. Oh, here we go.
Here we go,
All right, let's see, 920 high.
Here we go,
920 high. There it goes, options, man, into 35. 975 limit up. 975 limit up, guys. Let's watch what we get here. Do we get a hold of 9? Watch out, 975, as I said, limit up. Be careful with this one. Pardon me? Yeah, it's on the board. Watch 975 limit up, guys. Throwing that on there. Let's see. It's still 975 limit up. There's 970 again. Looking for a little bit more. There's 75. Not quite yet. There isn't. But I'm looking for the $50 hold. Oh crap.
Oh crap.
Yeah, take over for a second.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to pull it up here as well too. Listen, I just doubled my day on this one. Slow motion Joe's. Listen, I even more than double did, Sharif. To be honest with you, slow motion Joe's like this guy in his tape. Well, I'll tell you this. Yeah, you don't want. Hey, you don't want to bring that. Joe, you don't want to bring that Joe back out, man.
We do want that Joe. We want that Joe, Katina, man.
No.
We want that Joe.
You don't want to bring that guy back out, man. He's dead. He died a long time ago.
That's cap, man.
No, man.
That's absolute cap.
He comes out once or twice a year, and then that's it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we gotta hide that. No, listen, ladies and gentlemen. In all seriousness, slow motion Joe, not to point fingers, but yeah, exactly. He's like, man, this guy in his tape. Well, I'll tell you one thing for free right now.
What are you gonna say, Joey?
Is that this trade doesn't happen. These, for me personally, with my style, they don't happen without being able to read the time and sales. Ooh. So you really have to pay attention to the order flow right here. But what an absolute, no, we're not bringing them back, trust me. But here it is. So we get in and out, and then
can he visit at least? You know?
Yeah, he comes out twice a year, man. That's when I do it, and then maybe like Carabana, you'll see like a little bit of he just. He comes out, man. There's peeps of him, but again, he's like Bruce Banner in the Hulk, but he gets the Hulk.
6'7" buyer
control. But no, in all reality, guys, yeah, this was a pretty good trade for us here on the day. Our best name, just waiting to get back in, and as soon as it opened up over on this level, then it's just like, all right, off to the races we go into $10. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, let's just continue to party. Now I'm only sitting on a fraction of a percent of this position, as we took most of it off here. We get half, and then we just piece it out on the way up. So it's been a pretty good one. If it breaks down, then it's not going to do too much damage to what we have going on.
925
so,
support.
Bang.
So if it loses 925, I would consider bailing, because that was the flat top. I just got stopped out. Okay, I moved up my stop a little bit, but we did really good on this. Okay, we got into $10. Not quite. We got 88. The high of the day is 89. So I'm keeping an eye here. $half buyer generally. Let's just see if the trend flips. So we have a local area low of, 939. 939 local area low. So if it does fail that, I would leave. But I'd also be looking for a 9.25 step in. Showing 9.5 now. Continuing to watch. Let's see if this gives me an opportunity to get back in. We have a bit of a downtrend right now with a general $half buyer. $half buyer keeps stepping in, which is good look. Let's see. We can kind of break trend. I think if we get back above 975, this could, at least try for that $10 break. You don't get this close to 10 without, come on. 9, there's 9.25. Are the buyers stepping in here? Buyer stepping in, 9.25. Let's give this to 919, 900. There we go. Let's see what we get on this one, 948, and then we'll throw some into the high areas as well as these areas. So let's see if we can kind of pop back up, maybe resume trend over here. Anything below 919 will end my trade. So continuing to watch, going in with smaller share size because we're pulling back. Got to be alive to this. Look at it, rip back above the $half, taking out all my orders again. Oh, my Lanta. 936, we're looking for more options, man, and we're looking for some in the 80s, lest it make it up there without my having an order. Into the 70s we go. It's doing it again, and are we going to see $10 this time? We're seeing some selling here in the low 70s, high 60s. Be on the lookout for a flush. My stop now moves to break even. If we fail 975, that will be a lower high, and I will have no qualms with that, lower high. So going to continue to watch here. Let's see if we get up through 10. That is what I'm holding for right now. I stop out through my entry.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah. Nice trade. Lots of fun there with that one. So,
and they're fast developing too, which is nice, right? So you don't have to wait too much. Well, it works both ways. You can get clipped on it as well.
Goes both ways, man. We've seen some hectic rug pulls last week that were just like rip your face off and like holy schmoly, woolly poly on that one there. Joe's I was right at the huge level. Yeah, thanks, Tishaper. Because like, listen, I would like to think that, what's very different is because it's very distinct in what we see on the tape here in these momentum style trades, and that's what we're looking for. And that's what allows kind of these entries is when you see the the tape really start to pick up, it'll be correlated within the volume. So it's just like you have this cycle of pieces of information that when they all correlate and you register it relatively quick, then you can be fortunate enough to just put yourself in the right place at the right time. It happens that you get the fake outs, but that's why on a lot of my small cap trades is that it's precise and waiting for specific signals there on the tape. But let's
see what Neil's got there?
No, I didn't even know what's for lunch, but let's send it over to the desk here, guys.
USO falling here. Reports coming in that Iran is considering allowing European nations to remove mines from the Strait of Hormuz, a concession that could be part of a deal to normalize shipping in the waterway and ease peace talks with the United States. So now Iran has repeatedly stated in public that it will not allow foreign countries to participate in demining efforts at the critical oil as well as liquefied natural gas transportation hub. However, in private meetings in recent weeks, Tehran has also softened its stance, according to certain diplomats that are familiar with this situation, who've spoken on the condition of the anonymity to discuss these matters that are sensitive. So the Iran Foreign Ministry, as of now, has not immediately responded to any kind of requests or comments. But it is important to keep in mind right now that breaking news that Iran is weighing on allowing European nations to clear mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So USO reacting to this news right now.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Yeah, well said, Slow Motion. I agree with you there, brother. And I want to mention Frathos Can. It's like, Sharif, you said 5-second chart. Did you mean 5 minute? No, brother.
No.
And I mentioned that to you in the chat, so I already know you know the answer. But I want to take this opportunity. Oh God, I'll take this opportunity to watch a blank screen. No, I'm sorry. The charts are acting up today, guys, and there's really nothing I can do about that. So we'll give this a second to load. There we go, SSC. You know, it loaded up. So what I'm looking for here, why I'm looking and using the 5-second chart, it's very similar to using the level 2. For example, if I see a 918 buyer here stepping up multiple times, every time we dip into 918, I'm just giving you an example. I'm not saying there is a 918 buyer. I'll take notice of that. And that same skill can kind of be taken on or used on the 5-second chart. If there is a 918 buyer habitually coming in at that whatever level, you're going to be able to see it on the 5-second chart. The beautiful thing about the chart, though, is you can reference back to it. Whereas the level 2, it's got to be at that level for you to see it. So that's kind of why I use the 5-second chart as kind of a visual level 2, if that makes any sense. So you don't need to use the 5. I know, RC uses the 5, uses the 10. So, have at it, whatever works for you. But the point is just to be able to spot those localized buyers and sellers at any one area, and that's kind of my methodology for that. So
all right.
That's what I want to say there, Joseph.
Coolio. Yeah, Casey, let's see, man. Casey thinks that we can get a little bit more of a move here. What an absolute 2-day run that we're experiencing in the S&P 500, ladies and gentlemen. We're at all-time highs. Wow, it's so crazy to think like you get a 5% pullback and then off to the races the market goes. Man, it's truly, this is some remarkable stuff that I believe we're going through right now. And I mean, I'm not going to call it 2000 or what is it? 2020. Yeah, geez, wow, my poor brain fart there. All over again because I wasn't participating. I didn't know what that felt like when you just stepped in every day and just like bought every pullback essentially, and then off to the races the market goes. So
what?
I mean,
COVID?
Yeah, during COVID.
Oh
yeah,
God,
yeah.
You had a negative day if there was but they were big negative days because the up days were so big as well.
Yeah, man.
So you get 3-4% pullbacks on the Nasdaq, but God,
but it's just like it's like
opportunities galore.
Yeah, exactly. Right, like it's crazy.
But they were big pullbacks, so man. you could kind of sympathize a little bit.
Yeah.
If you weren't gung ho every single time to be hitting the buy button like hand over fist. Because they were, I remember that specifically because that's really when I started trading every day. I started trading before COVID hit. August, September 2019.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and then March obviously was the month that brought all the
This is when I started, literally. This is
what was that?
January 2022 is when I went
you were the meme craze. That was the meme.
Yeah, exactly. And,
nice.
And I was still very green at that point. But I was like, okay, is this what the market is? Like a year of this straight to the downside after this going in there. But then this is crazy, right? Like from where this is a 4-year run that we're currently on. And you just buy every dip. We did our example of just like, look at how everything is correlating. You make tops, they come back into bottoms. But that wasn't the case so far with this one. You barely get there and you only experience about a 12% pullback in the NASDAQ. And if you weren't like, oh yeah, I'm buying on the way down, then you just missed out on a good opportunity, I believe. Trend's broken and you have the SPY and the Dow at all-time highs. What's the IWM doing?
Watch out here. AMIX.
Almost there. Yeah, I got my eyes on it as well too. But this might be going for a test at the high of the day as well too, Sharif. As long as KC says that it's going to put in some more work, then I believe that it has the ability to do so. All
right, man. Continuing to watch here. Local selling in the mid to high 60s, looking for a 75 break and take. 989 HOD. Now, you know that 989, I'm not saying it's going to be as good as it gets. In fact, it doesn't feel like that. But, you know, when we say $10 incoming, I generally do mean the $10 area. Now, that could be 989, that could be 1015, could be 1025, right? So 65 seller here, continuing to watch the level 2, nothing for me to do other than just keep my hands on the key. 65 seller again, options, man. Look, a 75, here we go, 80s. Breakout could be on now into 10. Watch for a pullback and a hold. Look for a high 70s, sorry, low 70s, high 60s hold here. 76 buyer, 60, I just saw 60s flash there momentarily. Let's try this. What do we got there? 79s, okay. Looking for 88s. Gonna stop out, I think, below the $0.50. Can't give this too much room, so we'll throw that on. 78 seller, big seller at 78 options. Man, we can't shake that seller. Now they're selling into 75. Watch out, 80s, 88s, Rip City into the 90s. Let's go 1005. Let's go 1005. We're looking for a break and take here, options, man, of that $10 area. Big seller into the 90s. Come on, bro. Shake them. Nope, not at the moment. Can't shake the seller here. So continuing to watch, 95 seller coming in. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the exact same thing. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be the case. Gavzor looking pretty good right
Gavzor.
now. Yeah, Gavzor, he's doing his thing now. $10 definitely was in play there. And as soon as we turned around, you can see that the previous structure helped hold here, $9, and then off to the races it goes. So another big one, another 5-figure day, homies. Man, brother. Keep doing. Oh, holy cow. That was
my Lanta. Yeah, 1052 limit up. 1052 limit up. Let's
whoever
go,
was on the short side is eliminated.
They killed him. 1071 limit up.
It's gone.
It's changing, Joey.
Holy
1071. Cow. That ends the trade for me here. Wow. Boom into the freaking high.
Into the hole.
Boom on AMIX, bro. What a beauty this one is today. Rip City. Rip City. Oh my Lanta. 62.5 million shares. We are up 200%, minus 7% into the high and into the hole we go. Joseph, man, unreal. Yeah. Where do I find these stocks? Colleen Lakes.
The scanner.
Great question, Colleen.
Oh, wow, it's like that, Casey. That's crazy.
We know she's printing, bro. Thank you very much, Casey. 520-6. As always, let's call out who got. Then I want to answer Colleen's questions. Ryan Kirk. Ali K, certified trading BDH master. Prakhar, Andy C, Rajesh, Trackstar, Assassino, bro, killing me today, bro. Expansi Obi Akmas, sorry, man, I apologize for butchering that. Okay, who else? Daniel on Broadway, and then Ridhi Joshani. All you guys got a free Trader TV Live membership courtesy of one of the most excellent small cap traders in the game, KC526. Thank you very much, Case. You're not stuck in the hole, Zenzombie. You're fine, baby. The tap's showing 1080, baby. And Lele, she's dropping another 5 in the chat. It is raining Membies. Thank you very much, Lele. Don't call her Leanne. Her name is Leandra. Who got? Sleep Dog 69. Brother, you got one. Anthony Cago. Who else? We got TradeX Freedom, Jordan Price, and Demianda. All you guys got free.
Yeah, man.
Trader TV Live memberships. Udabomb.
He is.
Thank you very much, David, for the shout out to Case. Thank you very much for everybody as always, guys. Thank you, guys. Can't put a price on education you give us. Shout out to M. Mason, man. You're dropping 5 nice ones there in the chat and a kind comment. I do like that.
I am, Micron Millionaire. I kid you not, I actually am. I kid you not. I kid you not. But see, that's the thing. I have to talk to Ramin. I have to talk to Ramin before we give those a shout out there. We're going to give some more attention. I have to figure out how I can personally select who I'm going to give them to. Oh, my days.
It's just raining Membies.
They're flowing.
It's raining memberships.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
over. Casey says we owe her dinner at the very... I'm like, Casey, that's the least we owe you is dinner. How about like just an all-around experience in the city of Toronto on your boys here. But yeah, Adam James, 5 memberships. Shreve, did you want to give them a shout out?
Bro, there's so many here.
And then we got another 5 cent by WizKid. Oh,
David dropped 5 Membies.
Matt from Tinder.
Tinder, I love that.
Tinder.
Another 5 Membies.
Man.
Adam James abroad, another 5 Membies, man.
Flowing.
It's just raining in here,
Crazy.
Man. It's beautiful, guys. We love you guys, man. Thank you for staying active with Joseph and I.
Yeah.
Ben
another.
He signed up, man. Wow, the chat's lighting up here, Joey.
Yeah. Crazy.
But I do want to take the opportunity to show exactly how we
do what
find
you
these
gotta do,
gappers every
do,
day.
man.
So let's do it. We're gonna do it live, Joey. So this is a scanner, and the scanner can be whatever you want it to be, right? And here's what I mean by that. So let's just go ahead and show over here. So look at this. I know it's really small, but you can zoom in on YouTube. Top percentage gainers, top percentage losers, volume, halted, contracts by price, trade count, trade rate, the list of different variables that you can use in your scanner is, there's a lot, okay? The one that I use, and it may be named differently on your platform, is top percentage gainers. That essentially shows me which names are up the most percentage-wise on the day, okay? And I only have 2 filters for my scanner, a price filter and a volume filter. I filter everything below 25 pennies, and I filter everything that's traded below 1 million shares. And the reason I do that is because I start trading at 11. So the million shares thing would probably be a little bit lower if I was trading in the pre-market. So these are personal choices. You don't have to follow them. But I filter by price and by volume. And I'm just using the default gap scanner. Now, having said that, I do have some columns in here that I want to bring into your attention. So let's show exactly that. First and foremost, you're going to see, just the financial instrument, the price. But here's where it gets interesting. So you have three different percentage columns. You have change percentage since open, and gap percentage. The change percentage is essentially from 4 a.m. to current. Change percentage since open, is from 9:30. It's open, guys. AMIX is open. It's dropping a little bit into 1046, and it ripped up into 1090. Be careful here. I'm just going to finish what I said, what I'm saying. So change percentage since open, it populates from 9:30 on. The reason I have both those columns in there is because I want to know if this is green or red since the open. And then you have gap percentage, which shows you what the percentage is from the closing price from yesterday, what percentage is gapping up. But then you have different columns as well. I have prior close, volume, average volume, and then short-term 5-minute volume. So the prior close just gives me an idea of what this one closed at. Prior volume, obviously, I need to know how much volume this is doing. But the average volume and the short-term volume, this thing's ripping up.
Yeah, it is going, man. We got a lot of stuff flowing in too, Sharif.
I'm just going to finish what I have to say, and then we can go on, okay? So average volume is super interesting because this is our vol. So I want to see what...
Sorry. It's great.
I'm almost done, bro. I promise you,
Yeah.
I'm almost done. Right? Average volume is interesting because it shows you what you're doing relative volume on the day. So 3 million shares for ADGM, but it typically does only 239,000. So it gives me an idea that this one is very much oversubscribed. Maybe I want to jump into that. And then the shortable shares. The only reason I keep that on there is to see if it's easy to borrow. Sometimes when it's easy to borrow, it does become a bit of a thicker trade. But as you can see on AMIX, that's empty. You cannot borrow shares here, at least on my platform. I know my platform is not, the end all and be all, but it gives me an idea. And last but not least, the spread. I have the column at the end there. It gives me an idea of what kind of spread I'm going to be getting into before I even start trading this one. And with that, take it over, Joey. What do we got?
We had more memberships rolling in here. Ben Affleck with $5. Lele, our girl. We want to keep the momentum flowing here. Sharif and Joey, bag of donuts. Maybe we'll convert that to eggs, maybe. I love you guys. I am up 1K in 2 hours. I am done for the day. See you later. That's what trading is about, man. get your
Get
money.
green, get out.
And get out of Dodge and just go enjoy the day or go do something constructive. I'm not saying that trading necessarily isn't, but it can be taxing at times. And if you have the ability to just get your money and run, by all means, continue to do so. But yeah, some big time movements here in AMIX. Continuing to move here, guys. So some fantastic stuff. Yes, Don back. Make sure you guys hit the. I haven't even seen how many viewers we have here today, but it's been a roller coaster without any question. We were in this at 888. Ooh, okay, that's 888s there, and then all the way up to 1183. But we were out at $10 there, ladies and gentlemen. But do your boy, not for me, but do it for Sharif and Sia and Adara. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. And let's just try to hit a record number of likes today. I think that'd be a good opportunity. We like breaking records, so let's do it, man. Why not? Why not today? And it's not even Friday, as mentioned in the chat.
You ain't got no job.
You ain't got nothing. Well, I hope you have a job.
You do.
Yeah. Well, there you go. No job.
We're having a good time right now, man.
AI can't take your job as if you don't have one, my boy. So that's. You know,
why would you say that?
What do you mean it's true? It's just not, is it not?
1050 buyer. 1050 buyer keeps showing up.
Oh, no, this is my boy.
Oh,
they keep flying in. Shut it down.
Shut down the show, Joey.
It's over. We
Shut
can't.
down the show, bro.
We honestly can't even do it. We can't because it's rolling. Joey, options, my boy. Listen, this guy is a real one, man.
I love that.
Yeah, Trapman for real, my boy Gorab. Joey Options. I appreciate everything this channel is about, the community, the host, everything. This guy is for real. Pay it forward. Donating 10K to my church this weekend. Praise God. And thank you for all the input. Yes, sir. You must contribute to don't watch the Drewski skit on that. But other than that, yes, sir. To the Most High, you must pay it forward without any question.
Well said, man.
Nice work, brother. I couldn't be happier for you. You told me you're printing up absolute storms, and I know your contract strategy. It's been absolutely parabolic and monstrous for you here over the past couple of weeks, man. And listen, I love seeing you guys absolutely print up storms, man. It's like, what else would we want to do, man? Stick it to the man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, right? No, but seriously.
Stick it to the man. And Dave, Samesies, 5 memberships. Man, this guy's donated at least 15 memberships here today. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And Joey,
but what's
tell
up,
everybody,
brother?
You did a little research yesterday. In fact, Joseph and I had no idea how much these donated memberships actually cost in real life. Joseph did a little bit of homework yesterday, and they're quite pricey. So thank you guys very much.
Yeah, they really are very much pricey. Yeah, absolutely, man.
I had no idea how much it cost.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I just didn't, right?
I'm going to find out very soon.
We love you guys, man.
We got to pay it forward as well, too. So I told you guys, don't worry. Next week, we got something rolling for you guys. So make sure you stay tuned. As soon as you know how they do it on the radio, as soon as you hear this song come up, make sure you got, as soon as you hear the Stone Cold Steve Austin, make sure you guys tune in and check it out because your boy is going to be giving back to everyone in the chat. Yeah, see, I gotta talk to Ramin because I want to select who I want to give the membership to. Because you know what, we don't want the bad apples. I don't know
What's
about
wrong?
you. There's very few of them, but you know what happens to bad apples?
What happens, Joey? They go back, they fall off the tree.
They rot, my friend. They rot. There it
Ripping
goes.
up, man. We're in at 11.19. There it goes into 89, man. We're doing it again. Let's see if we can get to 12. There's 11.90 options, man. Oh, my Lanta. Into the high of the day we go, 11.98. I was looking for the break above the $0.25, and boy, did it rip. Good entry there at 11. Right into 12 we go. It is 11.98 high. Guys, I think, if we hold this 11 area and we start talking 12, then I'm going to start saying 15, right? Have we moved above $10 by enough of an amount so we can say, 10 support here? We're going to keep watching. 11.98 high, finding support at the $0.25. What a move today. Loving AIMX, dropping below 11 right now, though. Let's take a little bit of a breather. Let's send it up to Sia.
That was an action-packed hour. That was action-packed, man. We're going to have
what a
I don't know
day,
about you,
bro.
man, but I'm going to have an adrenaline dump here momentarily. We might have to fire it up an espresso or something.
A Spro, okay. I like that. I like that, guys. All right, man.
Pauline Lights.
Shout out to Tuber, my very first trades. We love hearing it. Just before we send it off, Joe, Sharif from Don Baca, YouTube actually takes 30% from the super chats, but not from the memberships. Love to hear that, man. Love to hear that. And I'd rather you guys actually give memberships so that, you know, we have a very active community.
Layla, you're absolutely right. So I used to have apple trees at my old house, and all the rotten ones, when they'd fall, the bees would just get all drunk, and the wasps get all drunk off of the fermented apples.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hold on, what do they do when they're
they're just hovering around and they won't bother you, right? They'll just be like.
So is it similar like when you put smoke around bees, like to calm them down?
No, they're intoxicated. I believe.
They're actually intoxicated. That's crazy. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Great information there. It's not just trading information you get on you know, Trader TV Live. So.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing at the moment. You have the SPY that's currently up 1.4%. The triple Qs are up way over 2.5%, inching close to 3% on the day. You have the Dow that's up over 1.5%. And finally, the IWM that's also up 1.5%. So we did have McDonald's that reported that we're going to take a look at really shortly. Just really briefly, we'll get into it in the news segment much in depth. So the company reported an EPS of $3.38 adjusted versus $3.34 that was expected, and revenue was latest earnings should provide a near-term rebound for the stock. Analyst of the company, John Tower, said in a note that, quote-unquote, the inline pleased with the results. Also, on a side note, Bard has maintained a buy note on it as well. We have MACD that is up on the day, 1.2%. But before we go back to the show,
writing things off. If you have a strategy, and sometimes I know you're expecting these still flashing the signs or flashing the signals, then you should give it every single opportunity. I'll give you another one here with iBit. Like that breakout, it just hasn't been clean. But if you look at it, hey man, it's still upward trending. It hasn't held VWAP clean, but it's putting in higher lows and it's holding an upper channel. And it's still trying to do some battle above the prior high. So it's one of those just, I'm not gonna get away from it. I'll get out if it shows it's failing the break, but it's still very much in the pocket. So you don't give up. You just wait for the next opportunity on it as long as it still holds the pattern. So again, I have no idea what this AMIX is, but think about it. If you just wrote this one off, oh, it's not doing anything, it's going sideways, and you're a small cap trader, then you miss out on a 50% trade of the day. All you have to do is stay with it as volume holds on. And that's the key. It's making higher lows. Sure, it hasn't made a fresh high since 9:30 when it failed, but you've got volume going with it, so you don't give up. It's the same thing with an upward channel. If you like a stock long and it's holding an upward channel, then you want to be able to continue to look for that continued to hit one if we're real about it. You might trade, you could trade 5 or 6 of these. You really just need one of them to go. And if that's the case, you can't throw away a good potential one just because it's not absolutely perfect. You got to keep it on the window, like Sharif will say. I'm leaving these ones on my stock windows. This one no longer fits a parameter, so it's going. Even if he's not in it, you always see the same. Rice and chicken, kind of like a basic like teriyaki chicken with rice and then little mixed vegetables. Solid, if unspectacular, but we'll take it. Rice, little sticky rice action. So I'll give it like a 6.8, not bad. It's a pretty solid one, but we'll throw you guys back over to the midday as, the administration preparing to set a price floor, tariffs on imports of polysilicon and derivative products used in chips and solar panels. Man, just more tariffs and more tit-for-tat trade talk seems to be part of the discourse right now. So it doesn't seem to be hurting the market whatsoever. You can't stop the NASDAQ today.
It's actually helping certain names here, this story. So as Neil mentioned there, we'll pull up Enphase here and FSLR for you guys. As you guys can see, some of these solar names did move on this. Trump administration, according to Reuters, is preparing that price floor and new tariffs on polysilicon and related products set to be released later this month. Apparently, they're specifically trying to protect some U.S. producers from growing competition in China and also strengthen domestic change for solar panels, semiconductors, AI, and energy. As such, solar names did get a little bit of a move to the upside as we move over to Sharif and Joe on the midday.
VinFast has reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally. That is up 96% year over year. And the first half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%. And that reinforces the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, though, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. Shout out to VFS, who, by the way, still at Yorkdale Mall.
Still at Yorkdale Mall, surprisingly so. All right, there's actually a couple of things that I want to bring up here. And I mean, shout out to Captain Obvious himself. But no, I just found this out here. So if everyone, yeah, perfect. Okay, that's pretty cool. Thanks for. Okay, all right, very interesting.
Good, I did it well then.
Yeah, exactly. So good stuff. Or maybe we should. Anyway,
go ahead.
Aside from that, guys, this. I mean, as obvious it may be, for my knowledge now, so everyone in the chat I've seen is asking for a membership, all right? Well, it's actually pretty simple on how you're gonna get one. It's all about activity and how often you're on the channel, hitting the like, and how active you are in the chat. So if you're one of the more active individuals, your probability of getting a membership increase. So everyone who's looking to get one, get there in the chat now. Make sure you hit this like and subscribe. I mean, we're only sitting on 412. That's not even 10% of the individuals walking right now. It's free to click this. Like,
you have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Get it, Joey.
Exactly. So guys, just make sure you hit that like and I'll do a refresh right now. We need to get that to at least 1,000. Make sure you hop in the chat and participate constructively as well too. And then by all means, you're going to be increasing your chances to get that membership, ladies and gentlemen. Sharif, I know you got something good.
I didn't get in there, but I'm kind of happy I didn't get in. That was a topping tail candle from hell into 1244, bleeding into 1163. I was trying to actually take the breakout there. Oh boy, 1150, 1145, 1136, 1092 limit down. Defending here though. Guys, this is putting in a lot of topping tail candles. This might be ready to turn. $11 now showing up. 1062 limit down. Oh no, Joey, 1085, 1076. Okay, continuing to watch. I'm not punching in here. Okay, I'm not going to be dip trading down here. Sorry, the flies. There's so many flies. Because we have so much construction. 1062 limit down. There is a buyer though here at $11, at least for the moment, keeping us afloat above that level. I don't want to pick it up here. So I just see here. This is what I want to show. I want to bring in the side charts here. I don't like this pattern. This right here. I don't want to open up the charts because it's going to freeze. Okay, but I'm not a big fan of this pattern where it has higher wick, higher wick, higher wick, and the body is, you know, just a very, very small part of the candle. That's not my favorite pattern. It feels like it's ready to break down. Now, you'll kind of know with the 1215 candle, when this 1210 candle closes, if the 1215 candle has a lower high, then we're setting up what I perceive to be kind of that rounding at the top before we sell off. Now, I could be completely wrong, especially if a big buyer steps in, but I'm steering clear at the moment of AMIX. But I am keeping a close eye here on ADGM. I do want you guys to exercise caution getting into ADGM. And I don't mean to, you know, poop on your parade, so to speak, but this is the pattern that we have been talking a lot about where it bull traps you, right? A very prolonged downtrend ever since we put in the high of the day at 1045. That's $11.11. It has been putting in an umpteen amount of lower highs, finds support at VWAP, good news, and then it breaks out again. It makes you feel like it's going to round, head back to the dollar. What often happens, though, and doesn't mean it's going to happen every time, but what does often happen is this candle here, the 1210 candle, will end up being a lower high, maybe into 95, maybe into 97.5, whatever. And then the subsequent candle will fail that bull trap candle low. And then you'll probably lose VWAP after that. Maybe you'll straddle it. Who knows? But I'm not going to get in on ADGM until I see a lot more. Keep your eye out on that. I did want to warn you guys about this kind of bull trap pattern that we've been seeing a lot more in small cap gapper world. But for now, we're going to send you up to Adair with news.
Interesting look here in Uber ahead of its earnings report for Q2. Going to be released tomorrow morning. So UBE are still below this local resistance level that we're seeing today and over the last couple of days of that 71, 75 or so level. But basically, about an hour ago now, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, announces the launch of Alpamayo 2 Super, which is NVIDIA's frontier open reasoning model for AVs, autonomous vehicles. Now, a couple of minutes ago, Dara Khosrowshahi, who is the CEO of Uber, posts in response to Jensen, quote, great progress, V excited to be partnering with NVIDIA here. So sounds like Uber's partnering with NVIDIA on this autonomous vehicle frontier model. UBER, as mentioned, not moving much on this at all, but potentially worth noting, especially if we get above that 71, 75 resistance level. Back to you.
All right, Corey B, they're flowing in here today. Corey B, man. Corey B77, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. Slick received one. Rochelle received one. Jill276 received one. Gio Karsh, I'm not going to try to pronounce that, received one. Peter Paul Kong Jr. received one. So congratulations all to you. Sharif's been over it multiple times. Just go and check out the YouTube page and you'll be able to find exactly what you are going to be receiving. Now, it seems to be that the play of the day here for a lot of us, even in the chat, well, Sharif and I should speak for, 216% to the top side. Some nice moves. He keeps scalping in and out of it. Some beauty stuff. As I do believe at this point, we could squeeze a little bit higher. Where's Adam James? I haven't seen him booming in the chat here today too much.
He's probably taking his money and booked it.
He's gone. He's already got the pizza on the way. So he's. We can't do that. Don't do that, please. Back-to-back pizza days is crazy.
Yeah, straight up.
Pineapple pizza.
And the Ram treats yesterday.
It's our boys.
Bro.
You know what?
Fantastic.
Chester. Yeah, Chester.
You like how we both do, huh?
Yeah.
We had to get that one right this time, Joey.
Our boy Chester. But no, in all seriousness, guys, keep an eye out on this one. Be cautious. I know we're having a lot of fun, but I think it's really important for you guys over there to understand that. Don't feel FOMO. Be patient. Wait for that precise entry because you don't want to mess up something here today that could give you a good opportunity, and then next thing you know, you're like, oh, I wish I didn't do that today.
Hey, you had a bunch, you were up big, and then you give back some of it, maybe all of it, maybe you go negative.
Do what Lele did, okay? If you've made whatever substantial amount to you may be, or
she's
a
up
good
a K, my guy.
Yeah, so I mean, by all means, like go
enjoy
the day, right? It's a beautiful one here in the city of Toronto, from what I'm aware of this morning. And sure enough, Hangry Wife is in the chat as well too. So wherever you are, if it's nice, go do something constructive. I think, in my opinion.
Yeah. Or like there could be other trades as well.
Oh no,
keep you guys apprised of anything that comes up, and keep us apprised as well. Should there
absolutely
be one that moseys on up into the scanner there that we haven't mentioned. But I also want to say what Case says often in the chat. Get green and get out, right?
Yeah, man.
So it doesn't. There's no requirement that you're at your desk for X amount of hours per day. The idea is to make money and hold on to the money, right? So. All right, guys. I'm not liking AMIX at the moment here, so I'm steering clear. We've had a bunch of trades on this one. Very pleased, but we have a current lower high on the 5-minute setup, so I just steer clear here. Now there are trades to be had, defending 11, this, that, and the other. I'm not going to participate in any of those trades at the moment until I see substantially more. It's a 1244 high, and we're dipping down into 1150 here. We've got a lower high. We don't necessarily have a lower low on the 5-minute chart, but we're going to keep tabs on that. There is an 11 buyer generally, but I just want to give you the range for the prior candle. Okay, so the prior candle high is 1244. That is a high of the day, but it also has a low of 1075. So if 11 loses and then 1075 goes, mamma mia, we could be heading back to 10, if not more, 8 possibly. We'll have to wait and see, of course. It's just we're kind of making predictions, I should say, at this point. From now, though, we're going to send you up to Sia for the small cap recap.
The IWM up steadily 1.5% on the day. Let's take a look at 3 tickers here. First of all, CVNA Carvana. Price target for Carvana has been maintained with an $87 per share by BTIG. The ticker is up 3.3%. You have HIMS, that's Hims and Hers. That's up almost 3% on the day. Earnings revenue estimates is set to announce It's set to announce Q2 results on the 10th of August post-market, and revenue estimate for the same currently stands at $698.9 million. Finally, we're going to take a look at RUN. Sunrun is up 3.5% on the day, set to announce its second quarter results post-market on the 5th of August. That is tomorrow. Revenue estimate currently stands at $746.87 million, and EPS anticipated at 32 cents per share.
Thank you very much, Sia, for that. We just dipped pretty aggressively there through 11. Watch out for the loss of 1079 on 75, pardon me, on AMIX. What a move down. I wanted to mention TE is breaking out. Casey and a couple of you guys have been talking about TE. It's not strictly a small cap gapper, of course, $1.5 billion market cap, but it just got to 540 on the day. Nice flat top breakout through my favorite number, 525, flat top break into 540. Looking pretty good here on TE. Keep your eye out on that. I also want to mention Gotham House here. Sharif, I bought Amex long time ago at $21. Can you look at the long-term chart and see if there's any technical potential for it to get back there, or should I eat the loss now? It's actually an astute point here because, I mean, we were at where were we before this, right? Like, where did we hang out yesterday? What was the closing print? I mean, just take a look. We were at 375, so yeah, 1244 high. Let's look at the daily. Sorry, guys, the charts today, you know, they're a finicky bunch, but as soon as this chart does load, I promise you I will give you my my unadulterated opinion. But my opinion at the moment on the intraday trade is it doesn't look good. Be careful. All right, here it is. Look, man, this doesn't look good. Cut your losses. It could be a multi-day runner. It may not be. Okay, I mean, there's no way for me to know. This could revert back, right, into 7, 8, ends up being a monster topping tail candle. God knows it's done it before. Take a look at that. What happened on 7/29? I'm talking months and days here. Look, 7/13. Again, 5/19. How many days do we need to see topping tail revert back? How about 12/30, December 30th of last year? And then this one, monster move up. I'm assuming this is where you got in here because that's the last time I think it was at 22. Gotham House looks like November 17th of last year, ripped up into about 32 bucks. I hate to sound like a Debbie Downer, man, but it's just, you know, the trend is what it is. Now, if you get a multi-day runner, good on you. But if it were me, I'd take the 50% haircut and call it a day. Because yesterday you were at like $3-4. So let me know how it goes, brother. I hope you print and you're doing well on the intraday trade or however you've structured this. But get it. Hope you know. To me, I would just take the L. It's easy for me to say because it's not my money, but I'm giving you my honest opinion here. I would take the L and just move on, right? What do you think about that? You know, hodling a small cap gapper pops up, you know, 200% on the day. You get the hell out, or you hold for a multi-day?
Man, if anybody should speak on that, I think it's you, brother.
Brother, I've never held a small cap.
Well, there you go, right?
Thing, right?
I think when you have such a strong narrative amongst the individuals who trade this stuff, like, again, you're going on a nice run here. If you're big, or I mean, they said their average was $21 or something along those lines.
Same thing.
Those lines. Yeah. Listen, this thing was $2 a couple of days ago. You've cut your losses in half.
Well said.
Again, not financial advice, but the chance of this thing going is there, right? There's always a chance that these moves can happen. But you also, at this point, I think you just want to put in some form of a trail stop or just allow yourself like, all right, this is it. This is all I'm willing to lose or continue to lose on this and then get out and then leave some for a runner. I think that's the best advice I could give you, right?
Just before we go to Adara,
absolutely.
ADGM is breaking out here, guys. Just be careful with this, okay? If it doesn't clear and hold above the dollar, it could be a fail. But hey, it's making a move. It's proven me wrong. I always think this is going to be a bull trap. It's moved up into 95. It just flashed 96. 305 million shares traded on the day. It's up 108%. Traded carefully below the dollar. Let's go up to Adara.
Keep an eye here on LMT and some of these U.S. materials, minerals plays. We'll get to those in a minute. But the story here is a report that Lockheed Martin is seeking U.S. mineral supplies following a Trump administration push towards supply chain or U.S. supply chain. So LMT on watch, but the bigger mover here is going to be USAR. USA rare earth sharply to the upside. Keep an eye on CRML, also pushing a little bit higher. TMC slightly pushed to the upside, and you've got MP pushing higher. MP, TMC, and USAR, I believe all three of those actually at session high. So good look there. Again, reports that Lockheed Martin is seeking U.S. mineral supplies following a supply chain push from the Trump administration. Back to you.
Licky, honestly, you know I have the utmost respect for you, but brother, all the gentlemen that next to me, I think, would have some form of agreement on this. Hold on, let me finish it. A professional small cap holder here, as long as it doesn't reverse split, it'll eventually go back up.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. But why don't we ask multiple companies this? Like, you have to take into consideration, like, all these CRM holders, Bitcoin, when it comes to the quantum space, what's another name? Nike, for instance. I would love to think that that was the narrative, but this market, like the financial market, will show you a completely different side. And if you think that things have to go back up, man, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. It doesn't mean like things can just go absolutely away. So let me put it to you this way, right? Like, again, this is 5 years, a half of a decade. You're down 77% off of the all-time high. And says who does this have to go back up? And I mean, how long are you willing to wait? Because sometimes that's how long things go out of play for. It's 5 years that Nike hasn't seen an all-time high. And I don't know if it does ever again.
Look, I think it's a great time to show what Luis has taught you and I, right? These are companies that are bid non-compliant, as Luis would call them. Essentially, they've got the ding, the letter from the exchange saying, bad boy, bring your price up. And AMIX is not one of them, but ADGM is. So there it is right there, deficiency bid price. Here's when they got the notification, the 12th of June of last year. And why am I showing you bid non-compliant companies? Because they're more likely to reverse split to get that bid or the price of their stock above $1. Right? There's only so many times they can do that before the market makes them pay. And usually when they do, the market does make them pay. But that's one of the things that you should be looking at. You know, if you are looking to swing a small cap stock, first find out if it's bid non-compliant. That way you can kind of make an educated guess as to whether this is more likely or less likely to reverse split, you know, in the over or the next morning or whatever, right? So make sure you're getting that. It's super simple. It's just go to the NASDAQ, non-compliant companies. There's a whole list here. You can, I don't think you can search all of them at once. There's 19 pages, but I'm pretty sure you can download the entire thing. Let's see. Yes, there's the PDF. Oh, that's my PDF right there, my boy. Why did it do that? Oh. Hold on, Joey. Download. Ah, there it is. Oh, it's a doc file? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's opening it up in Visual Basic. Okay, no, we want to close that. Anyway, the point is you can find the information here. If you can't see the company, just obviously go to the next slide there and let me know how it goes. Thanks for that, guys. Continuing to watch ADGM. It's failing the dollar at the moment. Got back into the dollar, dropping into 93 now. I think that there is a good chance this might hit 88 or 90. If it is, I think I might step in there with a tight stop below 85. So let's see what it does. ADGM got back into the buck, but didn't have enough juice to kind of take out that level. So we'll continue to watch that. Nothing doing here on AMIX. We're still putting in generally lower highs. We're holding 10.5, but I'm not going to participate in this trade at the moment. It's not bad. It's still, you know, hanging out near highs. But if you can catch a bid, take out highs, then we can have a conversation. But I'm not going to bottom pick for now. Yeah, not much else going on here, Joey. Webcoin says NUWE. I know that one was running in the morning. Let's look at NUWE. We'll flip to the 5 over here. Sorry if the charts act up today, guys. I do apologize. Yeah, this one's still trading below VWAP, brother. 206. It really had its move there. I remember Neil calling this one out early on. It lost VWAP and now kind of is holding structure, but from the short side. So it looked like it had some general support here at 2, zigging and zagging, and now it looks like it's using resistance at 2. However, there is an ascending wedge pattern forming with some higher lows, possibly a flat top breakthrough 2. This one could price spike up 205, maybe even 215. Let's see. But for me, I do nothing on it at the moment. Continue to watch ADGM here, Joey.
Yeah.
Bleed its own blood right down to 88s. I think I'm going to give this one the old community college try. We're going to give it to about 85. I don't know, man. I don't even want to catch this going down, though. Watch it go up now, right? Because this is the shelf level. Like, look down to the bottom right of your screen where I'm doing that circle. Look at the shelf here. Multiple rejections at 87, 88, right? And so it comes back down. Does it hold the prior area resistance shelf? That's why I was thinking, you know, get long and then give it a couple of shekels to 85. But yeah, I don't have to do that. So I'm going to continue to watch.
I want to know if Walmart is in the Joe T ETF. I don't think it is.
Terra Nova? What is he got
Joey
there?
T.
Oh, is he talking about Oppenheimer
the
downgraded
downgrade
to
that we were
Mart?
talking about this morning. Yeah, and our boy Scotty Wapp as well too. He's on there.
I know you like that midday segment.
I love these guys. I love these guys.
You like that middays one specifically.
The middays.
You're always talking about the judge.
The judge, yeah, the judge JB, and we got Jim on there. We got Stephanie Link on there as well too.
Yeah, she's always on Morning Call with Morgan Brennan.
I know
too,
Dara is a big fan of Stephanie Link.
She's great, bro.
Yeah, I like, and our girl Becky Quick as well too. We like her.
She's all right.
Sorkin, you like Sorkin?
I've warmed up to Sorkin.
You've grown into Sorkin there. Yeah, same, to be honest. At times, yeah. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's get into it. There's a lot moving here. We're going to head over to our watch list. And you know what? It's like we have to search for a needle in a haystack almost at this point to find any form of red, obviously being slightly sarcastic as we can see some. But the majority, I would say 95% of the market today seems to be green. I mean, within my watch list, I should say, per se. Now, anyways, NVDA, guys, up 1.7%, but this is SpaceX up 5 3/4. Breaking out. Someone mentioned this. I figured that we would talk about it a little bit here, leading into the much anticipated earnings report. Boy, oh boy, I think a lot of us are looking forward to this one. I mean, we love NVDA earnings report, but this might be that show that just takes over that Super Bowl quotation from NVDA, and I think this is the big teller in what we got going on, even though it's only a fraction of the market cap. But anyways, aside from that, guys, what we're going to do is use this example of the NVDA in a breakout. Now, you see this beautiful stair-step pattern? That can confirm the breakout, and you can see that it really starts to uptick as we punch through some key resistance zones. So that's looking fantastic there in SpaceX, especially leading into the report. I think it's really important. And then here's another name that's going to be after the bell, Advanced Micro Devices, all the way up to $524, ladies and gentlemen. You got a 20% pullback, and then that was like the market was like, okay, yeah, I mean, that's all we're going to give you here, at 30% even, and then off to the races it goes once again. I'm expecting a fantastic report regardless of how the street takes it from Lisa Su and company. Maybe not so much from SpaceX. I do believe they're going to be bleeding a lot of money. CapEx probably going to be up there as well too, and it all depends on how the street takes those numbers in. Now, as we move down our list, TSM up 2% today, Intel up 10%, ARM and Marvell putting in some strong rebound days here today, Sharif, 12 and 13%, or 15 and 13% respectively, and then Palantir up a staggering 28%. So it's looking really good. ASML up 3%, Lam Research, and then also our boy AMAT 5 1/4. So strength stepping back in. SanDisk, the name that was cut in half not too long ago, putting in a 10% day. Absolutely fantastic, but we're used to seeing this. Do you still believe that this is at a discount? It could be, right? I mean, you're still down 40% off of that high. Give it some time to cool down. At some point, there will probably be another pullback in between us breaking higher. Downtrend is still fully intact. As you can see, we have multiple touches, but an open up on the backside of $1,500 might signal that we were ready to go before we send it over to Sia. What I actually want to do is head over to the cost piece, Sharif, because it's the fascination in what we had going on over there is I don't know how quick it's going to recover just due to the amount of individuals who are rinsed. Man, it's funny, but it's not funny because
of the videos we saw.
Yeah, I know, man.
That's
but
why.
The thing is, dude, I was talking about this before all
give you credit, bro.
I was like, man, this is not going to end good, especially within an index where it gets cut in half.
You said that multiple times.
Multiple times in the span of a month. Like a month and a half, absolutely disastrous. It doesn't work when you're trading leveraged products. And then sure enough, look, we had that strong day, but outside of that, there hasn't been anything crazy. You have to wait for that new wave of participants to step in. And you know what happens, because we've seen it in the crypto space, and I don't like comparing to apples to oranges, but people get fearful and they're like, why would I ever partake in this ever again if I can lose all of my money in half of the time?
My sister, she invested a lot of money during COVID, held into 22, gave up all the gains, never re-entered the market
People
again,
do that, bro. They're like, why would we do that?
I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to go into real estate. You know, I'm just going to deploy all my money, which I don't agree with, but you know, it's her choice.
Yeah, absolutely, it's her choice. And I mean, I believe there's a lot of people on the other side. I think my cousin's fiance, same thing, got messed up in FTX. He's like, never again. Yeah. He's like, never again. A lot of people are like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore, never again. Anyways, enough of us rambling on. Let's send it over to the desk.
The SPY is currently up 1.5%. Let's take a look at the sectors. Electric tech right off the bat. I'm seeing strength. NVIDIA, Apple both up over 1%. NVIDIA closer to 2%. Chip names are also strong. AMD is reporting after the bell today. 8% on the upside. MU up 8%, AVGO up 6%, INTC over 10%, Cisco up 4.2%, Dell up almost 10%, SNDK, good day, almost 11% on the day. With WDC, that's also up 5%, Qualcomm up 6.9%, almost 7%. Not a bad look for quite a lot of names over here in the electric tech sector. However, TDG is down 3.2% on the day. Tech services, you've Google and Microsoft that are also a bit towards the green, whereas Microsoft is up a slightly higher 1.7%. Meta is, however, down 1.5%. Oracle, you have up 4% on the day. Palantir, with its insane earnings report as of yesterday, is up 28% on the day. I'm going to give it a quick this for Palantir. Netflix currently trading towards the downside 0.90%, but you have PA&W that's up almost 4% on the day, IBM up 2%, and CRWD that's up 3.5%, followed by, I always check this name, ACN that's super flat on the day, CRM up 1.9%. Finance, you have a bit flatness in BRKB and MasterCard, but you have a bit of strength in MSGS, WFC, Citi, and JPM, that's up 2.2%, and GS up 3.3%. Retail trade, Amazon is down 1.9%. We did have that news where Amazon selling a lot, dumping a lot of shares over there. That's down 1.9%. Walmart flat. Costco down 1.1%. Home Depot up 2.6%. TJX is flat. Moving on to producer manufacturing, you have CAT that is also reported. That's up 6.7%. Not a bad look at all for the earnings report for CAT today. AMAT, that's up 5.2%. LRCX up almost 7% on the day. And GEV is up 1.3% here. But one name of the sector, ROK, that's down sliding closer to 8% on the day. Consumer non-durables, you have a bit of bearishness in KO, PM, PEP, but PG is up 8%. Health tech, Lilly not looking the worst today, but it's still a bit flat, but tilting towards the up 1% mark. J&J is flat today, but I'm going to check one name in the sector. That's IDXX, which is up 5.2%. WAT, that's up 6.3%. And Myrna, that's up 4.3% as well. Utilities is a bit of a mixed bag here. A lot of flattishness across the sector, as well as commercial services, distribution, industrial services as well. But transportation, one name that I do want to mention, is UAL. That's up over 3.5% on the day. And EXPD as well as CHRW up 4% on the day. Finally, communications, VZ, TMIS, and T are all sliding a bit towards the downside, but you have Echo that is up 5.4% on the day.
Thank you, Sia. All right, Juan, you ready for this, brother?
Oh.
Vinicius Jr. update.
Yeah.
Okay? The meeting between Vinicius and Real Madrid scheduled for Wednesday. Okay? Apparently, though, Madrid have no intention of improving their latest contract renewal. And you and I know he wants a lot more of his image rights, right? He wants that Mbappe deal. He's not going to get it, right? Arsenal is offering him 100% of his image rights. So I think that that's a deal. Anyway, it goes on to say Vinicius is still asking for around 30 million per season, euros, not pounds, while Real Madrid's offer stands at 22 million per year. Now, it just won't be the contract. We have to get him on a transfer because he's still locked in. So how much do you think Real Madrid wants? Arsenal is planning 150 million euro transfer fee in addition to that 30 that they're going to offer him per year. So, man, I hope we get it. I had my qualms with Vinny earlier on. I think Arteta can probably, I don't know. I'm worried about the locker room. That's the thing, the cohesion. Bringing in a guy who has, a little bit of a history of causing some problems off the field. So I think, the pros and cons of this one maybe weigh a little bit more to the pros, especially with the outgoing names that we have. We have Martinelli likely about to go. He's going to get about 60 million. Trossard's already gone. So, yeah, we definitely need some wingers there, Joey.
Wingers?
We need wings.
Yeah, we need a lot of things here in Toronto as well.
Did I just say 6'7"? Yeah, I did. Finder's fee, basically, says James Dell. That's a crazy statement. Yeah, 150 million euro finder fee. That would be nice. I wouldn't mind that. Bro, what do you want? AMIX. Okay, so here AMIX is coming into 12. Calm down, Adam. That's how I knew that things were moving on AMIX because Adam's like, get
yeah, he's right on you, yeah.
Yeah, we're watching. We're watching here. So still lower highs generally, but I'm continuing to watch. $12 incoming on AMIX. Adam is of the opinion that this is bull flagging on the 5, and quite honestly, he's not wrong at all. In fact, he's quite right. And here comes $12 again, options man, with a big seller at 99. Can't shake the seller. Boom! Into the high. Limit up. 264 limit up here. Fake halt it down into the 50s. Watch for a move back up here into 64. What a move. There goes AMIX. It's still 1264 limit up. We need to spend 10 seconds at this level. It's back, baby. Get it at him. Boom. Bovin, wherever you are, you're missing out. I'm going to message him right now, man. Be like, Bovin, what are you doing, bro? Leave the work. Come into this work. All right. So we're halted to the upside, 1264 limit price. Halt time.
That's
12:40:51. The earliest we'll be open is 12:45:51. Top 12:65:64. So basically the same area we were closed. Get it, Tisha. Get it, Adam. Get it, everybody who's involved in AMIX. It's a gift that keeps on giving. And I think now we're looking at 15. So it's about how we work in. Let's be strategic about this, guys. Let's not give back the money we made on the day on AMIX. Let's see exactly how this one opens up. Joey is still showing 1264 tap.
Yeah, I got to get on the Wi-Fi here, man. Crazy. Anyways, aside from that, let's see what we got. We were talking about SPCX not too long ago. The banks are really strong today. SanDisk putting in a session. Dave, we went over what was going on with some of the names in obviously SK Hynix and Samsung in South Korea and how that was definitely a major factor in what was going on in the Kospi. So me and Gawon covering that as well. I believe around 3:30 or so he'll be pulling up. Robinhood, I thought people were saying Robinhood was weak today. Yeah, it did have an initial sell-off, but I mean, it's still up to over 2%, 2.5%. ONDS, Cyber, PANW, CrowdStrike up 3.4%, PANW up 3.8%, and Zscaler up 4.5% as well too. So it's been an absolute monster of a day. We're now halted. Top is 1270, Adam. So there you go on that one. We'll head over to our scanner, see where some of the volume stepping in. Novo Nordisk, 108 million shares traded on this bad boy today. So it's been an absolute monster and a rocket ship in Palantir, up a staggering to almost 29% at this point. We have even Intel up 10%. Man, oh man, some great stuff here across the board. Poor old Meta. I think this is going to be a good opportunity. We'll add some. But Gaurav, yeah, I'm going to be grabbing a little bit, nothing substantial to be honest with you. I think it's good to position yourself in front of some of the headwinds that is going on for this name. But until then, it's probably just going to be stuck moving sideways. A lot of volatility within it. But let's send it over to Adara.
Seeing some more here, guys, on Novo Nordisk earnings. NVO, we were expecting these tomorrow morning, but I guess they came out here after the European market closed. This thing is still dropping here. You had Q2 2026 adjusted sales at Danish kroner of 78.49 billion, adjusted operating profit at 33.39 billion DKK. That's the currency there. Adjusted sales were up 7% year over year. Adjusted operating profit up 11% year over year. Their fiscal 2026 adjusted EBIT growth, -6% to 0%. That's going to be the same for the revenue. So they're still expecting year over year declines here for adjusted EBITDA and for revenue for NVO. Again, this report coming out here. What they did last quarter, I think, was something similar. They released this now, and then they released something else here in tomorrow morning before, I guess, the report's supposed to come out. So just be aware here. Already seeing some NVO earnings circulating. Back to you.
Adam, honestly, brother, yeah, it is 1270. No, but here's my pitch to you. Listen, you're trading, you're consistently doing something. I would suggest well, we have no issues with giving it to you, but I think you're at a level from a skill standpoint where you need something that will display that.
Which is what I asked him. I'm like, what program are you using?
Yeah, well, I asked him that multiple times, and he said that, so I gave him a suggestion. But I mean, I think.
Well, we don't get it on here either. Like, look, so if I put a trading screen. AMIX, it won't show it to me.
I wonder if there's a feature.
It's supposed to show it there. No, that's where it's supposed to show it. That's where it used to show it. Unless they changed it.
Maybe they changed it. Maybe it's on the new one. So yeah. Anyways, aside from that, you got to fit. Yeah,
Hold on, just before we go, we have to tell everybody about AMIX because it's open.
Absolutely.
12:40:51. The current time is exactly 12:44:55. So we have about another minute or so less for the earliest open on AMIX. The tap is showing 12:70, so it's a little bit higher than where we halted off. We're going to have to send you up to the big desk for an interview, but keep your eye here on AMIX. Tap's already moving up.
Very excited to welcome a representative from a good friend of our show. This is Amanda Bay, CFA and VP of Investor Relations over at VinFast US. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and good afternoon.
For having me.
Of course, let's get right into it here. So VinFast reported strong delivery growth in the second quarter of Q2 2026. What were some of the key highlights here from Q2 and overall H1 first half of 2026 for you guys over at VinFast?
Well, as you said, Q2 first half was off to a strong start for us. In Q2, we delivered over 70,000 EVs globally. That's a 90% year-over-year increase. In the first half of this year, we've already delivered over 128,000 EVs. So we've essentially met 43% of our full year target of 300,000 EVs. To give you some context, in previous years, we've typically had a stronger second half skew in deliveries where we delivered about 65% of our full year deliveries in the second half. So what we've basically seen in 2026 so far is a broadening and more diversified revenue base, increasingly supported by the introduction of new models, the rollout of more showrooms internationally, supported by our ecosystem. Basically, in the first half of this year, we've seen an embrace of electrification, especially from our core markets in India and Southeast Asia. And we remain the #1 battery EV brand in Vietnam for over 15 months now. In the first quarter of this year, we were the #1 battery EV brand in the Philippines, outselling Tesla. #4 in India, right behind the large domestic brands, and top 10 in Indonesia, which is a very competitive market. So overall, a very strong start to the first half of VinFast.
So you guys are EV sellers. We've seen considerable volatility in oil prices so far in 2026, of course, full of the geopolitical tensions. So has that had any meaningful impact on consumer interest in EVs or VinFast business specifically?
That's a great question. The higher oil prices has really made businesses, consumers, and governments in Asia really rethink energy security. A lot of the major economies in Asia are net oil importers. So what we've basically seen in the first half of this year is more businesses, more fleet operators really rethinking the calculus for their monthly operating costs and making that switch towards EVs because they're seeing considerable savings. Now, we're not planning our longer term sales strategy around higher oil prices necessarily, but the opportunities that the first have presented with this volatility in oil prices has given us a chance to really double down on educating consumers and businesses on the overall economic benefits of owning EVs. It's not just affordability, but also having a reliable car and also having access to charging infrastructure. And we're working very hard with our sister companies and local partners to also accelerate the rollout of charging infrastructure in our key markets so that consumers have access to that very vital infrastructure to support long-term EV adoption.
So I know that you went over, of course, the deliveries and some of the regional highlights for VinFast so far in 2026. But for viewers who aren't maybe super familiar with VinFast's story recently, what are the company's key priorities going forward for the remainder of 2026 and even over the medium term?
So we have very clear priorities over the next 12 to 24 months. The first is focusing on delivering our volume targets to get scale in our core markets in Southeast Asia and India. The second is strengthening our product portfolio. We already have 15 electric vehicles and over a dozen electric two-wheeler models. And we are just introducing a range extender EV this year. This is a hybrid vehicle. And we view this as a very practical interim step, especially in markets where maybe the charging infrastructure is not readily available as yet. And the third priority for us is executing our new vehicle platform and our EE 2.0 architecture. Now, these upgraded platforms will basically enable a greater component standardization in our cars, which means faster over-the-air updates, lower procurement and production costs, and improving our margin profile as volumes continue to grow.
So you mentioned here, of course, EVs. Let's go over to AVs, autonomous driving here, autonomous vehicles. So autonomous driving has become an increasingly important part of the automotive industry as a whole. We literally just had a catalyst earlier today with Jensen Huang of NVIDIA talking about their own AV growth. So with that in mind, what does VinFast's autonomy roadmap look like, and what milestones in this specific aspect of the business should investors be on the lookout for?
So last November, we announced our roadmap from level 2++ to level 4 autonomy. We also did a robo-taxi autonomous vehicle demonstration within the Vinhomes Ocean Park property in Hanoi. This robo-taxi was developed in partnership with Autobrains, an Israeli-based AI mobility company that is one of our key partners in level 4 technology. This year in June, we also announced an MOU with Autobrains and NVIDIA at the GPU Taipei, where we basically announced that NVIDIA is going to be a leading supplier to our level 4 autonomous vehicles. And this really reinforces our commitment to using the best-in-class technologies and working with the best-in-class partners. So for us, we expect to expand our level 4 autonomous fleet testing in Hanoi over the coming 18 to 24 months. We currently have several vehicles being tested. We're looking to expand that more materially. And at the same time, investors should be looking out for, more announcements from us regarding more ADAS features in our vehicles, the expansion of our robotaxi pilot fleet, and also the development and announcement of future technology partnerships to support level 4 autonomy.
So just to wrap things up here, are there 3 things that you'd like our viewers over here to remember about VinFast today? And if you could just list them, what would those 3 things be?
Sure. So the first thing is we continue to scale our volumes, and we have established a strong track record of delivering our growth targets over the last few years. In 2025, we doubled our delivery volumes from 2024. And this year, we've set ourselves an ambitious 50% growth target, and we already demonstrated that we're on track to meet that in the first half. Second, viewers should bear in mind that VinFast is building more than just EVs. We are really creating a green mobility ecosystem around having passenger vehicles, electric two-wheelers, commercial fleet, and charging infrastructure. And the final thing is, for us, we're really executing towards our path to profitability. This is an important milestone for us as we look to execute a lower vehicle platform, increase localization, and improve operating efficiencies. We are building that sustainable path towards profitability, and we expect our Vietnam market to be the first market to become profitable.
So exciting. Thank you once again for going over all of this with us and being here with us today. Amanda Bailey, CFA, VP of Investor Relations at VinFast US. Thank you so much for your time and for all of this knowledge. Really appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Great information, great interview from a great company. Thank you very much for that. There goes AMIX into the freaking high of day. We got 15 14s on this one, zigging and zagging with 16. Let's see if we can see exactly where limit up is. 17.18 limit up. Big seller at 27. Can't shake the seller at 27. Gonna post an order here at 16.75. Let's see if we can get up there, or I stop out below 15.50. Take your pick. Continuing to hold above 16, but not by much. What are you seeing on this one, Joey? Any action from your part there?
On this name in particular, no. I mean, it's going on a big time run. I was out 200% ago, unfortunately. But I mean, hey, we take the money and we absolutely run. It's beautiful stuff, man. As soon as it opened up at $15, I'm like, all right, we're going to head to 16. And if you keep your eyes on the tape, you'll have the ability to identify when the strength is really starting to step in. And there it is. See, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. So step back. Never mind.
Money, man.
Pause it. If I can, not obviously, we can't go back that far because there's just too much volume. Oh, here it is. So if you see that flash and you see that consistent, look at this here, right? And you can see the time, 37s. This thing's gonna go to $20. It's absolutely crazy. It's a big time move here. But I mean, 400% and counting here on AMIX. Fantastic stuff, really. And you can see the strength within the tape. And that's what I was saying to the individuals. Like when you're trading these things, this order flow is so important to when you're going to be getting in and when you're going to be getting out for my style. And I think if you adapt it as well too, it's going to really help increase that accuracy. I mean, it's small potatoes on my end, but it will allow you to give you a prime time entry as this thing's going to print $18 momentarily.
Oh. We are doing it freaking live today on AMIX, man. Boom into the high, assassino. 17. I can't even see what the high is anymore. The charts are freaking out here, Joey. 1727 limit up, baby. Dropping a little bit right now. Watch out for the flush city. Flush city. This one's coming down now into 16. Watch out here, guys. We're looking for a 16 hold, bleeding its own blood down into 16. Ironically enough, this is still very much holding trend as the prior bar low over here on AMIX is 1472. I mean, that's what happens when, boom, things rip up in this fashion. Kisha quite astutely pointed out we have room to 19, but we got to give Casey 526 all the love in the world.
Yeah, man.
She dropped another 5 memberships, man, in the chat. Drama Slop, Pop Eye the Survivor, Austin Mech, Star Bright Pools, and who else? Samoa.
Yeah, but
29.
I don't know how much this this YouTube algo is working because I've never seen any of these individuals here type anything in the chat. So I don't know. I might be a little suspicious of how that's going to be working because I see people who are consistently in here not getting the membership. I have no control over that. So anyway, yeah, man, this is some good stuff here. It's all rigged, says Daryl. Yeah.
I love Tish. She's like, yo, it's not bleeding anything, bro. This is a pullback. Man. No, you're quite astute, Tish. I mean,
you may not be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if you have this gap filled from 14 at $14, and then you might be able to turn things around. This is an insane stock, to be honest with you, and it's a lot of fun watching it, man. It's crazy stuff. Never mind any of the other. Yeah, I know, Lemons family, you're always in the chat. That's the thing. I was actually looking at your name and Dave as well too. And I'm, what's going on here? But anyways, aside from that, are we gonna turn around, Sharif? Look at the tape once again.
Turn around, because you're gonna see my heart ripping into the high. Come on, AMIX.
Yeah, this thing's really
Andrew
strong,
Mathler, brother, sorry. You know, I don't even see your name that often in the chat. I'm going to read your message even though you were very rude.
Oh.
You know these guys won't listen to you unless your name is Casey. Oh, well, them. Perhaps they don't know my levels on AMD are 560 resistance and 388 support. What do you guys think for the 10th time? Even though you just swore at us, I'm going to look at it for you.
All right.
This guy just dunked on us.
380,
all
bro,
over
this
us,
guy
and
said
here we are.
388 support? That's your brother.
I don't know if he's being serious there or what, but hey, man, you know what, Joey? Maybe 388 comes in. Who knows? What were his levels again?
Yeah, I don't know, man. 388 is
560, Joey, is the high, and 388 support.
Yeah, how did
just
Casey,
$200 worth of range there.
How did Casey get dragged into that?
I don't know, man. Casey just
man.
she doesn't even do anything to anybody.
Crazy.
But all she does is be nice.
Yeah.
Let's look at this though, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's see if we're gonna pull up over here. But now we're waiting for the charts to pull up. There we go. So 388. 388 would take you, where are you getting 388, brother? Is it this candle here? Because that candle low is 393. And then this candle low is 336. So I don't see where you're seeing 388, my guy. I would say generally a $400 level support, but then below that, you're looking at 275. There's really nothing else. This is the weekly, by the way, on AMD. And then 560, you said, as resistance. Is that all-time high? No, 584.73 is all-time high, but if you're looking at the closing print, it would take you to this bad boy. So I can see why you would say 560. I would probably say 575 because you do have a lot of topping tail candles that get into that level. But hey, You know, you got a higher low on the weekly chart than you do last week. Last week's area low is 420.20. Whoa, that's pretty cool. 420.20. The last week high is 539.42. This week's high is 525.31. So look, man, AMD does report after the bell today. I think my spidey sense says this thing breaks $600. What do you think?
So AMD, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm focused on AMIX right now, looking for this additional leg higher. I mean, AMD, anything can happen with that name. Options activity is definitely cooled down. I wouldn't be surprised. It's going to be a great quarter. I think that's going to be it's going to be, it probably will beat expectations. It just depends on how the street takes it in, right? I think it's going to be an amazing, who knows? It was down almost 30% at one point and then just climbed right back up, moving with the overall market. Here it is. We're keeping an eye out on this $16 hold. Are we going to break AMIX? It's just such a, look at this, man. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just consecutive candles and multiple halts in between. I don't know if I want to be chasing this, but I think we'll be able to identify somewhere in this 1650 range to see if we're going to break through and then head to the 18. Adam's really good at picking out levels on this thing, AIMX. I want to know where their next potential target is.
Here we go, 17 break.
Oh, there it went, eh? Oh, yeah, I'm too busy typing.
You can't look away.
Can't look away, man. That's for sure. Let's see if we're okay. I'm gonna go small size here.
1730 day high, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the objective. Yes, sir. It's just like that. Oh my God.
1797 limit up.
We're out, man. That break, that's exactly what we are looking for. A nice little scalp city. And we pop out just like as quick as we got in. So there it is. A nice little move there on that one. I didn't take as much as I could have, but it was fun. No need for me to give up too much. I was risking 10% of my day, and we made that. So
we heading to 20?
Yeah, I think at this point, to the individual in the chat who's like, man, I got an average price of 21. I get there. It goes. Like, look at
1827 limit up. Oh my Lanta.
Thing's gonna go to $20 probably. Hold on, let's pull it up here.
Bro, beautiful.
We must do our due diligence on this bad boy and see what we have going on from daily levels. If they even come into play, if they're any form of factor or anything along those lines, where does that put us? 1894. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some form of resistance at this level right here. Now, if you want me to look at AMD, listen, what was his name? Sorry, I forgot your name. But anyways, aside from that, the guy who told us to go beat it pretty much.
Oh, Andrew Mathur. Okay, he was nice afterwards.
He was nice. Yeah, he's typically a nice individual in the chat. I'll give him credit. I give credit where credit is due. But anyways, aside from that, we're still holding up to $18 there in that name. Let's keep an eye out on 388. That's way down there. I mean, anything can happen, and that would give you approximately off of the high. Let's see from a percentage metric what the pullback's going to be. 35%. I don't think that's unreasonable considering we've seen it before. But bang, there it goes. Bubin, where are you?
I'm messaging him right now, bro.
Not here. Here goes $19. So we were in at 17. This thing's already gone. You're gonna give him a photo?
We're gonna send him a video. We're gonna be like, yo, Bubin, what's going on?
He's busy, man.
Hold on, man.
All right, man.
He's my friend, bro.
Check my super too.
Bubin, what's going on, brother? We got AMIX is gonna limit up 881. Casey wants to know
where.
It's a picture.
We're
gonna have to do that again.
No, it's not genuine anymore. It didn't work.
Bubin, where the hell are you, brother? We got AMIX halted 415%, 87 million shares. Casey just dropped a super chat asking where the hell you are. Bubin, we need you here, brother. We're up big on AMIX. Get to the computer screen quickly, wherever you are.
ASAP, quickly. We forgot our boy, Adam James. He did give us a $2 chat. They're flowing in here today. Pouring a 40 out for our homie Bubin on AMIX.
Your friend Big Spiles keeping an eye on the market as well, man.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Messaged you?
Yeah, he's like, what the hell is this market? Because Big Spile, right?
He's short everything, and now he's just like, what is even happening at this point? But yeah, I mean, here it is, man. A beautiful stuff. 415%. 415. That's not 316. It's 415, Sheree, just in case you were curious. Oh, need I mention NVDA slowly starting to work out for us as well too, ladies and gentlemen. So that one's not too bad. Obviously, we would like to get involved at the volume weighted average price. This was a beautiful, but whatever that small cap ticker's name is, AMIX has definitely been our best and most profitable name of the intraday sesiones.
That piece of crap Apple is ripping at the moment. Here comes three.
Someone said Meta's moving too.
Meta's moving as well. Meta's down 1%, but it's moving close to that 585 area where it had a lot of resistance earlier. META was looking good. Softies close back to 500 area, man. The soft one's working its way back. Where's the all-time high here on Softy? Oh God, these charts again. Here we go. That double top, into the 560s. I remember this 556, 560, that monster double top. But look how it couldn't close really above 530 on Softy. Yeah, but we're gapping up pretty aggressively on whatever major market you're looking at. Dow all-time highs today. Q's not quite yet. Just showing Joey this. Even though we're up 3%, by far the biggest percentage mover on the day. We're not at all-time highs. We still got to work back into 750. We're at 721. The SPY is Rip City. Rip City.
Yeah, whoa, there goes everything, Sharif. Sorry to interrupt you. Like, everything's going
go ahead, man.
Like, there goes, look at NVDA.
Nice trade, Joey.
Look at the SPY go. Look at the NASDAQ go. I can't even really say anything. Look how much harder it is to find a red name here today, Sharif.
I like these kind of days.
Until we find out what's on the opposite side of them. But the volume
there's going to be corrections.
There's going to be, exactly.
Right? Like,
I'm a firm believer at this point there might be something stepping into the market.
Well, there was this Israel-Lebanon headline. I don't think it's the biggest market mover, but it's good positivity here. Lebanon talks to continue to today through August 6th, so a couple of days of talks there. Good luck. Guys, believe it or not, man, the IWM, even though Assassino, we don't talk about the IWM all that much, it is the best performing major average on the year, up 22 3/4, second to the NASDAQ. It's up 17 1/2. It's kind of the same look, Joey, between the Dow and the SPY, 13 1/3, both, up 13 1/3 year to date on these index ETFs, but it is a good look today, and I wouldn't mind seeing USO continue to bleed its own blood to the downside. What I was kind of surprised about, Joey, I'm gonna put you to the test on this one, as we often do to each other on here. Hold on a sec.
All right.
GLD, gold. Up or down year to date?
On the year.
Yes, sir. Don't look.
Down.
Down. How much?
Let's say I'm gonna go low double digits, 12%.
No, it's 5. Okay, fine. It's down 5, but pretty close. Tell me about silver, though.
Silver down. That's down more. I'm going to go 15%.
Ooh, right on. 15.91. Nice, Joey.
Yeah.
So silver and gold, getting a little bit of a beat up here, at least lately. But as the NOS boss.
Give me another one. I'm on a roll.
Give you another one. All right, hold on. Let me give you a mega cap name here. Not a mega cap name. Give me Baba. Give me Baba, up or down on the year?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll give you. Should I give you a hint?
Yeah. Let me phone a friend.
What's this? It's a freaking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, man. Just throw a number out there. Baba.
Okay.
Red on the year. Red on the year.
Red on the year.
I'm giving you that.
Okay. I'm gonna say 7.5%.
No, 12. But you're not that bad. You're not that bad, right? So 12% negative Vil on Baba. How about this one, Joey? Let's talk about this one over here. One that you and I both dislike greatly. IBIT. We don't dislike.
Oh, yeah. I already know that one's down substantially.
We're open.
On the year?
Yeah. What are we down on the year?
On the year, it's like 35 to 40%.
It's not as bad anymore. It probably was at one point. 26.9. Right, but your point is well taken. There it goes into another, my Lanta, day high. 1989. I ain't talking about the year. I'm talking about the price level, and it feels like it's going to rip through that now. We're showing 77s. Wow. We're up 444%, and there goes $20. It is 2070. It's 2133 limit up. Wow. 2133 limit up. That is the high of the day. That is where the halt parameter is going to initiate. We haven't quite initiated the halt parameter. We just saw it flash there momentarily. Back into 20 we go. What a move up.
Yeah.
Great call out by everybody in the chat, especially you, Tish, saying, look, this ain't bleeding nothing, boy. This is just taking its breath here. It's a little bit of a pullback, more accurate. You could not be. Good luck on everybody who's been involved with this one on the day. You guys had the compunction to get in, and you were rewarded, man, because these small cap gappers, they can give with 2 hands, man. 4 hands if they had it, but they can also take away. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. 2203 limit up as we zig and zag here, man. Let's get to Nick Garcia. He's dropping 20 beauties in the chat. We're going to love him there, man. We hit the bang for Nick Garcia.
What's up, Nicky?
I spend $80 a month on streaming, and I spend more time here than with them combined in 1 month. The value which you provide for free on YouTube is why I have been subscribed for 4 years. Also why streaming services need to adapt or die. You hear that one, Brendo? That was a pretty nice one there, man.
That was a good one.
Brendo just gave me the thumbs
up. Man, you got to drop those subs, it seems like.
Oh.
Save yourself $80. You know how many NVDA shares that is a month, right?
God, I can't stand this guy giving me everything in the price of NVIDIA shares lately, man. I tried to invite this guy to, what's it called? Blossom Con. He's like, yo, man, that's 3 NVIDIA shares. Man, that's a third of an NVIDIA share. And this guy lives and breathes the value of things in what they cost in NVIDIA shares. I guess it's a pretty good thing, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a horrible thing. It's not the best thing either. I mean, to each their own. We'll hit
Thank you very much again, though, for that super, brother.
We'll hit the Stone. Actually, I'll start it all over again for you there. We'll hit the Stone Cold on that one. There goes. But speaking of the devil there, Sharif, there goes NVDA. Short flicks, says Ben Affleck. Yeah, Trader TV. What are we asking next?
Piece of craps down
live on
1% on the
Netflix.
day.
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen. Here it is, NVDL kicking up a storm.
310 Apple rejection.
Yeah, we're up 200%. That'd be insane. I would, Sharif, your boy would be on a Vacaciones if that was the case.
Who?
If NVDA was up 200%. I almost said that, but that's not the case. It's up 2% here. So.
Hold on, because this guy's this guy's put everything in NVIDIA. And obviously it's a good investment there, Joey, as it has reclaimed its status as the world's #1 market cap company, 5.11 trillion, with the dead one Apple behind now, 4.5 trillion. Wow, Apple lost almost $1 trillion on that sell-off. Geez, freaking Louise, but Apple just took out 310 again, guys. So be on the lookout there. But it feels like it's a SpaceX show today, man. Up 6 3/4. Are we at highs? I can't quite see because the charts are acting crazy, but yeah, almost 7% here on SpaceX. Let's flip to the 5 to kind of see where we're at intraday. We are at the high of the day on SpaceX as we await earnings. Of course, we are knocking the door, ladies and gentlemen, of 7% here, and we could be at 123 sooner rather than later. So be on the lookout there. David, he's dropping 10 beauties in the chat. We're going to thank him for that. Not an advisor. Nobody on the internet. Nobody is on the internet getting feelings that healthy hedges seem reasonable. This market may do the hokey pokey on that stuff the ex-mayor of Toronto did. Oh, God. Yeah, you should see our new mayor. Well, the current mayor. She did a lot of dancing on the weekend at the Caribbean Festival.
She's at every festival,
bro. It's beautiful to watch.
Did you see her do this? Oh, get it at least. Oh, I have it anyways.
I got it. It's on 6 Buzz, man. It's hilarious. I love it. It makes me chuckle.
There.
Yeah, be safe, y'all. No, but Dave, your point very well taken, man. Let's not put our blinders on. We did get a pretty, healthy correction, I would say, last week, going into the week prior as well. So the chart isn't without corrections; it's with corrections. But I see your point, But hey, what's the situation here? We're up 17 3/4 or 2/3 up on the triple Qs on the year. I think we could have a 24% year again. Right? What was last year? What did we get last year?
Yeah, you got 30%.
We got about
like
30%. Did we actually?
Or something along those lines, man.
So that's all I've got at the moment. It is 1:15 or almost 1:15, so we're a little bit late for the new segment. If Sia is ready to go with the new segment, we are ready to send it up to her.
Let's start with SpaceX reporting tonight. So we are nervous, not nervous. Chart is nervous, not nervous. Can't decide. There's rocket formations everywhere. SpaceX reporting tonight. So this is what LSEG analysts are estimating. Revenue of $6.93 billion, an EPS target of 26 cents. EPS loss, however, of 26 cents. The stock has made its debut in the markets, but it has dropped 54% from its IPO price on June 12th, which was $150, which means it has cleared $500 billion in its market cap. So last year, SPCX had lost close to $5 billion, to be precise, $4.9 billion in heavy AI infrastructure spending. That is something you want to consider as well as you go into this earnings report today. If its only profitable segment is the Starlink satellite internet service, which is sold directly to customers as well as government and military agencies, SPCX is also merged with XAI this February, if you remember, with a vision to build data centers in space. However, what's happening is that it is losing money on these large contracts with NASA. Here's what analysts are expecting in terms of revenue from SpaceX's segments, 3 of them according to Street Count. Let's go over them. Space at $835 million, connectivity at $3.83 billion. And finally, you have AI at $2.18 billion. Like Sharif mentioned a little bit earlier, Adara, SPCX is up 7% on the day. What's your take?
So yeah, my take is, again, we have what analysts are expecting, which is not just in terms of revenue and numbers, but also in terms of, things they might want Elon Musk to say, because Elon Musk is known for a slightly volatile earnings call. He's very likely to lead this earnings call. Either that, or they switch it up and they pull out Gwynne Shotwell, who is, I believe, COO, and she's really proven herself lately. So I think that'll be an interesting look. But yeah, as you mentioned there, we opened at 150, IPO price of 135. Right now, trying to crawl our way back there, but we haven't broken below 100. So not a bad look for SpaceX. But I want to talk about what SpaceX shareholders want to talk about at this earnings call, because it's real weird, honestly. So again, we've heard what analysts might be looking for, but here was basically, they closed it, I think, looks like about a day before the earnings call will start. So they closed this yesterday afternoon, but shareholders were allowed to put in their own questions, and then we have a Reddit-style voting system with how much people like these questions. The first question, with 2,700 upvotes, more than 2,000 upvotes. This means shareholders really want to talk about this. I literally ranked it here by top in terms of top rated. So here's the question. Has the team thought about what possibilities there are with your mascot asteroid? Whether it's starting additional foundations for kids in its name, helping kids learn about space, etc. Kids are our future, and asteroid would be a fun, easy way to help. Next question, also about asteroid. Third question, I'm just getting to the second part of this question here, but would you ever allow the public to name a starship even knowing there's a 99% chance it becomes Shippy McShipface? 932 votes. The point I'm trying to make here is I do not know if what the shareholders are focused on is maybe the most, focused, sensible way for this company to handle this earnings call. So I really hope they take questions from investors as well. Now, if you're wondering, who is this baby asteroid? This is Asteroid. This stuffed dog, which has not even been released yet, is the source of so many questions. I mean, he looks cute, and it is cool. Like, I do, kids are the future. We should help kids, but should that be the focus of the company's first ever earnings call? I don't know. I really don't know. And so I think it's just worth noting, as much as we want to talk about we want to hear real facts about the company, what they're actually doing, the shareholders don't want to talk about that. They clearly have other things in their mind, like this adorable little asteroid Shiba Inu plush. So the point I'm trying to make is I think it'll be really interesting to see what call we get, and if it's going to be a combo of what investors want and what analysts and analysts and people in the market want, because this should be McShipface, not something I thought I'd see in a question for one of, at least at one point, one of the biggest companies in the world. So yeah, interesting look here for SPCX. And I know kind of a tangent, but I do think it's kind of worth putting this in perspective, because I do appreciate that SpaceX has given us the visibility that we can even see these questions. I just wonder how many of them are going to get answered, because clearly people, for whatever reason, really want answers on this stuff.
Absolutely. You never know. Next year, they might have a segment included how much revenue this little dog sales made. So you never know. Sending it back to the guys.
All right, let's get to some numbers. That was great information, though. All right, guys, so let's talk about the merger, of course, between SpaceX and XAI. That fundamentally changed the accounting as well as the finances for what was a very profitable company. So here's the deal. SpaceX's AI segment, we're talking about XAI, made about $818 million in revenue, but they also have operating losses of $2.5 billion. So the unit absorbs 75% of the total company CapEx as well. We're talking about $7.7 billion really being funneled into something that isn't quite making money yet. Now, we do know that they're renting to Anthropic for $1.25 billion per month, but that still does not make them profitable with that. Now, let's also talk about Starlink being really the only segment in the entire company that's actually profitable. They generated $3.26 billion in revenue and 1.19 billion of that is actually all profit, but it is essentially subsidizing the other parts of the company. And Starlink is not without its criticism, even though it is continuing to grow and it's a fabulous service. I've used it multiple times and I really like it. Their average revenue per user continues to drop. And the reason is they're targeting these sort of smaller, less Western, let's put it that way, markets where they're able to charge less, and they're focusing more on consumers like myself, Joseph, rather than actually going to enterprise. And that's where the big money is, the enterprise clients. So I want to see more deals with airlines. I want to see more deals with B2B rather than B2C. I think that moves the needle a little bit more. We also know that 1.2 billion shares are still locked up. And about 912 million of those shares are going to be unlocked on the 6th. And then you have another 319 million that are going to be unlocked the following week. So a lot of sell side pressure possibly coming after, the 6th. And last but not least, I kind of already alluded to it, $1.25 billion per month is what they're getting from Anthropic for leasing out some of their compute. I want to see if they strike more deals with that. It's just really about who is there to do it with. He's not going to do it for Altman, right? I can't see this guy doing anything for Altman. He wouldn't sell him a cup of cake, you know what I mean? A cup of coffee. So I don't think Altman would want compute from Musk either. But who is there left out there as a frontier model that he can sell compute to? I think the numbers are a little bit limited. So let's go back to Adara, and AMIX is open.
Chipotle in focus here, guys. If you see in the headline on my screen, Wall Street Journal did end up reporting here that health officials are probing salmonella cases that are tied to the company's jalapeno pepper. So again, some jalapeno peppers served at Chipotle, I guess leading to potentially some salmonella issues. So that's being investigated. Obviously, this drop happened a little while ago. Just seeing this circulate now. So in case you're wondering why did Chipotle drop like that, that is what's happening there. They're getting grilled on this jalapeno potential salmonella connection. Also seeing something here in ANF. No real moves on this, but I guess they're exploring options for their China business. Would not be the first company to be doing that, and it's not moving on the story either. Back to you.
So there's a couple of things that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for on this report. Okay, so first things first, we'll talk about what's the viewership and what maybe traders believe is going to happen after the earnings report. 52% saying lower, 35% saying higher, 13% saying it's going to stay the same. Now, we talk about XAI, we talk about Starlink, we talk about all these metrics. They're all going to come into play, but with the lockout, the locked up shares, once those become released, it's going to play a major factor in what happens with the underlying asset. Now, are people going to be continuously holding this name, considering they lost since the issuing price of 135? You're south of that. Are you going to continue to hold on until you get back into that before you sell, and you have kind of waves come in tranches of selling and selling and selling? I think that's going to be a possibility. But for me right now, I think if this loss per share comes in anything better than 26 cents, if that's cut in half, it comes in at 19 cents or 20 cents, I think that we have the ability to climb higher than where we're currently at right now. So that's where I stand when it comes to SpaceX. There's multiple factors that have to be taken into consideration, but EPS, if that comes in at a better than expected loss, I think we see some higher prices in this name. If not, if that's the case, if it comes in worse, then I wouldn't be surprised if we do see sub 100 at some point throughout next week or this week. So that's my stance on SPCX. Adam, or sorry, not Adam. I don't know why I called you that. Daniel, what's going on, brother? Cheese in a chair, $5. When it comes to SpaceX, I'm like Kevin Hart. I'm short, and I'm staying short no matter what color they decide to paint Shippy McShip face.
Staying short.
Right?
He always gets dunked on in the roast. Say that's like the number one thing
short,
everybody
man.
He
can't help that.
And his movies, people always dunk on him for his movies.
I think it's
as
hilarious,
well,
man.
I don't dislike him at all.
I think McShip face is crazy.
McShip.
Yeah.
Let's send it back to Sia. Go to the next story there.
Let's talk some more.
AMD is our next one. So Wall Street expecting AMD to report. Now it's reporting after the bell, $11.31 billion in revenue and $1.61 in EPS. The company has exceeded estimates in each of its past 8 quarters, also topped earnings expectations in 7 of these 8 quarters. Last quarter, however, AMD had posted an EPS of $1.37, which had exceeded estimates of $1.29. Also, revenue that was reported had reached $10.25 billion, which had been a 37% 37.8% year-over-year increase. So the company is expecting a revenue now of $11.2 billion with plus or minus $300 million with a non-GAAP margin of nearly 56%. AMD has also expanded its AI hardware lineup. Like if you remember, I was covering it the other day during its July Advancing AI event, and the new rollouts that have been coming. The company had introduced Instinct MI400 series accelerators, also the Helios rack scale platform that was shown during the conference as well, which combines GPUs and EPYC processors for AI workloads and it also collaborated. AMD had collaborated with various companies like Microsoft, OpenAI, and at the same time you had Schneider Electric in there as well. Right now, AMD is up 8.5%.
All right, so first thing first, I'm looking for their server CPU business, which is getting a lot of love again because agentic AI really does rely on the CPU a little bit more than it does the GPU. So I want to see kind of how their EPYC processors go. But we also need to know that it's kind of cannibalizing the x86 business from Intel. So if one's going to do well, we got to definitely look to the other one for some weakness. I'm not saying Intel is just going to sell off on that because they have a lot of other moats, but something to think about there. Then we also know that they have a multi-year income revenue window because they've locked a lot of deals in, I should say, with Meta and Oracle for their Helios rack that gives them a multi-year revenue visibility. I think it goes through 2028. They have about 6 gigawatts of CPU demand just for those 2 deals. And then NVIDIA always had the edge up on packaging, especially chip on wafer on substrate, CoWoS, if you want to call it that. But they're countering NVIDIA's dominance on that because they've tied about $10 billion to a Taiwanese, not Taiwan Semiconductor, a different Taiwanese manufacturer who's going to be able to kind of reserve a lot of chip on wafer on substrate at the 2 nanometer process, which is the most advanced node. So I want to see if they can actually get that needle moving. And that's beyond, of course, any guidance they give with respect to the MI455i, which I know you're a big fan of.
Yeah, I love it. Listen, I said I believe that AMD alongside JP Morgan, I mean, I believe they're pretty close in market cap. JP may be a little bit ahead of them. But this is, in my opinion, going to be one of the names that I think is lagging from a market cap standpoint, right? Like we see the Broadcoms of the world and a lot of its peers within this space, within these AI frontier models and businesses. AMD is yet to hit that $1 trillion club. And I believe that this company has the opportunity to do so. Now, listen, we're looking at a 9% swing, okay? Now, from an options standpoint, that's intriguing. But what I personally want to focus on here is their partnerships and how much they're going to be getting from the hyperscalers. Deepening partnership with Microsoft and Anthropic is going to be an extreme positive for this company, all right? And with the analysts having price targets around $600, I do believe Lee Sun-soo and company are going to beat. They've beat on the previous 10 out of 12 quarters. Unfortunately, not all of them have closed higher. About 5 out of those 10 that they've double beat on have closed higher the previous day. Are we pricing a lot in already, considering we've been recovering for the past couple of sessions? I don't think that's necessarily the case. If there's any form of surprise, watch out for AMD to hit some new all-time highs. And I mean, we're only a couple percentage points off at this point, which would put us probably right above the expected move at 10.5%. We're looking at 9%. If that's exceeded, then by all means, $600 could definitely be a target in the near term here for AMD. But partnerships are key, and most definitely guidance. $49 billion for forecast of 2026. Not bad. I want to see that increase by Lisa, Sue, and company. Let's send it back to Sia.
Let's talk a little bit Palantir now. The reported blowout earnings as of yesterday, post-market as of yesterday. I just want to take a look at the numbers over here. Now, 93% growth in its overall revenue has sent the number to $1.94 billion, which is up from $1 billion a year ago and has beat LSEG estimates of $1.8 billion. Commercial revenue has jumped 149% to $764 million, and government revenue has grown 90% to $809 million. Full year revenue expectations are sitting between the range of $8.15 to $8.158 billion in commercial revenue, in excess of $3.424 to be precise billion. Co-founder and CEO of the company, Alex Karp, has described the quarter as quote unquote otherworldly and has added that the sovereign AI revolution makes him quote unquote very optimistic about the future. He's also said in an interview, "Forget consensus. To my knowledge, No businesses at our scale have even grown half this much. PLTR currently up 29.14% on the day.
No, listen, commercial revenue jumping 149%, 93% across the board. It's absolutely fantastic numbers. And when you have a stock like Palantir that was cut in half over the past couple of months, and you raise your current quarter guidance as well too, you see these exact moves that we're experiencing. 30% to the top side here for Palantir and company. And listen, we talk about brand damage, and we've had this conversation before in regards to Elon Musk and Tesla. I believe that was a little bit of an influence going on with this stock as well too. We had Sasmageddon that really hurt this name, but Alex Karp, with the public face that he is, very much so. Yeah, public. That's crazy. But the public figure that he is, I think it's a part of the reason why this name was hit so heavy. Listen, we've seen the growth cycle that Palantir went through a couple of years ago. So for me personally, the continuation and the trajectory of this is really important. And Sharif brought a really, I think, important factor and a point within this earnings report is not that you're gaining customers, is that you are making your current customers pay more. Okay, so I have an issue with that personally, because how thin are you going to stretch? Like, you can have a fantastic product, but if somebody finds a product, considering we're in this AI boom, if this company finds a product that is cheaper than what you are charging them, I believe they will step outside of the ecosystem and move on. I think a combination of both is getting the average revenue per user to increase, but you also want to increase your user base as well too, so you're not just heavily reliant on that specific group of enterprise.
Well said, Joey. All right, here's what I want to talk about. They made a killing on SpaceX investment. They were one of the early investors there on SpaceX, and I think they cleared up pretty nicely there. It added about 3 pennies per share to their EPS, so good look. That's obviously a non-recurring item. So a little artificially inflated, but not by much. We're only talking about 3 pennies per share. But Joseph, we need to talk about their concentration risk. 81% of their revenue comes from the United States companies or government. That's a lot of concentration risk there. We've seen, possibly losing that deal that they have with the National Health Service in England, and now you're kind of, I mentioned it many times. You're seeing some political headwinds here. Come from both sides of the aisle with respect to Palantir. Joseph talked about ARPU, their average revenue per user, their U.S. commercial revenue skyrocketed, right? 149% year over year, $764 million is what they're bringing in on that. But their total customer count only popped 35% over year to 653. I'm not saying that's little. I'm just saying the growth is disproportionate between the users, the customers that they have, and the top line revenue. Something to think about. And last but not least, they are debt-free, baby. And they got a lot of cash on hand. They're hoarding $9.2 billion in cash. And that is what their debt is right there. Good luck for this company.
Take a look at the next name over here, Caterpillar, along with beating second quarter earnings as of today. Cat has also raised its guidance, seeing benefits from the build out of AI data centers that has spurred demand for its power generation as well as construction equipment. The company has cut full year tariff costs to $2.2 billion. An expected number was between the range of $2.2 to $2.6 billion. And the company has reported a revenue of $20.4 billion, which is a 24% increase from previous one of $16.6 billion. EPS profit currently standing at $7.77 per share, or $8.17 adjusted. Operating profit is at 20.9%, which is up from 17.3% in the year ago quarter. And now order backlog has risen to $72.1 billion, which is up 92% from the previous year. Power and energy sales also have climbed 17% to $8.24 billion, which has all been fueled by heavily by all high demand for generators, turbines for AI data centers here. Construction industry sales have also surged 35% to $8.35 billion. Resource industries sales, you guessed it, have grown 20% to $4.65 billion, and shareholder returns have been deployed $2.2 billion in second quarter, split into $1.5 billion for stock repurchases, and finally $0.7 billion for dividends, Dara.
Yeah, so I like this look here in Caterpillar. We'll crawl over to my chart here so we can look at this infographic. So yeah, this visual here is not yet on X at TTV Research. It'll be posted tomorrow afternoon. Basically what I did here, so there are two main subcategories of Caterpillar revenue. It's going to be power, energy, and materials, which comprises these first three categories, so power, energy, construction industries, resource industries. And the second larger category is financial products, which of course is the fourth name here. So most of their revenue is part of this power, energy, materials subcategory. And as you guys can see, really strong growth across the segment. You've got 17% year-over-year increase in the power and energy subsegment. You've got construction industries up 35% year-over-year. Good look for a company who I think is mostly associated with construction, though I now know AI as well is going to be part of Caterpillar in a growing fashion. And then you also have resource industries up 20% year-over-year. Now the financial product segment only up 10% year-over-year. So not as strong, but still double-digit growth for all four major subsegments of Caterpillar revenue. Not a bad look. Really all I have to say, but I did want to mention this. And again, if you guys are like, hey, I want to look at this infographic more, it'll be available on X at TTV Research tomorrow around, I think, 12:30 p.m. unless I change that. So there you go.
All right, let's talk a little bit about this. $4.3 billion in operating profit. That tells you a lot of what you need to know there. But let's be honest, $392 million of that is the refunds from the AAPL tariffs. So those are not going to be recurring next month, or they could be. Actually, I think that they may be due some more. In any event, artificially lifting the profit margin to about 20.9%, but that's all right. Let's also talk about the growth, shifting from price hikes to actual real equipment volume sales. So a lot of the increase in their earnings, their EPS, had been because they were raising prices because demand was insatiable, whether it was for their energy or their construction equipment. But that's kind of changing now. They're continuing to raise prices, but they're also selling more units. And that's what you want to see, because typically means you're selling more to more customers. And you always want to make sure you've got a lot of diversity there so you're not relying too much on any one entity. Let's also talk about their power and energy segment profit ripping up to 30%. That is their power and energy surged to $2.03 billion in the quarter. It was, of course, propelled or boosted by demand for diesel and gas power turbines, which are being used to power these AI data centers. And they're not all created equal, by the way, guys, right? A lot of these gas turbines, they're temporary setups, and some of them are permanent. So they've got their hand in both cookie jars there. For example, when Elon Musk was setting up his data center in Memphis, initially, all the gas turbines that he had there were unpermitted. And so unpermitted usually means temporary, at least it did in that particular instance. So you either have temporary fixtures as well as permanent fixtures. I like that diversity there. And then $4.4 billion in operating cash flow, returning $2.2 billion of that right into the hands of shareholders, myself included. Been involved in Caterpillar for a number of years. This is one of the best performing names I have in my stock portfolio. $1.5 billion in share buybacks and about $700 million in one I know you love, the divvy.
Sharif, I'm over the
You're over the divvy?
Yeah, bro. I'm all about share buyback now at this point.
You're a share buy.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a dividend aristocrat anymore. It's all
you're
over.
buying back. So that's my next step. Is I need
like
NVDA to start buying a lot of shares. We had a $10 or $5 super chat saying, Joe, didn't you say NVDA 185? I did. I believe we were going to fell, and there we go. Pull that bad boy up right here. Yeah, I wanted 185. Why? Because I could buy more. It's not there, but I still have some, so I'm fortunate enough.
Is the order still active?
No.
Okay.
No, why would it? We're trading at 210. I'm still not eliminating it because I think there could be an opportunity at some point.
Okay.
Who knows? Anything can happen, right? But still, I grab more at 185. It's cheaper than 200.
How do you feel about Caterpillar?
How do I feel about Caterpillar?
Yeah.
Now listen, this is a name that we've been talking about and has been on a run for the past little while. Why? Because they have the ability to create their own grids. It's huge for the company. SIA brought back up the fact that they have a backlog of of equipment that's going to date all the way to 2030. Now, we had a downgrade last week as well, too. I forget who gave the downgrade, but they're just stating that some of the headwinds being that some of the states and the cities within these states are rejecting these data centers, but it's going to obviously affect Caterpillar, less equipment when you're building these massive buildings. So what I'm getting at here is all that is out of the water, in my opinion. These data centers are going to get built, The real headwind, in my opinion, is that when you start throwing these things up in space, because I do believe it will happen. Why? Because you don't necessarily need the excavators, the dozers, the backhoes in order to create all of this stuff, right? So where we're currently sitting right now in this specific cycle for this company is it's tailwind, tailwind, tailwind. Never mind what the regulators have to say or the politicians in not allowing these things to happen in New York, because they will get built somewhere. And this is going to be one of the fundamentals, the picks and shovels, essentially starts right here with Caterpillar for this AI data center.
It's funny, like I remember that moratorium by Governor Hochul. No one wants to build a data center in New York, man. They go to West Virginia, they go to Virginia, they go to data center corridor, they go to Texas. Go there?
It's too expensive to build, and like you're paying energy costs and all of these things. It just doesn't make any financial success. So yeah, it was like, okay, well, you don't want to build it here. Well, we'll just say that you can't build it here. So that's fine. By all means, they'll find a place to do so.
See Mississauga? They tried to do that as well, Joe.
Well, yeah, I know. I heard people complaining about it on the radio as well, so I switched the channel. So, I mean.
Radio, eh?
Yeah, they're complaining about it over there.
The radio.
Yeah.
You want to elaborate
well, I mean,
a little
like,
bit?
hey, listen, man, if you're not going to do it, somebody else will. And that's unfortunately the nature of the beast. It's either catch up or fall behind.
I was a little surprised you're listening to the radio.
I listen to the radio every morning.
Seriously?
Yeah, I was born in.
What channel?
102.1.
Ah,
The Edge.
The Edge. I love it. Perfect.
Remember the Dean Blundell show?
Of course.
Yeah. Bro,
controversial.
What a show that was, man. That would have me cracking up every single day. Good stuff.
No, it's FM radio, Roger.
Yeah, it's not AM.
No, but I mean, I was a little, I don't know. Do you guys listen to the radio anymore? You do? I haven't turned on the radio.
Someone said LOL radio. I mean, I prefer to listen to the radio on the way in and on the way home, too.
I like it.
Yeah.
I haven't put on the radio in years, brother.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
I swear to God.
You don't even listen to...
It's just always Spotify on Bluetooth, right? Or whatever I want, YouTube.
Fair enough.
Just Bluetooth. But yeah, maybe I should get back on that radio tip.
I think it's... Hey, man.
All right, let's send it back to you.
Let's talk a little bit MACD, because I'm loving this, but not loving the revenue here. Company has reported an EPS of $3.38 adjusted versus $3.34 expected. Revenue is a miss, coming at $7.10 billion versus expected that was at $7.13 billion. Q2 net income come in at $2.36 billion or $3.32 per share, which is up 5% compared to the same period last year. Operating margin maintaining a strong 47% upside. Global comparable sales are up 1.3%, which is a slowdown from 3.8% growth in the same year. Now, same store sales have increased very marginally, but 0.8% due to value promotions that faced a rather challenging consumer sentiment and environment. However, international markets have grown 1.5%, which had been constrained by higher energy costs, also weather impacts in Europe. MACD currently up 1%. Adara, what do you say on this?
Yeah, one thing here in the trading, this is one that as much as it's spready, I am not loving it to trade, because I just find it to be, as you're seeing here with this chart, super, kind of dead, kind of choppy, kind of range bound. Like if you compare this to like a Caterpillar, just some other spready names that traded today. I mean, this initially really nice short, or Spotify. Like there are, I would just say, some tickers you can trade even with spread on earnings. McDonald's is not one of them. Just my quick thought on that. But let's talk here about McDonald's and their CapEx guidance. Yeah, that was my thought too. So they posted $3.4 billion CapEx for fiscal 25. They raised their CapEx guidance during that Q4 2025 report in February. They raised it again here. So they're specifically raising the lower end. They're expecting here CapEx between $3.7 billion and $3.9 billion for fiscal 26. Analysts were looking for, I think, just above $3.7 billion. So the midpoint of this is going to be higher than expected. Now, I know it's weird to think that CapEx would be a concern for a company like McDonald's, but given how much we're concerned about CapEx in general, I think it's just worth flagging here, because believe me, was not expecting to see CapEx in this report at all. That was a little bit of a hamburglar in the mix here that I was not expecting to see. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that quickly. Also seeing from Wall Street Journal, Iran signaling its willingness to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but they're demanding the right to collect fees. We already knew this. But yeah, my thoughts on McDonald's. CapEx, not something you expect from this company.
I don't have any comment on mix. Do you have?
Yeah, I could touch a little bit here on McDonald's. I mean, so there's a couple of issues that happened. So the $3 items didn't bring much customer engagement as expected. The executive also speaking in that, like, we're going to hit 28 or 50,000 stores, I believe, by 2028. Now, my big question is that you have these meal deals that aren't bringing in exactly what you wanted to. Are you going to continue with that? Because when you have the $3 meal deal, it's going to hurt the margins of this company specifically. And when it comes to brick and mortar, they're continuously growing, but I don't know how much gain from a comparable sales that you're going to get for this company, unfortunately. So for me personally, you have the Ozempic, the Ozempics, the Mounjaros, and all of these GLPs coming into market. When people are looking for healthier alternatives, I don't think McDonald's made a good pivot in regards to that. We've seen other names get hit, Pepsi and Coca-Cola get hit in regards to the GLP-1s. So for me personally, and their menu doesn't change enough. I personally don't like McDonald's, and I don't like McDonald's going forward. It's just a popular name, and I'm going to stick by that. Let's send it over to Sia.
CRWD CrowdStrike a little bit towards the downside. Microsoft has quietly shifted most of its security workload to an in-house AI model and has ditched CrowdStrike for more in-house model, like I just said. Its in-house AI has taken over most security work at a lower cost. CRWD to the downside. This is Forbes reporting this right now.
Yeah, we can. Are you done your?
I don't have any more comments on McDonald's.
Let's talk about W. Wayfair's largest market has now grown 8.7% to $3.1 billion. This is by far the most growth the company has had since the COVID-19 pandemic that hit in 2020. EPS has come in at 95 cents adjusted versus 89 cents adjusted that was expected. Revenue coming in at $3.52 billion versus $3.47 billion that was expected. W, however, has reported a loss of $1 million or 1 cent per share compared with a gain of $15 million or 10 cents per share a year earlier. Adjusting for non-recurring charges like equity-based compensation, Wayfair has seen earnings of 95 cents per share here. It has also beat Wall Street's expectations on both top and bottom lines. EBITDA, however, for the company has reached $242 million, exceeding expectations of $230 million. Finally, 10.6 million order deliveries have beat consensus of 10.4 million deliveries, and active customers currently at 21.7 million, which has beat the estimate of 21.5 million. Wayfair is up very nicely on the day, 31.5%.
I really like this report. And what you're seeing is here, there's a huge growth segment in their more expensive products where they make a lot more money. So their high-end specialized banners completely outpace some of the regular furniture offering. So their luxury platform up 35% year over year. Their Wayfair specialty brand, so kind of think of an in-house brand, right? A lot more margins on that because there's no middleman, up 20% year over year. But when you look at their actual kind of like mainstream furniture, it's flat or kind of muted. But the products that cost more, the products that they make more money are moving off the shelf. I like that a lot. There is, though, a bit of a difference here between how they did in North America and how they did internationally. You saw 8.7% year-over-year growth in North America. That is their strongest post-COVID. They brought in about $3.1 billion, but they contracted 2% year over year in every other market. What's going on with that? That brought $394 million from that segment, everything else other than, just North America. So something to think about there. But their strongest free cash flow since the pandemic, they have $301 million in free cash flow on the quarter. That is non-GAAP. I have to say, it's the highest quarterly cash conversion rate since the 2020 COVID pandemic boom, when everybody was at home, everybody was doing upgrades. You couldn't go out, you couldn't go on vacation, so you were spending on in-house or in-home items. So it did make sense that would be the top, but nice to see that they've recovered since then, Joey.
Yeah, I don't have much to say really about this, but I mean, I'll take this for a positive. It is modest growth, but we'll take it. Quarterly orders delivered increased 6%, and then active customers rise 3.3%. It's also stating the fact that you're going to get a price target increase when you raise guidance, and also the fact that they're grabbing market share from some of these other larger online furniture retail stores. So that's positive. When you're starting to snatch share, across the board, and probably from the king of e-commerce themselves, Amazon, I think you're on the right trajectory, and it seems to be the case for what Wayfair is doing right now. But now, listen, totally different beast when it comes to looking at some of the technicals on this. It's not horrible, but it's not fantastic either. It is off of those lows, but if you zoom out a little bit, when you're in doubt and you zoom out after COVID, it makes it a little bit more difficult to justify owning it. But if you do believe that they're going to continue on the path that they are, what you want to see is I want to see the deliveries and customer grow a little bit more than 3% respectively. At least it's not negative growth. And you want to see those deliveries in probably around the double digits, in my opinion. I think that would be a little bit more of an appealing name at that point. Here, NVDL. There it goes, Katina, man. Another name, NVDA, really starting to break out. As this market is on a war path, it seems to be.
I like the war path.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's only a matter of time until we have a SPY all-time high. It's only a matter of days, and probably by the end of the week. I'll let Katina Man give a projection as well too. And when we see an all-time high in Nasdaq, it could be after the bell, after AMD and SpaceX report. If these guys start to climb higher, then watch out for the Nasdaq ATH.
Let's take a look at PG. Procter & Gamble, CEO of the company, Shailesh Jejurikar, has said on CNBC that Procter & Gamble is buying supplement brand Throne for $3.8 billion. So this acquisition is a bid for P&G to grow its health and wellness division. The consumer goods, giant, as you do know it, P&G already owns other brands like Vicks and Oral-B. This is coming from the CEO of the company, who had an interview with CNBC saying that we are really happy with the asset itself. It's a really well-run operation, and it's been around for a long time. So the supplement brand, which has been founded in 1984, had gone public in late 2021 and hit a valuation of $525 million in 2021. So L. Catterton had then taken the company private back in 2023 in a deal that was valued at $680 million. So its annual revenue has surpassed $500 million in 2025, according to Thorne. CNBC has also reported that the company's CEO, that is Colin Watts, has mentioned earlier that this year it had a potential to become a billion-dollar brand within the next few years. And the majority of Thorne's revenue comes from shoppers under the age of 40. So that's the consensus over here. The supplement brand has also seen a surge in direct-to-consumer sales. Currently, you have P&G, just going to check the levels here, up close to 2% on the day.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. $15 billion right back into the hands of shareholders via the shareholder or buybacks. You got to love that. Let's talk a little bit about this. $1.4 billion guidance headwind. What are they doing with all this money? Well, they said we have essentially a $1.4 billion after-tax cost penalty. And that, we're going to see. They're trying to blame the Middle East on a lot of this disruption. They're saying, if Brent stays at around $90 a share, they're going to continue to drag there. And then they also have $150 million in high interest expenses, and they blamed $50 million there on Forex headwind. But they are investing heavily here, apparently in marketing, which kind of makes me wonder a little bit. So operating margin did drop down because they're kind of flowing about 19.5% increase in their advertising and their product packaging reinvestment. So that hurt margins a little bit. But there is a little bit of a difference here in how they're doing in North America versus how they're doing in the rest of the world. So North American sales grew about 2%, but compare it to China, up 4% year over year. How about Latin America? Also 4%. Europe's 5%. And then Asia Pacific and the Middle East up 3%. So every other area, geographic area in the world, other than North America, is growing at above 3%. So I got to wonder why a little bit that we're dropping a little bit back there. Oh, you're good to go. Yeah. So P&G, guys, I mean, interesting. It's a bellwether name. It shows kind of the strength or lack thereof of the consumer. I think this is not such a bad report. Where are they up or down on the day? Not a name I typically follow. Let's find out here, Joey. They're up 1.76. So nothing really to write home about, but I didn't really expect this thing to be up double digits anyway. So.
Take a look at our final ticker for today, PFE, that's Pfizer. Company's now expecting a full year revenue to total $60.5 billion to $62.5 billion, comparing to a previous outlook of $59.5 billion to $62.5 billion. So adjusted EPS has come in at 77 cents, beating the analyst consensus estimate of 68 to 69 cents. Revenue reaching $15.03 billion, surpassing expectations of roughly $14.4 billion, also marking a 2.6% increase year over year. Net results here is that posted a GAAP net loss of $248 million or 0.04 per share due to a $3.8 billion write-down on an experimental lung cancer asset. So Pfizer has said it has cut its full-year revenue expectation for its COVID products as well, the vaccine Comirnaty and antiviral pill Paxlovid, to $4 billion, just down from $5 billion previously. Currently, PFE is up still 1.7% on the day.
All right, let's get to this. So $4.3 billion in write-downs. It's about, 4 penny per share loss, $248 million. They're also blaming it on a non-cash intangible asset impairment charge. That's a mouthful there. See, I did mention the COVID-19 guidance. They're still talking about COVID-19. They did drop their revenue forecast for that, but they did raise it on other areas as well. So we'll see if that balances out. How about the $2.5 billion new cost reduction plan? So they announced an additional $2.5 billion in anticipated net productivity savings from 27 to 29 as they look to increase efficiencies. And they acquired a lot of assets, right? So they launched they newly acquired and launched commercial products. We're talking about Padcev and Nurtec. Those specific drugs did well yearly, 18% year over year from the operational sense, but that was kind of offset by the $1.5 billion in annual losses because of the patents that they're expiring. So certain drugs that they're not going to be on exclusive to Pfizer anymore. Guys, let's get right down to work here. ADGM just broke out, so it took out the dollar pretty aggressively. This is still ranging, believe it or not, because we have that 111 high from 1045. And we didn't breach it on this latest attempt here. 110 high. So we're still below the high of the day. And even though we were trading kind of south of that dollar, I'll submit to you guys, this is still a range. Essentially VWAP as support and give or take, a couple of pennies above the dollar as resistance. ADGM, this takes out 111 high. We could squeeze. Let's look at the daily on this one to see if this one, okay, so this is a repeat offender. It has a tendency to do this. So this one, it could absolutely squeeze. Just be on the lookout for the reversion. Look at all these big candles that end up either with no body or close red. Case in point, not KC, but case in point, April 27th, we rip up from the low to the high about, 90% on the day. We close red. Same thing on June 9th. Same thing on July 2nd. So this one has definitely a habit of ripping up and then giving back the day's gains. Be careful with this one, especially, I would say, if it loses VWAP. But just to put it into perspective, this one did have a big green day yesterday. It was trading at around 37 pennies. It got to a high of 89. Today we have higher lows and higher highs. But if my memory serves me right, ADGM is bid non-compliant. We checked on the NASDAQ website. So keep that in mind. There could be an offering coming anytime here, Joey.
All right, good stuff. I mean, in regards to
get it, Bovin. Bovin's in the house.
I don't have. Finally, he's a little late.
Get it, Bovin.
He's late.
He was printing on AMIX, by the way. I didn't tell everybody, but he was taking big positions on that. Dude, he was long 5 2/3. He held in the 16.5. That's my man. That's my man, Bovin.
Yeah, listen, I don't have much to say on Pfizer. There's a handful of sales that are kind of offsetting their COVID-19 product revenue, which I think is comical. What are you even doing still talking about COVID-19? That was over a half a decade ago. It's time for the company to move on to something else. And I don't even know if it'll actually recover from those levels. I just don't know if there's going to be, unless there's that next pandemic stepping in. I don't think Pfizer is going to be operationally that well, to be honest with you. It's a dividend play. It's always been hovering around that $30.
The pipeline, Joey, man. Like,
they're
acquiring new drugs. What happened to the company that made Viagra, that made Zithromax, right, that made Norvasc.
Athena.
Where is that product pipeline that defined Pfizer for like a quarter century?
Yeah.
It ain't there, bro. I'll
Not
tell you
there.
that,
Things
man.
move on, man. People grow. We have the original background back there, so Fabian.
Yeah, we're
messing around
resetting
with
it.
some,
Yeah.
messing around with some things. Other than that, we're setting it off to the desk.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here, guys, at SPCX. SpaceX actually just popped here into new high of days, still making new high of days. We're touching 125 right now. Now, this rally comes as we get a post from Elon Musk. Basically, 5 hours ago, Zero Hedge, popular account on X, they post about massive SpaceX shorting, quote unquote, ahead of the company's earnings report. Now, just a couple minutes ago, Elon Musk replies to this post. I tried to warn them, but they just doubled down. Ellipses, shrug emoji. So people are interpreting this as potentially these could be some really good earnings or really well-received earnings. Elon Musk warning the shorts. Take it how you will. He is, kind of known for being a little bit provocative and for teasing people, playing with people's expectations on X. Nonetheless, here SpaceX now breaking above 125 as Elon Musk hints at potentially bad news for the shorts with tonight's earnings report. Back to you.
I like Angry Goat's comment in the chat, man. Look what he said, Joey. Pfizer is working on a new pandemic with Fauci as we speak.
Yeah, there you go. There we go.
Katina, man. Did you hear what Brett Favre said on what's
Everybody
that
was talking about
podcast that he's on with? Come on, man.
I heard he went off.
No, man.
He
There's
went off,
that podcast. What's that main guy, man? He's like he used to be a punter. Pat McAfee. Thank you. He went on the Pat McAfee show or whatever it's called, podcast, and he just went into a tirade about Fauci for like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for like 15 minutes, man. And like it didn't even have anything to do with Fauci, man. It's like some guy was just asking him like how he felt in a certain situation or something. He was like, I'm gonna plead the fifth on that. And then he just rips into Fauci for the
CTE, man.
I know, well, whatever, right? It was Aaron Rodgers, right? I plead the fifth. Yeah. Did I not say Aaron Rodgers? What did I say?
Yeah,
I said Aaron Rodgers, yeah. No, but I was saying Pat McAfee is the show.
Oh, you said Brett Favre.
Did I say Brett Favre? My bad. I meant Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. No. You do know about that one. He's nuts.
Aaron, yeah, well, ask Aaron.
My bad, guys. I said Brett Favre. I meant Aaron Rodgers.
Ask your boy about that little ayahuasca or whatever trip he went on in the cave for like 4 or 5 days.
Yep, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
You know what else I heard?
What?
It's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's see you later. Man, what an absolute monster.
What a day, bro.
Yeah,
Today's been a day,
Should we do that? Yeah, round of applause.
Yeah, absolutely.
Round of applause. We're not going to sing the rest of that song. Do you know that song, Cherie?
Which one?
By Waka Flocka.
Can you sing it so I can make sure I know it?
Round of applause.
Keep going.
No, we cannot do that.
I don't know it. I'm gonna need to hear a little bit more.
I'm sure you would like to.
Joey, it was a sick day today, bro. I hope everybody cleaned up on AMIX. Big earnings after the freaking bell today, man. If you don't know, there's a company called AMD and SpaceX. Maybe you've heard of them.
Yeah, I'm not aware. I'm only a shareholder of 50% of the names that you just mentioned. So, Casey, I told you, you don't want to start a band with me.
Bro.
So yeah. Anyways,
you might end up getting the boxing gloves too, man. Don't.
Who? Oh.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to box this guy. We've seen what this guy's.
I'm back in the gym next week.
You're back in the boxing gym?
Yes, sir.
That's cat.
I gotta wear a hockey helmet.
Hold on. Where do you?
Right there, just right at the corner of Bathurst and Adelaide.
So it's close by here, eh?
Yeah, you want me to
that's
drop
not gonna work out.
I could drop the Addy if you want.
Yeah, man. How often are you gonna do it?
I'll go 3 times a week.
2 times on the weekend?
Saturday I'll most likely go.
Then I might join you on that.
Yeah,
that might be the move,
man. A couple big name pros. My boy Sammy Vargas fought Connor Ben.
No way.
Got his butt whooped, but yeah, he did.
I mean, you take guts
and I
step
told
in
you
that
he
ring,
dropped
man.
Amir Khan.
Your boy dropped Amir Khan?
Yeah.
Like, that's big, but a lot of people have dropped Amir Khan.
It's a stretch to call him my boy, but the guy, like, we've talked, like, I trained with him in the gym, you know what I mean? But, like, he's like the big name at our gym.
He's a big name, yeah. Well, you get in the ring with Amir Khan, you got to be a big name.
Yeah, you got it, exactly. So, and with Connor as well, too.
And with Connor Ben, man.
Some big names.
Yep. All right, guys, been real. The big boys, look at this. Neil short the entire market right now. All right. And the Katina man, well, he's punching long on SPCX. Katina man, we are up 8 2/3 on this monster. Make sure to catch the aftermarket show. Aftermarket show today or no? We'll find out. SpaceX AMD, the big boys.
The boys will be here.
That,
The boys are back in town.
Welcome back. Amir Khan, I've heard of that guy.
Yo, what's up?
What up, everybody? So look, SpaceX should have reported 4. So like that's
We think so. We think so.
Well, from when I talked to Dara, 4 to 405, based on the fact that they reported their, they've said that the call is expected to be potentially 4:30, right, Adara?
Yeah, if you go to my screen here, you can actually see it, just so you guys know I'm not making this up. This is from SpaceX website, event details.
We believe you.
You're making it up.
August 4th, 2026, 4:30 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be the call. I've already added it to my calendar, too. When I add it to my calendar, it shows that it starts at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. So, yeah, this appears to be real, guys, for SPCX. And, again, Elon Musk already teasing the shorts heading into the report as well. So, good luck.
Well, we're long. So, yeah, look, I was trying to go short here at 124. It actually worked out pretty good for a minute until it didn't, and we punched long now into that. I mean, I don't know. I was going to give this back to 124 again if it breaks. So just trying to play with it a little bit here is our good friend SpaceX. And, of course, wow, wee-woo-wee. There it goes, man, 164 and change for Palantir. And what a day this is having. I guess we now do have. I mean, remember, the record was right here, 30, and we said it gets to 164. You're going to have a record day there for Palantir, up 31%, but it's got to hold in order for that record to count. So, yeah, so far so good. Neil's going to handle some business.
Does it have to?
Now.
I don't.
I think it does.
I guess.
have to,
Yeah, I guess so. It has to close. I guess because that was a close. I didn't check.
I guess so. I mean, when someone says like the record day, it's not intraday. Like I mean, because
in fairness, when I looked it up, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember if it said like record close, but it doesn't matter. Palantir is having a day for the ages. There's no question about it. And you know what? There's some great updates to give them that kind of a day. And there are some great updates here out of Origenics as well. That's ticker OGN on the NYSE American. The company's activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. I want to shout out to Origenics for sponsoring this portion of the show. Concussions they're no joke. Not that there was any concern of one yesterday when the kids played, but there was one of the healthier foul tips I've ever seen at 9U, straight back, and it was like right into the chest, and our catcher, unfortunately turned, and it turned right so that they're just unprotected.
Shoulder?
Like, yeah,
okay. Well,
I'm like,
shoulder.
but it was thankfully it was in the shoulder because like the kid, like the next pitch, the kid hit an absolute tank. He was their best hitter on the other team, and when they catch one flush, you just don't want it to be, and like get him in the throat.
Of course.
Chin. But we had the conversation about, hey, if you're wearing the gear, it's built to protect you if you're facing forward. Like the second you start turning away from it, man, like that gear is not gonna do much. So like Intel is trying to lose the $100 level. Intel up 10% today. 10. I know Palantir has been unbelievable. The ES 2 points, the NASDAQ 3.25, ARM, Marvell, like insert everything, insert any name out there. But Intel equally impressive.
I'm going to insert Amazon.
Oh, we have to talk about Amazon. No, we'll talk about Amazon because I think we might have missed something overnight as to why Amazon's like the weakest stock today. But no, Intel, remember, we already got the good story from them about where GPU has been building for them and the strong growth that they've had. So it should mean that it's a good number and a good print from AMD at 415, but there's no guarantees. Man, this wants to hold. What am I doing? I got greedy with the short when it was obvious that there were buyers at 9.5. I think I got greedy again. By the way, the long breakout, I took the long breakout, and then instantly I was actually adding on the way up, and then it immediately lost. I was like, no. I was reminded that there's an anchored VWAP on Intel from way back from the highs, sitting just underneath like 102. So it's like, should be looking to play for the short off of that anchored. at the top. So I reversed out of a long, probably too early, and then it wicked 105. Got short, was like, ha, 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 and then got greedy. Ended up down despite the fact that it went 50 cents as it broke out the highs. So we've just basically gotten back to flat with the last short because we lost twice to win once on a scalp trade. I'm in Snapchat, and SOSMR we didn't really talk about. And I promise we're going to get to it.
We talked about it earlier today, but not much.
We did, but SMR is a standard, like everything is up today. So if you're not up today, that's the other thing. But standard trend break on the 15-minute, broke the prior bar, giving it to this to about 960. We're short at 50 and looking for, I should probably put a bid at 40s. So that's just a trend break. But Amazon needs to be addressed. There was a story overnight about Bezos filing to sell some more shares. Whether or not that's the reason, or it was just the mags aren't strong because we're going chips right now. Either way, Amazon off a fantastic quarter, great AWS growth. I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything. Like Microsoft probably from a reaction perspective gets the nod, but Amazon still had a fantastic Q. And today, they're the dog, down 2%. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card. Like if you had told me, if we sat down this morning and you said NASDAQ's up 3.25, right? ES, another all-time high and pressing higher, but Amazon's going to be down 2 points and relatively weak after the quarter that they had. No, did not see that one coming. So that's a bit of a shocker. If they sell this off, remember, like this pulls back too far. This could be a nice post-earnings bounce as well. If it loses 275, I think it'll be pretty nice to take 260s. Weird one, but hey, price is price. Price action's price action. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. You just kind of look at what's happening and you trade it accordingly. I guess I can cancel my NVIDIA 207. That's not going to fill.
You still had that out there.
Yeah, because I had it up in the morning and I didn't cancel it. So good thing it didn't fill when I was at the gym there, but it doesn't matter. Well,
that would have been good.
Well, that's if it would have filled, but that's impossible. Okay, so I'm just going to give SpaceX to 123. We've done, like we've made money, then we shorted it, we went long, we just went long again. We just stopped out at a break of the 50-period moving average, and I was like, you know what, let's just give this a little bit more room. The last time it came back in was 125.50 there. I mean, that would be, a complete break of the trend if we get all the way down into there. So I'm thinking about giving it just a little bit more room now. We have not even half a unit yet on this name, but I do want to see about giving it somewhere down into there, that 122.50 area or so. That's where the short sort of stopped when we took the short off of this sort of shelf development, and it broke the shelf, which was perfect. And then it came right into 124 right there, 122.40. So once we got out, we stopped out right there, which is fine. So that was a winning trade, stop out. Then we went long on a 125 break. That only went 40 cents. Bought it back, started going long again, and then right now just stopped out. So trying to think about where that next sort of reload spot may be here on SpaceX. And it's not, whatever. We know that Carp is cooking the shorts today, and I don't know if SpaceX is going to do that tonight or not. I mean, that's what Elon's saying. That's not part of going long. It's up 8% right now, and we've been holding this 50-period moving average, which is right where we're at right now. So if you go back to 1145, I mean, that's sort of when it was getting pretty choppy, and then we broke out, and since then, it's been pretty straight fire. The only time, and we took advantage of it, that it sort of stalled, and then we decided we waited, 5-6 minutes. Then we went short. We went short a couple of times off of that 124, and that was about $1 and change. That's $1.70 at the lowest right there right now. So we just got filled there at 123. So now we'll wait for a break of 122, right? So I wanted to see what happens at this area. We can put on a little bit more. I have half a unit right now. Our average price is 123.50. But you see, I've noticed that there's been some size. Now it's done 71 million shares, but there's been offers that have come through with decent size. So I don't know if the sell is now potentially on there for SpaceX. Maybe we topped out there. We talked about like potentially nervous hands coming into here. I want to put an order out just in case it spikes down because I want to get some 122.50s here. Some potential sell-off coming with it being up 7.5%, right? Like if you were buying down there at 108, 110, 111, 112, 115, insert price here, then, you're going to start to potentially say, hey, maybe we got to take something off of this name. But all right, that's SpaceX. I'm building the position. We're flat on it right now. We're going to go back to Adara.
Let's take a look here at USO. Not too much of a move, but just be aware here, guys. The Emir's office for the Emir of Qatar saying that Qatar and Trump have discussed efforts to reduce escalations and converge viewpoints between the U.S. and Iran. We'll have to wait and see if this works, if anything comes of it. But again, comments coming from Qatar about the Trump-Iran, U.S.-Iran situation and trying to converge viewpoints between these two countries whose viewpoints have not converged as of late. Back to you.
Thank you there, Dara. We had the super chat up, though. We'll just get to it. Pure ecstasy. What? Flut in a rut. That rhymes, and it's true.
That's funny.
So, this is the one I was gonna say, and I should have said this morning with regards to shorts for Palantir. Is Alex Karp has the short sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah.
Why we didn't do that pun in the morning? Thanks, Dara, but like that's the kind of pun that just should have been said in the morning. No, Flutter has.
Oh, you said it now, man. You know, it's better be late than.
But this stock is
never?
doing.
What's
Like, what is this doing? Better late than never.
Better late than never.
Well, Flutter, better late. I mean, never is the actual. Never is the effective word. I don't know how long the accumulation is going to be down here, but the good news is it's not falling any further. The bad news is it's not doing anything with this long consolidation. If this can break out, this would be spicy if it could break out 120. I'm sure Michael Burry would be pretty excited for it to do so. He can't be happy about those Palantir shorts today. So he's going to need Flutter and DraftKings to do something.
That's right.
Because it's so sideways. I don't know how big of a deal NFL coming around is going to be. It feels like that's the kind of thing that just ought to be priced in at this particular moment, you know. But every year, every single year, you got to figure the betting only goes. There's only more and more action when it comes to NFL, and they keep trying to get more games in there as well. Just one note: I'm gonna snap for the third time hopefully a charm. It's bounced to VWAP this time, but I still have half on at the volume weighted average price. And Yost is asking, what do you think about a short on Nvidia 214?
Sure, I can answer that question without even looking at the chart.
It's not even close to 214.
Oh, I was gonna say no.
Yeah, but Nvidia.
What's it at?
211 and a half.
Oh.
So like I had a scalp on it earlier. It never really gave you the dip into 206, 207, the prior close. So you're probably just looking at this level from like late last month, right? Like 214 up here. That would be a nice area for like the if it fails it near the imbalances at the end of the day. The market is pretty strong. I'd rather try to pick on some names that aren't necessarily as much a part of this AI ramp job here today. The one Uber Micro. SpaceX have to be a miss, right?
Miss on what?
Top, bottom.
Is there expectations? That's what I'm just asking that rhetorically. I don't know if there is an expectation.
And we have estimates. They're expected to lose 26 cents a share on 6.7 billion.
They could miss on all of those, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, here's one thing that will be crazy. If they could somehow turn a surprise profit, which they won't.
What?
Now, that would be the thing that really made, because the people, they're not going to.
$200 incoming.
No, but I'm saying it would break their quote breaks, fat fingers, like people freaking out. Like you'll just watch it.
Elon trying to warn people.
It's not. I don't think it's going to happen.
Trying to warn people.
No, I don't think it's going to happen. But that would be, I think, the thing. If they were to have a big miss on revenue, because at the point they're not making money, and it's going to have to be about the growth story. So I think making sure that you have growing revenue and to convince everybody on the call.
SpaceX is a cult stock.
Yeah.
Palantir is a cult stock. Palantir is up 35% today. If SpaceX goes up 35% tomorrow, it wouldn't actually even surprise me. It's just we're not expecting it. No. And I just want to say, like, even on Tesla on earnings, right? I mean, Tesla can't do that anymore because it's too mature of a company. But if some sort of news comes out on Tesla, people will run to their accounts to buy this stock up, if it was anything sort of positive. So I really do, exactly, get that going. I really do think that the same thing would probably happen with SpaceX. Like they're not going to be able to stop. Just like what happened with Palantir, you can't stop it. Once it gets going there. And we were lucky enough to get long at 150 break, and we did get out on that breakdown that never happened at 158.25 or whatever that was. And we did that live. It was right when we left you at 11 o'clock is when it triggered, and then it was kind of just, that was a good out until about 12 o'clock where Palantir took another leg higher and now looks to maybe only be up 30% today. I just want to show you what I'm doing on SpaceX because that was like basically new position right there. We are getting a little bit of cash today on SpaceX, and we've got to get something out now. It's just like this has been too many. That is loud. We do want to make sure, good, as long as Adara likes it, then it's fine. We'll play some more. Right into it's a good wake up. Like you say, hello. So right into there, 124.02. It's been bouncing off of here. So that's been my best out. And now you have the 25 period moving average definitely acting as some sort of a magnet. Like it was good into there. Once it broke, it was finished. But we're going to wait to see if SpaceX is maybe topping out. I still did have thoughts of 122 as being eventually the out if we come back in. We've definitely taken some off. Actually, I have only half left on this reload or this initial trade here of SpaceX. So we'll wait for it now and see if this can get back up to the upside. It should be very interesting as we, approach 4 o'clock. I mean, we think it's 4:05.
If it's the biggest, it's the biggest IPO ever, and now it's their first earnings. So we expect to see some fireworks.
Wow, AMD 9%.
One another.
Source close to the negotiating team says Iran is negotiating with only Oman on future Strait of Hormuz. So they're not negotiating at all with any of the Western.
Same old. The U.S. says they are negotiating with the U.S. and Iran says they're not. And we're not negotiating with you. Yes, you are.
Gotcha.
I mean, ultimately, as long as USO stays on the lows, I think we can feel okay about it. There was a super chat from Birdman. This is what we're going to talk about next. Drone maker here, UMAC. How do you guys feel about it from a technical standpoint? You're in pretty heavy at the moment and would appreciate some insight. They've been tough this year, but UMAC has held up much better than some of the others, right? Like I'll just, where is it? Whatever. I don't. Anybody can pull up a chart of AVAV or pull up some of the others. It's been a tough road to hoe. But UMAC actually has been, regardless of the pullback, because when it gets pulled back by 50% from the highs, that's never going to look good. But you know what? It never really broke the uptrend. It's putting in higher lows. It's holding the 200 period moving average. It's just reclaimed the 50 on a bit of a technical break at 23. Like technically, I still like AVAV, but I haven't got back into it yet. So this one has been better. Truth. It's got the up. We're not going to have Brian on, but you know what? If you're in something and it's in the money and it's holding major moving averages that are and not angled, trending to the upside still, like this is still upward sloping, as opposed to some of its cousins, brethren, I don't know, cohorts, whatever you want to call it, right? Here's AVAV, like that's in a distinct downtrend. Like this is one where like it hasn't even made sense to jump back into it. Early in the year, like it was a huge breakout at the beginning of the year, like late last year, and then at the beginning of the year it was a monster breakout. It went like 50% in like a week, in effectively like 1 week at the beginning of the year, and has been a dog ever since. It's starting to pick up again. It just can't seem to do anything after it gets to 50. Yeah, UMAC looks good. And we know drones. Okay, we know that's a point of focus right now to make sure that they get production and make sure that the U.S. has capacity, because it has been expensive, this conflict for them, and not just this one, but.
Similarly to AVAV, I'm not back into Big Bear AI. I haven't bought any more. I haven't done really anything at all with Big Bear AI. And it's up 11%. So just as we were saying before, good moves there up to 550. So this actually did have a rebound of sorts there, and we were talking about it. It came right back into the 200 period moving average. So, Big Bear AI has been a good buy off of this $3 level a couple times, right? It was back into here in March of 25. Then back up, nice moves higher there. 200 period, not really a factor other than it was holding it for a while. And even if we zoom back in again, or out again, you'll see this 200 period moving average is why we liked Big Bear AI initially. Once it broke right there at $6, it was an easy out if you had that. And then right there again, we talked about buying it, came right up there. And now you're starting to see Big Bear AI try to fade or get going off of the low's not 3. The low right there is about 250. But I think it was 263 or something I saw on eSignal. But this $3, this area has been a decent spot for it. But again, like just catching momentum, right? And it's really nice when it does that. But it is a slippery slope with Big Bear AI, still EPS negative on that name. SpaceX, just, we'll talk about different names, but we did get a 124 fill, and trying to let this go. I do have an offer. I just want to tell you guys, 124.25. Hopefully that will rip back up. Then after that, we're at 80s, 125, 124.80 right into this cluster where we had last seen a bunch of shares go off, and for myself, and then back upside. It really got excited here with the volume at 125. That could have been the indicator there that it was slowing down. With the decrease of volume into what we have right now. Actually, now I'm thinking about this. I'm going to punch a little bit more out there. We just offer 90s and you get hit immediately. So out a little bit more there at 90, and now we'll wait to see what that next sort of trade is. Halting around OBX, not really doing anything there. So that's a small one there. LBGT, LBGJ, they're not doing anything either. So we'll have to wait to see if there's something going on. They're down 18%. Another like one of those halters. The one was AIMX, I think the middays.
AMIX.
AMIX, yeah, that was another one.
Autonomous.
Their Autonomix Medical was $6 or $7 when I saw these guys starting to look at it there earlier today, and then it just blasted off to the upside. I think this one's like a 90,000 share float or something ridiculous.
It was insanely small. It was something silly.
Yeah.
And that's been the case lately. I think when you're, I don't know, if you're screening for small cap gappers, give credit to the ones that have under $1 million in float if they're holding vehicle. Because when they break out, the float really just comes down to, it doesn't need a gigantic short float if somebody can just soak it up by buying a bunch of available shares.
950 float.
They leave them out. Yeah, it's super small. So once a couple of firms or a couple of whales get a hold of most of the shares, if they don't sell them, it's a de facto squeeze on anybody who's short.
It's done 100 times its float
insane
today.
And then the algos get a hold of it too. And then check to see if it's easy to borrow, because then day traders are getting stopped out more easily if they don't have to pay to borrow. We're going to go up to the wall right now as Adara is going to give us a look at something. It looks interesting. I like the look of that chart. Hopefully it's maybe not it looks like Lucid, and the chart's going up, so it can't be.
Yeah, it is Lucid, Neil. We're going to talk here to the window, to the wall, where I take a chart window and we look at it on the wall. This is about Lucid. Now, I know you guys are thinking, Adara, there's so many names reporting earnings tonight. SpaceX, AMD, heck, even Opendoor. Why do you care about Lucid? I care about Lucid because I think this could be interesting, and I know we've seen a lot of volatility in this name as of late, so I think why not go over the technicals? Definitely the number one thing people care about when they talk about Lucid. No, but all jokes aside, here's a look alongside its global brand ambassador, Academy Award nominee Timothée Chalamet, of Lucid's production and deliveries per quarter, going all the way back to Q1 2023 and all the way up to date here to Q1 2026. We'll get some updates on this. Again, tomorrow I'll definitely update this infographic ahead of, or I guess after rather, tomorrow's report or tonight's report. But you've got here steady uptick in both production and deliveries. And then you've got a spike in Q4 production and deliveries here. Then Q1 2026, a sharp decline. So I believe we've already gotten production deliveries for Q2. I might actually update this ahead of tonight's earnings report, and then we'll see what we get tomorrow when it comes to revenue. But either way here for Lucid, Q1 2026 production deliveries, not a great look for the stock. We know that usually this name rallies on meme excitement more than actual technicals, but either way here, keep an eye on the technicals and the meme excitement at 4:05 p.m. when this company shares its latest earnings report. Now, if you guys are like, Adara, really weird you used your segment here to talk about Lucid, that's fair. I get it. But if you're looking for earnings preview content and any of the other many names that are reporting tonight or tomorrow before the bell, we're talking Uber, Unity, Shopify, Upstart, the aforementioned AMD, Opendoor, and SpaceX. I have visuals on all of that on Exit TV Research. Just because the to the window, to the wall is about Lucid doesn't mean I don't have content and all these other things and more. And again, guys, I know I usually like to talk about non-earnings stuff here during the segment, but given how heavy the earnings season is, expect more earnings-related content here on this wall. However, that was today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, and we're going to send you back over to the guys, Sean and Neil, for more trading action ahead of tonight's very busy earnings slate.
Week-long busy. But the thing with Lucid is the number we care about most is 47. That's the percent short that I see listed. And then remember the bankruptcy rumor that probably trapped some people that should be out. I mean, anybody that was trapped on that breakdown under the bankruptcy rumor is probably out by now, but it's been upward trending since then. So whatever the fundamentals might be today, it's got squeeze potential tomorrow. It doesn't make a difference. 47% short if it just starts breaking out, this is one I think you want to give a chance for the trade. The Birdman, I do the call, but I can't. Okay, one more, Wix. I'm playing the fib retracement. Hey, I don't use fib, but more power to you. Levels, and concerned that this might not be the right move. Any thoughts? Am I being foolish? But it's hard to say. Like you're long and you're using Fibonacci retracement levels. The only thing that matters with an indicator is, does it work for you? Like, I don't use Fibonacci's. I think like years and years ago, I tried them out on penny stocks, probably in like 2005, and whatever didn't work for me, I was like more support and resistance, read level 2 kind of guy, and to more power to you if it works out for taking profits and you find that it gives you good levels to work off of. I've heard Brian discuss them successfully from his standpoint. And some people like them, some people don't like them. Some people like RSI. Some people say that it's no good. You just find people like Bollinger Bands. It really just comes down to, is it an indicator that has any meaning for you? Some people like major moving averages and volume and leave it at that, or anchored VWAP. So don't let anybody tell you that one indicator is good or one is bad. Ultimately, does it work for your strategy? Like if you're in Wix and it's running, there's ultimately no bad way to take
There's
profit.
no indicator that works even really 50% of the time. It's about how you play off of it. Like if it was a
there's no such thing. It's how you use it and whether it works for you. That's the only thing that matters.
I would say get rid of all the indicators, really. Just play the momentum. I mean, there's lots of things you guys can do. Guys, how do you feel about Microsoft? These are the only two. It's funny that we talk about this. These are the only two indicators I ever use on a daily chart, and that's why we've had many people on the show talk about that. We'll go first of all. SpaceX just popped through. We got 124.25s right there as it pops through. So that was a good one. We're getting a little more nervous on it right now. I only have 30% left. So yeah, look, someone in the chat, and I think it was yourself there, that had mentioned that Microsoft was so good because it's boring. And I agree, man. I mean, Microsoft basically put everybody to sleep, actually, is how boring it was when it was falling to the downside. And, there was talks about, the software, Windows, and their sort of riff with OpenAI and, Altman, and just what was going on with Copilot, and, the implementation of ChatGPT into OpenAI, and just different models coming out, Kimi and everything. And Microsoft, I agree, they just kept on doing their own thing, and pumping Azure, telling everybody that Copilot was getting some more traction, and they were right. And all you had to do was, again, like, look, this is not a fib. There's nothing complicated on this chart whatsoever. This is just support and resistance. We've already been down here, man. This is the tariff tantrum low. So you got 350 again. You got it again. You got it again. All you had to do is wait for these levels. So if your question is going to be, what do we think about this breaking 500? Yeah, I think today it's going to, most likely break 500 if this market keeps on going. If not today, then why not tomorrow? And then all-time highs, yeah, incoming. I mean, I don't have any reason to believe that this will stop. I mean, people love that report for Microsoft, and maybe they love it a little too much. Now it's up 30% or so in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. This might be one of the most epic runs of Microsoft of all time, 30% in 5 days. That's a big stock with a big market cap that, if you're going to use your support and resistance idea again, or whatever idea it is, this was 500 was there. 500 was sort of a top back when we were trying to bounce, and then we lost it back there to the downside. So for me, it looks like you're going to try to break that $500 level. Go SpaceX. SpaceX right now back to almost the day's high, up to 125 again, and we've got this trade on. It's $1.50 now. But I like it. I was just going to say, like, if it comes back up here, why not just take something off? I can't remember if your question was 550 or whatever it was, but if you do get all the way back up, like I did on Palantir today, I got some out at 157.70. We talked about that, and just you don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth. And on that statement, I am going to make another. Ooh, we just tried to get 55s and we missed it right there. Let's see if it comes back up and gives it to us. But there it is. We'll take out a little bit there on SpaceX. Don't fall back in. There it is. We get it. So nice move there on SpaceX back to the upside to capture that $1.20. This has been here for a minute. International waterways, and no party controls it.
Really.
Somebody does control it. That's pretty obvious at this point. It routes out for the ability to pass through it all from Al Jazeera. So yeah, Al Jazeera is right. I mean, it's not supposed to be USA's business in there, but unfortunately,
there's international rules around this stuff, but it doesn't have to matter in a conflict.
No.
So the thing that's going to, I guess,
where it
we'll say it
goes.
over and over again. The thing that's going to matter most for these headlines is, does something happen here? And if it doesn't, then we're not going to be terribly concerned about it. And there's been one big volume spike at 11:30, and that caused a little bit of a, actually not a huge one, but that was like the one reversion that it had. Like VWAP and trend down, USO and oil in general has been calming down in a big way, and just not much. There's not much to dissuade you from thinking it just stays with the trend unless we get something new and more serious again. So it doesn't. All the comments about they're not negotiating, markets brushing all that crap off. The oil markets are, at least. So when it comes to AMD tonight, oh boy, like 9%. This is before the report. 9% before the report. Through the 50, it's now. I'm gonna have to double check what the expected move was, but you are now less. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you know off the top.
It's around, I think, just above 8%, between 7 and 8%. It's going to be released soon, though. The infographic's done.
Because that puts it right. That 8%. That's okay. That sounds almost perfect. That's kind of what I was thinking. Because it puts it right to this resistance, like the lower high on the daily at 560. So I think that's a spot where we can kind of hone in on this afternoon. We're going to pull up a little bit later. It's only 2:30. So with that 560 level on the daily, that can be a nice little spot. You get a spike into there. If it can hold and then maybe break through in the call, number's going to be good. It's about the reaction at the end of the day. Easy peasy. Hey, didn't see you this morning. Good to see you again, Easy Peas. Get your 0.2% right there. Normal to trade the same stock for 1 month plus or minus. There's no such thing as normal in trading. There's no one way to do it, and there's no such thing as normal. So for some traders it is, and for some traders it's not. But if you got a read on something, then stick with it. And if you like certain setups, like maybe if you trade small cap gappers, you probably are not trading the same stock every single day, right? But you might have a strategy on it.
For sure you're not.
You might, yeah. Well, I can't imagine how you could.
Obi traded Amazon every day for 2 years until I told him, "What the hell are you doing?" And then he's starting to look somewhere else, and now he doesn't even look at Amazon anymore. So
almost nobody I know does. For a while, you might do it. Like, say you have a big IPO. Like it might be like SpaceX. It might be on volume and then good for multiple days. But then like HK Hynix was, I don't know, it was good for 2 or 3. SpaceX was better. Well, that's like SK Hynix went from great volume on the first day to then it gets the spread, and like it just wasn't as it didn't trade the same way as some of the larger cap names in terms of volume and spread. But it did for a couple of sessions. And so yeah, fine, when it was doing that, no problems. But I remember during the meme craze, there was a time when every single day you came in and you were looking at GameStop and Funware and whatever the heck else was hot during those times, right? We were talking about Roaring Kitty just the other day. And then a month later, you're back to trading whatever normal stuff, earnings and big cap tech names. Like, am I ever looking at Snapchat if it's not reporting? Probably not. But it is. It got into the level I liked, so we take our 3 shots at it. I think this will be the last one. I have like a 2-cent stop on this. It just won't break VWAP. It won't bust through. The problem with Snapchat was this. In on the front end. Sometimes that's good, but if it doesn't work right away, don't reload. Don't reload. You get some out. There's no need to reload because it's still putting in higher lows. When it's putting in the lower highs, that's a bit of a different story, and that can make some more sense for Snapchat. But I wouldn't look at this thing outside of the days that it has news or has earnings. It'll be like that for Lucid. Lucid had news on the bankruptcy. We traded it for 4 or 5 days after that, and it'll probably be in play tomorrow with that 47% short float.
Yeah, well, up 12% today. Yeah, like Neil and I sit beside each other, same axis, everything. I've traded 2 names. Neil's traded 7 names, right? I mean, it's just about the opportunities that you wind up seeing. Yesterday, I think it was 3 or 4 names, and it just keeps on going and going. But this AMI, by the way, this is still SpaceX, but we did get a 124.50. We might have talked about that. I don't know. AMIX hasn't halted in a minute, but I think this break, and just to give you guys a little bit of what I see when I see this, like I always am wondering about a return sort of to VWAP on some of these plays, and that would be quite the return if you did get it. I would just watch out for this. That's very bottom is like 1560. Let's call it 1550. It would halt if it makes a huge move down into that area, but this would be the area that I think I'm looking for to see if it wants to hold AIMX. And then if we're gonna, no, you can't just trade things for halt. I mean, we don't know if they're actually going to halt at any point here. But I was just gonna say like that break there of 1850 on the upside. So it's like 1550 there, 1850 there on AMIX now has done over 100 times its float. There. So we sort of gone over that a little bit, and yeah, it's been a nasty one today for the shorts on AMIX, but congratulations, those of you that are not short. It's been a good one there. You know, a name that has worked out today for the long, but it took a minute, was Caterpillar, right? I mean, Caterpillar got hit pretty good right off the open and then found a base at 865, 870 or so, and is trying to get back there to the upside, but running into a little bit of resistance at 890. Here is Caterpillar. So watch out for that VWAP take there. That might be a short. If we can break through there, actionable trading at 894 for Caterpillar as a good possibility. Ooh, is this a halter that just happened with any volume? No.
RGTC?
Yeah, RGTC.
Yeah,
maybe this is an IPO, or I don't know what this is. No trading at all. And then all of a sudden we see it like this. So it just showed up on our halt scanner. RGCT. So
you know what?
I think just might be an IPO or something that just might have happened. But this is like
it's a Rigetti 2X.
Oh, that makes an RGTC. Wow.
Rigetti 2X daily ETF. So
why do they come up with these things? Like, how do they know if there's going to be volume or not? Like, this was $28, $27, $29, $30, and then meanwhile RGTI, I'm sure it's moving.
No, it is moving today, but
but it's like moving a lot, and that stock right there, RGTC, is doing nothing. Makes you think like
there's too many of these.
They're looking for that money.
That's the sell side.
I don't understand.
They're gonna pump out products because that's how they do. As long as they feel like there is any kind of demand for it, they'll just keep doing it. And we saw it 2 weeks. Was it 2 weeks ago?
I want to put this.
It was whenever Lucid had the bankruptcy news, and yeah, July 14th from Adara. Thank you, Adara. And Lucid, I think it was like one of the 2X levered. That was it. Kaputs. It blew up. So you basically, it got liquidated, and that was it. And that's the risk with all of these products. Like, it's one thing when it's on Tesla, or I don't know, like Nvidia, or just any name that has tons of liquidity and nothing's gonna happen to. But like Lucid, I mean, come on, like
that's good. We should look at Lucid because Adara did the
that one was begging for some nonsense to happen. 47% short float. It's done reverse splits. It did a reverse split and then went from $24 down to $5, and that's got like the levered. I mean, come on, like it's going to be dangerous to say the least. I'm not saying Rigetti is Lucid, but it's more than capable of doing some Lucid-like things, that's for sure.
I want to say what's up to burgers and boxing. You got a good combo there. That's for sure. Eat the burgers, then box it all off, I think is a good idea. Will SpaceX do what Palantir did after earnings? I was just going to say, like, there's been some talk there, and I wanted to say, like, after you see what Palantir has done today,
no.
Will SpaceX do it? I mean, I have no idea.
Let's do a poll, but it's
the implied move. Well, anybody that says yes is insane.
Of course.
But I mean, at the end of the day, can it do it? Yes, it can. Nobody would have predicted. I thought this was possible. I mentioned it yesterday at 3:30, but even when I said it, I was like, well, for sure we'll look to get to the 200 period, which happened right away. We punched long, and I was like, well, the next one, and I got out, was up here. But the idea here about SpaceX is this could even be more of a cult stock than Palantir is. The man running this stock has the biggest name, in around, Elon Musk. I mean, there's no more of a follow. People love this guy. This could easily go up tomorrow 25%. I don't think it's out of the question at all that this name goes up 25%.
Surprise profit. If they do that, it's up that.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, they don't even have to do that. This name, people just have to like it, and there'll be no stopping. No one will sit on the offer. So, we said this yesterday when this was at 110. We asked, what are the chances this thing can go? And today it's going. It's only up 9%. I mean, this name could be down 30% tomorrow, same kind of ways. But this is why options are crazy expensive, and you just want to watch and see what happens. These names are and I even said today, like, maybe we wouldn't trade this day of or anything like that. But the fact that it went so hard, like, I initially was thinking short, I'm a SpaceX shareholder, but I was initially thinking short right there, and then we shorted it again, and then now it's just like, man, feels like we just want to hold some of these lows here. We've made low, that's the low there, a higher low, and then a higher low as we continue to sort of march up. Now we've gotten out a couple times there at 50s. We're going to take $1.20, when we get it, but it's a good trade so far. So we're getting light on this one, and I do think that SpaceX does have the ability. I don't have to think that. It's quite obvious. It has the ability to moon tomorrow, and I wouldn't be surprised you see a 150 tomorrow. I don't think that that's unheard of, and I don't think 110 is unheard of either. So SpaceX, man, join us tonight as long as it comes before 4:15.
And remember the lockup too. Like that's a couple days after. So
yeah.
Like it's not like SpaceX is not done after tonight. Like, oh no, SpaceX has nothing left.
We traded every day since June.
No, I just mean in terms of like expected volatility. Yeah. It could easily be more volatile a couple of days later. I can't. Maybe Adara has it, but I wasn't able to find a source for the expected move on SpaceX.
I couldn't either.
Yeah, so.
And I did look.
I was curious because whatever. I was just kind of curious as to what we're expecting in terms of volatility from SpaceX, but ultimately it's fun. It doesn't necessarily matter all that much. The lockup is going to be a big deal. A bunch of tranches are going to be out, but I am going to throw it up. Let's go SpaceX tonight, and let's just say we'll just keep it simple. Over 10%. Anything else will be flat or just red, or just go red. 10%. So let's keep it pretty simple. SpaceX, you think it's double digits up?
Oh, it'll be over. Oh, down 10%.
Yeah, I can say.
Why not just go plus 10, 0 to 10?
Yeah, that's fine.
Minus 10.
Yeah, that's what we did last night. That's what we did for Palantir, and then it ended up being like all quartiles.
I just want to bet against what the majority of people say.
0 to 10%, and then we'll go
crowdsourcing, baby.
And then we'll go red, 0 to 10%, and then we'll crowdsource. So hopefully it's not 25, 25, 25, and then red 10% or more. And so we'll start the voting here. SpaceX tonight after the bell, everybody. You type a 1, you think it's going double digits to the upside. You type 2 if you think it's up, but not that much. 7% is pretty good, but it ain't double digits, baby. Red, 0 to 10%, type 3. And then if you think it is a disaster and double digits to the downside, not many things were today, then type 4 in the chat. Get your votes in here. So far, it is distinctly 41% think we are more than double digits to the upside. We'll see if that holds true. We'll give it into Power Hour and see if that holds true. Remember, Palantir's up a bajillion%, and that was, what? 22, not a single one of those answers had better than 27%. It was 22 to 27%. So basically, across the board, it was a nothing burger. A lot of uncertainty there. Here, the crowd seems to think we're going up a bunch.
Okay, that's good. So that's good. I just hope we go up a bunch right now, whatever happens at 4:05. So here it is, man, $1.70 now in on this one as I'm waiting at 125 clean. We could go a little bit ahead of that. I'm not sure it's going to matter. If they want to buy this thing, they will buy this thing up. And we just bought that one. There it is. Did we get the 125 there? No, not yet. We'll get it if it just has to print something up there. Don't tell me it's going to do this. This is life of a trader. I sit here and I stare at these levels. I'm like, maybe I should offer 95s now because we're not printing that 125. And then that happens. So there it is right there. So we did get that money once again, man. Now $1.80 in the money here on SpaceX. So, hey, man, I don't know if you don't even have to answer the poll if you're long with me. Right now, that money is in your account as we speak. So it's going to be a gamble. That is for sure. I do agree with you. One gold tooth Diz. I think that it's going to definitely be a shot in the dark to try to predict where SpaceX goes tomorrow. But if you use today as an example, and it's not like this chart has been in love with anything. This has been really just a couple days now upside. The last time we had that, the very next day, again, right? Tomorrow's going to be a completely different beast, and then followed by August 6th when the lockup sort of starts. But right into there, we had a nice little 2-day run, and then it was just crushed. We haven't had 2 up days in SpaceX until today. So that's the other thing, right?
That's what we did.
Before
right here. Before 150.
So we got it in June. We all of July, there was not 2 up days in a row. So all of July, not 2 up days in a row. So not unbelievable to think that, hey, maybe tomorrow comes rushing back in. And it was a good thing. I'm gonna get out one more piece here. You know, there we go. We get out at 80s, and we might have just failed at 125. We failed last time and made the move all the way back down. I'm still bidding 122.50s, but that's not gonna come in. We're gonna adjust our stops accordingly so far. There's Zeta Global. That's an advertising play. They've been pretty good. They are advertising, I believe. So Zeta Global, we can see. So again, it's going to be a software name. Whoopsies, did I just close it? No, I did not. So yeah, hit pretty good there. Trying to break out. This name gets a lot of social media attention. I don't really know why. It's trying to break out. I don't know. They're not Chinese, I don't believe. ZETA.
No, it's American.
Yeah, American.
They got a decent short flow. It's like
so I think it's
double digits.
I don't know enough about it, but I always do hear stuff about Zeta Global. So I don't know. Chart's looking good. I mean, I really love these. Oopsies, I'm still on this line. I really love these bounces, especially when you get it so nice like that. Bounce off the 200, then into new highs. I think that's great. So the advertising space, we can look at TTDD.
They report this week.
There as well, so we can see how that. I mean, we know this hasn't been going well, but what's it been going like over the last couple of days? 17 to 18. So yeah, the trade desk has a lot of work to be done on that one as well. So yeah, Zeta Global, interesting name, and I'm glad you brought it up, but I just don't know really enough about it. So gold, everything gold.
I love
gold. Gold getting volatile right now. Seeing a big move soon. I mean, gold doesn't really provide you anything. Right?
GLD is actually, I don't know.
There's no dividends. There's
consolidating, really.
Staking fees or anything with gold. But here's GLD. We can call it up.
No, but it's actually contracting, isn't it? Like I look at the daily chart and I see this as like it's actually contracting into a wedge, which can be a good sign of a breakout in either direction. But you're getting both higher lows and lower highs in the last 2 weeks on GLD. So you're getting a little bit of both contracting into a potential break. I think gold and silver probably have their time at some point, especially with all of the. I mean, look, the U.S. dollar and this intervention is probably going to at some point bleed its way through and get some volatility back into gold. But now it goes through fits and waves. Again, there's an example of we were trading and looking at SLV and GLD all the time, like months ago, and now they're just not doing as much. Range bound a little bit, and maybe you can break out of this range. It's just not, the volatility isn't there at all. I don't necessarily see it, but I'm sure there's scalp trades in there. You can maybe find GDX or some miners that are going to be good, so you just got to take it for what it's worth. But not much to be seeing over in gold and silver, but they will heat up again. When they start to go, very, very cyclical. Right? Like when they're in a volatile wave, it can last and trend for quite some time. It's the same thing with natural gas, although mostly that's to the downside. That gas is always going down. That's rule number one. The U.S. pumps out so much natural gas.
Yeah, there's an abundance of that.
It's like there's a huge abundance of it. So basically, it's like everyone just sort of bets in the other direction. So while one goes down, no way Intel. SMR just took out the prior bar highs. We shorted 5s. It just broke here, not giving it to that HOD. Well, hang on to Snap, even though it's hanging on to VWAP. Like it's still bouncing off the volume weighted average price, but it's just trying to slide lower, and it's still trending into that downside. But thank goodness we got out of Intel. Like this stock has been insane today. It just tagged 101. 102, about 102 would be the anchored from the high, I believe, on Intel if it gets there. And it's got one more dollar. But I think patience is going to be the virtue. It has to do some kind of a top up there, or it doesn't matter. Like this was a clean topping tail, which is probably why I liked it so much. And then you had a little topping tail with like a hammer reversal and then a bit of a trend break at 100.5. I want to see something like that. But this stock, rocket ship, that has a long way to go. Long, long way to go. And will be a big sympathy play tonight with AMD. Keep that in mind. Like you don't want to see AMD disappoint. If AMD disappoints, it might bode poorly for Intel on sympathy.
This auto mix here, AMIX, starting to get going, but I don't really love the fact that there's not a lot of volume right now, but you do just have a nice move from 16 up to 18, and I think the big level there is 1870. as we zoom in a little bit and try to have a quick look there. So I think this 1870 is something to look at, 1875. But there's not, again, like the volume's not really, this is the lowest it's been all day right now. Obviously, the volume was pretty hype while we were starting to go earlier on in the midday there when Joe and Sharif were trading, both not here right now. But that one, good volume, and now it's like next to nothing. You're down to about little under, I guess it's about 10% of the volume there. So I'm not sure there's going to be too much going on, but I think that's a good break. 1875, put your bid there. Remember the spread is 25 cents sometimes to pick up to that, if not more. So watch out, especially if there's a halt. We'll try to watch it, but I think you want to take the next halt, right? And so the next halt probably has come with some volume. So, the push might be in. So if this halt's upside, you still have to, it's going to take $2 to halt, right? So you got to get up to 20. And then I think if that happens, then we do, reach out a little bit. This thing did split 1 to 21 for 21, the other way around, 1 to 21. So back in, when was this? In June 25th. So right there is when we had that split to get from $1, over $1. That was 40 cents up to whatever I said, 21s. So 40 to $8 right there. Boom, on AMIX, Autonomix. Moving around quite nicely. There's really not that much going on. I mean, we had Flutter. Someone asked us about Flutter. So DraftKings, a name that we like to trade a little bit on the show, but haven't really done it in a while. Charting always looks pretty good on DraftKings. Good highs, nice little match there for the low today. Stuck in the middle, DraftKings right now, relatively flat. Apple got going, by the way.
Eventually,
off of 300. Nice. So that was a really good one there. Apple, boom, nice move there. We wanted to buy some of this. I think we will probably pick some more up. Apple down here. I mean, you don't get it at the 50 period so often. That 200, I mean, that's a bonus. I guess the 50 actually has not been that great.
No, it's been the 2 for that.
So yeah, maybe Apple does have a little bit more work to do before it gets going. And then, my big trade today was Palantir. We took our maximum was $8, but a lot of outs in there, $3, $4, $5. Just wasn't really expecting. And now we could be finally thinking about maybe coming back in. It does remind me of SpaceX right now, where it's choppy. SpaceX is up here near the highs, but pretty choppy into this area. We've already broken through the 25, and then the 50 is what we're talking about now. So I think we just got to wait for anything to happen on Palantir and see if this 160-150 winds up holding. It seems, the 50 and the 200 is not doing too much. You can look at prior bar breaks. If you really want to go pretty short term, that would be like a 163.50 or so. But I'm going to give it a little bit more time, see if we get back into 161. I could see some kind of profit taking happening at some point here on Palantir. I don't know when. Did I actually try to short Palantir? No, I didn't. Okay. I was wondering if I tried to short Palantir at one point today. That would have been a mistake. We are going to go back over to the desk. Let's do it. Okay. We're not going to go yet. There, but we do have.
We have a super chat.
Oh, okay. We can throw it up. We were going to go to see it, but I guess we got to prepare for that. 125 still on SpaceX.
We got AXTI for the Birdman and AXTX. You've 2x in earnings to keep on the radar on these two. Well, and what's crazy about it is like a double up in 2 days. But that's the thing. A stock if it's off. And it lost 75% from the highs. Anything that's down that much going into earnings has a better chance to give you a double up. Just the math really maths when you have less room to go through for AXT. XTI I'm talking about specifically though. Just one thing is, no one ever went broke taking profit. This one's wild today. Let's just say there was some profit taking on AXTI. I didn't really see this, but that is a hammer in the morning. And then right there making the bottom at the open. This drew down, I think, 25% from the pre-market highs. It's wild when that starts happening, but the bid did catch up a little bit. It's got a bit of a head and shoulders kind of thing going on there. So yeah, sometimes when you get that's the definition of a gift horse in the mouth. Looking at a gift horse in the mouth if you don't take anything off when it gives you that double up pre-market. I believe now.
Hold on a second. I want to show something here because we got this really nice comment. We want to say thank you.
Good luck.
You probably can't. Can you?
Why is it so
hard to? It's hard to read it, but it just says It's from one of our YouTube videos that Neil and I put out. It just said he's been having great, loves the whole team, has us on the background while trading. The breaking news has been amazing, so shout out to Adara on that one as well. His kids are off to college now, and he's moved to Key West, loving life, so bang on that one. But hearing us both talk about our dad stories and responsibilities brings me back to when I was coaching. So we've already talked about that a lot today already. Early mornings, late dinners, wow, late dinners, that's exactly. We pretty much don't eat any time before 8 o'clock, honestly. And whirlwind of insanity, but let me tell you, you're going to miss these days. I was even saying that we've now just got back, and thank you so much there. Unfortunately, I can't really make the name out.
I see
Gonzo?
it. It looks like I have it more clear. It's Gonzo with Shanzo.
Gonzo?
Here it is.
I don't think it has anything to do with me, but okay.
I don't know why it's easier. Mine's it's a little bit better.
It's probably because the way I cut and pasted it.
Yeah,
probably.
Gonzo.
Oh, Sean. Okay, good. The S-E-A-N. Okay.
Shanzo.
Spelled obviously incorrectly, but yeah. I just wanted to say, shout out to you and thank you for your kind words. We do. Ramin does put a lot of work into those videos. So Neil and I just sit here and act like we know what we're talking about, but we do want to say thank you to that. And I think we both understand that, those times are precious, and that's why I literally do everything with the kids. I don't even spend any time on myself. That's why I try to go to the gym during the middle of the day, because I have no time whatsoever throughout the day. Like we have a game tonight. I get home, it's game time, and then we have a practice tomorrow, all weekend, and then let alone what happens with hockey. It's absolutely insane.
My whole mentality was you never know the last time you get to do something. So with the kids, it's like whatever that moment might be. Like what's the last time you get to play catch with them outside? Like it's just the answer.
Well, that will be forever.
I hope so.
As long as you're able to do it.
Well, one of the things that ends up happening is it's less and less once they're dealing with their friends.
Well, baseball you'll know because she'll probably stop playing at in a teenagers, but hopefully you're still.
Oh, just like little things. She still loves to run, man. So hopefully we'll get her out on the track.
Yeah.
Did we go? We're supposed
No, we got to go. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, that's my bad. We're supposed to go back to Sia. Let's go to Sia at the desk.
No worries. That was very adorable talk over there. Let's take a look at the markets right now. You have the SPY that's up almost 2% on the day. The triple Qs are up closer, like I predicted, over 3%, now inching closer to 3.5%. You have the Dow that is up close to 2%, IWM up again, close to 2%. Let's take a look at what's happening in the market right now. Very briefly though, Amazon currently still down 2.4% on the day and sliding after, as we speak, after a filing showed that Jeff Bezos has sold about 15 million shares worth roughly $4.1 billion. So his sale, which is disclosed, a planned sale under the Rule 1, that's 10b5-1 trading plan that had been adopted on November of 2025, is coming after earnings that Amazon posted, blowout earnings last week, which has set the valuation of Amazon above the $3 trillion mark here. But today does not look like the best day. Amazon still down 2.5% now on the day. Finally, let's take a look at APTV, Aptiv PLC, that is tanked over 17% after management has said that the company will reduce its guidance for 2026. The midpoint for the revenue of this company now is $12.7 billion versus prior guide's midpoint of roughly $13 billion. APTV currently sliding further into its losses, 17.23% to be precise.
Thank you, Sia. And Nick, we did see it, but we had to get up to the desk as we mentioned there with Sia. Thank you again. Nick Dubs, SoFi is breaking out. I agree. I tend to agree. I think SoFi gets a lot of the way it reacts on earnings is just sort of, you have to live with the heartbeat of the stock. And it is one of those that it just seems to, regardless of what the earnings print is, the day of, you're just going to be disappointed about it, and you have to bide your time on SoFi. But it's got a nice consolidation. Like I've been in it for way too long on SoFi. But the only mistake I would say is maybe not getting enough out at the top. I loved the long consolidation I had before. And if you consider how long it was underneath $10 consolidating, like this consolidation is nothing. Like it's really only been, a couple of quarters down here. 20 is the big breakout here on the weekly. That's what I wanted to quickly show. But on the daily chart, post earnings, 50-period break, it needs to get through $20. And that's where it's going to get a little bit of juice. I think it's got to move similar to what Hood did in it. Like Hood had its consolidation, broke out, went 80 to 120, and it's pulling back now. But I think SoFi's got a little something like that going for it. You know, if we can break that 20, room to get into like 25, 26 at a minimum, and then go from there. It's more, but for me, it's more of a hold. Like I haven't added to my position in that. I actually, the money when I got the shares I got out of SoFi near the top, and there's always not enough. I put them into Robinhood. Because I wanted to own Robinhood for the first time at like 79. I might have done like 79 or 79.42 or something silly like that. So yeah, that's where I decided to put it in, and it already made a move. I think SoFi can follow suit here. Strong quarter, good growth, and I was out with my buddy, and we were sort of ended up like chatting at a bar after the Jays game, and there were these two young guys, and somehow it came to, I don't know. Whatever, the show came up, and they were talking very positively about SoFi is the best way to put it. They really both of them. One guy was American, the other guy was Canadian, but they both really like SoFi. Because sometimes it's iffy with our chat. So I was curious. I think they were in their early 20s and both like SoFi. They also, one of them, the Canadian guy, also really liked Webull.
All right.
I haven't heard Webull in quite some time.
No,
I was like, really? I don't hear people say good things there, but. Still like SoFi.
It's 1, it's 2. It's a fruit salad trade on SpaceX. As it just breaks out now. Now it's going through 126 now, up 10%, now $3 in on SPCX and just ripping now to the north side. And I just tweeted it out. It's like, you know, what a difference a day makes there. We started off looking short on SpaceX, and then we actually came back, you know, looking short again on SpaceX, and did hit that short and then got stopped out, you know, went long, averaged it in, and there goes the pop, goes the weasel. Remember, our out on this trade, and, you know, if you've been watching here for even just today, you know, when I put this trade on, the out was either going to be 122.50 or 122. And so right now you're sort of seeing pay dirt happening on that trade right now for SpaceX. And, you know, which was about $1 worth of a stop, just ran 3 to 1 there, upside down. So we just had 20% left. We got it another piece. So we're starting to get more and more out here on SpaceX, trying to let it run. What's up, just some dude in North Carolina? You like the fruit salad trade? Hey, okay. Yeah, happy to put it on, and maybe we can put on another fruit salad trade for you. The biggest fruit salad trade of them all today was Palantir. This one will be the one ring to rule them all there today is this one, 150 long on Palantir. And this was a well-structured play. I mean, talk about, you know, that nice comment that we got from that video there. I think it was the same video that we were talking about breaking stuff out off the open. And that's exactly what we did with Palantir today, you know. And that is that waited for this to happen. We actually indicated, even when that was happening, like I told you we were taking the 150. So it was one that anybody could have taken with me, but right into there, that break, it held, you know, and then it came back in, bounced VWAP, and then took off. So it was that little hold there that I like, and then there's the rip higher. And I think it's just a change of my whole mentality now, and that is try to wait and let something come through. And so we waited, and this time it wasn't really super early, it was 9:35, but there's your first 5-minute breakout. And I actually think that is what we were talking about on that video, was watch out for that first 5-minute break. And there it is right there on PLTR. So you can go check out all of those videos on our YouTube channel. And if you haven't done so yet, hit the, here, I'm going to refresh this and see where we're at. Hit the like and the subscribe. Well, probably about 5,000, maybe a little under that on the viewers. Oh, I like it. I didn't even like myself. 5,300 watching. 300? We had over 1,000 likes earlier on, and we're even getting better right now. So hit the like button right there. And as I said, your odds of you having a winning trade are about 55%. I actually did the math. If you hit the like button there, the odds have greatly increased for your next trade to be a winner. So do that and let me know if your next trade's a winner or not. And we will add you to our study of that poll. But yeah, right now SpaceX $3 and going higher.
So a couple there. DJ Vinny, thanks for your super chat. There's no message, so we can't really put it up like we can with Chain Reactor, who still strongly dislikes Rocket Labs. It's up today. It's getting a relief rally, Chain Reactor. You're in at 88. It's still a dumpster fire stock end of day update. The good news is it's getting a rally in sympathy to SpaceX. The bad news is if it's in sympathy with SpaceX, it's at the mercy of whatever happens tonight. And that's just going to be the reality. So it's probably just a coin flip how it goes from here. They're going to be considered a baby SpaceX, right? Like smaller payloads. This is going to be part of their game and the niche that they're carving out. They'll never be as big, but it is a large addressable market, and so a lot of the sentiment is going to go with the big boy, right? The leader is going to be SpaceX. Just be careful if you happen to be, if you're so scared about it and you really don't like it, and you get a big bump on SpaceX, what's the worst thing? Take a little bit off. But the sentiment has been, since the SpaceX IPO, this has not broken downtrend. And even this bid in here, it's not much. It's not much at all. It's barely breaking out the highs. 7% today is not even that big of a deal when you look at some of the other names that have been beaten up. So I don't think it's broken out. I think you wait for the 50, the 200, some of the major moving average. But it's got to be, forget about the earnings. I actually think the lockup is going to be the big post date to get some kind of a trend confirmation with any of the space names, whether that's Sidhu, whether that's Rocket Lab, ASTS, the UFO ETF, doesn't really matter. DJ Vinny says SPCH, which is the 2x levered for small accounts. This does very good volume for what it's worth, SPCH. 34 million shares on SPCH.
Not bad.
And that's
a third of SpaceX, but still nice.
But the Rigetti one literally doesn't even trade.
Yeah,
there's ones that are tradable. They are not all alike. There are 2x levered individual stock ETFs that are completely useless from a trading standpoint because they just don't have enough liquidity. And this one absolutely does. So this can be a place to look. Just understand, of course, with these products, short-term trading, because decay will get you in the longer run. You don't want to be swinging too long in something like an SPCH or any of them. It doesn't really make a difference. If it's a 2 or 3x levered product, you can run into trouble if you try to hold on to it way too long.
We're not bearish, but we are big bearish AI, and up 11%, trying to get to 12%. You break through that 320. There's another move upside for big bear AI today. This is tomorrow. Someone just said, "What's tomorrow's trade?" I think Intel is going to be tomorrow's trade. I mean, I put Qualcomm, and I'm still a holder of Intel. We've sold some AMD to raise some cash, which I think has been a good idea. But at the end of the day, I think Intel does have quite a nice opportunity here with their packaging. With the foundry, with the fact that they're U.S., the fact that they've been hit so hard there, the fact that we know that a lot of these names got dumped off because of Ashenberg or whatever that hedge fund dude there was, and we don't know that that's now settled. So, and I don't think you're going to get an opportunity to buy this name too much lower. I think AMD is going to just go crazy and have an amazing quarter. So we'll see, and if that does happen, then they're going to say something about the PC game being strong, and when that word, is found out, then Intel goes hard to the upside, as does, I believe, anyways, Qualcomm could have themselves a day tomorrow as well. So we'll watch out to see if Qualcomm, although up 7% today, I like, but we have to see if they're going to have a better day tomorrow as well on what I believe to be a strong quarter incoming for AMD. AMD is not NVIDIA. I don't think they'll sell this off on a strong quarter. Like, NVIDIA can put up a great number and sell off. And, the funny thing about Palantir is Alice Karp called the last quarter something unworldly as well. Like, that was the best quarter he's ever seen. And now this next one, and it went down, off of the last quarter. This quarter, of course, it's going to the upside. And the big difference.
Maybe the next one will be meteoric. I'm just joking. I'm thinking of other weird words that Alex can use.
Yeah. Well, he just used the word epic or something. But the idea when he used that last quarter is that we had already, I don't know if it must have been this August, so it would have been back here, probably right into here, maybe March, something like that for their quarter. But you'll have to wait to see, because it was the problem is it already bounced and it made some moves into the 200 period, and then they sold it off of that. Palantir started from a pretty low base yesterday, today, and boom, goes to dynamite. Obviously, we did have a good recovery, but just 3 days ago, this thing was $122. So now you go from 122 to 163, caught a lot of traders off guard. So that's part of the thing with Palantir and why it's going that way, and why I think SpaceX right now is $3. And there it is again. You can have that fruit salad. Get that fruit salad in your life, man. And here it goes. Right now, straight moon time now for SpaceX. I mean, will they announce they're going to the moon? I don't know, but this trade is up now $3, and there it is, 126.30's new high for SpaceX. And we bought it live with you guys. So, 123, we averaged it in. It was a good little level there that we picked out, and boom goes the dynamite now on SpaceX. 50 cents worth of risk or so. Let's call it $1 worth of risk to give you 3. I don't know if Alex Karp is the best CEO, TPS reports, but for my money, it's not far away. So what's up to Alex Karp? Thank you for believing in your company and going on, major networks and talking all about it.
If you go by returns, if you simply just go by returns and generating return, I mean, what Elon has done in terms of the number of companies he's had and the valuations from private and what he's been able to build them to. If that is a litmus test, he's hard to beat.
Yeah, you're going to have Karp, you're going to have Elon Musk, you're going to have every single major person that founded a company. You're going to put Zuckerberg in there. All these guys that are founder-led businesses.
It'll never, because that's the thing, it'll never be the ones that people, the power, the guys like Jamie Dimon, it'll never be that type.
Well, Jamie Dimon doesn't have returns like Palantir.
No, of course
Palantir's
not.
It's 4 years.
It's impossible because if you come in and head up the bank after, they bring you in to steer the ship because you're a general, for lack of a better word, you're an operator.
The thing is, as investors, all we have to do is believe in the company. I have no idea who Alex Karp is or what he does or anything like that. It's just I believe in the business. We've been watching Palantir for a minute and it's been great. And we can go back. This hat is 4 years old. So it's we can go back to when it first direct listed, back at $9. I was in on that, went down to $7. We bought more on the way up. And it's the same thing. You could look at Micron. You don't have to know anybody's name.
That's the thing. I barely even I bet you no one even knows the ARM CEO's name.
ARM?
Nobody knows it.
No, of course not.
I know you know Adara.
He has X and everything.
Well, I know you know. I was trying to make. Adara always knows the answer to that kind of a question, but ultimately, it ultimately doesn't really matter. Do you like the stock? Do you like the story? But there is a big difference. If you're talking about the most successful of all time, it's always simply going to be one of those foundational ones that was there from the beginning. Because from a return standpoint, you just can't compare to them. It doesn't matter how well they operate the company. There's nothing Jamie Dimon could ever do that would get JPM to return what any NVIDIA or Tesla or possibly SpaceX has done. It's physically impossible.
All right. I'm not really sure where we were because all that guy was asking was just.
Is he the greatest CEO of all time?
Right.
That's where it was.
And I would say probably, I don't know. It's up to you, everyone's opinion, right? I don't know. Like I said, neither of us know any of these CEOs personally.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know, so the only way you can judge is on returns. I think it'd be tough to beat an Elon.
Yeah. No, I think I think you're right about that one. So, all right, let's go back over the desk and talk to Sia.
The SPY currently up 2% on the day. Let's take a look at what's moving. Right off the bat, there is strength in electric tech. Probably the bull for today, I would say sector-wise, there's only 2 names. One name that just turned red that was flat right now, HII, that's down 0.53%, and TDG that reported but related margin contracted from 52.8% to 54.4%, which is why the stock is trading a bit down. That resulted in acquisition dilution as well. So TDG is down close to 2% on the day. You have NVIDIA, Apple, however, Apple inching close to 2%, NVIDIA close to 3%, AVGO up 7.5% almost on the day, MU, AMD, INTC, Cisco, SNDK, all the names that were strong from earlier in the day have still maintained that momentum, if not increased a little bit over here. Tech services, you have Google that's up almost 2% on the day, Microsoft up 2%, Meta has turned flat now, Oracle's up 4% on the day, Palantir climbing and on a climb, I would say, up 30.4% on the day.
Oh my God.
Netflix is flat at the moment. PANW up 4.4% on the day. IBM is up 3% and CRWD up 4% as well. You have Visa, that's BRKB, Visa, JPM, BAC, MSGS, all up on the day, but MasterCard lagging a little bit here. It's flat on the day, tilting a little bit towards the positive side. And finally, you have EXP that's up closing to 1%. Robinhood also up 3% on the day. Not a bad look here for Hood. But ARE, the ticker ARE, down 5.7% today. Retail trading of Amazon down 2%. Costco inching closer to 1%. Walmart is flat and Home Depot is up 2.6%, with TJX flat on the day as well. Just going to check another ticker here, TSCO, that's up 3% on the day. You have producer manufacturing, AMAT, CAT, LRCX. AMAT is up over 5.5%, close to 6% on the day. CAT up 7% almost. LRCX is up 7.3% as well. And I'm going to check another name in the sector, JBL, up 7.5% on the day. Consumer non-durables, you have KO still downside. PG is up close to 2%, but PM and PEP have turned flat on the day. Energy minerals, a bit of a mixed sentiment along with utilities, process industries, industrial, as well as commercial services over here. But you have in health services, UNH that's sliding a bit, 1.5%. CI down 3.3%. HUM is down 3.2% here in health services as well. Finally, let's end it with non-energy, FCX, NEM, NUE, all three names in the green. VMC, however, trading flat. All the other sector names in this sector are in the green. Sending it right back to you.
Thank you, Sia, for sure. I love that move on Lamb. Today, love their quarter, but I don't love the break-even wick out here. See what they do? Throw a stop at break-even on Snap. I'll zoom in so you can see a little bit better. Got in, had to stop. It was like a 1 cent stop, so call it 1.5, 2 with slippage, and then it got to VWAP, moved it to break-even, and look at them just wick it out. So I'll probably jump back in. As long as it closes back underneath 5.7, I'll likely just jump right back in with another tight stop, as this one seems like it's just slowly rolling over as the market goes higher. And the market wants 4% today, by the way. You got to be kidding me. When was the last time we had 3.6% on the NASDAQ? Going in, and we're not done earnings, going into two major prints here. Not that SpaceX is that big.
Or AMD.
Yeah, I mean, like they're not necessarily the biggest names out there, and the float that because of the small float on SpaceX or available float, it's not that big of a weight in the Nasdaq, despite the fact that its market cap is gigantic, just the way everything was structured. It ends up being a relatively small weight. That'll down the line probably change, but it's still an impressive day. And remember, it's doing this without Amazon today. It's doing this with not the strongest day out of Meta. Either, though it rebounded a little bit. So it was a Mag 7 day, more so yesterday than it was today. But the NASDAQ's doing absolutely fine because so many chip names are just blasting. Every time I look at you, Intel, it's close to that 102. When it gets to 102, it's almost like that's the next place we take a shot. Took a shot at 101. Took a shot at 100, Took a shot at 100 on the short. It got to 99.5. Probably should have taken more out. And then we took a shot at the 101 level when it came down. That bounced off 100. And when it gets to 102, it'll probably be close to the close. We'll have to watch out for the imbalances, I think. But it's starting to get there. And each time, it's just a matter of being patient. It's coming into some big levels here on Intel. Good rally from the bottom on Intel, but tonight, it'll be a big one. But it could spike up any second. You never know. Like it moving 50, 60 cents. It hasn't been doing it that rapidly. It's more gliding up. But one good spike, and next thing you know, you're at that level. So that's the name I'm watching unless I get back into Snap, which I'm not even sure I will because it's holding VWAP to well. So I think this one's going to be the next one. It's crazy. Like it's basically been, for myself, like 3 shorts on it, 1, 4, 3 on Intel to be flat. And I'm going to take a fourth if we see that 102.
All right, we just got out some more SpaceX there on the move back in, so we now have 10% left. So it was a good ride while it lasted, that is for sure. Breaking back down below 125, I think we can get out a little bit more of this trade on SpaceX, so a 124.99 break. Let's get out a little bit more of this, and we'll get out of half of what we have left, hold that last 5% and see what winds up happening as we get into the close for SpaceX. So, well spotted there at the 25 period moving average. So an out rate there. So that was good. And now we'll wait to see what the downside brings us on SpaceX. And half of what we have left. So we'll get down to 5% or so as we break back down below 125. So a couple outs. That's a 126.25. That's a 126.50 or so. And now we're going to get out another one as we break below the 50 period moving average. So good little look over there as well. I have to J&J is a name that I'm in. We've talked a little bit about that, of course, a couple times as well. Potentially another super chat. RXT Raytheon earnings, I guess, coming up.
That one's Rackspace.
Yeah, Rackspace.
Yeah,
RTX. Raytheon there. So what do we think about?
We always default to the names that I shouldn't say are.
No, I think you're about.
Betters are. I was about to say are better, but that's.
I think you're right. We do always think about different names there as we go. But yeah, Raytheon.
Because Rackspace, I don't know much about.
No, I don't know much about Rackspace, but I think the thing is that, aren't they part of the whole build out here of the data center? So you are starting to see a nice move higher there. I think you're going to be a short float situation. Remember, Palantir, before today, I don't even know, Palantir had a small short float. What was it, 8%?
This one's pretty good, 23.
Yesterday. Yeah, short float on Palantir was only 4%. This has a 23% short float?
23% short float.
Okay, so Rackspace, I don't know what the expectation is for these guys. But
it doesn't really. They report next week, so on the 11th, it looks like we're waiting for their report.
Okay.
There's nothing yet. So yeah, you're getting them up on sympathy. I don't know, like what's Core? Like Corey was having a really good day today, so I guess that'd be a comp, but it's not a bad break. But going into its earnings print with the short float as is, I would suspect, like, if it's got that big of a short float, the good news would be you probably would have some firms that are thinking it's a dog or thinking it's inflated, or probably waiting for it to get into like this 7 level again. So maybe squeeze them out if it can go higher. It's obviously got this weird W pattern if it gets up to 7, but who cares about that kind of a thing? I think post earnings, look for like squeezes after post earnings, like a reason for the shorts to crap themselves, like they're doing on Palantir, because the fundamentals are like, now what? Like you can crap on it all you want, but if the fundamental story is fantastic or at least much improved, then you're good to go. But it's a little bit early on this. Didn't break the 50, not really above any local resistance yet here on Rackspace after a couple of good days, but it's close. It's close. It could literally break out that 50 period tomorrow, and that would look spicy. DJ Vinny says they had to deal with Palantir and AMD. Yeah. I know what you mean. The thing is, the way I look at short breaks, like with Lucid tomorrow, if it doesn't bust the closest resistance, it's hard to squeeze, because shorts are like anything else. I don't care whether you're shorting as a day trader, right? Like, is it breaking out? If you're a day trader, let's just look at Intel for a second. Like, if you're a day trader looking at this stock here, can we come to the chart for a second, Andre? Like, if you're a day trader, again, looking at this stock, like, you might say, okay, high of the day breaks, I'm out. But if you're in a long term, like you're a bigger firm and you're holding for days, weeks, and months, if it's not breaking out like the next big resistance, then what do they care? Like, if they're short this sucker from the top, if it's not above like 108, 110, they're like, yeah, whatever. It's just trying to fill in this gap like that. They got a different time frame on it. So I think that's the thing you got to look at for Rackspace. Like, yes, it's a good rally, but they stalled 550. Like, it was a breakdown at 550. And anyone that shorted up here is like, yeah, but it's still under the 50 period and it hasn't broken out that 550, like that kind of a thing. And so I always want stocks breaking out above levels like that before it to join. That's why I'm excited about Lucid tomorrow. It doesn't even matter what the report does. It's like, can it break out over 9? That's all I care about. Is it printing over 9 on a 15-minute chart? And if there's buyers above $9, then there's some shorts. Like, logically, that would be a level that some shorts are saying to themselves, now we have to reconsider.
All right. Yeah, I think that, what I wanted to actually show you guys was, because that reminded me here of many different names that are going to be reporting, right? I mean, we just went over a few there. We actually have tomorrow, like, there's going to be lots. Today's obviously what we're talking about tonight, post-market, SpaceX and AMD, followed by maybe Amgen might be something there. Shout out to Josh Brown and Toast over there. Maybe if he keeps talking about it, eventually we'll go up. But Eli Lilly, Uber tomorrow morning in the pre-market, right? I mean, those are two big names. I know a lot of you traders are probably holding in your account as well. Disney, right there. We can see if that can get off some of those bottoms.
Hasn't for 10 years.
Yeah,
What's
I know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in love with that name either. But we could watch out for Disney down there, and then Shopify coming through. Circle, we talked about a little bit there with Circle and some of the thoughts with respect to the Clarity Act. Novo Nordisk has been in a bit of trouble there. So I mean, it's been nicely off the bottom, but we'll see if they can keep that going as we wait for some more trial talks and whatnot. But there's Eli Lilly there, and then even tomorrow, right? SanDisk. Like there's so much coming in the next little while, including that SanDisk number. AppLovin, Western Digital, IonQ. I mean, get into some of those spaces there with Quantum, Elf. I talk about that with my family, but there's Elf right there. Dutch Bros. Yeah. Oh, I like it. Just how much money that we spent. Dutch Bros right there. That's a name that we talked about that with, it was with Mitch because he was on and it was talking about Starbucks and how well those guys have performed. And I was like, well, you know what? I think if Starbucks is going to come up with something, maybe Dutch Bros might be one of the next names to get going. So Starbucks, no real reaction off of their earnings, and Dutch Bros not doing too much. And they were coming, Wednesday night? So that might be something there. Earnings on the pre-market there. ConocoPhillips coming on Thursday, so we can have a quick check on some of the oil names that may be, trading around Constellation. And then coming through, there's DraftKings. We said Michael Burry, of course, on that name there. There's Rigetti, so more quantum, and then D-Wave was in here somewhere as well. So
and then IonQ.
Yeah. We talked about IonQ was right there. Yeah. So and then Roku, that's a huge moving name, Roku, as we get going there as well. So
don't sleep on Airbnb too.
Lots going on there. Airbnb. Yeah, and then I don't know, pre-market on Friday. We'll see. Wendy's can sometimes move. See if you have those chicken tendies.
Vistra's in the Vistra's in the energy.
Yeah, Vistra's there.
Energy space there.
But yeah, Vistra's a good one. SpaceX has really. So we got out of half right there as it fell back in. So this is actually going to turn out to be a decent trade coming through again. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. If it does give us that 123, I mean, maybe we can try that again. But now with only 20 minutes until imbalances, this is going to be coming up with something, right? I mean, the NASDAQ will have SpaceX on it. So that imbalance has really created, and just to show you, this kind of that's this morning. I want to see yesterday at the close. So right there at 350, right into here, it was already on a run, but that move happened. I guess yesterday it didn't really flip around. There's been a couple days that we just had huge moves. Oh yeah, right into here. So there's SpaceX 108. Then the sell imbalance came, I guess 109, whooshed all the way down about $1.50 there into those sort of closes. So we'll have to wait to see what SpaceX does on imbalances. This is what they look like right now. Enbridge catching a little bit of a sell in the energy spot as well. So pipeline there, Enbridge to the downside. So all right, it's time for him. We're going to go back over the desk with One and Adara and talk about some Asian markets.
And lots of stuff happening in the American markets after the bell, but then a little bit later, we're going to get the open of these Asian markets. It looks like a pretty mixed session here, depending on which country's market you were looking at last night in Asia. One.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Adara. Asian markets overnight trading mixed. We see South Korea, Shanghai, as well as Japan, pretty much in the green. Let's first take a look at the Kospi, up by about 1.62%. Rising AI tech stocks as well in the US, helping boost the sentiment in South Korea. We saw Samsung and SK Hynix marginally higher, and some of the big names that led the gains in the Kospi included Hanwha Aerospace, up by about more than 9%, as well as LG Energy Solutions, up by nearly 4%. If we move over to the market, Nikkei 225 up by 0.32%. All the tech stocks rebounding, easing, of course, the recent AI-led sell-off. Some of the big gainers in Japan included Tokyo Electron, up by 3%, Kyokusei Holdings up by 6%, and Fujikura up by nearly 8%. Also assessing that of the yen's sharp appreciation following that of the US-Japan joint support, remaining also alert to further intervention on that part. In Taiwan, however, not a good day, just marginally lower. They started the day well off with a nearly 500-plus point morning surge, but then their big name, TSMC, went down by about 2.11%. So encountering a little bit of stiff resistance on that 20-day moving average. But as we head to the open for the Asian markets, watch out for Taiwan's 20-day moving average barrier. Of course, we need to see if Taiwan can claim or reclaim some momentum. TSMC, as I said earlier, were down more than 2% yesterday. So they need to establish a firm floor at the open, or else buyers may spark another breakout. If we look at India, the Nifty, they've been experimenting, or they've been looking at order imbalances recently. They've got a new closing auction system on the Nifty 50, so they need to reclaim that 24,700 level, which is vital, of course, to validate that of their multi-month consolidation breakout. And finally, yes, the yen-USD dynamic right now, it's near at 157.60. So following, of course, that of recent US-Japan support, any sudden movements or any further intervention on that foreign exchange will directly impact that of Japanese export heavyweight. So keep an eye out on that.
Yeah, keep an eye here on these Asian markets. Keep an eye on this desk every day at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. One goes over us here with the Euro market and the Asian markets respectively. So join us there. And yeah, we'll find out more what the session ended up being this time tomorrow. Back to you.
Thank you, guys. Not only does he drop the knowledge, but staying professional. You can't distract that man, Joey Options. You can if you tried. One is like a machine. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Joe's locked and loaded. His SPCX earnings coming up here. AMD as well. I might have missed the double top there in Intel. This is the candle that confirmed, right? Like right in here. So probably should have had the second candle and been in at like 190 to 95. But I end up in the follow candle when it does the wick and breaks the low. And then it does another wick and breaks again. So we end up with like the 80s. I think I got 80s and 78s. But it's already bouncing off 40, and we're gonna look for the 100 again. Like it's a big psychological level, so I feel like if we're getting close to the imbalances, hopefully it gets there before that. But if there's a big buyer at $100 on Intel, then it's a scalp into 100. As we're going back to Adara at the desk, we got more.
Yeah, we're not just getting close to the imbalances, Neil. We're getting close to SPCX earnings. Is SPCX doing something that I always find a little bit dicey? Right before the report, they're making a pretty massive announcement. They're partnering up with NVIDIA to design what they're calling the StarMind A11 satellite with compute payload. I guess this is the AI one. So again, the StarMind AI1 satellite compute payload here, SPCX plus NVIDIA. Apparently, how this is going to work here is NVIDIA will be contributing their Rubin chips, Rubin GPUs. So again, NVIDIA, SPCX, StarMind collaboration being announced just minutes at this point, less than an hour, very likely, before SPCX will share their report. Back to you.
So thanks there. AMIX, a bunch of different halts there. At least we talked about what the trade was going to be there. Breaking right there on that next halt was like, hey, man, you want to be involved in that next halt. Unfortunately, didn't have it up. And that's exactly what it gave you, man, was a lot of love for that next halt. Because if you got anything there on this, I mean, this is what we were looking for, was the break right there. I said it was 1860. That looks about right. Rips up there. Looks like it halts around 1960 and then opens back up at 20, basically flat. Rips up there to 22, halts again. And now the tap on AMIX is $23. So, yeah, there it goes, man. Upside, upside, upside for AMIX right now and trying to break out. And, a name that was just split 21 to 1 down, or 1 to 21 down there, now ripping to the high side on Autonomics, AMIX. And yeah, man, I mean, anybody that's long this one, giddy up, AMIX, good level there. And I think, it might be one of the top stocks. I'm not sure on the midday. I know they were trading, and I'm sure they made a little bit of cash on that one. Now you're breaking above right there, $22 on AMIX, starting to go higher.
There's an interesting index action today.
Oh, okay.
So EA Sports deal is closing, so they're jumping out of the index. But FERG, which is Ferguson, so they're like a piping company. But they do infrastructure for data centers.
Oh, okay.
So they're like piping and whatever infrastructure solutions for data centers, and it's already a 6 million buy but this is going into the S&P 500 as of tonight. And Hertz is being deleted tonight. Hertz, EA is coming out of the S&P 500. FERG is going into the S&P 500. HTZ, that's Hertz, is coming out of the S&P 600, not the 500. Hertz ain't in the 500. So those are the big ones at the close, but that's a spicy one. Hey, you know what? You need lots of infrastructure in data centers, so it could be an interesting company to watch. There's about 15 minutes until we get the imbalances. Outside of that Ferguson, nothing too crazy. I mean, Halliburton's there, 1.5 sell. IonQ is a 1.1 million sell, but that's a bit of a nothing burger, I would say. And we have a super chat from Sexy Trades. What's happening to PLPC? Well, we got to look it up. You tell me. It hasn't done any volume. So on some kind of volume, it's done 75,000 shares of volume. So not much has punched long to be able to get it to go to the upside. But we can dig to see if there was news on this to get it from 0 volume to 75,000 volume. It's possible. But again, it's not that big of a mover, PLPC. I don't see a story on this thing at all today. And the volume is so incredibly tiny. When volume's that low, it doesn't take much to move it. Or look at the big volume spike on the stock. 80K shares on the day is a bit of a nothing burger. But I don't see a story there. But obviously you can see it going up on volume for the last 15 minutes or so. But it could be it's social media. It could be something sympathy related. But again, I don't see the story.
Okay, I mean, we can go back to Adair if she has anything on it, but...
on what?
I don't know, whatever that symbol was.
It's PLPC. It's incredibly low volume, though.
PLT what?
PLPC.
PLPC. Give me a second here. PLPC. Is it performed line products?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay, so this, how much volume is this even done in the day here?
None.
Yeah, this is, wow. Okay, so this is under 100,000 shares. Let me see if there's any news here. Live Adara Investigations, guys, brought to you by Trader TV Live. I have nothing. They posted earnings after the bell on Wednesday. So this is earnings, what, day 4 at this point? No news. Nothing resembling news, nothing resembling volume. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. Sometimes there isn't. Just very quickly, you're not even getting to, it doesn't even get to the 100 yet. So I'm going to go back to the break-even stop on this bad boy. If it gets past the 80, Intel is just running into strength every single time it puts in a lower high. It did the same thing before, and it was this breakdown, and was at 100.5, and it went to 100, and this one at 101, and it goes to 100.5. It's like every 50 cents, it's just catching a bit of a bid and turns into a scalp trade. But that's what it is. AMIX, I just want a reminder for everybody. It is indicating a 23 open, and it's now past 5 minutes, which does mean it's going to be a 10. Obviously, if it's not 5 minutes, it'll be a 10-minute halt. And then at that point, if it halts again, you're likely not open until 4 o'clock. If a stock is halted within the final 10 minutes of the trading day, the open doesn't regard the 5 or 10-minute standard halt times. It just opens at 4 o'clock. So do be aware of that scenario if you happen to be in it. Some brokers might have different rules with order types and stops and that kind of a thing if you're in the aftermarket, where there are no halts. So the moves can get very exciting when there's no halt bands for it to run into like this. But it should be 10 minutes. I mean, it should be open at 43 or 44. So it's probably one more chance to trade it. And then it would go into that period where you have to wait till after 4 o'clock if it halted. Again, 23 tap, that's about $1 higher from here.
Yeah, good look there. You know, we did have a nice little rebound a little bit on Roblox. I mean, talk about a name that got hit pretty badly last Thursday on earnings. Was down, basically what Palantir's up, was down 20% there on RBLX. Actually pulling, didn't even realize what was happening right now. It's a nice downside play there. We did battle back on SpaceX and got some 125s out on that one. But here's Roblox. This is getting close to being a day 3 potential buy. 1, 2, 3. We'll see if it can get back up there to the upside. RBLX right now. Did Better get something yesterday? Better Home and Financing. I mean, this is a play that tonight is Open Door. So this is another play. Isn't this one of those Eric Jackson names, BETR, that he was thinking about, was going to be one of the next sort of things that he was going to try to pump? And you can kind of see when it happened, must have been in September right there, and we started to get going, and now it's just getting whacked right back down to pre-Eric Jackson pump levels, if I'm on the right name.
Why is it down so much if they don't report till Thursday?
Well, yeah, I think that's what the question was. What's up with Better? Like, I mean, Open Door today. Are they reporting tonight? Maybe Open Door. So yeah, they're up 5%. So I don't even know if there's been some sort of a ruling. Like, I don't know what's going on with BETR. We could again throw that back to Adara BETR. And we do have what is it? AMD's 405 or 415? It's boo. Okay, so 415. So we'll be staying with you guys till about 4:50, 4:20.
Preliminary earnings for BETR were released yesterday after the bell. Revenue up 28% year over year. It's prelim. It's not final yet. But yeah, BETR and then now, of course, Open Door after the bell. ETA, 4:05 p.m. I can just go over all the ETAs if you guys want. Basically, they're almost all 4:05 except for Amgen and Booking, which are at 4 p.m. AMD, which is at 4:15 p.m. and SpaceX, which is at (p.m. Though very likely 4:05 because the earnings call is at 4:30.
Yeah, that's a
Let's hope we get like 405 SpaceX and like 410 AMD.
Well, remember, Elon was
you said that last time
about
something came out. What was it the other day?
It was Microsoft. Microsoft was 405. It came out at like 401.
No. There was it was Coinbase.
Another one? Oh, okay.
Where she's like, they're always 430. Then it came out like
all right.
405.
Elon bucked the trend with the IPO. That was the earliest opening major IPO of the year. It was before.
I think as soon as 4 o'clock
before
hits.
lunchtime. He's not going to mess around.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 4 o'clock. So join us. We'll stay here.
AMD will probably have to wait for it.
Late, and then we'll see. I think it's going to be 4 o'clock immediately for SpaceX. It would be a call that I would have right there. There's 125. I was just saying on SpaceX. It got up to there. I'm holding 4%. I'm just under 5% now left. So we're going to wait to see. That was coded as sell, but it's not a sell. The reason why it codes that, is because short sell, because I had some offers up here again that made it look like I was trying to go short. So we weren't.
I was wondering why it doesn't automatically change.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know. We'll figure that out after. But yeah, here we go. Didn't we say Lucid was reporting as well? We had that graphic there today. So, Lucid was just a $2 stock not too long ago. And that was on, filing that potentially they were going to take private or even, I don't know if it was Chapter 11.
It was
definitely some financing.
Potentially Chapter 11.
Down there. And then now you're starting to go back up to the upside into $8 again, $8.50, looking to take that out. So it could be a good expectation. I mean, if they can put out maybe better margins for some of their cars, they start losing. It's like Rivian losing 20 or 30 grand every car they make. That's not a great environment. Plus, when you have an expensive product, you do prefer to have lower rates. And right now, that's not the environment that we're living in here. We're living in what's going to be soon. First of all, consistent rates right now, but higher to come. We've already had 2 potential rate hikes heading into December is what the expectation is. So, a stock like a Rivian, a Lucid, a Tesla, as far as the cars are concerned, definitely need lower rates. But, I don't know if they're in that much trouble. GM has had a big report and a big move higher. You know what? Actually, I still have some GM, but Ford had a nice move, and we actually were able to get out of Ford on, I didn't even realize that happened today, on this move right there on earnings. So that was actually a good one there. We were able to get out of some Ford on earnings. We were always waiting for it to moon completely, but that didn't happen there for symbol F. All right, we did not get anything out last time SpaceX went up here, so I'm going to do it right now and put an offer. Let's just go to 70s. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. Well, maybe we'll get it right now. If it comes up, fills us in 70, fine. Then we can wait because we are now 5 minutes. Maybe I should just go to 69er. We're now 5 minutes away from the imbalance. There it is. So 5 minutes away from the imbalances. So that was a good idea potentially to get a little bit out there, as we'll take that $1.60 and we'll wait to see what happens with SpaceX. That AIMX does open back up, but not to something that you guys would like, as it goes the other.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It opened higher.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. If you're able to get out there at 24, I think that was a good one. Now you're tapping 17. So now you're coming back all the way back into here. So greed is definitely not good, I think, when you're trading some of these names, but doesn't mean it's over with. We'll see where that tap eventually goes. Even if it does come out at 17, you're still at some nice levels where the bounce could be real. This could open up at 17, catch a bid. So now it's already back to 17.50. So, in order to take part of that, you got to put out your order and say market on open, or put a limit bid or limit offer in this situation and grab whatever that opening price is. I don't know if it's going to be a good one or not, but for right now, AMIX is going lower, only up 400% today.
And the tap can tighten up as it gets closer to the open time. That's one thing to keep in mind. Like what it says immediately, some people will wait to put their orders in until it's closer to when the stock is expected to open, and then that $4 tapping down can end up being $3. Through the break-even stop on Intel, as we tighten it up, give it 3 minutes until the imbalances. But it's actually, it did it again. It bounced like 50 cents down and then breaks back to the upside. So Intel's determined on AMD earnings day to just run in. Maybe there's something after the imbalances at 350. This could have an imbalance. It's still nothing burgers. All the big names, like SpaceX is obviously NASDAQ and AMD is NASDAQ. So when you're looking at it, it's just that Ferg, that's the name that's going into the S&P 500 tonight to buy, and that's more or less still it. SockCell is there now, a sell of 1.3 million for SockCell for what it's worth. Obviously, it has not been a bad day for SockCell, up 21%. So that could be worth keeping an eye on. We've seen some decent AMX numbers there. And when the chips are moving, you could do worse than to throw that one up on a side burner. So I'll probably throw the SockCell up there along with that Ferg stock, Ferguson. AMD, now they're just here in my ear. They're saying AMD, Pinterest. Yeah, Pinterest reports tonight. Yeah, see how many people care about Pinterest?
Oh, my
nobody.
My family went to Dave & Buster's today. Let me see what's going on here on Dave & Buster's. Yeah, they went there. They grabbed some lunch. They grabbed some cards and played some video games. Dave & Buster's just reminding me because they went there this morning. Then it's hockey and then it's baseball tonight. $10 low there for Dave & Buster's could break. No, they're not reporting anything like that, but just reminded me that they went there. So shout out to Dave & Buster's. Their play down 8% today. Yuck. Maybe they did report or something else. A name that I've been buying on dips. Today's a dip, but I don't know if it is one. J&J just back in right now. So a good little lookout there for J&J coming back into 250. We first started buying this in the 220. I think it was 224. And then we got a little bit more, broke higher, bought a little bit more into this area here. So basically where we are right now. Want to buy some more J&J for sure if it does come to the 50-period moving average. A good stock, a good dividend, and gets me away from all this tech. Like I'm having an absolute, I think most people that obviously own the S&P 500 or NASDAQ is having an absolute monster day. I mean, NASDAQ up 3, almost up 4, S&P up 2. Like that, this has been a great day to hold indexes, to hold basically most stocks. I mean, we've gone through the list here on even on the watch list. Okay, here we go. We'll just do this. We only have 1 minute. I was going to show you the rest of the stocks, but all right. On second, Dave's meh yikes trade of the day. Okay. Got Palantir right, but there we go. But this is Cocoa Bananas VSAT calls. So this December, I guess, right? The 18th. Is that what you're talking about there? 150. No, wait, December and August. So you have both of those. All right, 115 and 95. Okay. So you like, is that Vista? What is VSAT? VS.
That's ViaSat.
Yeah, ViaSat. So I don't know. More online than ever. More online than ever. Super
chatted here in tons of
tilapia. I think the tilapia is getting to your head a little bit here, David.
We don't even have the tilapia anymore.
Yeah, well, we did, but I switched over to salmon. I think it was a couple weeks ago.
It's been a minute.
There was tilapia a couple weeks ago for sure. All right, but yeah, all right. So you like VSAT. So we can have a look at that stock in a minute for sure. But right now we are moments away from these imbalances. So we will get this updated and you'll begin to see something special hopefully in just a matter of moments as we'll switch over. We'll call up some SpaceX. SpaceX just tanked. I have 2% left. We just got, oh, wow. Okay, so it must be a sell coming for SpaceX out right now.
600,000 sell for SpaceX.
Yeah, so there you go. So someone gets the numbers a little bit early there. 600, nice move down right into VWAP, 121 there for SpaceX. I'm not even looking at it. We don't have basically any shares left. But there's Tesla was on there as well. There's NVIDIA with a sell. So there we go there. Wow, I mean, getting out there on SpaceX was awesome. Like those two outs, okay, pretty good. So we'll watch out for that. There's Tesla. There's Apple. There's Tesla. We got to click on it. Apple with a sell, although going a little bit higher. Tesla pulling back on that sell as well. And there's the overall market. Doesn't seem that heavy, but maybe it is. I guess because NVIDIA, I don't know. Oh, you know why? Because EA Sports is a big sell. That's $23 million to sell to the downside. So there it goes.
Just a big deal close.
All the way down there. So nice move there for EA on the sell side. $23 million to sell on EA.
And that Ferg came out smaller than expected. That's the one going into the S&P 500 when EA Sports comes out. So that's disappointing. And Hertz, by the way. Oh, Hertz $1.50? Oh, yuck. Yeah, Hertz being deleted from the S&P 600. So that didn't even move. But yeah, the imbalances, it's really going to be about SpaceX. So let's just go back. It's SpaceX, it's AMD. If you really do care, it's Pinterest tonight. We don't care about it at all. Yeah, so SpaceX goes all the way down into the volume-weighted average price on that bad boy.
All right, yeah, good job. Yeah, we were looking at SpaceX a little bit before.
Big bounce, though.
As well.
But it grew. The sell imbalance grew on SpaceX, and it still bounced $2. That's pretty bullish. So it went 600,000 sell to 700,000 sell and bounced $2, which is wild.
I'm just going back and forth here with all this volume on EA Sports. Just scalped it a little bit back and forth right now. So we'll see where this wants to go. Short, small here at 80. Probably just cover at 81. Like I've just been going back and there you go, covered at 81. Just going back and forth with a couple scalps here on EA. Just trying to make, like, if we can make a penny, you get rebates in and out. You figure it out there on EA. So we'll see. There we go. So we get a little fill there. We'll put a bid out and we'll see if we can get filled now on the bid. Noticing that bats, we don't necessarily want to go long, but we'll put an offer out now at 180. We got overfilled, so there it is. Just back and forth a little bit here as we scalp in and out and take advantage of some of the rebate structures and whatnot that we do have here there it is at Real Trading. So just back and forth a little bit here on EA and just watching out for that. SpaceX though, now whatever. We can just put something out. I mean, it's probably going to rip up once that sell imbalance is gone. So we'll go up to 124 and figure out that one right now. We'll go back over here and do that and do this. There's EA. We can wait to see if anything else is going to hit. Oh, Intel down into $100 again. So that could be something that we're looking out for there on Intel. So $100, a good little looking level there. So we'll see if there is a print coming on Intel. But yeah, so far so good. We'll just keep on watching for our P's and Q's here as the market moving around. I've just been getting in and out of EA, as we said there, and then watching out for SpaceX. So I do have SPCX on the watch. Get ready for earnings, man. It's going to be obviously a big one, and we'll just continue to trade out in and out of in and out of EA Sports and watching out what's going on there. See just a couple ins and outs, just making a penny back and forth there on EA Sports. And then BBAI, for some reason, has got a nice buy there, up 10% right there. So yeah, nice day there for BBAI and a nice day for the market in general. SpaceX, I'm offering 124. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, 1 minute to go until potentially some of these imbalances will pair off a little bit. EA is staying over 20 million shares. Ferg is staying 3 million to the buy side. Hertz is staying at 2 million sell. The most likely, I guess, to pair off will be NVIDIA because it almost always does. 1.9 million sell on NVIDIA. So in the next minute or so, I think you can expect a little something on that bad boy. There wasn't a big imbalance on Intel. I ended up being wrong about that. I suspected there might be because most days it's over 1 million shares on Intel. It didn't do anything going into this AMD print. It is the sympathy name, I think. Obviously, NVIDIA kind of is for AMD, but I think Intel might be the bigger sympathy play for AMD because NVIDIA is NVIDIA. They're just too big. NVIDIA doesn't care what anybody else does. They care what they do, whereas Intel does care because they've been the bigger rocket ship, and the CPU print's going to be big for them. Maybe Hertz was potentially a dump. EA, as much as anybody's going to be excited by 20 million to the sell side, you have to sort of remember, anybody that owns shares gets 210 at the end of the day. So it might bounce. It's going to bounce off. It likely bounces off of these lows a little bit going into the print. It's not always so simple as it's a massive imbalance. It's going to print out because there is some hedge that might bring it back in to set upside. So SpaceX. We'll see about that, but NVIDIA did pair its imbalance off. Shocker.
Oh, yeah.
It pretty much always does. SpaceX is still 600,000 to the sell side.
There it is, man. We get that, though. I mean, we just got that 124. So, I mean, this has been a day, that is for sure. So, good move, man. We are now moments away until SpaceX earnings come and get that money, and we'll see if they get it or not. But there's the out there, and it happens all. We've done this trade a couple times on the show where things have reversed, and we've called that, and we just waited for it, and it happened out there. So there goes SpaceX right there at 355. We just saw it on there. There still was a small sell on SpaceX, but a 5 million. So we're going to see about a 6 million share print coming there right at the end of the day. 100 million so far on SpaceX. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on some defense plays. Here's RTX. You could look at LMT. You could look at KTOS. You could look at NOC. These defense plays in focus here. As CNN reports, the U.S. is exhausted nearly 80% of its interceptors here by the military for a key missile defense system. As senior military commanders in the U.S. are warning that the Pentagon's munitions stockpile is, quote, dangerously low. So concerns here about the stockpile that could be potentially a good look for some defense names who are going to have to produce items to, I guess, make up for this loss. If I get any more details, I'll keep you posted, but keep an eye on some of these plays as we head into the bell. Just 4 minutes left of Power Hour.
Yes, sir. Just
Power Hour.
4 minutes left. Well, I mean, Power Hour, market up 3 1/3% hour.
Let's go.
Think about that. Even after we're pulling back a little bit here, we're actually 3.6% at the highs in the NASDAQ anyways. The market, the ES, is actually 1.8 to the upside because it's been so much of the tech names. But let's be real. This doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter how great of a day it's been. The action is going to be right here. The volatility going into the close on SpaceX, 4 down, 4 up on this sucker. And AMD caught a little bit of a stray at 355 as well. That dropped about $4 or $5. It was ramping going into the close, but AMD catches a bit of a ramp job to the downside before their print. They're not till 4:15 on AMD, so it's the SpaceX show and whatever randoms decide that they want to come out with their earnings in between. I think we're pretty sure we're going to get Pinterest before we get AMD and a couple of other small ones, but it is going to be the SpaceX show. It's going to be the Elon Musk show, and the shorts, which there are plenty of them, they could get squeezed. At the end of the day, our poll it was much more interesting, at least, than the Palantir one. 37% of the viewers think SpaceX will move up more than 10%. 14% think we're looking at 0 to 10%, so a small up move. 22.5% red, less than 10%, and 26% saying red 10% or more. I think the important thing is that means you've got 2/3 of the viewers think it's going one way or another, 10%. And we don't have an expected, at least we couldn't find it, the expected move. But based on our viewership, it's certainly more than 10% is what we're looking for, either direction. No one thinks it's going to be inside double digits.
No, I mean, there it goes right now, 126 there. So, man, we got out, but it's okay. Yeah, we scalped out a bunch of EA there, man, just back and forth, in and out, 81s, 80s, just a bunch of times. Those are all shorts. Those are all buys. We'll leave it alone now with only a minute and a half to go. But, yeah, another good opportunity there on EA Sports. And, you just got to take the 81s, get out the 80s just over and over and over again. So we do that a bunch of times there on EA Sports, and that was a good little trade there. So, all right, here we go, man. Moments away. We will wait for AMD to come through as well. Neil and I are going to turn around. AMD getting cranked into the close, back down big time right now for AMD, down $8 straight downside on AMD. All right, it's been a blast. I'll see you in a couple minutes. What a day for Palantir. Congratulations to everybody that is a Palantir shareholder. We'll turn around now and get ready for 4 p.m.
Let's go SpaceX.
Congrats, Palantir people. AMD and SpaceX both after the bell. We do not know what time SpaceX is expected to report, but very likely, based on the fact their earnings call is at 4:30 p.m., I would say 4 or 4:05. That is not a rule. You can report earnings at 4:10, 4:15, and still do your earnings call at 4:30. It's just very likely the numbers will come out before 4:30. I'm going to get these earnings previews out here so you guys can take a look at these ahead of these numbers that we're going to be getting here. So, again, because we could get SpaceX first, I'll look at SpaceX first. But first, we're going to thank our friends at VinFast, VFS. We actually had the VP of investing here for their VinFast CEO, or VinFast USA, on the show with us today. So thank you very much to Amanda Bailey. Thank you to VinFast. Thank you all for watching, and thank you to Elon Musk, maybe, if you're a SpaceX shareholder. Expecting losses of 26 cents per share, revenue of $6.72 billion. As I mentioned a couple times now, I'm not going to get into again, but investors, based on the questions they publicly submitted, they really seem to mostly care about things like mascots and naming ships and, not necessarily things you'd expect them to be caring about. So interesting look there for SPCX here. And again, for AMD, which is expected to be released at 4:15, and I find generally to be pretty close to that time when it comes to its release. It's kind of like NVIDIA that way. Revenue, $11.31 billion. Earnings, $1.62 per share. Expecting last quarter here, we had 38% year-over-year revenue growth. Data center revenue up 57% year-over-year. You're going to want to see continued data center revenue growth, I suspect, or things could get kind of rough here for AMD. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see here again. apparently Wayfair had its biggest one-day gain since 2020. So congrats, I guess, to that. I guess I did everything you need if you were bullish. But I do have to mention as well here for what we're expecting, Amgen and Booking, neither of these massive earnings names, but Booking I think had it split recently, so that could make it more tradable. Theirs coming out at 4. At 4:05, you get the likes of Upstart, Lucid, I believe Pinterest. Definitely, you're going to be getting Open Door, A-Lab, A-Net, so tons of stuff here coming at 4:05, 4:15. Again, we're expecting AMD, SpaceX, who knows when. We have Kratos. Looks like they beat revenue, beat EPS. It's not a super massive report here, but we did have that defense news coming out a little bit before the closing bell, so it could be a good look. They did report an operating loss here, though, guys. I'm going to focus on looking for SpaceX and AMD earnings. But hello, Sean. Hello, Neil. You guys ready?
Well, we're ready.
No, we're not ready.
We don't know when. We don't know when the report is going to be for SpaceX. It's their first report, so
Fabian, put that thing below
they'll
us.
establish it for sure here tonight. I mean, there's some small ones that are coming out. Gilead's out. Amgen looks like they've just reported, but none of the big ones. And SpaceX is not really even moving around as if it's going to be anytime soon. Well, we're getting a little bit of a volume spike in SpaceX. It just broke the highs. There we go. It's breaking out now, so maybe we've got some SpaceX. I haven't seen it hit the wires yet, and it goes right back to 25. It's moving around a big time here. They're flashing it back and forth, so we're back down $2 here.
We'll get some numbers there. I mean, unless that was just a break there, got up to 128 right there, SpaceX.
Fat
So,
finger.
yeah, it's on the website. Yeah, go check it out. Right there, 127 says GME. It's on the, trust me, there, it's on the website.
It's always on the website.
There's 127, 128. That's been the most recent high right there, 128 coming for SpaceX. So, yeah, it's probably just a whisper number that got dropped there. But there it goes again, 128 stops again, back into 127. Thank you so much. What a surprise. SpaceX now out. It must have been on the website. Let's go back over to Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I confirm it still wasn't on the website. I don't have everything.
Big
I'm just
revenue
seeing
beat.
one account here share what their revenue was, which apparently was $7.8 billion. This could be well above estimates of anywhere from $6.68 to $6.72 billion. So it looks like a revenue beat. That is the only number I'm seeing. That's from Zero Hedge. So I'm not seeing that in the report yet either. If I see anything else, I will keep you guys posted. PSKY is out. But yeah, so SpaceX here again, they did end up beating here in revenue. It looks like, yeah, Paramount Skydance is out. Apparently, they beat estimates. But here's SpaceX. Here's the number that we've all been waiting for here. Will SpaceX fly to the moon? Right now, it certainly is. You have, with SpaceX, a smaller than expected loss per share, 9-cent loss per share versus I was seeing estimates of around 25. Looks like they were seeing 24 cents. So that's still going to be a beat. EPS beat. Sales also a beat, 7.8 million, as we mentioned, versus anywhere from 6.68 to 6.9 billion expected. So good beat for SpaceX. Now giving back some of this move to the upside. Adjusted EBITDA here, 3.5 billion. Operating loss, $1.3 billion here for SpaceX. As I see more, I will keep you posted. But I'll send you guys over to react to this sport here. SpaceX hits the moon and then comes back to Earth.
Moon, I mean, 131 is like that's not that high. Obviously, it was already doing a bit of a job today to get to the upside, but that's like the most recent local resistance was at the 130 to 131 area. So the fact that it curled there, it's still a good beat. I mean, that's a very sizable beat on revenue. You're not gonna extra billion on revenue. That was a 15% beat on revenue. The EPS beat. It wasn't quite swinging a surprise profit. I think a surprise profit would have hopefully the shorts had the brown pants if it did that, but it ends up only being 9 cents of a loss, which is not as crazy as you would think. But it's not getting the bounce. I think if it had been like even 1 cent of profitability, that probably would have done it. Cascading through that one.
I mean, I think now we gotta worry about like when that lockup hits, and
that's the problem.
Will owners of this stock sell it in tranches as we move forward right now? I mean, we always were just kidding around, like, is the stock actually going to move on these earnings? And as we look now, it's actually right where it is where it closed. Again, now it's back to 123 on SpaceX. So not a huge market moving event, but it has moved SpaceX up and down now $6. It was, like Neil said, 131. I guess the high now back in about $10 there from SpaceX. You can see the NASDAQ is doing absolutely.
You want a number here?
Right now.
Their AI segment operation loss was 1.26 billion. They were estimating 2.4.
Okay, so
it lost less than half.
Yeah,
I mean, that sounds good. I don't know. That sounds good to me.
The XAI is an interesting wrap up. What's going on there?
I have a whole bunch of other stuff on SpaceX here, guys. So CapEx, 18.37 billion. That's going to be below estimates of 18.58 billion. Now, for most companies lately, than expected capex, that actually could be a good thing. But for SpaceX, I don't know. This could be kind of a mixed look here. Adjusted EBIT at 3.5 billion. That's going to be above estimates of 2 billion. You also had here apparently 12 million Starlink subscribers at the end of Q2. Adjusted or AI segment operating loss, we already talked about this. I put it on the screen as well, but 1.26 billion. That's going to be well below estimates of a $2.39 billion loss. Again, we did beat on EPS, smaller than expected loss per share. We also beat on revenue. Revenue apparently up 92% year over year. Cash and marketable securities, $100 billion. Backlog, $47.5 billion. So as we might expect from an Elon Musk company, monstrous report that's kind of all over the place. Expect lots of infographics on SPCX coming out here tomorrow. Trying to see if we get anything from Open Door or anything. But right now, seeing SpaceX, seeing Wynn Resorts. I don't know if that was a win or a loss, but it looks like it's up right now. But yeah, guys, SpaceX, again, backlog pretty significant here. That was $47.5 billion.
Yeah, the only time 92% is going to be bad is if you're battling Fahad in a free throw shooting contest.
Right,
Otherwise, other than 92% looks fantastic.
Yeah, you'll lose on Fahad on that one. You also notice here that AMD is moving around a little bit. It's not, nothing's going to, I don't think it's out yet, but there's AMD shooting the moon right now, 520 into 530. Advanced micro devices starting to cook up a little bit here. So we'll wait to see if they're going to be coming out with their report, hopefully a little early right now, but it is SpaceX starting to go. AMGN, we had Amgen, I got the lights in my way there. 395 and change, they're out with their report. Not much going on there. So I guess the story just remains the same, man. We're just going to be talking all about SpaceX there tomorrow. CapEx of 18 billion. So, you know, XAI is still a thing over there. CapEx going to be a little bit of a spend there as they look. Okay.
But there's so much less than the hyperscalers on CapEx.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't really know what that number should look like for them. But 127 and change right now for SpaceX. Kind of a muted report, but we'll take it right now. You can see on the chart, you know, we do close right away at 4 p.m. at basically 125. You're at 126 right now. We've seen bigger moves just middle of the day for no reason. But SpaceX, more information coming. What's up?
Yeah, I don't have anything on SpaceX right now. I'll quickly go over Open Door because a bit of a move here. I mean, you've got revenue growth on a sequential basis, contribution profit up 59% quarter over quarter. Homes purchased is up 77% quarter over quarter and 149% year over year. Certainly better than what they did last quarter, just off the top of my head. Inventory health improving 27% year over year. Nothing massive here for Open Door, but this stock is right now, you know, closing the door to the downside here. Seeing booking holdings as well. Again, guys, nothing really massive at this point. We're just waiting for AMD, but I thought I'd provide a bit of an update there for OPEN. Right now, we're going to close that chapter as we continue to wait on advanced micro devices and Miss Lisa Su.
I mean, you can't leave your mortgage if you got a 3 in the States.
I can't believe that. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like anybody that with those, you should have just locked in when
it's crazy where rates are right now.
Down to nothing there. And I don't know. Around here, we can't hold mortgages more than 5 years. So you always have to readjust.
That's a depressing chart to look at. Let's look at good charts. But SpaceX, to your point there, we're still at 125. We're not getting a heck of a lot of reaction. Like the viewership, we put the poll up and it was 2/3 of the viewers thought one way or another we're double digits. And keep in mind, it was already up significantly, up 9 to 10% going into the close. So if anything, we're down like a point and a half. We've been up 2, 3 on SpaceX. I think the story here is it's big time revenue growth, but it's a mixed shield. It's mixed because you're still losing money, right? It may have been much wider losses. That AI loss was almost
the Starlink number was under also.
They missed on Starlink.
Yeah, they missed on Starlink, which
so it's very mixed.
Yeah, 12 million versus 12.2, so it's not huge. I just want to show you guys like a name here, Caterpillar, right? So this name, you know, was up, you know, double digits, closes at 876. And you know, this is not really at 882. It really is back down into here. So watch out for something like this to happen potentially on SpaceX, where you get up huge and then the fall back in comes through. It's not that it was down huge. I just wanted to. It's up on the board there on our sheet. I just wanted to show you guys that nothing's really going on there. But yeah, you know, if you look at what we could expect from SpaceX, this is a daily chart. So we did touch out at the 50-period moving average. We now do have 50 periods, 50 days worth of data. It's still not going to be super accurate, but we're going to watch out for that. And then this 108, like I could see tomorrow morning, again, like people getting a little nervous. Okay, those are the numbers. That's nice. And then the sell-off just hits SpaceX tomorrow morning. Plus, we have the call. I mean, you know, I'm assuming Elon's going to be on that call. And when And when he's talking, who knows what's going to come out of that mouth. We already talked about some of the questions that are going to come through for SpaceX. And I think the big one is, what are we looking at Starlink? Can we explain that CapEx number? And then, great on the beat there for revenues. Where did that money come from? What does it look like moving forward? Because we didn't get a guide, right, Adara? There was no, yeah. Yeah, so no guide yet for SpaceX. So I don't know what we're going to base next quarter's numbers on. Analysts will come out. And the thing is, it's still valued right now at $1.3 trillion.
Yeah, it's still pretty big.
For a company that loses $1 billion a quarter, that seems a little expensive there to pay up for that. But SpaceX, of course, you're paying for the future, apparently, which is looking more and more bright for them because their EPS is less than expected.
Yeah, but I think the other thing it's weighing on is you still are getting the memory names, they're churning cash, and they're still so far off the highs. There's choices out there on the dips that might take this muted earnings and sell it off a little bit here. Yeah, it's lower, down into 122. We're still continuing to go down. I don't know if it's going to be able to hold that bid tomorrow. Well, obviously the call is a big deal. Elon can be a bit of a wizard, right? So at the end of the day, I wouldn't put anything past it, but I'm not feeling overly optimistic here, especially when you consider just how much of a mixed bag this is. Again, AMD's not for another couple of minutes. I think somebody just fat fingered or got a little excited on AMD after SpaceX came out, and it briefly broke the high. But we're still a couple of minutes away from Advanced Micro Devices. There's another name, 8 points after Intel's quarter. You got to expect that this is going to be a strong one coming out of AMD. I would be surprised if they didn't have beats across the board and then a strong guide there. We know GPU's been absolutely a rocket ship. Intel had a big Q, and their GPU growth wasn't even as good as NVIDIA, so I'm expecting some big news here from AMD. Go ahead.
I just read that SpaceX holds 18,700 Bitcoins. So we'll find out what's up with that. 18,700 Bitcoin? Interesting. What's going on, Adara? Sia?
I don't know they held them. Tesla, but
that's what Zero had said. SpaceX held 18,000. You're muted, I believe. You are muted, I believe. Right there.
I'm back.
There we go. Okay.
Thank you so much for that. No, I'm just wanted to mention UPST also just reported nothing too insane here, but there is a pretty significant uptick here. Revenue came in at $365 million. Estimated number was $352 million. So it is up 42% year over year. EPS is at 16 cents, 220% upside year over year. Net income is at $16.5 million. Estimated was $56.2 million. So that is a number over there. Adjusted EBITDA at $76.9 million. Estimated was $64.8 million. But Upstart, UPST currently up 3%. Another thing I wanted to just mention briefly about SpaceX was that I was looking at the analysts that were expecting the three numbers from the three segments, space, connectivity, and AI, and it did seem to beat on all three of them. So not the worst thing here. Space estimate was $835 million. Original came in at $962 million. Connectivity was $3.83 billion, and it came out at $4.29 billion. And AI was $2.18 billion, and it came out at $2.56 billion. So not a bad look for at least the three sectors over there.
Don't say it's a nothing burger on Upstart.
I never said a nothing burger. I didn't.
Don't sleep on them. 31% short float. 31% short float. So when this stock wants to squeeze, it can go. So it's important to remember, it's a trading show. Outside of SpaceX and obviously AMD, Upstart's going to be near the top of the list for some continuation tomorrow. At least I would think so. We're less than a minute to go until we think we're going to get some AMD. But look where Upstart is. It's got a major breakout potential through 35, the 200-period moving averages. Those will be big ones. But hey, it's the big two that we care the most about. So as much as this is up 14% and is looking good, we should be moments away here. We're seconds away from AMD. Yeah. Lucid, how much is it tanking?
No, it's not really doing too much there, Lucid. Down a little bit. Lucid misses on revenue, 405 versus 416, EPS 278 to the negative versus 246. AMD's getting crushed. Let's go back over to Adara.
Just loading here, and it's actually right up here so I can show you guys. We can go through the report live. AMD, Q2 revenue, $11.5 billion here. We were expecting $11.31 billion, so we actually beat here at AMD revenue. Gross margin, 54%. Operating income, $2 billion. Net income, $2.3 billion. Diluted EPS, $1.38 per share. We were expecting $1.62, so it looks like they might have missed here in EPS. But again, guys, sometimes estimates vary. Just be aware. We had 50% year-over-year revenue growth. You've got gross margin up 14 percentage points, not basis points, percentage points, from 54% this quarter. Year over year last year was 40%. So big growth here for gross margin, growth for revenue, operating expenses also increasing. So, expenses growing, that's never a great look. Let's talk about the data center segment growth. Last quarter it was 57% to the upside year over year. This quarter, data center segment revenue grows by 107% year over year to $6.7 billion. Client and gaming segment revenue up 6% year over year. So not a decline, pretty good look there. Embedded segment revenue up 19% year over year. That is all three of their revenue categories. They are all up year over year. Guidance here, outlook expecting Q3 revenue of $13 billion plus or minus $300 million. You've got here midpoint of the revenue range representing 41% year over year growth. It could be a slowdown in revenue growth. I'm not seeing anything on CapEx, guys. Only guidance I'm seeing is that revenue.
I saw CapEx $808 million.
It is a ridiculous
versus
number.
$808 million CapEx versus $298 million. So that is a massive increase in CapEx, and the margins are flat, 26.9 to 27. So it's a 0.1 increase in margins and almost a 3x increase in CapEx.
I know my guy Sharif was trying to buy some of this. I hope he didn't.
No, but that's the reason. It's a CapEx number, man.
I guess so. This is a monster move down, like 525 into 465. We're almost all the way back to some of those lows again, 450. We'll see if that can come back into play here. And, your boy is getting crushed too. None of us. We all have Intel anyways, I think. But Intel downside play there. I want to buy some Intel on this weakness.
It's not that
bad. No, it's not that bad. It was just at 103 or 102, down to 99, 98 bucks. And of course, if it's going to be a CapEx problem, it's not an Intel situation.
Oh, what happened to SpaceX?
Right there, no idea. But right now, AMD getting rinsed downside right now, 470. And SpaceX, I just heard.
Just hit 114.
Yeah, so there it goes, man. The selling is now in on SpaceX. Nice downside play there. SPCX now back down to flat all of a sudden right there. So, yeah, man, we close at 125. We go up almost 10 bucks, down 10 bucks right now on SpaceX. So not a great movement there. Look at the NASDAQ at the bottom left right here, making that move down as well. So, yeah, pretty brutal here earnings day in general, I would say. We can look to see, okay, let's just see if the big dog is moving on this. I assume NVIDIA is probably not. And there it is, 211, NVIDIA doing absolutely nothing right now. Yeah, we want to say a big shout out to everybody there. Thank you for all of the super chats today. Thank you to Jesse Martinez. We have the Blicky Spears is right there. SpaceX, freshly rolled ice something, said $98. There it is, freshly rolled ice cream. $98 by tomorrow open. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX really hits the rocks there. And
that 100 test is a big level, man.
Gets down to the downside.
Our low is 10.
The lowest I said anybody. The lowest I ever heard was 80, and I think people just throwing.
Oh, I mean the low since the IPO.
It
broke 5.
Yeah, maybe 105.
105, maybe.
Like that.
Come to me, please.
Or the low. Okay, we'll get Adair, and then we'll wrap this thing up. What's up, Adair?
Yeah, I just want to clarify quickly that CapEx for AMD, it wasn't guidance, it was their CapEx for Q2, because I didn't see anybody posting about it. I control F my way through the report. So this was their CapEx for this quarter. Again, it is well above estimates, but that was the deal there with the CapEx. It wasn't guidance. This is just what they had this quarter. Again, CapEx was just under 4x what we were expecting here. So that's the issue with CapEx, but at least it's something we have to worry about going forward. It's just what we had this quarter. Now, the concern, again, will be also if we continue to see this CapEx issue in Q3 2026, which is the current quarter for AMD. But yeah, again, this is already reported. This is not outlook. I just want to clarify for the CapEx because I was unclear, and that's the deal. They're also expecting sales growth in their already very strong data center revenue segment and to accelerate in the second half of 2026. So for context, 57% year-over-year growth for Q1, 107% year-over-year growth for Q2. If they want that to accelerate, this could be a massive look here for data center growth for AMD in the second half of the year.
Speed to the person that loaded up at 115. Someone parked the big order at 115 and got filled.
And making
it's bouncing now, so they're up a couple of bucks. I don't know. It can be anything because when you see a big bid, it could be short covering for all I know. But there was a buyer that just held 115. I suppose that'll obviously be a level to work at. And then thank you in the chat, sort of confirming that low. The 105 is going to be the first key test, obviously, because everything is all-time lows, and we just hit that earlier this week. But yeah, the CapEx on AMD, that's not a story. That's not what you wanted to hear. SpaceX was always going to be challenging because no one really expected that. You knew they weren't making money, and again, it's a pretty hefty valuation.
Yeah.
AMD, man, that spend kind of came out of nowhere.
So I think we're comfortable now. I mean, 118 on SpaceX looks like it wants to try to hold that a little bit, trying to bounce off of that 115. We'll get a good look there. AMD was the other one, and then we'll get out of here. Just give you guys a quick couple looks there. AMD 497, 479. So a good bounce off 465, and that's why we highlighted some of those levels. We actually got down to 450 the last little while. That very low is 420. I don't think we see 430 or anything on AMD. I mean, everything seems to be fine. Their guide was good, everything. I just think that CapEx number took people by surprise there. So, we're going to have to wait and see if they justify some of those recent moves there in AMD. But it's been a good one. Yeah. Thank you for staying late. Anything else to wrap this up, Adara? Anything caught your eye, really?
I'm good, guys. Thank you all for checking this out on XNTV Research. We got really good engagement on these AMD infographics, so much appreciated, and expect more AMD infographics ahead of the open of the Blue Ocean tonight. I'm already done one.
Ooh, there you go.
Okay, great. See ya. Thank you for staying late with us. Thanks, Neil. And thanks, Joe, who's in the chat there typing away to everybody. So, all right, we will hope. There he is, Joe. What's up? There he is right there.
Shades indoors.
Right now, yeah, shades going on there. Some shade getting thrown at some of these earnings.
Yeah, a little bit.
There today. But, hey, after the NASDAQ being up over 3% today, still up 3%. As we close out the show, 3.14%.
S&P all-time high.
Yeah, S&P all-time highs, Dow Jones all-time highs, and NASDAQ now, although we got that question yesterday about the Qs, the NASDAQ now moments away. We got that question yesterday, 725, I think it was by December or something like that. There it is. How about today? 725 was hit on your NASDAQ. So moments away from ticking out all-time highs over there on the NASDAQ as well. So, all right, there it is, man. It's getting late on us here. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We'll see everybody tomorrow. That's Neil, Adara, Sia. I'm Sean. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Hit the like and subscribe now.
Thanks, DJ Vinny, for the super chat. We got you.
Did we get a DJ Vinny?